Deep in the night, inside the dungeon, a faint fragrance tunneled into the noses of the guards. Thud. Thud. Very soon, they fell down one after another. A man in black entered the dungeon seemingly like a ghost. Your Excellency. When Long Xiao saw the arrival, he had a look of wild elation, directly kneeling down. The black-clothed man nodded slowly and said coolly, "Amen, today's performance was pretty good. Indeed you didn't disappoint this emperor." Long Xiao said smugly, "Of course, that brat wanted to make use of this lowly one to deal with you. But how can this lowly one let him have his way? That brat thought himself to be clever. Wasn't he still toyed with bias?" This man in black was naturally none other than precisely Ao Su. Ao Su's brows furrowed slightly, and he asked, "What the hell was with you guys? With your strength, how could you be captured by that kid?" Upon saying this, Long Xiao's eyes immediately turned red, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Your Excellency, you have to take revenge for us. This kid, he is too formidable. He killed all of my brothers." Ao Su's expression changed wildly, and he said in shock and anger, "How can this be?" Long Xiao practically recounted the events briefly with reddened eyes. As Ao Su listened, he was wildly shocked in his heart. He thought that he already overestimated Yi Yuan a lot, but did not think that Yi Yuan was even more monstrous than he imagined. This kind of horrifying spatial law attainments played Long Xiao and the rest to death. In fact, even Long Shi, this third firmament Empyrean, died in the spatial collapse. At this moment, not only did Ao Su not regret it, he felt that his way of doing things was very correct instead. If he let this boy grow up, how would AOU matter anymore? This boy is truly a troublesome fellow. Alright, I've already put down the guards. You guys can leave. After going out, disappear for 10 years. You're not allowed to appear anymore. Ao Su commanded. Long Xiao nodded his head and said, "Many thanks, Your Excellency." Then that boy. Ao Su frowned and said, "Is it your turn to come and tell this emperor how to do things?" Long Xiao was alarmed in his heart and repeatedly said that he dare not. But he sensed a thick killing intent from Ao Su. Clearly, Ao Su's killing intent toward Yi Yuan grew even more. Ao Su pointed at the void. The jail door opened with a sound. Long Xiao and the rest were overjoyed and gave 1,000 thanks to Ao Su. "All right, stop wasting time. If you get discovered by someone, you guys won't be able to leave even if you wanted to anymore," Ao Su said impatiently. How could Long Xiao and the rest still dare to stay? They hurriedly exited the dungeon. At the back, a hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Ao Su's mouth. Waving his hand, he changed to the elder's outfit that he normally wore. Long Xiao and the rest had just gone out of Purple Dragon's stronghold when suddenly, flares rose from all directions at the back. Someone cried out in surprise. The few people were frightened out of their wits, hurriedly fleeing like they were flying. But right at this time, a horrifying aura came from behind. Bold Bandit Xiao, to have the audacity to break out of prison and escape, deserved to be killed. This cry reverberated throughout the night. The entire Purple Dragon stronghold could hear it distinctly. The faces of Long Xiao and the rest changed wildly. This voice was none other than precisely Ao Su's. At this time, how could they still not understand what happened? Ao Su was going to do away with the witnesses. Ao Su did not want to let them go at all, but wanted to give himself an excuse to kill them open and above board. How powerful was the might of a heavenly emperor! When Ao Su's palm smacked over, Long Xiao and the rest felt like the sky had fallen down. But just as they lost all hope, a gentle force suddenly appeared and actually blocked the strike miraculously. Ao Su's expression changed wildly and he said in alarm and anger, "Who is it?" Several figures emerged. The person at the front was precisely Dragon Lord. Beside the Dragon Lord, Yi Yuan was currently looking at him with a look of amusement. Ao Su's heart thumped. How could he still not know that he had fallen into a trap? Dragon Lord stared at Ao Su with a scorching gaze and said in a cold voice, "Ao Su, you disappoint this lord too much." Yi Yuan turned to Long Xiao and said with a smile, "How about it? I didn't lie to you guys, right? You all are merely pawns of Ao Su. Now you guys are useless already. You naturally don't need to live on this earth anymore." Long Xiao was also a fierce and ambitious person of his generation. But at this time his eyes were full of rage. They toiled like slaves for Ao Su, living life on the edge of danger, and served for so many years. What it exchanged for was actually such an outcome. Ao Su, it's been so many years. Even if us brothers didn't make any contributions, there's also hard work. You actually struck such a vicious blow. Brother, you told us that you'll kill us. But I, Long Xiao, didn't believe it. I didn't expect that you really dealt the blow. Long Xiao gnashed his teeth in hatred and said. At this time, Ao Su already passed the initial panic and hesitation. His face recovered composure, and he said with a faint smile, "You guys were merely a few dogs in my hands. Isn't your lives still up to my whims? Now you all are already useless, so you naturally have to die." You! Long Xiao also did not think that Ao Su was actually so shameless, directly admitting it. Ao Su ignored him and turned to look at Yi Yuan, saying with a smile, "I really didn't expect it. This emperor has roamed East Suppression pseudo-world unhindered for millions of years. I actually succumbed at the hands of a brat like you who is still wet behind his ears." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "The things that you didn't expect are too many. Isn't it so?" Ao Su's gaze turned cold, seemingly wanting to kill Yi Yuan. He exhausted every power of his mind and thought that having laid down an astonishing killing trap, it was absolutely impossible for Yi Yuan to escape alive. In the end, he did not expect that not only did Yi Yuan escape, he even captured Long Xiao. The secrets that Long Xiao grasped were too many. Once landed in Dragon Lord's hands, he definitely would not have a good end. Hence, he willingly braved the risks and let Long Xiao go, and then kill them. Who would have thought that all this was within Yi Yuan's calculations? He schemed all his life and even included Dragon Lord in his calculations, but lost at the hands of Yi Yuan, this brat who just made his world debut. This was the thing that he did not expect the most. Ao Su laughed and said with a nod, "That's right. It was this emperor who underestimated you." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I originally couldn't figure it out. I had no grudges nor enmity with you. Why would you want to deal a deadly blow towards me? Only all the way until I arrived at Purple Dragon Stronghold did I know that your nephew is a son of the Heavenly Dragon too. It turns out that you took action for his sake." Oh Su's expression changed and he said with a big laugh, "Brat, what conniving cunningness you have, and what vicious means. When this emperor does something, it's this emperor doing it. It has nothing to do with AOU. Aosian, I'm unconvinced. Why can you sit on the seat of a dragon lord? But I can't." Done talking, the imposing aura on Ao Su's body suddenly erupted, and he went for Dragon Lord. The horrifying Heavenly Emperor aura crushed until everyone could not catch their breaths. The strike of a Heavenly Emperor in anger was too horrifying. If the energy erupted, the entire Purple Dragon stronghold would be reduced to shambles. Aosian sighed slightly and suddenly reached his hand out and grabbed at the void. A gentle force instantly compressed the entire space. Ao Su's force was actually unable to transmit out. Under this power, Ao Su could not even resist and was directly eradicated. The might of Dragon Lord was utterly horrifying. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he was also secretly shocked in his heart. This was a middle-stage Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. Initial stage Heavenly Emperors were simply akin to ants in front of them. They could not even do anything in front of them. A Heavenly Emperor powerhouse of his generation, Ao Su, fell here. In the darkness, Ao Yu looked at this scene with a calm expression and said coolly, "Second uncle, you won't die in vain. This grudge, I'll avenge it for you." Ao Su's demise set off a huge shock in Purple Dragon Stronghold. No one would have thought that Ao Su was actually really the main culprit behind Bandit Xiao. Those who were still mocking previously, the dragons who were ridiculing Yi Yuan, they were all silent and said nothing at this time. Only at this time did they suddenly come to realize the truth that Yi Yuan did not turn angry from embarrassment at all. There was no bewilderment at all. He really had a well-thought-out plan and dug a pit waiting for Ao Su to jump. A little fellow actually scammed a Heavenly Emperor to death. This kind of thing was truly inconceivable. Turns out that Ao Su was really the main culprit behind Bandit Xiao. We wronged Yi Yuan. If Ao Su really remained beyond the arm of the law, then we'd all be accessory to a tyrant's crimes. For so many years, the various major black strongholds and earth strongholds all have their entire beings shaking when mentioning Xiao. Today, everyone can finally heave a sigh in relief. Yeah, we all have to thank Dragon Sun Yi. He did something that even the Dragon Lord could not accomplish. There were also quite a number of people who knew their error and had an appearance of lingering fear in their hearts. But toward Yi Yuan, everyone felt quite indebted toward Yi Yuan. These few years, in order to kill Long Shao, this group of people, Purple Dragon Stronghold could be said to have suffered heavy casualties. Yi Yuan's action achieved the greatest good. Dragon Sun Yi, it was all thanks to you this time, otherwise, this lord wouldn't have known how long this traitor has been hoodwinking all of us. Dragon Lord Aozhan said with clasped hands. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Dragon Lord, you don't need to be like this. Actually, you also had suspicions toward Ao Su, isn't that so? This time, you merely pushed the boat along the current. Ao Su put in painstaking effort, wanting to prop Aou up to a high position. While he could also seize this opportunity and soar to the sky with one bound, or even ascend to the position of a Dragon Lord. How could Aozhan not know these thoughts? It was just that he did think that Ao Su actually concealed so deeply, colluding with wicked bandits in secret and plagued a region, causing Purple Dragon Stronghold to not know peace. And Yi Yuan's incident this time was merely an opportunity to erupt. Aozhan looked at Yi Yuan meaningfully and said with a smile, Dragon Sun Yi has a meticulous mind and outstanding talent. You'll surely have great accomplishments in the future. The journey to Heavenly Dragon Mountain this time, this lord wishes Dragon Sun Yi speedy success. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I thank Dragon Lord for your auspicious blessings. Dragon Lord, this Yi has a presumptuous request. I hope that Dragon Lord will agree to it. Aozhan's two eyes narrowed and he said, You want Long Shao? Talking with smart people saved energy. Yi Yuan nodded his head. It was considered to have tacitly agreed to it. Aozhan shook his head and said, The crimes that Long Shao has committed these few years are too numerous to be recorded. Not killing him, it will be insufficient to appease the fury of the masses. Yi Yuan smiled and said, State your terms then. Aozhan laughed in spite of himself and said, You little baby. Really give people a headache. Want Long Shao? You have to represent Purple Dragon Stronghold in the Battle of Dragon Sons this time, and take the top spot. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, Deal. Aozhan smiled and said, You seem very confident. Yi Yuan similarly smiled and said, Don't you have a lot of faith in me? Otherwise, you should have said these words to Aou. Although Ao Su died, this did not affect Aou's status in Purple Dragon Stronghold. The level of Sons of the Heavenly Dragon was far from Heaven Strongholds but at the Heavenly Dragon Mountain. To the Dragon Lord, their eyes were also set on the Heavenly Dragon Mountain. That place was the Dragon Clan's true holy land. Yi Yuan understood Aozhan's request very well. As long as he won the top spot, Heavenly Dragon Mountain would bestow many precious resources. At that time, Aozhan would have hopes of assaulting late-stage Heavenly Emperor realm and he would become a true major power existence. Of course, he would also finally have the qualifications to enter Heavenly Dragon Mountain. As for whatever Long Shao, in the eyes of powerhouses like Aozhan, he was just an inconsequential crawling bug. What has his life or death got to do with him? Although this East Suppression pseudo-world was the Dragon Clan's territory, it was also not a land of great unity. The Dragon Clan was indeed powerful, but if there were no conflicts and no competition, they would similarly decline. Hence, among the various major heaven strongholds and earth strongholds, there were endless disputes too. And Long Shao, this kind of existence, was merely some flavor enhancer. If Aozhan personally took action, wouldn't capturing a puny little Long Shao still be easily accomplished? It was just that he was disdainful to do it. At the Heavenly Dragon Mountain, clouds coiled up, immortal chi lingering. It was not like what the mortal world should have. Arriving at the foot of Heavenly Dragon Mountain, Yi Yuan only felt like it was like facing the Heavenspan Mountain, giving people an unfathomable feeling. Only when one's strength reached 7th Firmament Heavenly Emperor and became a late-stage Heavenly Emperor Supreme Powerhouse did one have the qualifications to be called a Heavenly Dragon and enter Heavenly Dragon Mountain. This place was where the true nucleus of the Dragon Clan was. It was the Dragon Clan's paramount totem. Seeing such power and influence, Yi Yuan could not help being shocked in his heart. Being able to open up such a powerful pseudo-world, the Dragon Clan's power and foundation were truly unfathomable. Like a bumpkin saw the heavenly dragon mountain and got stunned, right? Aou's mocking voice came from the back. Outsider Bumpkin probably haven't even entered a heavenly emperor Badamanda before. How could he have seen before the heavenly dragon mountain's magnificence? Ao Zhang also said with a scornful look. Yi Yuan's gaze swept across the two people's faces and said with a light smile. Endure the whole way. Finally can't hold back anymore. Right? Oh I did away with your second uncle. You could actually endure until now, this Yi admires. Aou's face turned cold and he said in a cold voice, Yi Yuan, don't you get cocky. The battle of dragon sons this time will be the battle where you fall. Yi Yuan could not help laughing when he heard it and said, why would I not be cocky? I want to be cocky. I killed a heavenly emperor. Such a refreshing thing is sufficient for me to be arrogant for 10,000 years. In the future, I'll tell everyone I meet that I ended a heavenly emperor, and that person was your Aou's second uncle. Do you have an objection? The long Xiaochun by the side could not hold back anymore and snickered. Yi Yuan, this fellow really did not use a word of vulgarity when trolling people. Looking at Aou's face, it practically turned green. The resources that Ao Su had secretly gotten for so many years, the vast majority were all used on Aou. Therefore, he regarded Ao Su, his second uncle, highly. Now, Yi Yuan kept babbling on about how he dispatched his second uncle. It was equivalent to tearing at his scar, showing off his cleverness after coming off cheap. How could it not enrage him? Ou gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, Good. Very good. Yi Yuan. Looks like you won't shed tears without seeing the coffin. There's lots of time. You won't shed tears without seeing the coffin. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Even your second uncle, this heavenly emperor, was finished off by me. So who the hell are you? You're not qualified enough to threaten me yet. Ao was angered until his face was livid and he said with a cold sneer, hoo. Although I don't know what scheme or trick you used, Long Xiao is absolutely not who you can subdue. The Battle of Dragon Sons, what it relies on is all genuine ability. Want to resort to trickery? No chance. You just wait to suffer my wrath. Indeed, for Yi Yuan to be able to subdue Long Xiao and his gang, he had the advantage of the terrain. If not for that area of spatial rifts being extremely unstable, it would have been impossible for Yi Yuan to want to trap Long Xiao to death, let alone force Long Xiao to surrender. Is that so? Then your wrath, it has to be a little more fierce. I'm afraid that it's not enough to whet my appetite, Yi Yuan said coolly. Toward Aou's threat, Yi Yuan did not take it seriously. With his current strength, even when facing off against a third Firmament Empyrean, he also had the ability to protect himself. Ao was merely a peak second Firmament Empyrean. Yi Yuan did not take him seriously. What he truly minded were those third Firmament Empyrean sons of the Heavenly Dragon. Alright, Dragon Sons, stop arguing. Whatever grudges you have, you can naturally settle it in the mist battlefield. At this time, the Protector Elder, Ao Qi, who was leading the team, finally stepped forward to speak. Those present were all sons of the Heavenly Dragon and were also existences that had the hopes of advancing to be a Heavenly Dragon. Although he was a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse, he could not afford to provoke a single one. But if he still did not speak at this time, both sides were probably going to start fighting. Humph. Ao snorted coldly and stopped talking. Ao Qi said coolly, Alright, it's almost time. We should enter the Heavenly Dragon Mountain. It was only to see him flick his sleeves grandly. The few people were virtually unable to resist and were brought by him flying toward Heavenly Dragon Mountain. Yi Yuan only saw a blur before his eyes, and he arrived on a platform very soon. Above the platform, it was still blocked by a cloud of fog, unable to see clearly. Yi Yuan could feel that although they had already entered the Heavenly Dragon Mountain here, it was just the foot of Heavenly Dragon Mountain. Upon entering Heavenly Dragon Mountain, Yi Yuan felt that the spiritual energy was extremely abundant, not beneath the Heavenspan Mountains. Sure enough, this place was an excellent venue for cultivation. No wonder even Aozhen, that kind of powerhouse, wanted to enter this place too. At this time, there were already quite a number of youngsters standing on the platform. These people all had a Heavenly Dragon mark at their glabell area. Clearly, they were all sons of the heavenly dragon. It's Purple Dragon Stronghold's people. Hoo-hoo, the last time Purple Dragon Stronghold was at the bottom. The ones that came this time are also nothing much. Weaklings will always be weaklings. Even if they became a son of the heavenly dragon, they are also a bunch of trash. If I had to say, Purple Dragon Stronghold's qualification should just be directly revoked. They actually sent a first Firmament Empyrean over this time. Looks like Purple Dragon Stronghold really has no one. Yi Yuan and the rest still had not stood firmly when a series of mockery immediately came over. Those sons of the heavenly dragon were clearly very unfriendly toward Purple Dragon Stronghold. Each and every one of them had looks of amusement on their faces. Aochi's expression was very ugly. But the status of these sons of the heavenly dragon were all higher than him. He really could not talk back. Purple Dragon Stronghold's people, including Aou, each and every one of their expressions was very ugly. Aochi, it's you leading the team this time again? During the last time, your Purple Dragon Stronghold was virtually completely wiped out. Only one escaped from the mist battlefield and even had his heavenly dragon mark stripped. Is that boy dead yet? Not far away. A heavenly emperor powerhouse said with a look of ridicule. Aochi's face fell and he said, Long Zifeng, you guys mere took 5th place and you're already arrogant until like this. Long Zifeng laughed loudly and said, in front of Heavenly Dragon Stronghold I naturally don't dare to be arrogant. But in front of your Purple Dragon Stronghold this emperor naturally has the capital to be arrogant. Furthermore, the Battle of Dragon Sons this time, our Cloud Dragon Stronghold's Long 7 has the potential to aim for the top 3. Aochi smiled coldly and he said, Top 3, you really dare to say that? Putting aside the Heavenly Dragon Stronghold, Black Dragon Stronghold and Auspicious Dragon Stronghold both have extremely strong bloodlines. Just the likes of you guys also want to enter the top 3. Long Zifeng had a smug look as he said, Long 7 already awoken 2 innate divine abilities. Furthermore, his heavenly dragon mark already awoken. Do you think he has the strength to enter the top 3? Heavenly Dragon Mark was not just a symbol of status. That was the powerful strength that Heavenly Dragon Mountain bestowed on ordinary dragons. Once awakened the Heavenly Dragon Mark, one would obtain powerful strength and could let their martial techniques and divine abilities obtain varying degrees of augmentation, the power being boundless. Of course, wanting to awaken the Heavenly Dragon Mark, one also needs tremendous lucky chance and talent in itself. Among the sons of the heavenly dragon present, there were scanty few capable of awakening the heavenly dragon mark. Furthermore, the dragon race's innate divine abilities were even harder to awaken than the Qilin clan. Furthermore, the power of each kind of innate divine ability was tremendous. Long 7 actually awakened 2 innate divine abilities. His strength could be imagined. Hearing Long Zifeng's smug voice, the faces of many sons of the heavenly dragon present changed slightly. If it was really as Long Zifeng said, he would really have hopes of entering the top 3. All came At this time an illusory voice suddenly sounded out in everyone's ears. A sagely-looking old man slowly came down from the clouds and landed on the platform. The group of sons of the heavenly dragon, including heavenly emperors, knelt down one after another when they saw this old man. We pay respects to Lord Morningstar. When Yi Yuan looked at the old man, his pupils could not help shrinking. This old man gave him an unfathomable feeling. His aura was not beneath Ji Mo's. This was also to say that this old man was surely a late-stage heavenly emperor terrifying existence. But this old man was much lousier compared to that one he met in the Dragon Eye Cave. Morningstar swept a glance, but his gaze landed on Yi Yuan. When Aou saw this scene, he could not help smiling coldly. At this time everyone knelt down, only Yi Yuan alone stood there like a wooden rod, appearing extremely towering. This brat had eyes but could not see. When he saw Lord Morningstar, he actually did not fall to his knees. This was asking for trouble. Even if one was a son of the Heavenly Dragon, their status would also be inferior to a genuine Lord Heavenly Dragon. In front of a Lord Heavenly Dragon, even a Dragon Lord was also merely mediocre. Yi Yuan. This is Lord Morningstar. Lord Morningstar is a heavenly dragon, his status being most lofty. Why haven't you paid respects? Aochi said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan said coolly, Yi Yuan, kneel to neither heaven nor earth, only to my parents. Can bow, but kneeling, forget it. Aou sneered and said, fool. Courting death. Heavenly emperors did not have the authority to kill sons of the heavenly dragon, but heavenly dragons did. Even if Morningstar would not casually kill people, punishing could be done. Ha ha, a fine kneeling to neither heaven nor earth. Yi Yuan. Hope that you still have this kind of breadth of spirit when you reach my level of boundary. Morningstar said with a loud laugh. Senior Morningstar, rest assured. Yi Yuan's heart will never change. Yi Yuan said coolly. He said so and also did so. Morningstar sized Yi Yuan up rather interestedly and said, you're the newly promoted son of the heavenly dragon, Yi Yuan? Yi Yuan nodded and said precisely so. Morningstar said, good. Hope that you won't let this emperor down in the battle of dragon sons this time. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I definitely won't let Senior down. Morningstar nodded slightly, but beckoned his hand at Long Xiaochun and said, Xiaochun, come over. Aou was stunned, a baffled look on his face. It was over just like that? On what basis? Disrespect towards a heavenly dragon was a major offense. A powerful like Morningstar did not allow the slightest bit of disobedience at all. But he let Yi Yuan off just like that so easily? Aou knelt on the ground, his face vacant, disbelief on his face. Not just him. Everyone was incomparably shocked. A haughty fellow like Yi Yuan. Shouldn't Lord Morningstar have smacked him to death with one slap? They did not understand, but Yi Yuan had some guesses. Most likely, the way he obtained the heavenly dragon mark was different from the others. The existence in the Dragon Eye Cave was definitely not an ordinary heavenly emperor powerhouse. It might even be a level of existence like Sacred Ancestor High Priest. Toward the kind of existence, Yi Yuan still did not have a concept at present, but he had a blurry understanding of it. It did not seem as simple as just there being a massive chasm between Heavenly Emperor and Tao Ancestor. Long Xiaochun was like a startled rabbit. Pursing her mouth, she shuffled her feet over to Morningstar's side and called in a low voice, Grandpa Morningstar. Morningstar rebuked her and said, You lass! This time, you must go up the Heavenly Dragon Mountain with me. I'm not going. What's good about the Heavenly Dragon Mountain? It's like a cage, Long Xiaochun said unwillingly. Everyone was rendered speechless. Everyone wanted to go up Heavenly Dragon Mountain even in their dreams. This little girl was actually not willing. She should not make fun of people like this. Morningstar pulled a long face and said, This is your fate. No matter whether you're willing or not, you have to accept this arrangement. A great era is about to arrive. Only by possessing sufficient strength can one survive, and can our dragon clan last. Long Xiaochun's head shook like a rattled drum, and she said, I don't want means I don't want. I still want to follow Yi Yuan and roam the heavenspan world. Long Xiaochun threw a tantrum, giving Morningstar a headache. Yi Yuan was rather surprised though. He did not expect that this little girl actually already made up her mind to go out with him. One should not look at how Long Xiaochun was normally happy-go-lucky once this last decided on something. Even 9 heavenly dragons could not pull her back either. But in this aspect, this girl was rather similar to him. Morningstar glared, the sullen rage of a heavenly dragon quietly erupted. Everyone present felt tremendous pressure and could not help prostrating even lower. That was the pressure originating from the bloodline. Time waits for no man. Lass, if you still don't enter the Heavenly Dragon Mountain this time, this emperor will be forcefully bringing you up. Long Xiaochun's stubborn temper flared up too, and she said angrily, Grandpa Morningstar, if you dare to forcefully bring me up, I'll cry every day for you to see. Morningstar's face turned black. Thinking about this girl's destructive power, the corners of his mouth could not help twitching. Of course, although this destructive power was not to the extent of causing any damage to Heavenly Dragon Mountain, sending it into a tizzy could not be avoided. Morningstar immediately felt his head swell. He looked at Long Xiaochun and billowed his beard as he glared and actually did not know what he should do for some time. The sons of the Heavenly Dragon present were all incomparably shocked in their hearts. They were still curious previously. Long Xiaochun did not have a Heavenly Dragon mark. So why would she come to the Battle of Dragon Sons? Looking at it now, Long Xiaochun's identity was extraordinary. They could all tell that even though Morningstar was angered until he was billowing his beard and glaring, he had a kind of unspeakable doting toward Long Xiaochun. It seemed like Long Xiaochun was the dragon clan's future, while these sons of the heavenly dragon, were merely dregs. You lass, angering this emperor to death. Morningstar nearly jumped up. Seeing Morningstar's appearance, Long Xiaochun felt pleased with herself. Either way, she did not want to go up the heavenly dragon mountain and also did not want to cultivate. Senior Morningstar, let me try. Yi Yuan suddenly spoke up. Morningstar gave him a glance, shook his head and said, "It's no use. This lass, even her mother can't put her in place." While Long Xiaochun looked at Yi Yuan vigilantly and said, "Yi Yuan, just whose side are you standing on? No need to urge me. Either way, I won't go up Heavenly Dragon Mountain." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Girly, with my talent, how big do you think that gap between you and me will be after 1,000 years?" Long Xiaochun was taken aback. She really never considered this problem before. But the sons of the Heavenly Dragon by the side, each and every one of them revealed disdainful looks. This guy is really cocky. 1,000 years' time. How big a gap can there be? You knew more than the others and said with a cold smile, "Long Xiaochun's cultivation talent is extremely high. She would also have a middle-stage Empyrean cultivation no matter what after 1,000 years. Could it be that he can cultivate to the late-stage Empyrean realm?" Saying that Yi Yuan could cultivate to the late-stage Empyrean realm 1,000 years later, he did not believe it even if beaten to death. The sons of the heavenly dragon present, each one was a genius in cultivation. Who could be lousier than Yi Yuan? Even they did not dare talk about how it would be like 1,000 years later. What basis did this spread have? However, Long Xiaochun held her head in her hand and pondered for a while, and said seriously, 1,000 years later, you can probably kill me by puffing out a breath. What? You somewhat doubted his own ears. The other sons of the heavenly dragon's faces also had stunned looks. These sons of the heavenly dragon, were all very close in strength. 1,000 years, a distinction could not be made at all. But Long Xiaochun said that 1,000 years later, he would be able to kill her by puffing out a breath. This kind of thing was very easy to understand when placed on geniuses and mortals. But between geniuses, it was simply a fantasy tale. Indignance, displeasure, disdain, many emotions interwove together, making the atmosphere on the platform became strange. Even Morningstar's pupils also constricted slightly. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan became different. Others did not understand, but Long Xiaochun herself understood it very well. This appraisal was not over the top. It might even be low. How much time had passed since she met Yi Yuan in the West Spirit region? Yi Yuan's realm and strength soared by more than 1 or 2 levels. When she first met Yi Yuan, Long Xiaochun could blast Yi Yuan to death with 1 punch. But now she was already far from Yi Yuan's match. 1,000 years later, only ghosts knew what kind of realm Yi Yuan would reach. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "At that time, even if I bring you by my side, will you follow me by my side?" Long Xiaochun blinked twice and shook her head and said, "No." Yi Yuan said, "Moreover, a turbulent era is arriving. Nobody can escape by sheer luck as well. Your mother, your clansmen, all of them getting caught in the fires of war. You will need power to protect them. Only then did you discover that you don't have that strength. Will you be in despair?" Yi Yuan let out a heavy sigh and said, "I have once experienced this kind of powerless moment. Hence, I have to continuously become strong until no one can surpass me. Only when you grasp true power can you truly be free and unfettered in this world." All right. I got it. I'll go up Heavenly Dragon Mountain." Long Xiaochun pursed her mouth and said unwillingly. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Cultivate well. In the future, you and I, brother and sister, join hands and roam the world unmatched." Cocky. Too cocky. Who the hell are you, still roam the world unmatched? The group of sons of the heavenly dragon was already ticked off by the side. If not for Morningstar being by the side, they would likely have joined hands to cripple Yi Yuan. "Aren't you unmatched? I'll make you unmatched." But these sons of the heavenly dragon's anger was already completely stoked. Everyone's gazes were gathered on Yi Yuan, treating him as their enemy. Long Xiaochun looked at Yi Yuan and said, "That's what you said. When I have achievements in cultivation, you have to bring me to the heaven-span world to play." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Relax, I, Yi Yuan, am a man of my word." When Morningstar saw this scene, he could not help having a stupefied look on his face. Heavenly Dragon Mountain had thought of no idea how many ways to make Long Xiaochun go up the mountain, using both soft and hard tactics, adopting every possible means. But this lass was impervious to everything and refused to go up the mountain no matter what. He did not expect that Yi Yuan convinced this girl with a few words. Morningstar looked at Yi Yuan, his interest in him growing stronger. His earlier attitude toward Yi Yuan was naturally because he was different from the rest. Heavenly Dragon Mark was automatically formed when the Dragon Mark Monument sensed the bloodline power of the various strongholds junior generation. But Yi Yuan's Heavenly Dragon Mark was engraved on the Dragon Mark Monument artificially. This showed that there was definitely a major power in the clan who bestowed upon Yi Yuan the Heavenly Dragon Mark. Among the sons of the Heavenly Dragon, a youth with thick eyebrows said with a light laugh, Brother Long Yuan, you seem to have been looked down upon." A hint of disdain flashed across the eyes of the youth with an impressive presence beside, and he said coolly, "The ignorant are fearless, that's all. My Heavenly Dragon Stronghold's awe-inspiring reputation isn't from talking about it. Long Jingyuan, you have no chance too." Long Jingyuan laughed and said, "Our score. Talk about it again later. But this brat is so arrogant. I'm very annoyed." Long Yuan said coolly, "Just a completely useless person. When I run into him in the mist battlefield, I'll end him with one punch." Long Jingyuan smiled and said, "Hope that he doesn't run into you or me. Otherwise, he..." By the side, there were quite a few sons of the Heavenly Dragon who heard the two people's discussion and all responded with cold smiles. Long Yuan and Long Jin Yuan, one came from Heavenly Dragon Stronghold, one came from Black Dragon Stronghold. These two great heaven strongholds were universally recognized as the strongest bloodline and also the strongest heaven strongholds. Yi Yuan's unintentional words clearly already provoked their anger. Seeing Yi Yuan convinced Long Xiaochun, Morningstar was greatly comforted, and he could not help laughing as he said, "I didn't expect that you, this lass, actually also have times when you yielded to people." Long Xiaochun shot him a fierce glare and hid at one side to restrain her anger. "All right, it's almost time. This emperor will send you all into the mist battlefield. I wish you all good luck." Done talking, Morningstar pointed a finger. A large hole was torn open in the void. Yi Yuan felt the Heavenly Dragon Mark on his forehead suddenly heat up and his body flew toward the large hole involuntarily. After all of the sons of the Heavenly Dragon flew into the mist battlefield, a huge image appeared above the void. On the screen, all the figures of the sons of the Heavenly Dragon could be seen clearly. The group of Heavenly Emperors was on tiptoes in anticipation, all hoping for their son of the Heavenly Dragon to be able to show a good performance. Yi Yuan only felt a blur before his eyes, and he arrived in a cloud of fog. In the fog, north, south, east, west could not be distinguished. Yi Yuan mustered up his ocular art and was barely able to see clearly the situation within 100 feet. "This is the mist battlefield? It looks like a maze. However, dragon origin crystals makes me look forward to it very much," Yi Yuan said with a smile. In the mist battlefield, the sons of the Heavenly Dragon would meet randomly. Sons of the Heavenly Dragon were able to rely on the Heavenly Dragon Mark to sense nearby dragon origin crystals. Dragon origin crystals were a special product of the Heavenly Dragon Mountain, and also the Dragon Clan's priceless treasure. Refining dragon origin crystals could evolve bloodline power and let the dragon race bloodline become purer. Cultivation would naturally speed up as well. Furthermore, dragon origin crystals were also the key to activating the Heavenly Dragon Mark. As long as one absorbed a certain amount of dragon origin crystals, they would be able to activate the Heavenly Dragon Mark. But how much one absorbed varied from person to person. Suddenly, a surge of powerful law power descended. Yi Yuan felt that his vital energy was suppressed to initial stage rank 7 by this power of law. When the realm was different, the disparity was too great. Similarly, a son of the heavenly dragon, this kind of gap could not be made up for at all. Hence, in this missed battlefield, it would suppress the power of vital energy, making the group of sons of the heavenly dragon be at the same level. However, even if the realm was suppressed, the strength of the sons of the heavenly dragon still had some differences. Sons of the heavenly dragon whose cultivation realms were high clearly had more advantage. But sadly, this kind of suppressing power is completely useless to me. Yi Yuan revolved his own Chaos World power and easily blocked this law power outside. His Chaos World power was not within the 5 elements and did not get affected by outside forces at all. Yi Yuan's current realm was just newly into Chaos Realm, but his Chaos World power was far stronger than those in the same rank. It was roughly equivalent to middle stage First Firmament Empyrean Realm. This difference of half a rank was sufficient for him to crush his peers. Let alone that he was even of the perfect 7th transformation golden body. At this time, Yi Yuan felt his glabella heat up. Very soon, he sensed the location of dragon origin crystals. Winding around for a while, Yi Yuan saw a piece of white crystal growing on the ground very quickly. It was precisely a dragon origin crystal. Yi Yuan slowly walked over and plucked off the dragon origin crystal. Feeling the powerful bloodline power in the dragon origin crystal, Yi Yuan could not help feeling an upsurge of emotion. Put down the dragon origin crystal. You can scram already. Right at this time, a haughty voice came from the opposite. Yi Yuan focused his eyes and looked over, but it was an unfamiliar son of the heavenly dragon. If I don't put it down? Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. The other party said with a cold smile, "Heh, refusing face when given. Do you know who I am?" Yi Yuan put away the dragon origin crystal and shook his head as he said, "Don't know and not interested in knowing either." When the other party saw that Yi Yuan did not take him seriously at all, his gaze could not help turning cold, and he said in a cold voice, "To dare make light of someone from Heavenly Dragon Stronghold courting death." He was called Longzhang, Heavenly Dragon Stronghold's number 3 person, his strength being rather formidable. Furthermore, he already unlocked the Heavenly Dragon Mark II. At the outside world, the group of Heavenly Emperors responded with cold smiles. Hoo-hoo, this kid is so rampant, suffered retribution now, right? The first one, and he bumped into Long Zhang. Long Zifeng could not help laughing as he said. A Heaven Stronghold's elder said, Long Zhang's strength should be able to rank in the top 10 among this batch of sons of the Heavenly Dragon, right? This kid really struck the jackpot. Heavenly Dragon Stronghold's protector elder, Long Tianyu, said nonchalantly, "This kid boasted pretty big. I wonder how much ability he has." Clearly, he was 100% confident in Long Zhang. His Heavenly Dragon Stronghold's bloodline was extremely strong. The sons of the Heavenly Dragon in the clan, their strength far surpassed other Heaven Strongholds. Long Zhang was ranked 3rd in Heavenly Dragon Stronghold, but when placed in other Heaven Strongholds, he absolutely had the strength to contend for first place. TSK. Just you watch, Yi Yuan will take him down with one hand. Long Xiaochun was indignant and immediately retorted Long Tianyu. Long Tianyu could not help choking. Giving a cold snort, he did not say any more. Long Xiaochun's status was clearly not ordinary, so he did not dare to easily get angry either. But with regards to Long Xiaochun's words, Long Tianyu did not believe it at all. Yi Yuan just broke through to the Empyrean realm not long ago. He definitely did not even awaken his innate divine abilities. So how was he to fight? True dragon trampling the heavens. Under Long Zhang's fury, it was the Universe Dragon Claw's 2nd form with a raise of his hand. It was only to see his glabella mark flashed. The power of true dragon trampling the heavens actually skyrocketed a fold. This power could virtually sweep across those in the same rank. Yi Yuan looked at this move and could not help finding it funny. This is your reliance? Really weak. Yi Yuan shook his head and sighed. Long Zhang did not see him make any incredible move either. Yi Yuan just threw a punch out indifferently. Seeing Yi Yuan treat him without proper respect like this, a hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Long Zhang's mouth. Courting death. Then there was a bang. The true dragon phantom that Long Zhang fired out directly broke apart, while his chest seemed to have been struck by a sledgehammer, directly spurting out a mouthful of fresh blood, flying out backward. All of the Heavenly Emperor's bodies virtually quivered at the same time. This is impossible. He didn't use any martial technique and defeated Long Zheng just based on the power of the fleshy body? Too fake. Could it be that this boy used some evil art? The group of Heavenly Emperors was full of disbelief. Yi Yuan clearly did not use any martial technique but defeated his foe with one punch. This kind of thing would only happen when someone at a higher realm crushed a lower realm. Similarly, a son of the Heavenly Dragon, furthermore, everyone's realm was at the same level, so how could Yi Yuan do it to this degree? Hehe, what did I say? Yi Yuan brought him down with one hand. Long Xiaochun hid behind Morningstar, having a smug look on her face. She had personally judged Yi Yuan's strength before. In the same rank, there was basically no chance of wanting to beat Yi Yuan. Let alone that Long Zheng, who was not considered the strongest in this batch of sons of the Heavenly Dragon. A hint of surprise also flashed across Morningstar's eyes. Clearly, Yi Yuan's strength far exceeded his imagination. In the fog, Long Zheng crawled to his feet, a look of alarm and anger on his face. His thoughts were the same as Long Yuan, that this punk was just a braggart. But it was this braggart who defeated him without even using a martial technique. A proud genius could not endure such a humiliation. Long Zheng gritted his teeth and roared furiously. Punk! You forced me. I'll let you take a look at my true strength. On his glabella, the Heavenly Dragon mark started burning like a blazing fire. An enormous true dragon phantom with its gaping maws wide open appeared behind Long Zheng. Yi Yuan's brows raised up, and he revealed a look of amusement as he said with a light smile, Dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter. Hoo-hoo. A little interesting. But this move being unleashed in your hands, it is too weak. The same move, when used by different people, the power was totally different. Differences in bloodline power, differences in Heavenly Dragon mark, different strength of the physical body, it would all affect the move's power. This dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter move was the dragon race's innate divine ability. It could summon the spirit of a true dragon to attack the opponent, the power immense. It was just that Long Zheng's move was not brilliant the way Yi Yuan looked at it. Long Zheng had always been proud. Apart from Long Yuan and Long Qian, who was ranked second in Heavenly Dragon Stronghold, he did not place anyone in his sights. Today, he was actually being looked down upon by his opponent like so. How could he not be furious? Punk, the outcome of looking down on the Heavenly Dragon Stronghold's son of the Heavenly Dragon is death. Long Zheng was greatly enraged as he roared. Yi Yuan chuckled and took a step out. The image of a dragon also surfaced behind him. This move was shockingly precisely the true dragon trampling the heavens that Long Zheng used before earlier. So what if innate divine ability? Today, I'll let you see that the same move in different people's hands, the power is totally different. Yi Yuan laughed lightly and suddenly struck a palm out. The dragon image behind him practically turned corporeal, flying over toward Long Zheng with a roar. Yi Yuan's dragon image had a fundamental difference from Long Zheng's dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter. Innate divine abilities, those were blessings from a true dragon. It was summoning the origin power of the dragon race to battle. While the dragon image that true dragon trampling the heavens summoned was merely condensed with Yi Yuan's own vital energy. The two were on completely different levels in terms of quality. Long Zheng's dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter completely beat Yi Yuan in terms of quality. But when the two powerful moves collided together, Long Zheng immediately felt a force that could topple mountains and overturn the seas transmitting over from the other party. Bang! Yi Yuan's dragon image crushed the dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter like crushing dead leaves. Then it bombarded against Long Zheng's body. Long Zheng spurted fresh blood wildly, directly being blasted beneath the earth. At the outside world, the faces of all the Heavenly Emperors changed drastically. True dragon trampling the heavens defeated dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter? My eyesight isn't failing, right? This is too illogical. No matter how strong true dragon trampling the heavens this move is, it's also impossible to deal with dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter, right? How could it be like this? How could it be like this? The Heavenly Emperor powerhouses all felt that it was hard to understand. Innate divine ability being stronger than ordinary martial techniques, this was universally acknowledged. After all, ordinary martial techniques could be cultivated, while innate divine abilities could only be comprehended by relying on oneself. Weak dragons were unable to comprehend a single innate divine ability for life. Only sons of the heavenly dragon could comprehend one or two. In everyone's understanding, only innate divine abilities could deal with innate divine abilities. Unable to comprehend, there was only being crushed all the way. But now, the innate divine ability that everyone viewed as a sharp weapon was actually defeated by Yi Yuan with an ordinary martial technique. True dragon trampling the heavens was strong, but in front of innate divine ability, it was too weak. But Yi Yuan relied on this martial technique and defeated the innate divine ability dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter. This result shocked people too greatly. Morningstar's eyes glimmered and he suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Girl, is this boy of the perfect seventh transformation golden body?" Long Xiaochun giggled and said, "It's still Grandpa Morningstar who has keen eyes. How is it? He's impressive, right?" "What? P-perfect seventh transformation?" Long Zifeng had a look of shock, disbelief written all over his face. A perfect sixth transformation was already incredibly rare, while a perfect seventh transformation was practically extinct. The group of heavenly emperors was shocked until they could not close their mouths, looking at that figure on the light screen in disbelief. A hint of surprise flashed across Morningstar's eyes and he said with a slight nod, "No wonder. No matter how trashy the martial technique, when executed with perfect seventh transformation, the power will also skyrocket, let alone talk about the dragon race's supreme martial technique, Universe Dragon Claw. A perfect seventh transformation. How many years has a perfect seventh transformation not appeared in my dragon clan? This brat actually achieved a perfect seventh transformation at a young age." Long Tianyu said with surprise. "Long Tianyu, looks like your heavenly dragon stronghold has met its match this time," Black Dragon Stronghold's elder said with a smile. Long Tianyu's mouth curled, and he said disdainfully, "You all will witness Long Yuan's true strength very soon. So what if it's the perfect seventh transformation?" The moment these words came out, the group of heavenly emperors had strange expressions. It seemed like Long Yuan's strength was really very strong. Morningstar's gaze was indifferent as he said, "Long Zhang is heavily injured and already doesn't have combat capability." Stripping the heavenly dragon mark and withdrawing from the mist battlefield. Finished talking, he fired out a seal. A light beam flew out of the mist battlefield and landed on the platform. Long Zhang was full of wounds and was already completely unconscious. And the heavenly dragon mark on his head also vanished without a trace already. Battle of Dragon Sons. Only the 10 people that remained in the end could continue to possess the heavenly dragon mark. The others were stripped of their heavenly dragon marks without exception, recovering their normal identities. Battle of Dragon Sons was a huge lucky chance, and similarly also a cruel elimination tournament. Weaklings could only fade into the crowd. In the mist battlefield, Yi Yuan continued to search for dragon origin crystals according to the heavenly dragon mark's effects. Ordinary sons of the heavenly dragon were not opponents that could last one exchange with him at all. Very soon, Yi Yuan found many dragon origin crystals. While in another place, the AOU who was currently meditating suddenly snapped open both eyes, his gaze revealing a look of wild elation. OU gnashed his teeth in hatred as he said, "Ha ha ha! The mist battlefield is indeed a superb place to increase one's strength. My heavenly dragon mark has already awakened a second time and even awakened my second innate divine ability. My strength became more than a magnitude stronger. My current strength is already adequate to squeeze into the top 10, even top 5. Yi Yuan, pray that I don't run into you, otherwise your hour of doom will have arrived. Blood debts need to be paid in blood." The heavenly dragon mark was a mark that could be steadily promoted. Each awakening, the strength of the dragon would obtain a significant advancement. It was also precisely because so that the potential of sons of the heavenly dragon was tremendous, and also why they would be respected like so. They were people chosen by Heavenly Dragon Mountain, the dragon clan's future. AOU refined quite a few dragon origin crystals and already underwent the second awakening. The current him was brimming with confidence and wished to encounter Yi Yuan right away. With dragon origin crystals entering the body, A heart-rending pain immediately transmitted over. Yi Yuan could not resist sucking in a cold breath. Following that, origin dragon energy fused into his blood vessels very quickly. Yi Yuan's fleshly body and bloodline were being remolded rapidly. He could feel that his fleshly body was becoming stronger bit by bit. However, the energy contained in the dragon origin crystals, there was a portion of it that branched off, converting to chaos divine essence and soul force. Ever since breaking through to chaos realm, Yi Yuan discovered that the divine essence he absorbed would split into 3. This was also to say that no matter how he cultivated now, it was cultivating essence, energy, and spirit 3 paths simultaneously. This way, Yi Yuan's strength would be even more consolidated. Of course, cultivation also became slower. However, the dragon race's origin dragon energy was another form of existence. Yi Yuan could feel traces of warm flow entering the heavenly dragon mark, then spreading throughout the entire body. His dragon race bloodline became purer, except refining 6 pieces of dragon origin crystals in a row. Yi Yuan did not feel signs of the heavenly dragon mark awakening, and he could not help feeling disappointed. Bloodline power increased by at least 20%. The power of my dragon race martial techniques will also increase 20%. This dragon origin crystal is really good stuff, Yi Yuan exclaimed in admiration. Reaching his level of boundary, each increase in bloodline was extremely difficult. But a few pieces of dragon origin crystals let his bloodline power increase 20%. It was indeed a treasure that was hard to come by. But Yi Yuan also discovered that the effect of the dragon origin crystals was gradually diminishing. Furthermore, the agony of amalgamating the dragon origin crystals was also continuously increasing. Yi Yuan reckoned that after the fused quantity reached a certain degree, it would probably be saturated. After getting up, Yi Yuan did not dawdle either, continuing to look for dragon origin crystals. This thing, naturally, the more the better. Very soon, he relied on the heavenly dragon mark's reaction and found a piece of dragon origin crystal. However, without any surprises, another son of the heavenly dragon also found it. Yi Yuan. The other party let out a surprised cry. Yi Yuan had long seen the arrival already. It was none other than precisely Aou. Aou had a smug look as he said with a cold smile, "Enemies really meet on a narrow path. How is it? Do you have any realization already?" Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, "Realization? What's that?" Aou shook his head and laughed in spite of himself. Using a pitying gaze to look at you, Yuan, he said, "Really don't know where your courage comes from to still dare be arrogant in front of me. You probably don't know, right? Just earlier, Cloud Dragon Stronghold's Long 7 was already defeated at my hands. Long 7 was an existence that had hopes of squeezing into the top 3. Now he was actually defeated at Aou's hands. Could be seen that Aou's strength advanced by leaps and bounds. Who knew that Yi Yuan's face did not have any visible chance in countenance as he said coolly, "Oh. So what?" Yi Yuan's nonchalance triggered Aou badly, setting off all of his wrath. At the outside world, when Aou saw these two people meet, his expression could not help changing. As the saying went, enemies would always meet. The two people finally bumped together. Just earlier, the outside world's heavenly emperors had just experienced a shock. Aou, who was a nobody, actually defeated Long 7, who was a favorite to contend for the top 3. This result made the heavenly emperor's jaws drop. Originally thought that Aou was just a sidekick who knew that after he entered the mist battlefield he seemed to have become enlightened, seizing dragon origin crystals consecutively. In the end, his heavenly dragon mark actually underwent a second awakening and even awoken a second innate divine ability. Even Long 7 was not his match anymore. Long Zifeng was currently depressed. When he saw this scene, he could not help sneering as he said, "Looks like these two people don't seem to be on good terms. There's a good show to watch now. I wonder if it's this arrogant Yi Yuan who's stronger, or Aou who awakened a second time who's stronger. When two tigers clash, one is bound to get hurt. Heh." But Aou let out a sigh and said, "Not that one is bound to get hurt, but that one is sure to die." The heavenly emperors could not help being surprised when they heard that, looking at Aou in great surprise. Originally this time, it was the moment for Purple Dragon's stronghold to radiate splendor. They did not expect that such a sudden turn of events would actually occur. Life and death were not prohibited in the mist battlefield. But unless one was genuinely enraged, otherwise, rarely would people determine life and death. Under normal circumstances, crippling the other party and making the other party withdraw from the mist battlefield was considered over. But now, these two great powerhouses were actually going to determine life and death. It involuntarily made people very surprised. Somebody asked, "Ao Chi, why is that?" Oe let out another sigh and talked about the two people's grudge, making everyone stare dumbfoundedly with their mouths agape. Yi Yuan, this fellow was really a troublemaker, to actually scheme a heavenly emperor to death. But regarding this sort of scene, quite a number of people were delighted to hear about it. Cutting each other's throats, this sort of thing, they dwelt upon it with great relish. Hey, Yi Yuan, this brat is so arrogant, he probably never thought that AOU actually awakened a second time, right? Even if he's of the perfect seventh transformation, it's also impossible to be AOU's match just based on martial technique. Long Zifeng said with a cold laugh. He still had half a sentence that he did not say. Best that both parties fight until they were both wounded, and both withdraw from the mist battlefield. Regarding Long Zifeng's words, the other heavenly emperors were also very much in agreement. Long Tianyu nodded and said, "After the second awakening, regardless of whether it is bloodline power or innate divine abilities, the power will rise more than a level. Yi Yuan didn't even awaken once, so it's impossible to comprehend an innate divine ability. Therefore, he has virtually no chances of victory." The moment Long Xiaochun heard, she was immediately indignant and rebutted, "You guys just watch. Yi Yuan will definitely take him down." When the group of heavenly emperors heard, they could not help laughing out loud. Fighting this sort of thing could not determine the victor based on feelings. A perfect seventh transformation was indeed very strong. But each one of the sons of the heavenly dragon was an elite among the elites. In terms of the fleshly body, they also approached perfection. Although there were disparities in this aspect, it was also not irredeemable. A second awakening innate divine ability could make up for this disparity. Let alone that the combat power which AOU exhibited, everyone already witnessed it. Long Seven displayed his second innate divine ability and still lost to AOU. Therefore, they were not optimistic about Yi Yuan. Humph! Ignorant fool. You completely don't know the significance of defeating Long Seven. I've already awakened a second time and comprehended a second divine ability. Even if you have exceedingly formidable abilities, it's also impossible to escape alive today, AOU said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "Is that so? Then bring out your special skill. Don't let me down." AOU's gaze turned cold and his vital energy surged like a fire. An enormous true dragon phantom slowly condensed behind him. Dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter. However, AOU's dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter was more than a magnitude stronger compared to Long Zheng's. That true dragon was also significantly more condensed. This was the power of a second awakening. Feeling the boundless power coming from the opposite side, the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth revealed a hint of amusement, and he said with a light laugh, "A little interesting. It can force out some of my strength." It was only to see Yi Yuan's two hands form a Tai Chi stance. An enormous dragon emerged. Universe Dragon Claw third stance. Grand Universe Palm. Bang! The void trembled. Dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter directly collapsed. The Grand Universe Palm carried an indomitable momentum and slammed onto AOU's body. The second awakening dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter actually can't beat the Grand Universe Palm? This guy was actually still holding back when he exchanged blows with Long Zheng. When did the dragon race's innate divine abilities become so weak that it can't withstand even a single blow? The group of heavenly emperors was rendered speechless. Was Yi Yuan planning on using Universe Dragon Claw, this move, to sweep across the mist battlefield? Furthermore, the strength that Yi Yuan displayed was clearly a great deal stronger than that time with Long Zheng. If Yi Yuan unleashed this kind of power when facing off with Long Zheng would have long been smacked to death by him with one palm. Elder Tianyu, Didn't you say that Yi Yuan doesn't have any chances of victory? What about now? Long Xiaochun laughed loudly and said to Long Tianyu. Long Tianyu's old face turned red and he argued, you saw it earlier too. You still has Boundless Big Dipper Fist, this trump card that hasn't been used. That's a true major trump card. Long Xiaochun's mouth curled and she said disdainfully, Humph! Do you think that Yi Yuan has no trump cards? Wait and see. You crawled out from underneath the ground, covered in blood all over. Yi Yuan's Grand Universe palm earlier did not hold back. Yu's injuries were naturally much heavier than Long Zhang's. You looked at Yi Yuan, his eyes full of wrath and puzzlement. He did not know that Yi Yuan's fight with Long Zhang had long already shocked the outside world's heavenly emperor powerhouses. He still thought that, with his current strength, he could casually crush Yi Yuan underfoot. He did not expect that the moment he made his move, he was trampled on by Yi Yuan. Yo, can still get up, not bad. Yi Yuan looked at Aou and said with a smile that was not a smile. Ou's two eyes were blood-red as he roared angrily. Damn thing! You forced me. Now I'll turn you to ashes. He withdrew his fist momentum and condensed the spirit of a true dragon behind him once more. But the spirit of the true dragon this time was more than several times more solid compared to before. He had not made his move yet, and the surrounding space seemingly solidified. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, his pupils also constricted slightly, revealing a solemn expression. It seemed like this guy wasn't a complete braggart either. Just based on this move, it was not a difficult matter for the current Aou to annihilate a second Firmament Empyrean too. Boundless Big Dipper Fist? Indeed have some degrees of a likeness. It's just too bad that you're still far too lacking, Yi Yuan said coolly. Aou said with a cold smile. Stop pretending. Act cocky again after receiving this punch. A hint of an amused smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth, and his two hands formed a circle in front of his chest without any discontinuity. A ball of light emerged in Yi Yuan's palm. No petrifying aura. Everything appeared so serene. Aou's movement and Yi Yuan's motionlessness formed a sharp contrast. Seeing this scene, Aou's pupils could not help constricting as he cried out in surprise. Transient Heavenly Dragon Hand. This isn't possible. You just broke through to the Empyrean realm, so how can you possibly cultivate the transient Heavenly Dragon Hand so fast? Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, Cultivate? Doesn't exist. Didn't anybody tell you that I'm of the atavism dragon soul? Aou's expression changed drastically, looking at Yi Yuan with a stunned expression. He did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually of the atavism dragon soul. In reality, progenitor Long Qin had long mastered the Universe Dragon Claw's fourth form, Transient Heavenly Dragon Hand. After Yi Yuan broke through to rank 7, Yi Yuan grasped his martial technique naturally. Transient Heavenly Dragon Hand was famously hard to cultivate in the Dragon Clan. Many Empyrean powerhouses cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years and were only dabblers too. Hence, many people rather want to awaken innate divine abilities than be willing to spend hundreds of thousands of years to go and cultivate this martial technique. However, Long Qin's talent was immensely high and cultivated this martial technique to the realm of grand completion. Hence, the moment Yi Yuan made his move, it was the grand completion realm transient Heavenly Dragon Hand. As for cultivation, this sort of dreary thing, to the atavism dragon soul Yi Yuan, it did not exist at all. At this time, a myriad of profanities galloped across in Aou's heart. At the outside world, the group of heavenly emperors already burst into an uproar. Just how many trump cards does this guy have? The power of transient Heavenly Dragon Hand already doesn't lose to ordinary innate divine abilities. How did he master the transient Heavenly Dragon Hand when he just broke through to Empyrean realm? This is really a fierce struggle between two evenly matched opponents. Transient Heavenly Dragon Hand matching up against the Boundless Big Dipper Fist, it's not easy to say who wins and who loses. Seeing everyone's stunned appearance, Long Xiaochun had a smug look. Hee. Cultivate? What the hell is that? Yi Yuan doesn't need to cultivate at all to grasp the transient Heavenly Dragon Hand, Long Xiaochun said with a smug look. Everyone was taken aback when he heard that. But Morningstar's eyes glimmered, and he said, "Could this boy be of the atavism dragon soul?" Long Xiaochu nodded and said with a smile, "Yi Yuan's progenitor is my mother's elder brother, Long Qin. This transient heavenly dragon hand, uncle, he must have mastered it long ago. Hence, Yi Yuan doesn't need to cultivate at all." Ao Qi's face changed and he cried out in surprise, "Long Qin, the son of the heavenly dragon, who was known as the one with the greatest talent in your rain dragon stronghold." Long Xiaochun shook her head and said that I'm not clear. But Morningstar nodded slightly and said, "I've also heard of him before. It was said that he had high hopes of entering Heavenly Dragon Mountain back then. But due to a momentary show of bravery, he barged into the Dragon Eye Cave. In the end, he was not heard of since. I didn't expect that such a monster actually emerged among his descendants, although only the tip of the iceberg was revealed with regards to Yi Yuan's strength. These heavenly emperors were all perfectly aware. Yi Yuan already surpassed his predecessor. However, these heavenly emperors only saw the scene from the light screen and did not know the actual situation in the mist battlefield. Yi Yuan's transient heavenly dragon hand did not have an earth-shaking power, as if it was an old well without ripples. In Aou's view, Yi Yuan's move was an empty show. Aou naturally would not be silly enough to think that Yi Yuan was putting on a showy air to deal with him. On the contrary, his hairs were currently standing on end. A feeling of incredible danger welled up in his head. It was just that he who had awakened a second time did not believe in fate. So what even if transient heavenly dragon hand? I don't believe that a mere martial technique can break my second awakening innate divine ability. Boundless Big Dipper Fist. Kill for me. As he roared, Aou executed the boundless Big Dipper Fist. This punch was indomitable, displaying the dragon race's domineeringness in its entirety. The spirit of the true dragon behind him suddenly struck a fist out. Heaven and earth trembled because of it. The Aou previously relied on precisely this move to overpower Long 7. Facing this heaven-shocking blow, Yi Yuan was completely oblivious. He just pushed lightly. The light ball in his palm suddenly vanished. Bang! Virtually instantaneously, an earth-shaking explosion sound erupted. The massive true dragon spirit was blown into pieces by an inexplicable force in an instant. Aou's pupils constricted, wanting to flee, but it was already too late. His surroundings were already enveloped by an inexplicable power, then it started exploding crazily. Bang! 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 After the explosions, Aou fell to the ground feebly, akin to a pile of rotten mud. Seeing the Yi Yuan who slowly walked in front of him, Aou's eyes were like dead ashes. Why? He was unresigned. Originally thought that the mist battlefield was the place where he would experience a nirvanic rebirth. Who could have thought that? It actually became his land of demise. He defeated the Long 7 who ranked in the top 3. But he completely lost to Yi Yuan. Why is it like this? Even if it's the transient heavenly dragon hand, it's also impossible to be this strong, right? Just what profound mystery is there involved? Long Tianyu looked at the Yi Yuan on the light screen, befuddlement written all over his eyes. It was true that transient heavenly dragon hand was strong. But the boundless Big Dipper Fist should be stronger. Even if Yi Yuan had the augmentation of perfect 7th transformation, it was also impossible to make Aou be defeated so utterly, right? The other heavenly emperors were the same too, very perplexed by this outcome. They were not concerned about Aou's life or death, but they were very interested in the reason for Yi Yuan's might. Who cares what profound mystery he has? Winning says it all. Didn't you say earlier that Yi Yuan doesn't have chances of winning? Long Xiaochun napped the chance and smacked Long Tianyu's face viciously. Long Tianyu's old face turned red and he awkwardly did not dare to speak. But Morningstar was absorbed in thought and slowly said, if I didn't see wrongly, Yi Yuan should have grasped the method to withdraw his strength. This kind of method can let the martial technique's power condense without releasing, focusing onto one point. It looks ordinary, but once it erupts, it will be akin to a monstrous wave or floodwaters, being unstoppable. This way, the power that the martial technique erupts with might be 2 times, even several times of the original. What? There's actually still such an approach. This is also too freakish. This kind of method is equivalent to forcefully raising the martial technique up a level. No wonder the boundless Big Dipper fist was also too weak to stand against in front of him. Why have I never heard of such an approach before? These heavenly emperor powerhouses had all lived for countless years. Logically speaking, they were all people who had vast experiences and knowledge. But the power that Yi Yuan displayed, they actually never heard of it before. Just how many fortuitous encounters did this brat have before? Morningstar shook his head and said, "This kind of method was very popular in the last epoch, but it has already been lost long ago. This emperor saw before just a few words in Heavenly Dragon Mountain's ancient records. Yi Yuan's method is very similar to what's recorded in the ancient records." The group of heavenly emperors exchanged glances, all shocked until they could not speak. Following Yi Yuan's one trump card after another being exposed, the shock in their hearts grew greater and greater. In the mist battlefield, Yi Yuan looked at the AOU beneath his feet and said coolly, "There is no why. It's because you're too weak. So what if second awakening? You're unable to even force out my true strength. Just this bit of strength and you also want to kill me?" AOU's eyes were ashen, full of disbelief. Already fought to such an extent, Yi Yuan actually did not exert his full strength yet? Just where did this guy's limits lie? However, everything was not important anymore. Yi Yuan stomped a foot down, directly ending his life. Longjing had no grudges nor enmity with him. Yi Yuan would not deal a killing blow. AOU wanted to kill him, he naturally would not hold back either. Seeing this scene, Aochi also shook his head slightly and sighed incessantly. He did not expect that Purple Dragon Stronghold produced two peerless rare geniuses. In the end, it actually wrapped up in such a manner. Yi Yuan retrieved the Dragon Origin Crystal and continued walking in the mist battlefield. He walked leisurely and did not have much scruples. In this mist battlefield, someone capable of harming him had not been born yet. If he could not even deal with those in the same rank, that would also be too weak. But got to admit, these sons of the Heavenly Dragon were all very strong. Jumping realms and fighting was no object too. If AOU went out of the mist battlefield, he would likely be able to break through to toe Third Firmament Empyrean realm very soon. With his combat strength, even if he encountered a Fourth Firmament Empyrean, he would also have the strength to protect himself. One had to know, a Fourth Firmament Empyrean versus a Third Firmament Empyrean, it was virtually a situation of getting crushed. But in the same rank, it was far too difficult for someone to want to beat Yi Yuan. Along with the passage of time, the sons of the Heavenly Dragon in the mist battlefield became fewer and fewer. The remainder were all elites. The battle situations also became increasingly fiercer. After Yi Yuan wasted two sons of the Heavenly Dragon, he ran into Long Seven unexpectedly. Long Seven did not withdraw out of the mist battlefield. He was only defeated by AOU and did not lose his combat strength. After retreating, he continued searching for Dragon Origin crystals again. When Long Seven saw Yi Yuan, his gaze turned cold and he said haughtily, "It's you, this cocky fellow. Get lost, otherwise, die." When Yi Yuan saw the situation, he could not help failing to suppress his laughter. These guys were really more cocky than the previous ones, all speaking the same tune when talking. Yi Yuan completely ignored him. He walked over toward the Dragon Origin crystal leisurely. Long Seven's two eyes narrowed and he said in a cold voice, "I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Take another step forward and I'll make your blood splatter on the spot." Long Seven did not know, but the face of the Long Ziefeng outside turned green. In the mist battlefield, however big the commotion of two people's fighting, the others were completely unaware too. Long Seven was completely unaware that the AOU who beat him was already trampled to death by Yi Yuan with 1 foot. Now, the Long Seven who did not know the inside story actually still ran in front of Yi Yuan to posture. Wasn't this an old person eating arsenic, being tired of living? When the group of heavenly emperors saw this scene, they could not help finding it funny. Even Aochi also could not resist mocking. Long Ziefeng, Long Seven is aiming for top 3. As long as he takes Yi Yuan down, entering the top 3 should be certain. "Oh, right, you said that you have the capital to be arrogant in front of our Purple Dragon Stronghold. Now, it's time for you to be arrogant. The group of heavenly emperors exclaimed into laughter. How could the current Long Zifeng still be arrogant? He just snorted coldly, but his gaze carried a trace of hope, hoping for Long Seven to not make a move against Yi Yuan. But very sadly, Long Seven still made a move. Seeing that Yi Yuan did not take him seriously at all, continuing to walk towards the dragon origin crystal, Long Seven gave a cold snort and said in a chilly voice, refusing face when it's given, "Do you really take yourself to be someone notable? Since you're seeking death yourself, then you can't blame me." Dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter. Long Seven had also awakened 2 innate divine abilities, but his heavenly dragon mark did not have a second awakening, so his strength was still a shade inferior to Aou. Yi Yuan could not be bothered to talk nonsense. Casually throwing out a grand universe palm, he directly sent Long Seven flying. Long Seven fell to the ground, a look of shock on his face. This is impossible. Grand universe palm actually broke my dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter. Long Seven's eyes were full of disbelief. The words that Yi Yuan said before entering, Long Seven did not take it to heart at all. A fellow whose heavenly dragon mark did not awaken. What strength could he have? But now he discovered that he was wrong. Absurdly wrong. Yi Yuan's strength was really very strong. Yi Yuan took down the dragon origin crystal and said coolly, "You should have comprehended the boundless Big Dipper fist too, right? If you're unconvinced, you can use it and see." Contempt. Blatantly looking down. Long Seven was full of pride. How could he endure this goading? "Punk, since you want to die, then I'll send you off." Long Seven's gaze turned cold. The spirit of true dragon stirring once more. Boundless Big Dipper fist suddenly erupted. He did not know, but the outside world's Long Zifeng shut his eyes painfully, unable to bear to look at this scene anymore. Sure enough, with a bang, Long Seven's body was smacked flying out once more like a kite with a broken string. However, Yi Yuan showed mercy this time, letting Long Seven to withdraw out of the mist battlefield safely. "Sigh! You shouldn't have provoked Yi Yuan." Seeing Long Seven, Long Zifeng could not help sighing as he said. Long Seven endured the pain and said with gritted teeth, "How can this fellow be so strong?" Long Zifeng said with a bitter smile. "Strong? Atavism dragon soul, perfect 7th transformation. A secret art to contract his strength. Can he not be strong? Aou provoked Yi Yuan and was trampled to death by him with 1 foot already. For you being able to come out safely was already him showing leniency. Now, there's probably only Long Yuan who can have a showdown with him." Long Seven had a dumbfounded stare, his mouth gaping. How could he have thought that Yi Yuan's trumps cards were actually so numerous? Furthermore, each trump card was sufficient to shock the soul. He actually still looked for trouble posturing in front of Yi Yuan. Fortunately, there were not many people left in the mist battlefield currently. He was kicked out 7th from the last. This was also to say that in the Battle of Dragon Sons this time, he was ranked 7th, rather fitting with his name. Suddenly, a heavenly emperor cried out in surprise, "Quickly look! Yi Yuan and Long Yuan have met. This time, it's really the strong characters meeting. The victor among them will probably be the champion this time." Yi Yuan sensed the position of the dragon origin crystals and bumped into Long Yuan head-on. When he saw Yi Yuan, Long Yuan was slightly taken aback. He did not expect that Yi Yuan could actually walk until now. Not encountering Yi Yuan for such a long time, he even thought that Yi Yuan was finished off long ago. Being able to get to this point looks like you still have a bit of strength. However, you shouldn't be so cocky, Long Yuan said coolly with his hands behind his back. These words were clearly not planning on letting Yi Yuan off. The words that Yi Yuan said outside had clearly triggered him, the sons of the heavenly dragon's #1 person's pride. That kind of word that showed disdain upon all geniuses. Only he was worthy to say it. Yi Yuan said with a light smile, "Cocky, is it? I don't think so. I was just stating a fact." "Is that so?" Long Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Suddenly, his palm struck out. It was actually a transient heavenly dragon hand. This move was quick as lightning and actually did not even need the time to cast the spell. Making a move at a word of disagreement. "Die!" Long Yuan shouted coldly. Yi Yuan was already a dead person in his eyes. Yi Yuan laughed coldly and with a backhand it was a grand universe palm. Bang! The two people each fell back several steps and stabilized their figures. Eh? Long Yuan let out a light cry of surprise. Clearly, he was very surprised by Yi Yuan's strength. Outside word, the group of heavenly emperors were extremely shocked. Long Yuan actually mastered the transient heavenly dragon hand too. This kid is truly monstrous. Yi Yuan merely relied on the atavism dragon soul in order to master the transient heavenly dragon hand. But Long Yuan cultivated by relying on his own talent. In comparison, whoever is superior can be determined at once. Up until now, there has yet to be someone who forced out his true strength. Wonder if Yi Yuan can do it or not. The moment the two people attacked, the group of heavenly emperors all leaned toward Long Yuan one-sidedly. It was not that Yi Yuan was not amazing, but it was that Long Yuan that was seriously too mysterious. Up until now, nobody could force him to use his innate divine abilities at all. Even the transient heavenly dragon hand, it was the first time he used it. They had practically seen all of Yi Yuan's trump cards. But Long Yuan's trump cards, they did not see it at all. Was it that Long Yuan's opponents were not strong? Of course not. Long Yuan already wiped out quite a few powerful sons of the heavenly dragon walking until now. Some people's strengths were even stronger than the AOU after evolving. But even so, nobody could force out Long Yuan's true strength either. It could be seen how mysterious he was. In contrast, the strength that Yi Yuan displayed was practically his limit already. Hence, everyone naturally felt more optimistic about Long Yuan. The reason why Heavenly Dragon Stronghold was powerful was that their bloodline was extremely strong. One should not look at how AOU awakened his Heavenly Dragon mark a second time, because when comparing bloodlines, he might even be inferior to Long Yuan who only awakened once. This was the magnitude of disparity and also the difference in talent. It was impossible to make up for. Long Yuan looked at Yi Yuan and said rather surprisedly, "Indeed have some skill to actually be able to block my transient heavenly dragon hand with the grand universe palm. You have the qualifications to make me a little serious." Yi Yuan shook his head and could not help laughing as he said, "Another arrogant fellow. You're getting a little serious. It's just that, I don't know whether you can make me a little serious or not." Long Yuan had an appearance of looking down from high above as he said coolly, "You'd best be a little more serious. Otherwise, when I make my move, you won't have the chance to be serious anymore." Finished talking, Long Yuan's vital energy surged to the sky. A true dragon spirit appeared behind him. It was Dragon Tyrannical Evanescent Slaughter again. However, Long Yuan's Dragon Tyrannical Evanescent Slaughter was more than a magnitude stronger than AOU's. That true dragon spirit's aura gave Yi Yuan a feeling of empty tie bearing down from above. To be able to force me to use an innate divine ability, you can be sufficiently proud. Now you can go and die. Long Yuan had an appearance of having everything under control, suddenly striking a palm out. Yi Yuan laughed lightly, true transient heavenly dragon hand firing out fiercely. Bang! Two forces dissipated with a loud bang, returning to serenity. Evenly matched once again. Long Yuan's eyes narrowed, clearly not expecting that Yi Yuan would actually know the transient heavenly dragon hand too. Furthermore, before this move erupted, there was actually not the slightest trace of undulation. That instant they exchanged blows, Long Yuan felt a force that could topple mountains and overturn the seas erupt, making him almost lose control of himself. Similar to the transient heavenly dragon hand, the power of Yi Yuan's move was no idea how many times stronger than him. He realized that he still underestimated Yi Yuan in the end. This fellow was not simple. However, it was also just not simple. To the arrogant Long Yuan, there was nothing that he had respect for. "This is the strength after you get serious?" "It's also nothing much," Yi Yuan said coolly. Long Yuan's gaze turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, "Since you're in a hurry to seek death, I'll send you off then." It was only to see him open both hands, bending his fingers to form claws, suspending above in midair. Behind him, a true dragon spirit appeared once more. This time, the true dragon spirit was more solid than any time that Yi Yuan had seen before in the past. A fierce wind swept up. Long Yuan's hair fluttered, akin to a god. Crack! 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 Countless electric currents were flowing above the void. The entire mist battlefield seemed to have transformed into an endless lightning sea. Long Yuan used his eyes like looking at an ant as he looked toward Yi Yuan and said in a cold voice, "Do you see it? This is my true strength after getting serious. The second innate divine abilities that others comprehended are mostly boundless Big Dipper fist. But my bloodline power is far purer than theirs. The second innate divine ability that I comprehended is this divine lightning devastation. This divine lightning is Dipper lightning that drives the heavens. Not within the 5 elements. It's the lightning that the spirit of the true dragon controls, capable of annihilating myriad life on earth. Seeing this divine ability, you can die contently." At the outside world, the group of heavenly emperors was long already staring dumbfoundedly and their mouths agape. No one thought that Long Yuan's talent was actually so great. For the second innate divine ability, he actually awakened divine lightning devastation. Monster. This is a true monster. Divine lightning devastation. Sons of the heavenly dragon capable of awakening this innate divine ability are 1 in a million. This kid is bound to be another major power of my dragon clan in the future. The heavenly emperor powerhouses were long already motionless. Their reaction was sufficient to prove how great the shock that Long Yuan's strength brought to them was. Long Tianyu stroked his bear and said with a smile, "You guys are also looking down on Long Yuan too much. This isn't his true strength. However, using it to deal with Yi Yuan is sufficient." What? This still isn't all of his strength. When Long Zifeng heard this, his eyeballs almost popped out. Divine lightning devastation without heaven-defying talent. There was simply no way to awaken it. But Long Tianyu said that this was still not Long Yuan's true strength. Then how horrifying was this guy's true strength? The group of heavenly emperors could not help but somewhat start having doubts about life. Long Tianyu had a smug look and said with a faint smile, "Long Yuan is my heavenly dragon stronghold's most talented son of the heavenly dragon in this 1 million years. Not one of his talent can be ranked even when looking at the entire dragon clan. In the future, it's virtually a sure bet for him to become a transcendent heavenly emperor." All of the heavenly emperors were speechless. Originally they thought that Yi Yuan could become a black horse in the Battle of Dragon Sons this time, or even pose a threat to Long Yuan. But looking at it now, everyone was thinking too much. Yi Yuan's talent was not even worthy of carrying Long Yuan's shoes. So what if atavism dragon soul? So what if perfect 7th transformation? The dragon race's strongest talent was still bloodline power, still innate divine abilities. Morningstar nodded slightly, revealing a look of approval. Clearly, he was very satisfied with Long Yuan. This time, even Long Xiaochun did not dare to speak out and shoot Long Tianyu anymore, because she was also somewhat in doubt about whether Yi Yuan could withstand such a terrifying lightning sea anymore. In the midst of the endless lightning sea, Long Yuan stood proudly. "Now, do you know the disparity between you and me? 1,000 years later, you simply won't be able to imagine my realm. Didn't even comprehend innate divine abilities, just the likes of a trash like you also dare to talk wildly about talent?" Long Yuan said with a disdainful look. Yi Yuan had no joy nor sorrow on his face and said calmly, "Who told you that I didn't comprehend an innate divine ability?" Long Yuan's expression changed. But then he saw the bloodline pressure on Yi Yuan's body suddenly erupt. That imposing momentum was actually not much weaker than him. The spirit of a true dragon transformed into an enormous dragon and revolved around Yi Yuan. It was actually like a living thing. An aura that came from great antiquity made the entire lightning sea start trembling. That boundless dipper lightning that drove the heavens actually seemed to have intelligence, not daring to approach Yi Yuan. Long Yuan's expression changed wildly, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief. What kind of innate divine ability is that? Why have I never seen it before? Long Zifeng cried out in surprise. Not just him, all of the heavenly emperors had blank looks on their faces. Clearly, they all had not seen Yi Yuan's innate divine ability before. Only the light in Morningstar's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Heretic dragon dominating space. How long has it been since anyone in my dragon clan has awakened it? Morningstar said with an emotional sigh. Long Xiaochun seemed to understand and not understand and asked doubtfully, Heretic dragon dominating space? Sounds like it's very badass. Is it very impressive? Heretic dragon dominating space. It's actually heretic dragon dominating space. This wouldn't be the legendary innate divine ability, right? Long Zifeng trembled all over and cried out in surprise. My God! The first innate divine ability that this fellow awakened is actually heretic dragon dominating space. A heavenly emperor cried out strangely. I take back my words before. These two people are both monsters. There was an uproar among the heavenly emperors, being stunned by the scene before their eyes. Only Long Tianyu's expression looked somewhat unnatural. Morningstar nodded and replied, Long Xiaochun, a very impressive innate divine ability. Our dragon race is a species that heaven looks after, with our bloodline containing the power of heavenly Tao. Therefore, the innate divine abilities that we awaken are extremely powerful. However, dragon tyrannical evanescent slaughter, this level of innate divine ability, compared to heretic dragon dominating space, is far too lacking. Even divine lightning devastation is also a magnitude weaker compared to heretic dragon dominating space. Heretic dragon dominating space is an innate divine ability that contains spatial law, bringing the might of heaven and earth, the power being unimaginable. More importantly, this innate divine ability, it's already been at least 10 million years since anyone has awakened it in my dragon clan. Long Xiaochun sucked in a breath and cried out in surprise. So incredible? Yi Yuan's spatial law is very formidable. No wonder he can awaken this innate divine ability. Morningstar said in surprise. So that's how it is, no wonder. The awakening of our dragon clan's innate divine abilities is actually closely related to the inclinations of our bloodline. In Long Yuan's bloodline, lightning attribute laws are the most lively, so he awakened divine lightning devastation. But wanting to awaken heretic dragon dominating space can't be accomplished by merely having slight knowledge about spatial law. It looks like Yi Yuan's spatial law is at least rank 6 and above. Hearing Morningstar's analysis, the group of heavenly emperors was dumbfounded. Witnessing Long Yuan's talent earlier, each and every one of them was incredibly shocked and immediately cast Yi Yuan aside like a pair of worn-out shoes. They did not think that in a blink of an eye the talent that Yi Yuan displayed immediately overshadowed Long Yuan. They naturally did not know that Yi Yuan broke through rank 7 at the same time with his perfect 7th transformation plus essence, energy, and spirit 3 paths. Under such a stimulation, awakening a formidable innate divine ability was merely ordinary. These two people's talents already completely exceeded the heavenly emperor's expectations. Just as the group of heavenly emperors was in shock, Long Yuan and Yi Yuan, two people were dealing blow for blow and already reached a white-hot stage. Long Yuan saw that the situation was not good. It was naturally impossible to give Yi Yuan another chance to display his innate divine ability. Lightning punishment. Obliterate for me. It was only to see him shake a finger. Hundreds and thousands of wrist-thick blots of dipper lightning that drove the heavens suddenly fell down from the void. Long Yuan was akin to a sovereign who controlled divine lightning, his momentum unstoppable. Amidst the endless lightning sea, an enormous circular-shaped aura seemed to be like another world. Yi Yuan was situated inside. Suddenly, he took a step out. Roar! The spirit of the true dragon gave an astonishing roar. Dragon claw virtually synchronizing with Yi Yuan, it stepped onto the void. Bang! This step, the entire heaven and earth trembled. The space of the mist battlefield seemed to have been trampled into pieces. Those hundreds and thousands of bolts of dipper lightning that drove the heavens were actually forcefully scattered away by the power of this stamp. Long Yuan only felt a sweetness in his throat, a mouthful of blood mist spraying out wildly, already sustaining heavy injuries. The lightning sea dissipated. The true dragon vanished. Everything returned to tranquility. Yi Yuan stood in the air, but swapped positions with Long Yuan, looking down from above. Under this stomp, it trampled all of Long Yuan's pride to smithereens. This is your so-called talent? So-called pride? Very ordinary. Wonder if I have the qualifications to talk about 1,000 years later now. Yi Yuan said coolly. Long Yuan's eyes were full of unwillingness. He had always thought that he was the Dragon Clan's junior generation's strongest genius. In Heavenly Dragon Stronghold, He had never encountered a match before. His pride was higher than the heavens. But today, somebody actually trampled all of his pride underfoot. He was unwilling. He was unresigned. All of a sudden, the heavenly dragon mark on Long Yuan's forehead seemed to burn like a cluster of fire. Yi Yuan's brows raised up slightly, a little surprised. At the outside world, the group of heavenly emperors cried out in surprise one after another. Long Yuan awakened a second time. Second awakening. Long Yuan awakened a second time. Ha ha! Really have to thank Yi Yuan. If not for his stimulation, it would really not be so easy for Long Yuan to want to awaken a second time. Long Tianyu could not resist letting out a burst of loud laughter when he saw the Long Yuan on the light screen. To a son of the heavenly dragon, the stronger the bloodline, the harder it was to awaken. Long Yuan's bloodline could be said to be the strongest existence among the group of sons of the heavenly dragon. Him being able to awaken once in itself already illustrated that his talent was astonishing. But wanting to awaken a second time, even if he refined numerous dragon origin crystals, he might not be able to accomplish it too. However, under Yi Yuan's powerful pressure, Long Yuan's heavenly dragon mark actually awakened a second time. First awakening, bloodline rose sharply by 10 times. Under the augmentation of bloodline, the advancement of the son of the heavenly dragon was all round. Long Zifeng also said in surprise, I didn't expect that Yi Yuan is peerlessly talented, but then at the end he actually became a wedding gown for Long Yuan. Looks like the battle of dragon sons this time, it's still Long Yuan who wins by a notch in the end. A heavenly emperor said, a shame. With Yi Yuan's potential, if given time, his achievements might not be beneath Long Yuan's. It's just that. Long Yuan awakened a second time, he probably wouldn't let him off. In the mist battlefield, Long Yuan's vital energy surged to the sky. The bloodline pressure that suffused the air was significantly stronger than before. Yi Yuan looked at this scene rather interestedly and did not interrupt the other party in fluster and exasperation. Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan, really got to thank you. If not for you, I still wouldn't know when my second awakening would have to wait until, Long Yuan said with a wild laugh. At this very moment, Long Yuan felt unprecedentedly well, feeling that he was unprecedentedly powerful. His bloodline power was extremely strong in the first place. Now that it awakened a second time, it soared wildly by 10 times. This kind of increment was sufficient to insta-kill everything to a genius like him. You're welcome. Honestly speaking, your bit of strength previously wasn't enough for me to warm up yet. Hope that you don't disappoint me this time, Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. Provoking. Blatant provocation. Even if your strength skyrocketed, I'll still look down on you. Long Yuan's eyes narrowed and he said in a solemn voice, Very well. I'll let you understand how serious the consequences of provoking me is. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said coolly, I'm waiting. Long Yuan was triggered by Yi Yuan's nonchalant attitude until he was going crazy. He stared at Yi Yuan coldly and said, You must think that divine lightning devastation is my limit, right? Let me tell you. Unfortunately for you, I already comprehended the third innate divine ability before my second awakening. After the second awakening, the power of innate divine ability skyrockets by 10 times. I want to see what you'll use to block. Watch closely. 5 elements divine punishment heavenly lightning. Lightning see again. But this time it was vastly different from that time before. The taste of 5 elements law pervaded the air. 5-colored lightning interweaved and fluctuated above the void. It was as if it was a dreamland, beautiful and luscious. A grand sight. But behind this magnificent scenery, it contained tremendous danger. Seeing this 5 elements divine punishment heavenly lightning, Yi Yuan could not help thinking of the greater 5 elements heavenly tribulation that he had once transcended in the Immortal Grove world. It was just that Long Yuan's innate divine ability was no idea how many levels higher compared to that greater 5 elements heavenly tribulation. 5 elements heavenly lightning concealed above the 9th heaven, shocking the world. At the outside world was boiling over with excitement long ago. This kid actually comprehended a third innate divine ability. 5 elements divine punishment heavenly lightning. This innate divine ability can be said to be the strongest lightning attribute. It's said that when cultivated to the extreme, It can virtually stand on par with lightning ancestor. Truly broadened my horizons today. These two great geniuses are truly each more astonishing than the other. Although they were all Heavenly Emperor powerhouses in front of Sons of the Heavenly Dragon, especially in front of Sons of the Heavenly Dragon like Long Yuan and Yi Yuan, they were nothing at all. As long as they stepped into the realm of Heavenly Emperor in the future, they could one-shot them with one hand. This kind of genius, they were the true major power candidates. As long as them had sufficient time, they would be able to make the entire heavenspan world trembled. 5 elements divine punishment heavenly lightning was one of the dragon clan's strongest innate divine abilities. It virtually represented the limits of lightning attribute laws. Following the increase in Long Yuan's strength, the power of this innate divine ability would grow with each passing day. After Long Yuan reached the realm of transcendent Heavenly Emperor, its power would be extremely terrifying. If the lightning ancestor did not emerge, who could contend? Even Morningstar also stood up agitatedly, looking at that high and mighty figure on the light screen with a look of pleasant surprise. Ha ha! Really didn't expect that such a great talent actually appeared in the Battle of Dragon Sons this time. My dragon clan shall descend upon heavenspan world and make the world tremble. Tianyu, you hid from this emperor so bitterly, Morningstar said agitatedly. Long Tianyu was clearly in the know long ago. The smugness on his face currently could not be concealed no matter what. Hehe, Lord Morningstar, it wasn't that Tianyu had the intention of hiding it. Originally, I thought that Long Yuan wouldn't use this final move. I didn't expect that it was actually forced out by Yi Yuan. It's Long Yuan who decided to tell you after the Battle of Dragon Sons. Long Tianyu said with a smile. The other heavenly emperors had envious looks on their faces. Toward such a genius that was hard to come by in a million years, who did not want? As the saying went, when one man attained Tao, his fowls and dogs ascended to heaven too. When Long Yuan entered Heavenly Dragon Mountain in the future, Heavenly Dragon Stronghold's strength would definitely scale new heights. The disparity would grow bigger and bigger. Long Xiaochun pursed her mouth at one side, clearly very unhappy with Morningstar's performance. He was still very optimistic about Yi Yuan just now. In a blink of an eye, he leaned toward Long Yuan again. Electric current revolved around Long Yuan, his body emitting an extremely horrifying aura. 5 elements divine punishment heavenly lightning was an extremely formidable innate divine ability in the first place. Its power was even a notch stronger than heretic dragon dominating space. Now he awakened a second time. It could be seen how powerful this innate divine ability was. He looked at Yi Yuan as if looking at a dead person. Tremble. To be able to die under the divine punishment, you can be sufficiently proud. 5 elements heavenly lightning. Divine punishment. A hint of cruelty flashed across the corners of Long Yuan's mouth, akin to the heavenly Tao which ruled the world, deciding Yi Yuan's life and death. Only to see him reach his hand out and beckon, lightning snakes that filled the sky ran wild like a host of demons dancing in riotous revelry, galloping towards Yi Yuan. At this very moment, even if Yi Yuan used heretic dragon dominating space this move, it would be totally impossible to salvage the deteriorating situation too. Yi Yuan. Long Xiaochun's face turned white as she cried out in surprise. Although she could not feel the power of 5 elements divine punishment heavenly lightning, just based on the frenzied scene on the light screen, Long Xiaochun could determine just how perilous Yi Yuan was at this moment. Morningstar sighed slightly. In his view, Yi Yuan would definitely die without a doubt under the 5 elements divine punishment heavenly lightning. At this moment, everyone sentenced Yi Yuan to the death penalty. One awakened a second time, one did not awaken. This enormous gap made people unable to find any excuse at all to feel that Yi Yuan had a chance to escape with his life. However, from start until now, Yi Yuan never moved all along. He did not even release an innate divine ability to face the enemy. However, just as the endless lightning was about to engulf him, Yi Yuan's lips moved. Yes. What moved was only his lips. Immobilize. Yi Yuan's mouth lightly spat out a word. The next second, the entire world was frozen. The resplendent lightning snakes, 5-colored lightning, dancing fog, including Long Yuan, everything was frozen. The entire world was like a painting, being completely still. Those crazily dancing 5-colored lightning snakes. All of them stopped on top of Yi Yuan's head, just like a kind of liquid that suddenly met with extreme cold, instantly being frozen. This scene was incomparably bizarre. Time-space was seemingly completely frozen. Suddenly, a hint of disharmony flashed past in the painting. Somebody moved. It was Yi Yuan. Only to see him take a step out, his figure instantly crossing a distance of thousands of feet, arriving in front of Long Yuan. Bang! Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan's punch slammed onto Long Yuan's face, directly blasting him flying. At this time, a breath had just passed. Time seemed to flow once more. The fog moved along with the wind once again. However, that endless lightning sea dissipated with a loud bang, as if it had never appeared before. 5 elements divine punishment heavenly lightning was broken. At the outside world, all of the heavenly emperor's thoughts were seemingly frozen by Yi Yuan's one immobilized word. Of course, it was not that they were really immobilized, but that they were completely shocked by what happened on the light screen, resulting in forgetting to think. All the way until a breath later did their thoughts similarly recover and move. What happened just now? Why do I feel like the entire mist world turned static? 5 elements divine punishment heavenly lightning was broken just like this? Could it be? At this time, Morningstar slowly nodded his head, his eyes full of astonishment as he said, "Time freeze," which is also immobilization art. The moment these words came out, the platform immediately burst into an uproar. All of the heavenly emperor's faces were full of a crazed look. That's impossible. Time freeze, this is one of the dragon race's strongest innate divine abilities, capable of making it completely still within a certain range. He just broke through to Empyrean realm and didn't even awaken the heavenly dragon mark. But then he comprehended this mighty divine ability. Long Tianyu shouted shrilly. Just a breath ago, he was still sentencing Yi Yuan to death, thinking that Yi Yuan was dead without a doubt. After a breath later, Yi Yuan used the art of time freeze and slapped his face. Of course, it also slapped everyone's faces. Everyone did not expect, and it was also impossible to expect that Yi Yuan actually grasped this astonishing divine ability. One breath. Very short. Very, very short. Fleeting. But this one breath was enough for Yi Yuan to do too many things, such as breaking the 5 elements divine punishment heavenly lightning with one punch. Powerful until the 5 elements divine punishment heavenly lightning which shocked all of the heavenly emperors was broken by Yi Yuan just like that. Time freeze. Legends say that that's a mighty divine ability that only the progenitor knows. It can be said to be a paramount divine ability among innate divine abilities. It was actually grasped by him. Long Zifeng already did not know what he should say. Apart from shock, it was extreme astonishment. The talent that Yi Yuan displayed already rendered them thoroughly speechless. Was Long Yuan's talent very strong? Yes, but Long Yuan's talent was completely not worth mentioning in front of Yi Yuan. That was the distance between a firefly and the bright moon. If everyone was still immersing in the elation of obtaining a genius at the beginning, now, they even had a trace of fear. When a person's talent surpassed everyone's understanding, he would be viewed as monstrous. That was an aberrant life form. The current Yi Yuan was an aberrant life form in the eyes of the group of heavenly emperors. Morningstar sighed lightly and slowly said, "We all underestimated Yi Yuan. Being able to be bestowed a heavenly dragon mark by a major power in the clan, how could Yi Yuan be ordinary? It's just that this emperor also didn't expect that he could even comprehend time freeze, this kind of mighty divine ability." In the mist battlefield, Long Yuan looked at Yi Yuan with a look of horror. Just now he thought that Yi Yuan was dead for sure. Suddenly, in an instant, a strange power suddenly appeared, thoroughly binding him. In the eyes, the world was completely still. He struggled desperately, wanting to break free of this strange power. But everything was futile. Whatever heavenly dragon mark, whatever 5 elements divine punishment heavenly lightning, in front of this strange power, it was not worth mentioning at all. That feeling was seemingly like he was facing heavenly Tao. Insignificant. He just felt that he was too insignificant. Then he was wrecked. Time freeze. This is time freeze. You. How can you possibly comprehend this innate divine ability? This is impossible. This is impossible. Long Yuan said with a look of shock. Yi Yuan's mouth curled and he said coolly, "You can't do it, but doesn't mean that others can't do it. There's nothing impossible in this world. It's just that with your realm, you're unable to imagine it. That's all." Long Yuan's entire body trembled, his eyes full of decadence. He praised himself to be the Dragon Clan's #1 genius in 1,000,000 years and could show disdain for the world. Comprehending the 5 elements divine punishment heavenly lightning, he was once pleased with himself, thinking that no one could do it anymore. But the height that Yi Yuan was standing at was far beyond his reach. Impossible. I'm a genuine dragon. How can I possibly be inferior to you, this half-human, half-dragon, lowly lifeform? 5 elements divine punishment heavenly lightning. Annihilate for me. Long Yuan suddenly launched an attack. Horrifying 5-colored lightning fell from the sky, falling straight down. The pride in his chest made him unable to accept this result at all. Only a short while ago, he thought that he could casually eradicate Yi Yuan. But now he discovered that he was so laughable. He was unable to accept this result. Hence, he wanted to kill Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's gaze turned cold and he said in a chilly voice, reckless and blind, "Immobilize." Yi Yuan's lips moved lightly. The word immobilize was spat out of his mouth again. One word leaving the mouth, even with his strength, he felt drained too. This kind of great divine ability, it was naturally impossible for Yi Yuan to release it limitlessly. Furthermore, the time of the time freeze this time did not even reach half a breath. However, it was sufficient to kill Long Yuan. From the start until now, Long Yuan always had a high and mighty appearance. Attacking time and again, it all wanted to kill him. If it were others, they would probably have been killed by Long Yuan no idea how many times already. Until now, this guy still refused to come to his senses. Did he really take him to be a good two-shoes? On the platform, when Morningstar saw this scene, his expression could not help changing drastically as he cried out in alarm. "Not good! Yi Yuan wants to kill Long Yuan." Virtually without thinking, Morningstar fired out several spells in a row. A light beam suddenly charged into the mist battlefield and actually directly smashed time freeze. The light beam directly covered Long Yuan, bringing him out of the mist battlefield. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, very unhappy in his heart. He knew that someone made a move and rescued Long Yuan. Apart from Morningstar, there naturally would not be others. Although his time freeze was impressive, in front of a supreme powerhouse like Morningstar, it was completely useless. Long Yuan was also restricted to First Firmament Empyrean. Otherwise, it would not have been possible for Yi Yuan to want a freeze for a breath of time. In the end, time freeze only mobilized the power of Heavenly Tao. The higher the realm, the stronger the comprehensions in Heavenly Tao too. Wanting to bind the other party with the power of Heavenly Tao would naturally be increasingly difficult. However, under his certain death scenario just now, Morningstar did not make a move to save him either. But now, seeing that Long Yuan was about to die, he made a move to save him. Yi Yuan was naturally outraged in his heart. The light screen slowly dissipated. A youth in white walked over leisurely. On the platform, everyone looked at the youth in white, with their eyes full of terror. Yes, terror. These heavenly emperors were all frightened by Yi Yuan's talent. The sons of the heavenly dragon who had exchanged blows with Yi Yuan before actually took a step back without prior agreement. This guy was not human at all. He was a monster. But Long Xiaochun had a look of delight, coming up to greet. "Yi Yuan, this young lady knew that you're the most formidable. Indeed, you didn't disappoint me." Yi Yuan smiled slightly. Bringing Long Xiaochun and landing on the platform, his eyes suddenly turned sharp. He stared at Morningstar intently and said in a solemn voice, "Seen you're doing so, shouldn't you give me an explanation?" Swallowing insults and humiliation silently was not Yi Yuan's personality. Since he did so, he would have to pay the price. The heavenly emperors were shocked when they heard that. This guy was really arrogant to actually dare question Lord Morningstar. Did he think that taking the first place of the Battle of Dragon Sons, he could challenge a heavenly dragon? Insolence! Who do you take yourself to be, me? To dare speak to Lord Morningstar like this. Long Tianyu just had a stomach full of anger that had nowhere to be released. So he immediately jumped out. Yi Yuan completely ignored him and stared right at Morningstar's two eyes. Morningstar sighed slightly and said, "You're both my dragon clan's pillars of society. Any one of you that dies is my dragon clan's tremendous loss." Yi Yuan suddenly burst out laughing when he heard that. His gaze turned to Long Yuan, and he said with a smile that was not a smile, "Pillars of society? Hoo-hoo. What a fine pillar of society." Those words were full of mockery. Long Yuan had a look of shame and anger, wishing to find a hold in his ground to tunnel into. The other sons of the Heavenly Dragon also lowered their heads one after another. If even Long Yuan did not count as a pillar of society, what did they count as? But these words coming out of Yi Yuan's mouth, no one could refute it at all. He used strength, used talent, and proved that Long Yuan was merely trash. "Yi Yuan, you're insolent. If Long Yuan isn't a pillar of society, then are you? You're merely..." Long Tianyu could not endure this awkward atmosphere and spoke out berating. "Shut up!" Morningstar suddenly yelled angrily, interrupting Long Tianyu's words. But Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Continue saying that I have half-human race bloodline. In your eyes, I'm a different species. Isn't that so? Hence, when Long Yuan used 5 elements divine punishment heavenly lightning, you didn't make a move to save me. But when I wanted to kill him, you made a move and saved him. In your eyes, no matter how strong I am, I'm also not the Dragon Clan's own people, isn't that so?" Morningstar's old face turned slightly red. Being exposed by Yi Yuan so blatantly, it was so embarrassing. Although Yi Yuan obtained the Dragon Clan Major Power's Heavenly Dragon Mark, he still had some reservations in the end. It was just that he did not expect that Yi Yuan actually saw things as clearly as viewing a blazing fire, guessing his thoughts penetratingly. This kid was not simple. Morningstar heaved a sigh and said coolly, "This matter was indeed this emperor breaking the rules. However, Long Yuan is indeed a genius hard to come by in a million years. Killing him is a pity. Speak. This emperor can promise you a condition." The heavenly emperors had stunned faces. Lord Morningstar actually yielded toward a junior. "No matter how great your talent was, before growing up, you were also merely a junior. On what basis? How could they know that Morningstar was wary of that major power behind Yi Yuan? These people did not know, but Morningstar was very clear. This major power was not a major power on Heavenly Dragon Mountain, but a major power sealed in the abyss. That place's existences, each one of them was a major character that shocked heaven and earth. He could not afford to provoke. Even Heavenly Dragon Mountain could not afford to provoke either. "I want 100 pieces of dragon origin crystals," Yi Yuan said coolly. His objective was not to find trouble. Facing the Leviathan, Heavenly Dragon Mountain, his rage was not worth mentioning at all. This world always revered strength as supreme. If he possessed the strength to destroy Heavenly Dragon Mountain right now, would he still be here expressing his fury? No. He would trample the entire Heavenly Dragon Mountain underfoot like trampling on Long Yuan. Morningstar's eyes narrowed and he said, "What do you want so many dragon origin crystals for? With your current strength, the dragon origin crystal that you refine in the mist battlefield is already the limit." Yi Yuan said coolly, "That doesn't need you to care anymore. I naturally have my own use." Morningstar shook his head and said, "No way. Dragon origin crystals are the Dragon Clan's supreme treasure only heavenly dragons and sons of the Heavenly Dragon can use. Even the various strongholds dragon lords don't have the qualifications to use them either." Yi Yuan suddenly saw the light. Morningstar was afraid of him bringing dragon origin crystals out, or giving them to others to use. One had to know this dragon origin crystal was much more formidable than whatever true dragon blood. Even humans could also skyrocket in strength after refining. But he was also somewhat surprised, not expecting that dragon origin crystals were actually so valuable. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, "Since that's the case, I'll refine it here. There's no problem like this, right?" Morningstar was taken aback and said, "You? Here." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Aren't you worried that I'd leak dragon origin crystals out? Since that's the case, then I'll refine it in front of you. There's no problem like this, right?" Morningstar was speechless and said, "There's naturally no issue, but..." Yi Yuan directly cut off his words and said coolly, "No buts. If I can't refine 100 pieces, This matter will be considered dropped like this. Already said things to this kind of extent, what could Morningstar still say? At once Morningstar nodded his head and said, okay, but act within your capability. But Long Tianyu had a cold sneer on his face and said, 100 pieces? Stuff yourself to death. The others also involuntarily shook their heads. Clearly, they felt that Yi Yuan was looking down on everyone and everything too much. Each awakening, one can at most only refine 20 pieces of dragon origin crystals. Any more and they won't be able to withstand it at all. Even if he's of the perfect 7th transformation, he also can't withstand 100 pieces of dragon origin crystals. There was once a dragon who forcefully integrated dragon origin crystals. In the end, at the 25th piece, he was forcefully blown up. This kid is courting death. Heh. So arrogant. I want to see how many dragon origin crystals he can integrate. To Morningstar, dragon origin crystals were naturally not an issue. Only to see him flick his sleeves grandly. 100 pieces of dragon origin crystals suspended in midair quietly. Yi Yuan did not say a word, reached a hand out to pluck off a dragon origin crystal and directly started refining. An indescribable pain started pulsing within his body. However, after the origin dragon energy entered the body, Yi Yuan's heavenly dragon mark actually did not have the slightest reaction. The reason why he wanted dragon origin crystals was that Yi Yuan also saw the power of heavenly dragon marks. After one awakening, the bloodline rose 10 times. This kind of strength amplification, how could Yi Yuan not be moved? Dragon origin crystals were a specialty product of Heavenly Dragon Mountain. It was now or never. Opportunity seldom knocked twice. Hence, he wanted to try whether or not he could stimulate his bloodline power and reach the first awakening. The reason why he said 100 pieces was because he was unsure how many he needed. Previously in the Mist battlefield, he already integrated 15 pieces of dragon origin crystals. But the effects did not seem to be very apparent. The moment origin dragon energy entered the body, it seemed like a stone sinking into the ocean. 16 pieces. 17 pieces. 21 pieces. In a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan refined 6 pieces of dragon origin crystals. The speed of refining caused everyone to be tongue-tied. More importantly, Yi Yuan's face did not have much of a painful expression, as if he was just doing something ordinary. Sure enough, a perfect 7th transformation is indestructible. This brat's confidence lies on the perfect 7th transformation, right? But how many can the perfect 7th transformation refine? Our dragon race's physical bodies. Which one isn't extremely tough? Even if it can't compare to the perfect 7th transformation, the difference also won't be too much. He can at most refine 30 pieces, and he'll reach his limits. All around, heavenly emperors and sons of the heavenly dragon were discussing animatedly. They felt that the reason why Yi Yuan was a little more formidable than normal people was merely by relying on the perfect 7th transformation. That was all. However, along with the quantity refined becoming more and more, Yi Yuan's pain was indeed rising exponentially. He had refined so many dragon origin crystals and absorbed large quantities of origin dragon energy. But the heavenly dragon mark still did not have any activities. Rather, it was his cultivation realm that started to slowly climb after absorbing large quantities of dragon origin crystals. When Yi Yuan absorbed his 30th piece of dragon origin crystal, people's expressions started to slowly change. Is this guy a lunatic? Doesn't he know pain? Long Seven looked at Yi Yuan's facial muscles that were twitching slightly as he said through gritted teeth. Talking about it, someone had once refined 25 pieces of dragon origin crystals before. But people that were truly able to refine until the 20th piece were extremely few. Because towards the back, barely anyone could withstand that agony at all. But Yi Yuan refined 30 pieces of dragon origin crystals in one go. He actually forcefully endured it and did not even make a sound. How strong was this fellow's will? Around 30 pieces of dragon origin crystals, that was virtually the limit of all dragons. If not for the muscle twitching slightly on Yi Yuan's face, they would even suspect that refining dragon origin crystals was not painful at all. 31 pieces. 32 pieces. Yi Yuan did not have the slightest intention of stopping. continuing to refine dragon origin crystals. The expression on everyone's faces became more and more fascinating. Fine beads of sweat started seeping out on Yi Yuan's forehead. Following the refined dragon origin crystals becoming more and more, the sweat beads became denser and increasingly larger. Meanwhile, the twitching of the muscles on his face also became increasingly stronger. 54 pieces. 55 pieces. The surrounding crowd's mouths opened wider and wider until it was practically ear to ear in the end. This guy was absolutely a lunatic. The unbroken law that sons of the heavenly dragon were unable to refine above 25 pieces was already broken by Yi Yuan long ago. Everyone had underestimated Yi Yuan. They underestimated the might of a perfect seventh transformation and underestimated Yi Yuan's powerful and persevering will even more. A perfect seventh transformation, what it promoted was not just the strength of the physical body, there was also the tensile strength of the fleshly body. Being overly tough was easy to break, but a tough and pliable fleshly body was even more terrifying. Other people's fleshly bodies being unable to withstand it did not mean that Yi Yuan was unable to withstand it. As for this anguish, Yi Yuan had long already experienced it, no idea how many times. This time was merely going through another time. Morningstar looked at Yi Yuan and said with a slight sigh, "For this child to be able to have such accomplishments, what he relies on isn't merely talent. Most likely, the hardships that he has experienced, ordinary people can't imagine it at all." Morningstar, these old monsters that have lived to an advanced age, were deeply aware of the importance of tribulations to a powerhouse. These heavenly emperors in front of them, their talents might not be strong, but the hardships that they experienced were not few. Perhaps back then, there were more brilliantly talented geniuses among their peers. But those geniuses all faded into the crowd in the end, while they walked to this supreme position of heavenly emperor. Sons of the heavenly dragon being unable to refine more dragon origin crystals, actually, a very large degree was because their will was not strong enough. This issue totally could not be seen on Yi Yuan. No matter how strong the will of the son of the heavenly dragon, they also turned pale in comparison when put in front of Yi Yuan. Over 50 pieces of dragon origin crystal already exceeded their imaginations. Long Zifeng also smiled bitterly and said, "Not afraid that others are more talented than you. Just afraid that people more talented than you are more hardworking than you. Long 7. Your road after today is still long. Understand?" Long 7's expression flickered incessantly. Finally, he nodded slowly and said, "Long 7 understands." The various sons of the heavenly dragon all revealed pondering looks. Yi Yuan's body had the quality that they lacked, which was also the necessary quality to become a powerhouse. Only Long Yuan's expression flickered. No idea what he was thinking about. 82 pieces. 83 pieces. 89 pieces. Just as everyone was already numbed, Yi Yuan's glabella suddenly seemed to have caught on fire. The surging dragon race pressure made everyone present feel heart palpitations. Morningstar's pupils constricted and he cried out in surprise, finally awakened. "No, wait. This is..." He suddenly raised his head to look towards Heavenly Dragon Mountain. Sure enough, a white light beam fell from the sky and landed directly on Yi Yuan's body. The heavenly dragon mark at Yi Yuan's glabella actually turned into one line after another, burrowing into his chest like tiny snakes. Divine steel injecting spirit. This boy, Morningstar, opened his mouth wide, a look of disbelief as he said. He suddenly felt that he seemed to have done something wrong. If he was a little more decisive, extending a helping hand when Yi Yuan was fighting with Long Yuan, even if Yi Yuan did not need his help, his current attitude would also be vastly different. Long Xiaochun had a doubtful look and asked in puzzlement, "Divine steel injecting spirit? What is that?" Morningstar sighed emotionally and said, "The heavenly dragon mark is born from the dragon mark monument sensing dragon race bloodline. When your bloodline reaches the requirement of the dragon mark monument, the dragon mark monument will produce a resonance with your bloodline power, awakening from there. Of course, the requirement that the dragon mark monument has for each awakening is different." Morningstar paused for a bit, took a deep breath before saying, "But there is an exception. When your bloodline power is strong to a certain degree, the dragon mark monument will take the initiative to inject a trace of dragon spirit into you. representing acknowledgement toward you. This is divine steel injecting spirit. And dragons that had obtained divine steel injecting spirit have a possibility of becoming the next dragon ancestor. Long Xiaochun opened her mouth wide, shock written all over her face. While the other dragons were all staring dumbfoundedly with their tongues tied, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief. Dragon ancestor, that was the progenitor of all dragons, the strongest dragon race bloodline powerhouse. All these countless dragons were his descendants. After each generation of dragon ancestor, no idea how many hundreds of millions of years needed to pass before the next dragon ancestor would be born. Because of this, it carried on from generation to generation. Of course, it was only a possibility. It was not a certainty. In a period, there would always have several divine steel injecting spirit appear. But there was only one that would become dragon ancestor in the end. No one could have thought that after Yi Yuan refined the dragon origin crystals, it would actually produce such an unforeseen turn of events. At this time, Yi Yuan suddenly snapped open both eyes and gave a cold snort. A streak of lightning flashed past. The imprint in the heavenly dragon mark was directly wiped away. Heh! I knew that there was nothing good. Turns out that it was hiding here. Yi Yuan slowly stood up and said with a cold smile. In the deepest parts of the abyss, a light cry of surprise suddenly transmitted over. Following that, several powerful auras started surging. What's wrong, boss? Bai Chen's voice came in the midst of darkness. After being silent for a moment, the mysterious powerhouse slowly said, that kid erased the imprint that you left behind. Bai Chen was slightly surprised and said, this isn't possible, right? Just based on his strength, he can discover the concealed means that I left behind? Unless. That's right. Under the dragon spirit, nothing can hide. He is already acknowledged by the dragon mark monument. The mysterious powerhouse's words carried some marveling. What? Old Bai just bestowed the heavenly dragon mark and he obtained divine steel injecting spirit. This kid has your father's style back then. Another divine steel injecting spirit. Looks like the next dragon ancestor is about to be born. The moment mysterious powerhouse's words came out, a series of exclamations came over from the darkness. Clearly, divine steel injecting spirit was also an extremely major thing to them as well. Bai Chen suddenly said, this boy, when I saw him back then, I kept feeling that he was extremely unusual. His realm was clearly not worth mentioning, but I had a feeling of being unable to see through. Looking at it now, this boy is indeed extraordinary. The mysterious powerhouse said, heaven shall confer great responsibility onto this person. A great era is arriving. Capable people are emerging. Now that the seal is getting more and more unstable, it likely can't last much longer. Once the abyss opens, the heavenspan world will be plunged into an abyss of misery and suffering again. But what I'm most worried about isn't this. Perhaps this boy is where the hope of this era lies. When everyone heard that, they all fell silent. The white light faded. Yi Yuan slowly stood up. His upper garment was long already incinerated by blazing flames, revealing a strong muscular body. A golden dragon was imprinted onto his chest as if it was a living thing. Even if it was a heavenly emperor powerhouse in front of this golden dragon, they actually also had an impulse to prostrate in worship. If not for their realm being too high, they would probably have long already knelt down. However, the other sons of the heavenly dragon did not have this kind of strength. This horrifying bloodline pressure directly pressured them until they knelt on the ground. Only Long Xiaochun alone was not affected. Long Yuan wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. He cracked himself up to be the Dragon Clan's #1 genius. But now, he did not even have the qualifications to carry Yi Yuan's shoes anymore. Yi Yuan reached his hand out and beckoned. A white long robe was already put on his body. He cupped his fists lightly toward Morningstar and said coolly, Senior, now that things are over, this he takes my leave. Morningstar's face changed and he hurriedly said, Hold on. You can't go. Yi Yuan frowned slightly and said unhappily, Why? Does Senior still have something? Morningstar's expression flickered incessantly and he said, Yi Yuan, the matter previously was all this Emperor's fault. Now, this Emperor sincerely welcomes you to join Heavenly Dragon Mountain. Yi Yuan chuckled when he heard that and said, "No need. There is little common ground for understanding between persons of differing principles. Moreover, this Yi still has more important things to do. I won't be going up Heavenly Dragon Mountain. Previously, you looked down on me. Now that you saw that my bloodline was powerful, you want to keep me behind?" The pride in Yi Yuan's heart was far greater than Long Yuan's. It was just that he had experienced the many vicissitudes of life and would not show it at all, that was all. But this kind of pride was carved into his bones. Some things he was disdainful to do. Morningstar's face fell and he said, "Yi Yuan, since you obtained the divine steel-injecting spirit, I'm afraid that leaving or staying isn't up to you anymore." Yi Yuan's two eyes narrowed and he said with a light smile, "You want to forcefully keep me back?" Morningstar said, "If you refuse to realize your mistake, then this emperor can only take action." Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh and said, "Heh, in the end, your bones still think that I'm a different species. I obtained divine steel-injecting spirit. Your Heavenly Dragon Mountain will probably find it hard to eat and sleep after today, right?" Morningstar's expression was somewhat ugly, and he said in a solemn voice, "Yi Yuan, I hope that you don't force me to take action." Yi Yuan laughed and said, "I, Yi Yuan, will rather break than bend. Want to make me go up the mountain? Make your move then." At this time, Long Xiaochun suddenly blocked in front of Yi Yuan. Staring fixedly at Morningstar, she said, "Grandpa Morningstar, if you dare to make a move against Yi Yuan, I'll never go up the mountain." Morningstar's brows furrowed slightly and he said, "Xiaochun, this is a serious matter. Don't mess around. Move aside." "I'm not moving." Morningstar's two eyes narrowed. His finger pointed lightly. Long Xiaochun then fainted. With his strength, it was too easy to deal with Long Xiaochun. Morningstar looked at Yi Yuan and said in a solemn voice, "I'll be offending you then." Facing an opponent like Morningstar, even if Yi Yuan obtained divine steel-injecting spirit, it was also completely impossible to be a match. A late-stage heavenly emperor that was a supreme-level powerhouse who was capable of truly looking down upon the world. Morningstar had not made a move yet, and Yi Yuan felt a giant mountain-like pressure descend on his body. Just as Morningstar was about to make a move, his expression suddenly changed drastically. The imposing aura on his body withdrew and he let out a sigh and said, "Forget it, leave." Seeing this scene, everyone could not help being very surprised. Lord Morningstar actually shrunk back? The Long Yuan, who was originally waiting to watch a good show, could not help dropping his glasses. Just as he thought that Yi Yuan was finally going to be forced to submit, Morningstar actually brushed it over easily. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he said, "Who was that person?" His heart was akin to a clear mirror, immediately aware that it was that major power who bestowed him the heavenly dragon mark that gave the order. It was just that he was very curious about that person's identity. Morningstar shook his head and said, "When the time is right, you'll naturally know. Yi Yuan, remember, no matter where you go, you'll always be my dragon clan's pride." Yi Yuan's mouth curled, and he turned around and left. He had a lot of fetters with the dragon clan and also did not have any irreconcilable conflicts. There was naturally no way to cut away. It was just that he did not like Morningstar's way of doing things. That was all. After Yi Yuan left, Long Tianyu's face revealed an indignant expression and he said, "Lord Morningstar, letting him go just like that? On his body, there's the Dragon Clan's destiny." Although he did not want to admit it, Long Tianyu still had no choice but to admit that Yi Yuan's talent already exceeded their understanding. The significance of Yi Yuan's existence was also far more important than they imagined. How could such a person move around freely outside? Morningstar's face fell and he yelled coldly, "Does this emperor still need you to direct me how to do things? Get lost." Long Tianyu's expression changed, and he could only retreat to one side obediently. Morningstar currently needed a target to vent at this time and Long Tianyu ran out. Scold who if not him? At this time, Morningstar's heart was surging turbulently like a tsunami. It turned out that that legendary lord was actually still alive. It turned out that Yi Yuan's heavenly dragon mark was actually bestowed by him. Yi Yuan was actually the person that he picked. How many years had he already not appeared? Including those supreme powerhouses of Heavenly Dragon Mountain. They all also thought that that lord had already died long ago. Morningstar did not think that he was actually still living in this world. This news made his mind, a late-stage Heavenly Emperor's mental state, shook. Earlier, in front of Yi Yuan, he barely managed to maintain composure and nearly broke decorum. He was thinking, if anything really happened to Yi Yuan earlier, would that lord directly smack him to death with one slap or not? At the falling Maple Mountain Range in the Middle Realms, this place was endowed with a beautiful scenic environment, immortal chi lingering in the air. The entire mountain range was hidden in the fog, unable to see the actual situation. Powerful spiritual energy was akin to the spring rain, nourishing everything in the mountain range. On a narrow, winding trail, a man and a woman were walking shoulder to shoulder, moving along. "Young master, is elder sister Lear really here?" "That's right. I'd once inquired from Jian Suto before. Lin Cha-ching came from Fallen Maple Bodhidharma. Is this Heavenly Emperor Fallen Maple very strong?" Heavenly Emperor Fallen Maple is 5th Firmament Heavenly Emperor, an extremely famous powerhouse of the Middle Realms. Then, if he harms you, he won't dare. This one man and one woman were none other than precisely the Yi Yuan and Lua who came from afar. After leaving Heavenly Dragon Mountain, Yi Yuan went back to release Long Shao and the rest, and signed a soul contract with them, taking them in as servants. Following that, he ordered Ning Tianping to bring along Long Shao, Lone Swan, Long Sun, and the rest to Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, while he brought along Lua and directly came to the Middle Realms Fallen Maple Mountain Range. Now that his strength was already sufficient, Yi Yuan could not wait a moment longer, directly rushing up to Fallen Maple Bodhidharma to find Lear. After the divine steel injecting spirit, Yi Yuan's realm skyrocketed once more. Presently, his realm was already comparable to a 2nd Firmament Empyrean. After Chaos Realm, Yi Yuan's realm was completely different from before. Chaos Realm was divided into Initial Stage, Middle Stage, and Late Stage. Before reaching the middle stage, he would not encounter bottlenecks. But according to the division of Empyrean Realm, his strength was currently roughly equivalent to a 2nd Firmament Empyrean, while his Chaos World also expanded to a distance of 5,000 feet already. Halt! The two people were currently walking when two people suddenly jumped out of the fog, blocking the two people's path. One of them said in a solemn voice, "This place isn't a place that you guys should come to. Hurry up and leave." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Demon Clan's Priest Temple's 2nd Sage and Dragon Clan's Heaven's Chosen Son, Yi Yuan, came to keep the agreement with Lin Chongqing." When the two people heard that, their faces could not help changing. These two titles, either one could scare people to death. The Demon Race's Priest Temple was one of the Demon Race's top factions. Sacred Ancestor High Priest was an existence second only to the Medicine Ancestor in the Heavenspan world. The Priest Temple's 2nd Sage, what kind of existence was that? As for the Dragon Clan, that was even more terrifying. Although the Dragon Clan was reclusive, the Heavenspan world never lacked legends of the Dragon Race. Major powers emerged from this clan. It was a genuine apex race. The Dragon Clan's Heaven's Chosen Son. Using one's but to think, they would also know that he was extraordinary. This guy looks very ordinary, saying that he has such a big background. He wouldn't be bluffing people, right? Are you stupid? We can't see through this guy's depths at all. He's likely at least an Empyrean-class powerhouse too. The two of us can't make the call for this matter. Better invite Lord Yufeng to make a decision. Right. What you said is right. The two people discussed softly for a while and said to Yi Yuan, "This lord, you wait for a moment. We'll go in and report." Yi Yuan nodded slightly and did not mind. Before long, a middle-aged man wearing an exquisite long robe slowly walked out of the fog. He sized Yi Yuan up and said with a frown, "This little brother, you said that you have an agreement with junior apprentice brother Cha-ching?" Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a nod, "That's right. A life and death agreement." The moment these words came out, the faces of Zhang Yufeng and the guards changed wildly. They all did not think that Yi Yuan was actually here to cause trouble. Zhang Yufeng said in a solemn voice, "Your esteemed self have such gall to actually dare come to our Fallen Maple Bodhidharma to cause trouble." Yi Yuan flipped his palm over, a token appeared in his hand. A profound and archaic aura hit him in the face. Zhang Yufeng's expression changed drastically. He could sense that the aura on this token was much stronger than even his master's aura. It was absolutely not an ordinary item. On the face of the token, 2 large, simple, and archaic characters were written on it, Second Sage. This Second Sage token was brought by GMO back then. It was personally forged by Sacred Ancestor High Priest. It was used to symbolize Yi Yuan's identity. It was one of a kind. This token was given by Sacred Ancestor High Priest. I think that in this world, there shouldn't be more than a few people who can imitate it, right? If you still have doubts, then take a look at this. As he said, Yi Yuan pulled aside his lapel, revealing the golden dragon imprint on his chest. Seeing this golden dragon, Zhang Yufeng's expression became even uglier. That golden dragon was incomparably ferocious, as if it was a living thing. As if in the next instant, it was going to pounce over and bite him to death. He was not aware of the Dragon Clan's matters. But a second sage newly emerging in the Demon Clan, cracking the eternal chess game, ask not, he had heard of it. He previously still thought that some major power emerged in the Demon Clan. He did not expect that the so-called second sage was actually so young. Even more so, he never expected that the Demon Clan's second sage was actually a human. Zhang Yufeng's heart shook wildly. When did junior apprentice brother Chongqing provoke such a powerful existence? At this time, Zhang Yufeng no longer doubted and said with cupped fists, Heavenly Emperor Fallen Maple's disciple, Zhang Yufeng, pays respect to second sage. I wonder how junior apprentice brother Chongqing offended Lord Second Sage? Yufeng will apologize on his behalf. Behind the second sage stood Sacred Ancestor High Priest. Even if it was Heavenly Emperor Fallen Maple, he also had to give this face. Let alone that behind this fellow also stood the Dragon Clan. The reason why Yi Yuan flashed his identity the moment he came up was in order to make Heavenly Emperor Fallen Maple cautious in taking action and be wary of the forces behind him. Presumably, with Sacred Ancestor High Priests and the Dragon Clan's forces, it was sufficient to intimidate all sides. So what if he was a fifth firmament Heavenly Emperor? Yi Yuan said coolly, There's no need to apologize. More than 1,000 years ago, Lin Chaqing suddenly appeared in Heavenly Eagle Imperial City and made a 2,000-year life and death agreement with me. We signed a divine soul contract and will not rest until we're dead. Zhang Yufeng's expression changed again, secretly cursing to no end in his heart. Could this Lin Chongqing's head be spoiled? To actually go and sign a divine soul agreement with Second Sage, never resting until they were dead? He suddenly thought that something was not right and said in puzzlement, Since it's a 2,000-year agreement, then the time shouldn't be up yet as of today. Why did Lord Second Sage come here now? Yi Yuan could not help laughing when he heard that and said, Another 1,000 years and I'll be able to kill him by huffing out a breath. Will there still be a need to compete? 1,000 years ago, when Lin Chongqing descended upon Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, Yi Yuan was still only at the Celestial Deity realm and did not even reach the True God realm. 1,000 years later, Yi Yuan was already an exalted Empyrean, looking down upon the world. 1,000 years' time was very short in other people's eyes. But to Yi Yuan, he took that short period to complete the transformation from Celestial Deity to being an Empyrean. Presumably when Lin Chaqing saw him, he would definitely jump right out of his skin, right? Zhang Yufeng naturally did not know this. His brows knitted tightly and he said unhappily, Lord Second Sage's status is noble, but you're also looking down on our fallen Maple Bodhidharma too much, right? With junior apprentice brother Chongqing's talent, he might not be inferior to you. Second Sage, 1,000 years later, he felt that this second sage was too condescending, so his tone also became blunt. But Yi Yuan waved his hand and said smilingly, Whether I'm looking down or not, you let Lin Chaqing come out to meet me and you'll know. I think that even if I lend him some guts, he also won't dare to drag on any longer. Amen? You're saying that Yi Yuan came. When Lin Chongqing heard this name, he immediately jumped up. A hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of his mouth. Back then, he was also triggered by Yi Yuan. So he worked very hard and cultivated bitterly. In over a short 1,000 years, he already broke through to become a second firmament Empyrean. This speed was already quick to the extreme among those in the Empyrean realm. Zhang Yufeng nodded and said, That's right. He's currently at Sunset Peak. Lin Cha-ching laughed loudly and said, "This kid should be here to kneel on the ground and beg for mercy, right?" However, he dared to covet junior apprentice sister Meng Li. "I must have him die." Zhang Yufeng's expression became peculiar and he said in a solemn voice, looking at his appearance, "He doesn't look like he's here to beg for mercy." Lin Chongqing waved his hand and said very surely, "He must be here to beg for mercy. The 2,000 years agreement isn't up yet. So why would he come to fallen Maple Bodhidharma? Back then, when I saw him, he hadn't even reached the true God realm. It can't be that he cultivated to Empyrean in 1,000 years' time, right?" With this, Zhang Yufeng also became somewhat uncertain. Yi Yuan was just like a mortal in front of him. He could not see through his depths at all. While talking, Yi Yuan gave him an unfathomable feeling. In the beginning, he still thought that Yi Yuan was an Empyrean powerhouse. But hearing Lin Cha-ching, it was naturally impossible for Yi Yuan to be an Empyrean. In this world, which monster could cultivate from the celestial deity realm to the Empyrean realm in a short 1,000 years' time? Perhaps Yi Yuan was relying on his identity and oppressing people by force. Zhang Yufeng still wanted to say something when Lin Chongqing already left with a loud laugh. "Senior apprentice brother, still in a daze here for what? Follow me to go teach this punk a good lesson." He already could not wait and wanted to devastate Yi Yuan. This kid embarrassed him badly back then. Now that he delivered himself to the doorstep, if he did not humiliate him well, how could he dispel the hatred in his heart? Sunset Peak was the first peak of fallen Maple Bodhidharma, and it was also where the entrance to the mountain was. Yi Yuan stood on the plaza, carefully feeling the thick to the extreme spiritual energy all around, and he could not help feeling vicissitudes of emotion. This fallen Maple Bodhidharma should be on an offset of the Heavenspan mountain. Cultivating in this kind of place would simply yield twice the results with half the effort. Just as he was ruminating, Yi Yuan's gaze suddenly flickered, looking at the arrival with a smile that was not a smile. "Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan, you want to beg for mercy from this Empyrean? This Empyrean tells you, it's impossible." Lin Chongqing took a step out of the void and used a sympathetic gaze to look at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was also sizing up Lin Chongqing. Recalling back then, when Lin Chongqing descended upon Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, how haughty and all-powerful was that? If not for Treasure Pig flying off the handle and sending him flying with a sneeze, perhaps Yi Yuan would have long been killed by Lin Chongqing. Even if the Yi Yuan back then had millions of methods, he could only look and do nothing. But 1,000 years passed. Lin Cha-ching broke through his cultivation realm and became a second firmament Empyrean. Even so, now he could no longer muster up Yi Yuan's interest. With Yi Yuan's current strength, he could smack a second firmament Empyrean to death with one slap. No matter how strong this second firmament Empyrean was. Looking at Lin Cha-ching again, Yi Yuan's eyes already carried a trace of pity. "Lin Chongqing, not seeing you for 1,000 years, you disappoint me too much." Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh. Lin Chongqing laughed coldly and said, "What? Want to preserve the last of your dignity? It's no use. During these 1,000 years, this Empyrean's strength has already grown to an extent that you can't imagine. Experience it well." Finish talking. The aura on Lin Chongqing's body erupted out without the slightest reservation. On Sunset Peak, the berserk aura swept out, making people give sidelong glances. Martial Uncle Chongqing has actually already broken through, becoming a second firmament Empyrean. His cultivation speed is also too fast, right? These are 3 types of laws. Martial Uncle Chongqing actually fused 3 kinds of law powers. Who is that kid? To actually dare provoke Martial Uncle Chongqing, is he tired of living? Lin Chongqing's seniority in fallen Maple Bodhidharma was extremely high. His talent was also extremely great. He had not shown himself for a long time. Now that he displayed his strength, it directly renewed the understanding of his fellow apprentices, and it naturally aroused a wave of exclamations. At this time, Zhang Yufeng also just happened to rush over. Seeing Lin Cha-ching reveal his strength, his pupils could not help constricting. Junior apprentice brother Chongqing, he is also too monstrous. In terms of talent, Lin Chongqing was first-rate among them fellow apprentice brothers. His cultivation time was the shortest, but it was already almost catching up to them, these senior apprentice brothers. In this 1,000 years, Lin Chongqing dwelt in the deep seclusion of his own home and virtually rarely showed face. Before closed seclusion, he still only fused 2 kinds of law powers. Zhang Yufeng did not expect that now. He actually fused 3 kinds of law powers. Fusing 2 kinds of law powers and fusing 3 kinds, those were totally different concepts. If these people were geniuses, then Lin Chongqing was the genius among geniuses. He already won these senior apprentice brothers. Feeling the strength that Lin Chongqing exhibited, Yi Yuan was also slightly surprised. Just looking at this scene before his eyes, Lin Chongqing's talent was even stronger than the northernmost steppes Feng Tianyang, well deserving of being a heavenly emperor Badamanda. The disciples were indeed outstandingly talented. It was just that Yi Yuan's realm was significantly lower than Feng Tianyang's back then, and he already annihilated him. Now that his realm was on par with Lin Chongqing's, how could Yi Yuan take him seriously? Moreover, Yi Yuan's current trump cards were far more compared to that time. Ha ha ha! Saw that? Only a genius like this Empyrean can match up to junior apprentice sister Mengli. An ant like you also have delusions of grandeur, wanting to contend with a proud eagle too? Now, beg me. Maybe I'll be so benevolent that I'll let you off. Lin Chongqing said with a loud laugh. What he and Yi Yuan signed was a divine soul contract and not a heavenly Tao oath. If both parties were willing, they could get rid of the agreement. Of course, it must be both parties agreeing. If one party was not willing, this agreement would continue taking effect. Zhang Yufeng looked at Yi Yuan and could not help smiling coldly. So what if second sage? So what if the Dragon Clan's heaven's chosen son? Junior apprentice brother Chongqing was also a peerless genius that was hard to come across in a million years. Even if Yi Yuan could surpass junior apprentice brother Chongqing in the future, he did not have that time either. Over 2,000 years' time, it was simply insufficient to let Yi Yuan catch up to junior apprentice brother Chongqing. Yi Yuan was improving, but junior apprentice brother Chongqing was similarly improving. When Yi Yuan heard that, he could not help but laugh in spite of himself and said, Lin Chongqing, really don't know where your sense of superiority comes from. You once bragged and boasted to be a genius in front of me, but now 1,000 years have passed, you're just letting me look at this? What's even more laughable is that you're actually still patting yourself on the back. Lin Chongqing's face fell slightly and he said in a cold voice, Brat, you really don't want face when it's given. Posturing isn't done like this. You know that by getting a treasure that blocks your strength and using tricks to mislead people, you can be impudent in front of this Empyrean? If not for that, the 2,000 years agreement hasn't arrived yet. This Empyrean would slap you to death with one palm right now. Treasure that blocks strength? Using tricks to mislead people? The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth revealed a hint of amusement, and he said with a light smile, Then open your eyes and take a look at whether or not I'm using tricks to mislead people then. With Yi Yuan as the center, a circular aura slowly pushed outward. Under Yi Yuan's aura, Lin Chongqing's world domain seemed like paper paste, directly being crumbled apart. That feeling was like an egg meeting a rock. Lin Chongqing's expression changed wildly, frenziedly urging his world power, attempting to block Yi Yuan's advancement. However, it was no use at all. The two people's engagement was like a strong man and a child pushing each other. The strong man pushed the child completely one-sidedly. The aura extended out very quickly, reaching a distance of 5,000 feet. This radius of 5,000 feet was watertight and impregnable. Yi Yuan was the sovereign. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. They were unable to imagine why Yi Yuan's domain would be so solid. The Lin Chongqing, who was likewise a second firmament Empyrean, actually did not even have the strength to fight back. Lin Chongqing's himself, his eyeballs even popped out. He looked at Yi Yuan with a stunned face, just feeling that his mind was somewhat numb and unable to wrap itself around this. You. Second firmament Empyrean, this. How is this possible? Lin Chongqing somewhat doubted whether or not his eyes had problems. He thought before Yi Yuan was extraordinarily gifted and could break through to the true God realm in a short 1,000 years. He could even break through to the late-stage true God realm. But he never dreamed that Yi Yuan only used a short 1,000 years' time to go from being a celestial deity to becoming a second firmament Empyrean. Now, Yi Yuan was already standing on the same starting line as him. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's domain power was extremely condensed. It was clearly more than a level higher than him. This indicated that Yi Yuan did not pursue speed blindly and disregard his foundation. How was this possible? Zheng Yufeng also opened his mouth wide with disbelief written all over his face. Junior apprentice brother Chongqing had always been called a monster in fallen maple Bodhidharma. His talent was extremely great and his cultivation speed extremely fast. But his talent was simply trash in front of Yi Yuan. Remember that a certain somebody said before, I and Lear and you will never be people of the same world. You said it correctly. You and I will never be people of the same world. Yi Yuan's words struck the heart directly, making Lin Chongqing's mind trembled. The same sentence, but the meaning that it had was entirely different. That was a kind of contempt that looked down from a height. 1,000 years later, Yi Yuan and his positions had quietly switched over. He had never thought much of Yi Yuan before from the bottom of his heart. An ant that came from an imperial city, how could he compete with him, this peerless heavens chosen that came from a Bodhidharma? But Yi Yuan used second firmament Emperorian cultivation and shattered all of his pride to smithereens. This was just 1,000 years. Another 1,000 years, what realm would Yi Yuan reach? The 2,000 years agreement was truly laughable. 1,000 years later, just based on his cultivation realm, Yi Yuan would be able to trample him to death like stepping on an ant. Zhang Yufeng had a vacant look. He finally understood what Yi Yuan's words, when he entered the mountain, meant. 1,000 years later, I can even kill him by puffing out a breath. Is there still a need to compete? Yes, there was naturally no need to compete anymore. 1,000 years later, Yi Yuan would at least be at the middle stage Emperorian realm, or even a late stage Emperorian realm major power. While Lin Chongqing would at most be a third firmament Emperorian. But even if Yi Yuan was only at the late stage Emperorian realm, smacking Lin Chongqing to death with one slap would be sufficient. So what even if fused together 3 kinds of law powers? Suddenly, Lin Chongqing seemed to have thought of something, his gaze turning intent. Right, I still fused 3 kinds of law powers. Even if he is second firmament Emperorian, so what? In the same rank, I'm invincible. He sucked in a deep breath. The proud demeanor on his body recovered once more. And he looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, Good! Since your present realm already caught up to mine, then our life and death agreement can be brought forward in advance. These words were somewhat shameless. Even Zhang Yufeng felt his face turn red. He clearly knew that he would not be able to win 1,000 years later. He wanted to bring the fight forward now. What was this if not shameless? Yi Yuan looked at Lin Chongqing, his eyes full of pity as he said with a light smile, Are you sure? Lin Chongqing smiled coldly and said, What? Are you scared? Yi Yuan laughed loudly and said, Lin Chongqing, back then, when you came to Heavenly Eagle, you viewed me as an ant and said that I couldn't match up to Lear. Today, I'll let you see that you're just an ant in my eyes, and also just how powerful Lear's man is. Hearing Yi Yuan said it like this, Lin Chongqing felt his jealousy peak. He thought that, by relying on his talent, he would be able to move junior apprentice sister Meng Li one day. He also knew that for so many years, Li's heart had never wavered before, and now Yi Yuan even grew to the extent of making him fearful. Looking at it now, these 2 people were so fitting. He became a clown instead. But at this point now, it was clearly not the time to want face anymore. Fine, since that's the case, then let's amend the divine soul contract and start the life and death wager now. Lin Chongqing said with a cold sneer. But Yi Yuan shook his head and could not help laughing as he said, The ignorant are truly fearless. You're still obsessing over the wager? That is no longer important. Isn't your reliance having fused together 3 kinds of law powers? Now I'll stand right here. Unleash your strongest strike. I'll let you see what kind of an ant you are. Lin Chongqing could not help being taken aback when he heard that. Could this guy be a fool? On Sunset Peak, a wave of snickering also came over. Where did this guy pop out from? Ran all the way here from afar to seek death. Heh, strength is decent, but his head isn't useful. In this world, I've yet to hear that in the same rank, someone dares to withstand an attack that fused 3 kinds of laws. After 1,000 years of growth, Lin Chongqing was no longer his goal. Lin Chongqing's talent compared to Long Yuan was worlds apart. Long Yuan was trampled underfoot by Yi Yuan, let alone Lin Chongqing. Killing Lin Chongqing was merely a matter of snapping a finger. Even if he really killed, Heavenly Emperor Fallen Maple also would not dare to say much. But this place was the Bodhidharma that Lier was at any rate. Furthermore, it looked like Lier should have received considerable benefits in this place. Even though Lin Chongqing was Lier's pursuer, he could tell that he had more of admiration toward Lier and was not shameless like Long Hao. If he really killed Lin Chongqing, it would not be good for everyone, and it would also make things difficult for Lier. Therefore, Yi Yuan could not be bothered to kill him either. However, Yi Yuan still wanted to let Lin Chongqing know that not only was he, Yi Yuan, worthy of Lier. Furthermore, in this world only he was worthy of Lier. Canceling the Divine Soul Agreement, Lin Chongqing was still somewhat in the clouds, feeling puzzled. Could this guy really be a fool? Yi Yuan, have you thought carefully? If this sword of mine goes down, you'll die, Lin Chongqing said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, I'm just letting you take a look at how great the disparity between you and me is. Lin Chongqing's gaze turned cold and he said in a cold voice, since you're bent on seeking death, I presume that Lier won't blame me either. Blue Cloud True Feather Sword. One sword unleashing. 3 kinds of power of laws interweave together, virtually slicing space apart. The incomparably swift and fierce sword light slashed through the void and headed straight for Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back. Facing this astonishing sword, his expression did not change and his heart did not race, without the slightest intention of avoiding. Bang! The void trembled, the earth shook. But Yi Yuan was as stable as Mount Tai, not budging an inch. On Sunset Peak, everyone's expression became extremely fascinating. This move that was an attack sufficient to cleave apart mountains actually did not leave any traces on Yi Yuan's body. Similarly, a second Firmament Empyrean, why would such a thing happen? Only after a while did everyone came to realize the truth. Cries of exclamations linking up. Really blinded my dog eyes. Martial Uncle Chongqing wouldn't be intentionally going easy, right? Facing a same-rank opponent, no matter how weak the opponent, it's also impossible to be completely unscathed by standing there and letting the other party hit, right? Martial Uncle Chongqing fused 3 kinds of law powers. Even a third Firmament Empyrean also wouldn't dare to forcefully resist his attacks, right? Lin Chongqing was a celestial figure in the eyes of these fellow sect members, an existence that they were unable to reach at all. But today, Lin Chongqing went all out and actually failed to leave behind any traces on his opponent's body. This kind of impact was seriously too intense. Lin Chongqing had a blank face. Looking at the Yi Yuan who was proud and unmoving, he muttered, that's impossible. How is this possible? Blue Cloud True Feather Sword actually can't even leave a mark on his body. His words were full of a bitter flavor. At this instant, he truly experienced the disparity between him and Yi Yuan. Even just now, when Yi Yuan reached second Firmament Empyrean, he still had not despaired like so before. He still felt that he could compete with him, and that he still had the right to speak as equals. But at this very moment, the last of his pride was also crushed into pieces. Yi Yuan was already powerful until it made him despair. Suddenly, Yi Yuan raised his head to look at the sky and said coolly, "This brother, you watched the show for so long. Shouldn't you show yourself now?" Everyone's expression changed and could not help looking around. Sure enough, a middle-aged person slowly walked out of the void and lightly clasped his hands at Yi Yuan as he said, "Heavenly Emperor Fallen Maple's eldest disciple, Jun Mingxin, pays respect to the Priest Temple's second sage. Junior apprentice brother Chongqing offended second sage. This emperor apologizes on his behalf. Many thanks to second sage for showing mercy." Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said coolly, "He's at any rate Lier's senior apprentice brother too. On the account of Lier's face, I spared his life, that's all." Jun Mingxin smiled slightly and said, "Second sage coming to Fallen Maple. Our humble place is honored by your presence. Master is already waiting on the main peak. Second sage, let us move now." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "All right, lead the way, please." Jun Mingxin and Yi Yuan, one in front, one at the back, disappeared from Sunset Peak. Murmur. With this, Sunset Peak completely burst into an uproar. What did I see? Great Martial Uncle, an exalted heavenly emperor powerhouse, actually apologized to that young man. What did Great Martial Uncle say? Second Sage? What's that? Who the hell knows? But he's definitely an incredible existence. Otherwise, him being someone only at the Empyrean realm, why would Great Martial Uncle treat him with such respect? Everyone clamored to get a word in, all speculating Yi Yuan's identity. But their levels were too low and could not come into contact with Second Sage this concept at all. Lin Chongqing stood transfixed on the spot. Until now, he still had not reacted to what was going on. Zhang Yufeng went up and patted his shoulder, saying with a sigh, "Actually, until just now, I still wasn't willing to believe that he was the Priest Temple's second sage, an existence whose status is second only to the sacred ancestor High Priest. Even the 11 great disciples are all beneath him." Lin Chongqing's entire body trembled, using a look of disbelief to look toward Zhang Yufeng. He cultivated bitterly in closed seclusion these few years and completely did not know about the outside world's affairs. But the Priest Temple, Sacred Ancestor High Priest, as well as what kind of figures the Sacred Ancestor High Priest's 11 great disciples were, he was aware. Yi Yuan actually lorded above the 11 great disciples. How was this possible? Was this Yi Yuan really the same person as the ant that he had once seen before at the Imperial City? Zhang Yufeng looked at Lin Chongqing somewhat sympathetically. He knew how great the blow this time was to Lin Chongqing. When an existence whom you once viewed as an ant suddenly stood in front of you, and used a gaze that looked down from a height to look at you, and you did not have the slightest strength left over to resist. That kind of despair was truly unable to use words to describe. Only using 1,000 years' time, not only did Yi Yuan complete an all-round transcending in terms of strength, but in terms of status, he also completed a super magnificent transformation. Even his master would likely have to show Yi Yuan some respect too, right? After all, Second Sage was not merely a simple person. The status signified that Yi Yuan was the Priest Temple's number 2 figure, being in existence that no one could blaspheme. Also, that sword earlier, he was able to remain perfectly unharmed. He likely cultivated the legendary perfect 7th transformation golden body. Furthermore, it doesn't seem to be just so simple. He said himself that he's also the Dragon Clan's heaven-chosen son. Zhang Yufeng could not quite bear to shoot down this junior apprentice brother, but some things he had to let Lin Chongqing know. Because Lin Chongqing's matters probably would not be left at this. Yi Yuan not killing Lin Chongqing, that was him being magnanimous. But fallen Maple Bodhidharma provoked such a major god. Could it be that it was left at that just like this? Lin Chongqing's gaze turned slack. He was virtually breaking down. 1,000 years later, the blow that Yi Yuan's transformation gave people was virtually catastrophic. Heaven's chosen? Truly laughable. In front of such a monster, who dared to claim to be heaven's chosen. Indeed, he and Yi Yuan were not people of the same world at all. These 1,000 years, what in the world happened? Oh, right, where's junior apprentice sister Mengli? Why didn't she appear? Lin Chongqing suddenly thought of something and asked. Zhang Yufeng opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but then he swallowed the words back. Inside a great hall at the main peak, an old man sat up straight. Yi Yuan followed Jun Mingxin and slowly walked in. Master, Second Sage has arrived. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and said, I pay respects to Senior Fallen Maple. Fallen Maple's gaze flickered slightly, and he said with a faint smile, This emperor has long heard that Second Sage resolved the eternal chess game, ask not, and is the current generation's #1 alchemy outstanding figure. I didn't expect that you were actually so young. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Senior is too kind. Fallen Maple was slightly surprised in his heart. Yi Yuan had no joy nor sorrow on his face. It was as if he was a deep chasm. As a heavenly emperor, he actually could not quite see through this young man. On Yi Yuan's body, there was not the slightest trace of a peerless heaven's chosen's wild arrogance, and also not the flippantness that a youngster should have. Every movement and action was neither servile nor haughty. Fallen Maple could not help sighing emotionally. Lin Chongqing compared to Yi Yuan was like mud to cloud. Chongqing, this child was dotted rotten by this emperor. resulting in affronting second sage without regard to propriety. This emperor apologizes for him, Fallen Maple said with all smiles. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. He kept feeling that something was not quite right. Ever since entering Fallen Maple Bodhidharma, the commotion that he caused was not considered small. Even Fallen Maple was alarmed, so there was no reason for Lier to not know. Fallen Maple would not be unaware of his intentions for coming, but he used Lin Chongqing's behavior to talk about things. Something fishy. Senior Fallen Maple, I came for Lier. I presume that you're also awake. I wonder where Leo is at right now. This Yi wishes to meet her, Yi Yuan said. This? Fallen Maple's face revealed a look of difficulty. Yi Yuan's heart tightened, and he said in a solemn voice, What's wrong with Lier? Fallen Maple knew that he could not hide it and said with a slight sigh, Lier, she went missing. What? Went missing? Yi Yuan suddenly stood up, his eyes full of fury. A horrifying aura surged to the sky, practically going to turn the entire hall upside down. He went through countless hardships and stood here, standing in front of Heavenly Emperor Fallen Maple, but the other party told him and Lier went missing. This result, he was somewhat unable to accept it. When Fallen Maple and Jun Mingxin saw this scene, they also could not help being secretly startled. Especially Jun Mingxin. Only at this time did he know that when Yi Yuan was facing Lin Chongqing previously, he did not use his full strength at all. A second Firmament Empyrean actually had such power. Second Sage, don't get angry first. Please listen to this Emperor explaining until the end, Fallen Maple slowly said. Yi Yuan forcefully suppressed his fury and said in a solemn voice, You say? Fallen Maple slowly stood up and said, Follow me. As he said, he flicked his sleeves grandly and brought Yi Yuan into a room. Upon entering the room, a pungent and nose-piercing smell hit him head-on. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he saw a person lying on the bed. That person was unbearably rotten from head to toe, riddled full of holes, just like a cankered corpse. When Yi Yuan looked over, he saw that that person's breathing was akin to gossamer, merely still hanging in there with one last breath. By the side, a thin and emaciated old man was currently spraying dew on the person's body and turned a blind eye to the few people who just arrived. Yi Yuan looked toward Fallen Maple, waiting for his explanation. He's called Zhuo Yuanji. He's this emperor's disciple. 10 years ago, Angry Nether River was cut off and Black Flame Cave emerged. The surrounding 100 great imperial capitals turned into dead cities. Everybody said that that's a Heavenly Emperor's cave abode, attracting countless powerhouses over. The surrounding 7 great Heavenly Emperor Bodhimandas around Black Flame Cave all sent people to investigate, but in the end, not a single one came out. The number of Empyreans that went missing was likely as many as hundreds, Fallen Maple said with a sigh. Just a year ago, there were suddenly several people who escaped from Black Flame Cave. Junior apprentice brother Yuanji was one of them. It's just that, after he returned to Fallen Maple Bodhidharma, his entire person fell unconscious. In this 1 year, Martial Uncle Tan Yi exhausted all kinds of means and was also unable to curb the decay of junior apprentice brother Yuanji. At the rate of this situation, he probably can't last a month anymore. Jun Mingxin followed up. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly and he said unhappily, Your Heavenly Emperor Bodhimandas have so many Heavenly Emperors, so why make a bunch of Empyreans go and seek death? Jun Mingxin smiled bitterly and said, Not that we weren't willing to go, but that the Black Flame Cave's entrance is extremely unstable. Forget about Heavenly Emperors, even if late-stage Empyreans were to pass through, the cave entrance would likely collapse at once. That way, there would really be no hope at all. Pausing for a bit, Jun Mingxin continued, You don't need to suspect anything. These few years, Master has always viewed junior apprentice sister Mengli in a different light. Her cultivation resources even make many junior apprentice brothers envious. But she's the little junior sister and she's also pretty. So nobody haggled over these with her. The mission this time, junior apprentice sister Mengli also took the initiative to volunteer for it. But we did not expect that this kind of thing happened. Hearing these, Yi Yuan finally calmed down slightly. His gaze looked towards Xueyanji and he said in a solemn voice, In that case, the crux lies with him? Fallen Maple nodded slightly and said, If Yuanji can wake up, We should be able to know the events that happened inside Black Flame Cave. Yi Yuan did not say another word, came beside Tan Yi, and said in a solemn voice, "Move aside." Tan Yi's brows furrowed and he said unhappily, "Where did this little rascal come from? To dare speak to this emperor like this." This Tan Yi was Fallen Maple's junior apprentice brother, an 8-star alchemy god super existence. But such a powerhouse was being ordered around by Yi Yuan, how could he not be enraged? Except, the current Yi Yuan could not be bothered to talk crap with him at all, and he said in a solemn voice, "Orthodox jade illusory dew can indeed revive the dead, but your medicine isn't matching the syndrome. Keep doing this and he'll be dead." Being shot down by a junior so mercilessly, Tan Yi's beard billowed. But Yi Yuan being able to recognize the orthodox jade illusory dew at a glance still made him slightly surprised in his heart. He knew that Yi Yuan was a practitioner and definitely had extraordinary attainments in alchemy. It was just that this brat being so wildly arrogant made him very displeased. He snorted coldly and said, "Junior, this emperor has lived to this ripe old age and has never seen this kind of strange poison before. This orthodox jade illusory dew is already the most ideal prescription. Could it be that you still have a better option?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Therefore, please move aside." Tan Yi nearly choked to death from anger and was just about to fly off the handle. But then he heard Fallen Maple say, "Junior apprentice brother, this is the Demon Clan's Priest Temple's second sage, with his alchemy strength being unparalleled under the heavens. Perhaps he can save Yuanji, who knows?" Tan Yi's pupils constricted, only then sizing Yi Yuan up seriously. He had never heard before second sage, but the Priest Temple was very famous. This brat was the number 1 person beneath Sacred Ancestor High Priest? How was this possible? Second sage? Heh. This emperor wants to take a look at how much ability the Priest Temple's second sage has. Tan Yi said with a cold laugh. Yi Yuan's current thoughts were not on him at all. He just said coolly, "You just watch and that will do." Yi Yuan came in front of the bed and fired out a strand of chaos divine essence, entering into Zhou Yuanji's body. This wisp of divine essence circled 5 rounds within Zhou Yuanji's body and also did not find where the slightest problem lay. He only felt that Zhou Yuanji's bodily functions were rapidly falling. An irresistible decaying energy seeped out of every pore on his body. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. Tan Yi smiled coldly when he saw the situation and said, "Brat, even if you're some dogs hit second sage, you're also looking down on 8-star alchemy gods too much. Yuanji's body, this emperor has already checked it no less than 20 times but failed to get anything. It's not some corpse poison, and he also wasn't inflicted with some poison. It's just like he's rotting out of the blue. Did you also discover that it's like this?" A hint of disappointment also flashed across Fallen Maple's eyes. He heard that Yi Yuan was second sage, so that was why he felt that there was some hope. So he did not expect that it would not cut it either. Yi Yuan could not be bothered with Tan Yi's mocking. The seals in his hands suddenly changed irregularly. Inside the house suddenly became a sea of stars. Chaos heavenly star art. Tan Yi's pupils constricted, immediately discovering that Yi Yuan's alchemy technique was extraordinary. Broad and profound like the sea. This was Tan Yi's feeling. Yi Yuan's hands moved like lightning. One stream of chaos divine essence after another was sent into Zhou Yuanji's body. Zhou Yuanji's body actually slowly suspended into the air and gave off a faint silver light. Seeing this scene, the 3 heavenly emperor powerhouses in the house exchanged sidelong glances, struck dumb with amazement in their hearts. Was this second sage's strength? Actually, when Fallen Maple saw Yi Yuan for the first time, he also had a feeling of young people could not be trusted with important tasks. After all, being called second sage at this age was a little too inconceivable. But now his doubts were all gone. The understanding of Tao that Yi Yuan exhibited was extremely deep. At a young age, he actually already comprehended his own Tao. This kid is truly a freak. Tan Yi cried out involuntarily. Right at this time, a brilliant light flashed in Yi Yuan's eyes, and he said with a cold smile, "What a cunning thing. Turns out that it's actually hiding here. Come out for me." Yi Yuan struck a palm out, directly smashing down toward Zhou Yuanji's head. Tan Yi and the rest turned pale with fright and were just about to stop him. But then they saw a dark thing suddenly fly out, The dark thing vanished after a flash, being unimaginably swift, directly shuttling into the void. The three great heavenly emperors were caught by surprise and could not even react in time. However, Yi Yuan was long prepared, his mouth opening slightly. Immobilize! Yi Yuan uttered the true word. It was as if time stopped. That black bug had not escaped yet and was immobilized in midair. The three great heavenly emperors' eyes went wide, looking at this scene in disbelief, and actually forgot to make a move for a moment. Still in a daze for? Yi Yuan shouted coldly. Fallen Maple suddenly woke up. Pointing at the void, a powerful restriction directly spread out, thoroughly imprisoning the black bug. This was an Empyrean-level black bug. With Yi Yuan's strength, it was very hard to bind it. That was why he had Fallen Maple take action. Yi Yuan's gaze looked over toward the black bug, but the three great heavenly emperors' gazes stared fixedly at Yi Yuan. It was as if they were looking at a monster. The impact that the scene just now gave the three of them was seriously too strong. Time and space froze at the same time. Even Jun Mingxin was also affected by Yi Yuan's time freeze, his movement being sluggish for an instant. As for Fallen Maple and Tan Yi, the influence was negligible. The two of their strength were too powerful. But this did not hinder their shock. Heavenly Tao True Word. It's actually Heavenly Tao True Word. An Empyrean realm actually grasped Heavenly Tao True Word. Fallen Maple sucked in a cold breath and cried out in surprise. How can this kid possibly grasp Heavenly Tao True Word? Tan Yi said in surprise. What a formidable Heavenly Tao True Word. Just now I was actually frozen for a moment. Jun Mingxin said in shock. Yi Yuan was still unaware. Looking at the black bug, his expression increasingly solemn. The aura that this black bug emitted, he was very familiar. This is... Amen? All looking at me for what? Yi Yuan turned around and was just about to discuss with the three people, but then he saw that the three people were currently using extremely strange gazes to look at him. What do you think? You freaking did such a heaven-defying move and still did not allow us to be surprised? The three great heavenly emperors were rendered speechless. Invisible posturing was the most lethal. Just now, what was that move of yours? Fallen Maple asked. Yi Yuan was taken aback and said, You're talking about time freeze? That's the dragon race's innate divine ability. Could it be that Zheng Yufeng didn't tell you that I'm the dragon clan's heaven's chosen son? Yi Yuan had an appearance of them getting excited over nothing. Since he threw this title out, he was naturally not some nameless person in the dragon clan. Wouldn't possessing one or two powerful divine abilities be something very normal? It was just that these people completely did not take his latter identity seriously. Time freeze. The dragon clan's heaven's chosen son, Fallen Maple muttered under his breath, clearly not knowing what this heaven's chosen son meant. The dragon clan. This kind of demon race with a supreme bloodline. Each one was incomparably mysterious. In the Heavenspan world, even for Heavenly Emperor major powerhouses, very few could know about the secrets involved. The title of Second Sage was resounding like the roar of thunder to them, resulting in overlooking the identity of the Dragon Clan's Heaven's Chosen Son. But now Fallen Maple knew that Heaven's Chosen Son was absolutely an identity that could rival Second Sage. Just based on this move, this person in front of him was truly a monster that was beyond words. What kind of eyesight did you only have to find such a peerless monster? With Yi Yuan, who could still enter her eyes. Thinking up to here, Fallen Maple could not help pitying his disciple. But Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, This isn't important. What's important is that this black bug is strange. The faces of Fallen Maple and the rest turned stern and asked, Oh? What's strange? Yi Yuan said, This thing is called an abyss monster. That was right. The aura coming off of this black bug was precisely the aura of an abyss monster. Yi Yuan did not expect to actually see an abyss monster here. Weren't these monsters suppressed in the Dragon Eye Cave by the Dragon Clan's major powers? Could it be that Liu got caught in that kind of terrifying place? Thinking up until here, Yi Yuan wished to fly to the Black Flame Cave immediately. Abyss monster? Never heard of this thing before, Fallen Maple said with a blank face. Yi Yuan flicked his finger and shot out a streak of sword energy, directly annihilating the black bug, and said in a solemn voice, You don't need to know too much. You just have to know that these things are very dangerous, and that will do. Once these things run to the outside world, the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. Suppressing abyss monsters was the Dragon Clan's secret. The outside world did not know it all. Yi Yuan naturally would not spread it either. But this thing suddenly appeared in the Heavenspan world, so it was clearly not a good omen. Hearing this, the three people's expressions were strange. But Yi Yuan already returned to the head of the bed and continued exhibiting the Chaos Heavenly Star art. His Chaos Heavenly Star art was all-inclusive. It could be said to have assembled the major accomplishments of his alchemy Dao. Using it to shave the bone and heal the injury was naturally a cinch too. Under the Chaos Heavenly Star art, everything had nowhere to hide. Only then did Yi Yuan discover that this little abyss bug actually hid inside Zhui Yuanji's sea of consciousness, being extremely covert. It was also no wonder that Tan Yi, this 8-star alchemy god, did not discover it. After a day and night, Zhui Yuanji's decaying body actually started to slowly take a turn for the better. That feeble aura of his actually slowly rose again too. When Tan Yi saw this scene, his eyes became wide saucers. What an overbearing alchemy technique! To actually have such a miraculous effect. No wonder Sacred Ancestor High Priest, the kind of powerhouse, actually viewed him in a different light, and he bestowed him the title of Second Sage. Another 2 days passed. Zhui Yuanji finally slowly opened his eyes. Seeing this strange man in front of him, Zhui Yuanji felt as if he was dreaming. Zhui Yuanji, let me ask you, how is Lier doing now? The moment Zhui Yuanji woke up, Yi Yuan was too impatient to wait and asked. Zhui Yuanji clearly had not woken up from the nightmarish state yet as he murmured, Lier. Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice, it's you Mingli. Didn't you guys enter the Black Flame Cave together? Where is she now? Is she still alive? Zhui Yuanji's eyes gradually focused, akin to waking up from a dream. He struggled to recall the situation at that time, his gaze gradually becoming frightened. Ah! Don't come over. Don't come over. I'll kill you all. Zhui Yuanji seemed to have recalled some terrifying scene. His entire person became crazed and he suddenly struck a palm out. A terrifying force erupting at such a small distance. It could be seen how horrifying the power was. But while he was quick, Yi Yuan was faster. Zhui Yuanji's force had not spat out yet. But Yi Yuan reached first despite launching later, pointing a finger out, directly restraining him. Then, an extremely powerful soul force burrowed into Zhui Yuanji's sea of consciousness domineeringly. Yi Yuan, what are you trying to do? Fallen Maple said in alarm and anger. Casting Soul Search, the damage to a person was irreversible. But this scenario happened too suddenly. It was already too late for them to want to stop it. Interrupting Yi Yuan at this time, it would be even more hopeless to salvage the situation for Zhui Yuanji. Shut up. He'll be fine, Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice. Following that, one scene after another surfaced in Yi Yuan's mind. After essence, energy, and spirit became one, Yi Yuan's divine soul strength became even more condensed and powerful. Under the circumstances of Zhui Yuanji being unconscious, Yi Yuan searching his divine soul would not cause harm. Except, this scene in the view of Fallen Maple and the rest was something inconceivable. Tan Yi looked at Yi Yuan, his expression changing again and again. He had always been paying attention to Zhui Yuanji's activities and discovered that Zhui Yuanji's divine soul did not get any damage. Such terrifying divine soul control was simply inconceivable. Even he, this 8-star alchemy god, could not achieve such precise control too. Is this the standard of Second Sage? Starting from when Yi Yuan stepped into this room, the few things that he did made him, this 8-star alchemy god, feel ashamed of his unworthiness. Only then did he truly realize what kind of existence Second Sage was. Fallen Maple's expression was somewhat ugly as he said with a bitter smile, just what kind of a monster did Mengli this last take fancy on? Back then I was still intent on matching her with Cha-Ching. Thinking about it, it's really laughable. Lin Chongqing and Yu Mengli, 2 people, were Fallen Maple Bodhidharma's golden child and jade girl. Unconsciously, everyone had long already treated them as lovers. Fallen Maple was no exception either. Toward these 2 disciples that he was most proud of, Fallen Maple naturally consciously or even unconsciously wanted to matchmake the 2 of them. It was just that for so many years, Yu Mengli had always kept Lin Chongqing at a distance. Fallen Maple knew that Yu Mengli had missed her right in her heart, so he did not mind either. In his view, when Yu Mengli reached great heights in the future and became a supreme heavenly emperor together with Lin Chongqing, why would she place a mortal in her sights? But Fallen Maple never dreamed that the mortal he knew only used a short 1,000 years' time and stood in front of him. Although his strength was far inferior to his, in terms of status, it was already sufficient to stand on equal footing with him. Furthermore, the strength that he displayed, even these heavenly emperors, had to look up to as well. Achieving the position of a sovereign in the future was just a matter of time. His previous idea naturally became a joke. After a while, Yi Yuan let go of Zhuo Yuanji. The expression on his face became solemn. From Zhuo Yuanji's memories, he saw that Li'er just happened to be pursued by several abyss monsters at that time. Those Empyrean powerhouses had never seen before such a ferocious species, all fleeing helter-skelter. The events that happened later, Zhuo Yuanji did not know anymore. Senior Fallen Maple, thank you for your hospitality. This Yi wants to set off for Black Flame Cave at once. Farewell. Yi Yuan clasped his hands and was about to leave. Hang on. Fallen Maple hurriedly stopped Yi Yuan and said, actually, our 7 great heavenly emperor Bodemandas have already reached a consensus. We plan on sending elite disciples over to Black Flame Cave this time to investigate thoroughly. Our Fallen Maple Bodhidharma plan on sending Yufeng and another Empyrean realm disciple over. Why don't Second Sage go together with them? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, they do theirs. I'll go on my own. Yi Yuan was currently burning with anxiety, delaying for a moment more and Li'er would be in more danger. He could not wait for a second longer. Fallen Maple knew what Yi Yuan was thinking and said, actually, Yufeng, they are all set already. If not for Second Sage suddenly coming up the mountain, they might have already set off at this time. Since Second Sage wants to go, this emperor will have them set off at once, how's that? Yi Yuan thought about it and said, fine as well. On Sunset Peak, Zhang Yufeng brought 4 Empyrean powerhouses and prepared to set off with Yi Yuan. These 5 Empyreans were shockingly all middle-stage Empyrean realm powerhouses. The few people were just about to set off when suddenly a figure blocked their path. It was none other than precisely Lin Chongqing. Lin Chongqing directly knelt down toward Fallen Maple and gritted his teeth and said, Master, please let Chongqing go along. Fallen Maple said unhappily, nonsense. The Black Flame Cave is very dangerous. Even if your senior apprentice brother Yufeng went, Master is also filled with anxiety, let alone you. Go back. Lin Chongqing had reddened eyes as he gritted his teeth and said, if Master doesn't let me go, I'll kneel down and not get up. Fallen Maple was just about to fly off the handle, but he heard Yi Yuan said coolly, Senior Fallen Maple, let him go. Fallen Maple let out a sigh and waved his hand powerlessly and said, sigh, foolish? Go then, go on. With his eyesight, how could he not tell that Lin Chongqing was going for the sake of Yu Mengli? It was just that. Fallen Maple gave Yi Yuan a glance and took a look at Lin Chongqing again. Finally, it turned into a long sigh. The group of people marched day and night without rest, with stars as a cloak and the moon as a hat, spending half a month's time, and finally rushed to Angry Nether Riverbank. Angry Nether Riverbank was presently already the various major factions' forbidden ground. But at this time, there were still many powerhouses surrounding and watching at the river. These people were mostly Empyrean realm powerhouses that came from the various major forces. On the river, there was an enormous and dark cave entrance. There was dense black aura smoking around it. It was as if it was a prehistoric behemoth about to devour everything. Zhang Yufeng, why is your Fallen Maple Bodhidharma dragging your feet, only arriving now? At this time, a middle-aged man came up and said to Zhang Yufeng. Zhang Yufeng said, Brother Liu, we were delayed for a while by some matters, hence we came late. Liu took a look at Yu Yuan and Lin Chongqing behind Zhang Yufeng and said with a frown, isn't it agreed to only send middle-stage Empyrean realms over? You guys brought 2 burdens. At that time, we'll still have to divide our attention to take care of them. Lin Chongqing, this brat too. The 2 of you stay behind. When Lin Chongqing heard that, his expression could not help changing. He was indeed a genius, but his strength had not truly become powerful yet. In front of Liu, he was still a junior, while Yi Yuan behaved like he did not hear it at all. slowly walking to the riverbank, and sized up the Black Flame Cave's entrance seriously. A very familiar feeling. He had stayed for as long as 10 years in Dragon Eye Cave and absorbed countless devilish energy. But the strength of this devilish energy was much weaker compared to the Dragon Eye Cave. Just as Fallen Maple said, this cave entrance was extremely unstable. Late-stage Empyrean powerhouses entering inside would probably make space collapse too. When Liu saw Yi Yuan ignore him, he said with an unhappy look, "Hey, brat, this Empyrean is talking to you. Didn't you hear?" Yi Yuan could not be bothered to care about him and turned to Lin Chongqing and said, "Follow me." Finished saying, Yi Yuan stepped onto the void and arrived above the river. Lin Chongqing was taken aback when he heard that, his face revealing a look of struggle. But very soon he clenched his jaws and followed after. Liu was unhappy to begin with. Seeing this scene, he sneered coldly and said, "Zhang Yufeng, why did your fallen maple Bodhidharma bring a fool over? He wouldn't want to enter the Black Flame Cave just like this, right? The devilish energy there, if there isn't our restriction, it's sufficient to devour Empyrean realm martial artists. This guy is seeking death." Zhang Yufeng also had a look of puzzlement and yelled in a clear voice, "Brother Yi, this devilish energy is extremely formidable and has already devoured many Empyrean powerhouses." Yi Yuan did not even turn his head back and said coolly, "I'll go in and take a look first. You guys just hurry up." Liu laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Foolish thing. If you can enter, this Empyrean will chop my head off for you to kick as a ball." Just as he was talking, Yi Yuan already arrived at the Black Flame Cave's entrance. Endless devilish energy rushed toward him and Lin Chongqing frenziedly. Lin Chongqing jumped in fright and hurriedly revolved his cultivation method, wanting to resist the devilish energy. Right at this time, Yi Yuan's Chaos Heavenspan cannon activated. The devilish energy poured into his body crazily. When the Lin Chongqing following behind saw this scene, his eyes became wide saucers. Liu opened his mouth wide, virtually able to stuff a fist in. This guy is actually absorbing devilish energy. He absorbed so much in one go and actually didn't blow up and die. Could it be that his body is forged from meteoric iron? Under the watchful gazes of the people, Yi Yuan brought Lin Chongqing and slowly walked into the Black Flame Cave. That appearance was like strolling in his own backyard. The eyeballs of those Empyrean powerhouses all stared widely. Devilish energy was extremely berserk in nature. Forget about absorbing like Yi Yuan, just absorbing a trace in, the consequences would be too ghastly to imagine too. When Zhang Yufeng saw this appearance, he could not help having a bitter smile on his face. Looking at Liu again, he said with a snicker, "Liu, what were you saying just now?" Liu abruptly woke up and said with a look of embarrassment, "Ah? Oh, and nothing. I didn't say anything." Seemingly afraid of everyone continuing to ask, he said ferociously. At this time, someone suggested, "This matter brooks no delay. We'd better hurry up and seal these devilish energies and enter the Black Flame Cave." Everyone naturally did not have objections. With 7 major forces, more than 40 middle-stage Empyrean realm powerhouses took action. How shocking was this commotion? Everyone joined hands and laid down an enchantment, temporarily partitioning off the devilish energy. Bustling around for roughly 2 hours, the enchantment was finally completed. Only then did the group of Empyreans enter Black Flame Cave. Upon entering Black Flame Cave, this was totally different from the outside worlds, heaven and earth. This place had black smoke coiling around, dim without light, looking grim and terrifying. Liu and everyone had naturally never seen before such a place. "What kind of damn place is this?" Liu said with a frown. Zhang Yufeng also had a solemn look as he said, "Don't know, but it's definitely not a good place. Everybody, be more careful. This place is the Abyss Monster's world." At this time, a voice sounded out. 2 figures slowly walked over from afar. It was precisely Yi Yuan 2 people. Behind Yi Yuan, Lin Chongqing's eyes never left Yi Yuan's body, his gaze full of terror. "Abyss Monster? What the hell is that?" Liu said in confusion. The other Empyreans were also at a loss. Clearly, they had not heard of Abyss Monsters before. Yi Yuan said coolly, "It's an extremely powerful race. All in all, everyone, Just be more careful. Liu said with a disdainful look. Extremely powerful race? Hoo, how powerful can it be? This heavenspan world is ruled by our human race. Even the demon race and fiend race also have to stand by the side. Another Empyrean said, Hoo, this little brother is also exaggerating things to raise an alarm. There are so many of us middle-stage Empyrean realm powerhouses here. Even if a late-stage Empyrean came, we might also not be without the strength to fight. What's there to be scared of? As an Empyrean, each person had their own pride. Let alone that here were the proud heavens chosen of 7 great heavenly Emperor Bodemandas, each and every one of them having numerous trump cards. Why would they mind some abyss monsters? Yi Yuan's few words, they did not take it to heart at all. Li Yu's thinking actually also represented the thoughts of the vast majority of the Empyreans. Not that they did not know that this place was dangerous, but that they were very confident in their own strength. After all, those who came before were all some initial stage Empyrean realm disciples. Furthermore, the numbers were also far from as many as this time. Is that so? Then let's go. Yi Yuan showed neither approval nor disapproval. He turned around and advanced. Li Yu's mouth curled, and he said unhappily, What a cocky kid! The party headed towards the depths when everyone's faces suddenly became fascinating. Along the way, there were the corpses of black monsters strewn all over the ground. The auras of these monsters were all very powerful. The vast majority of them were at the true god realm. There were also quite a few at the Empyrean realm. These monsters had clearly just died not long, but they all had a common characteristic. There was a large hole opened up in their heads. Then, who killed these monsters? As plain as day, everyone's gazes all looked toward Yi Yuan. Apart from this brat, who else could there be? Everyone was secretly surprised in their hearts. In merely less than 2 hours' time from start to end, this kid actually killed so many abyss monsters? But Liu smiled coldly and said, A second firmament Empyrean can kill so many monsters. So how strong can these monsters be? Heh, this brat wants to stand in the limelight and intentionally said these monsters to be very strong. In my view, it's merely thus. Another Empyrean also nodded and said, Killing so many in one go, these monsters' strength, they are likely even inferior to ordinary same-rank humans. But the numbers of these monsters are too many. We'd best be more careful. The group of Empyreans all nodded. The number of these monsters was indeed a little too many. But looking at this, Yi Yuan's strength was still pretty good. It was just that no one was willing to admit it, that was all. Lin Chaqing opened his mouth wanting to say something, but he did not say it out in the end. Yi Yuan also could not be bothered to dispute anything. His attention was placed on the terrain. He was searching for the scene when Liu went missing according to Zhua Yuanji's memories. Roughly more than an hour's journey, the dead bodies on the ground gradually lessened. Very clearly, this place was already the limits where Yi Yuan could scout. Yi Yuan secretly went on alert. The abyss monsters in the outer regions were mostly not strong, but the deeper in, the strength of the abyss monsters gradually grew stronger. Roar, roar, roar. Finally, a group of abyss monsters of varying shapes and sizes dashed out, pouncing toward this group of people frenziedly. These abyss monsters were extremely ferocious, their strength also extremely strong. There was quite a number of them that were third firmament Empyrean existences. Liu just laughed coldly and said with disdain, A bunch of trash. This bit of strength, and they also dare to come up and court death. Truly a bunch of foolish things. Done talking, his finger pointed lightly. An incomparably swift and fierce gust of air struck one of the leopard-shaped abyss monsters. Bang! That abyss monster cried out strangely and rolled a few times on the ground, slipping away with a scamper. Clearly, he realized Liu's power. But Liu's expression changed. His gaze revealed a solemn look. He was a 6th firmament Empyrean mighty expert. That finger just now, even if a 4th firmament Empyrean took it, it would also be serious injuries if not death. But this abyss monster actually slipped away completely fine. These monsters were actually so strong? When he looked toward his companions around him again, he discovered that those 4th firmament Empyrean human martial artists were actually evenly matched in strength with those 3rd firmament Empyrean abyss monsters. A wave of cold air rose up in Liu's heart. At the same time, it also rose up in everyone's hearts. Only when they truly fought did they know how powerful these abyss monsters' strength was. A third firmament Empyrean forcefully contending with a fourth firmament Empyrean? These abyss monsters could actually jump realms to face the enemy. Jumping realms to battle in Empyrean realm, furthermore, they were even elites among human martial artists. This scene simply subverted these Empyreans' understanding. Kill! The few leaders' faces fell, and they took action and made a move. With 5th Firmament and 6th Firmament Empyrean powerhouses making a move, the show in power was different now. In an instant, those abyss monsters sustained casualties and retreated one after another. But the expressions of these Empyreans became incomparably solemn. At this time, somebody looked at Yi Yuan again and could not help sucking in a cold breath. Only then did everyone realize what kind of concept Yi Yuan exterminating hundreds of abyss monsters in an hour was. Among these hundreds of abyss monsters, there were even many that were Empyrean level. If looking at the situation of the fight just now, even a first firmament Empyrean monster could also forcefully contend with a second firmament Empyrean existence. Under the corroboration of the two, just what kind of inconceivable thing had Yi Yuan done? More importantly, he only used 2 hours. These fourth firmament Empyreans weighed themselves over. If they fought alone, it would absolutely be a dogfight, taking a very long time. Just how strong was this brat's strength? Previously, they all did not pay attention to the look in Lin Chongqing's eyes at all. But now they finally understood. This kid must have seen something remarkable. Chongqing, what in the world did you see? Zhang Yufeng pulled Lin Chongqing to one side and asked softly. Even if so long had passed, Lin Chongqing was still in the midst of shock. Prior to this, he did not know how strong Yi Yuan was. But when he witnessed Yi Yuan butchering these abyss monsters, he finally understood that he and Yi Yuan were already people from completely different worlds. A massacre. A complete massacre. Those second firmament Empyrean abyss monsters couldn't last one exchange under his hands at all. He only needed one punch to annihilate the other party. Lin Chongqing said. Yi Yuan could annihilate a second firmament Empyrean abyss monster with one punch. Wanting to kill him was clearly just a matter of snapping a finger. Just what kind of freak did he provoke? No wonder junior apprentice Sister Mengli had always maintained a distance from him. No wonder even though he was so outstanding, junior apprentice Sister Mengli had always been aloof and indifferent. It turned out that she actually had such a monstrous lover. With such a man, how could he still enter her eyes? Genius? This term was a pile of dog shit in front of Yi Yuan. Zhang Yufeng's pupils constricted and he cried out in surprise, massacre? Doesn't that mean that he has at least peak third firmament Empyrean combat strength? But Lin Chongqing shook his head and said, I suspect that it's more than that. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a cold breath. No wonder this guy was so arrogant. He really had the capital to be arrogant. At this time, no one treated Yi Yuan as a junior anymore. Being able to exterminate so many abyss monsters with his power alone, it would also absolutely not be as effortless as Li Yu these sixth firmament Empyreans. Li Yu's gaze glimmered slightly, and he said in a solemn voice, why would these monsters be so strong? It's completely illogical. No wonder the Empyrean realm martial artists that entered this place before, none of them returned. Zhang Yufeng nodded and said, what Brother Yi said earlier is right. Our mission has to be done cautiously. If the matter can't be accomplished, we must withdraw straight away. Actually, everyone already somewhat wanted to beat a retreat. But there was no harvest until now. They could not give an account after returning to their respective factions either, so they could only toughen their scalps and carry on walking. However, what surprised everyone was that the journey that followed was unexpectedly calm. There were actually no abyss monsters coming to attack them again. But it was precisely because of this that the uneasiness in everyone's hearts grew stronger. Lie's heart was somewhat racing as he asked, Yi Yuan, boy, have you seen these monsters in the past before? Yi Yuan nodded and said, seen before? Just what are these monsters? Also, where have you seen these monsters before? Liu asked. Yi Yuan said coolly, no comments. You! Liu could not help choking when he heard that and said angrily, cocky for what? You punk. Not only have you seen these monsters before, you can even absorb devilish energy. In my view, you're definitely together with the monsters." The moment these words came out, the group of Empyreans involuntarily pulled apart some distance from Yi Yuan. Indeed, Li Yu's random guess made everyone give rise to suspicion in their hearts. Yi Yuan was too peculiar. When Li Yu saw that he isolated Yi Yuan with one sentence, he could not help feeling smug in his heart. Who knew that Yi Yuan simply ignored him and walked forward without consulting anyone? Li Yu was thoroughly infuriated by Yi Yuan's action of overlooking. "Brat, this Empyrean is talking to you. Didn't you hear?" Li Yu said in a great rage. Yi Yuan still ignored him. How could he know that Yi Yuan was currently not in the mood to play this sort of game with him at all? All of his thoughts were placed on looking for Lier. Regarding the clues and inklings around, Yi Yuan would not let any of it go. It was just too bad that up until now, Yi Yuan did not discover any situation. Under his rage, Li Yu's aura erupted, and he was about to make a move against Yi Yuan. But right at this time, a streak of black light flashed past in the dark night. Bang! The place where Yi Yuan was standing actually had a large pit blasted out. Everyone's expression changed. They saw an abyss monster standing at the place where Yi Yuan stood previously, while Yi Yuan's figure was already gone. Could it be that Yi Yuan was killed just like that? However, they did not have time to think too much, because a large group of abyss monsters suddenly scurried out around them. There were as many as several dozen. Furthermore, the aura of each one was very strong. They were actually all middle-stage Empyrean realm strength. The expressions of the group of Empyreans changed wildly. They were surrounded. A despairing mood spread among the Empyreans. These were all middle-stage Empyrean realm abyss monsters. Judging from the situation that they encountered previously, they did not have the slightest chance of victory at all. You guys came right on time. Let me ask you, have you all seen this human female before? Suddenly, a figure flashed at the top of a tree. Yi Yuan condensed Yu Mengli's image with divine essence. But his words were asked at the abyss monster who ambushed him previously with a divine soul brand. He had also asked before those Empyrean-level abyss monsters previously, but those abyss monsters did not know at all. Now, encountering these stronger abyss monsters, Yi Yuan asked once more. "Ha ha ha. Human brat, why should this Empyrean answer your question? Become this Empyrean's snack obediently. If this Empyrean is happy, maybe I'll tell you." That sixth firmament Empyrean powerful existence said with a loud laugh. This abyss monster's aura was the strongest. Clearly, it was the leader of this group of abyss monsters. Sixth firmament Empyrean could virtually sweep across the Empyrean powerhouses present. This punk actually didn't die, Li Yu said in shock. He knew how terrifying that strike earlier was. Furthermore, it was even a sneak attack. If it were him, he also did not have absolute confidence in avoiding. Yi Yuan was actually completely unharmed. Yi Yuan let out a sigh and put away Lier's image, and said coolly, "Then, there's only beating until you all say it." The abyss monster leader laughed loudly and said, "Arrogant and conceited brat, just based on the likes of you all, these lowly humans, you also want to beat us noble abyss monsters?" Yi Yuan ignored him, but he shouted at Li Yu and the rest, "Hey, do you all want to die or live?" Li Yu's face fell, and he said in a cold voice, "Rubbish. Of course it's want to live, but just based on you, what right do you have to say such words?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "If you want to live, don't resist, do as I say. If want to die, then just take it as I didn't say anything." The faces of the group of Empyreans all changed irregularly. A second firmament Empyrean asked them if they wanted to die or live. This scene was rather comical, but the circumstances were more persuasive than rational thinking. At present, it already reached the moment of life and death. It did not allow them to be wayward. The choice determined the outcome. Was it to believe Yi Yuan or to fight to the death? Li Yu had a very conflicted face. He disliked Yi Yuan's cocky appearance greatly, but he was similarly clear that, with the current situation, they probably could not even escape if they wanted to. "Brother Yi, I'll listen to you." At this time, Zhang Yufeng was the first to step forward and fervently support Yi Yuan. He knew that the time left for them was already not much. "Little brother, hope that you don't scam us." Another person stepped forward. "Little brother Yi, this Empyrean is handing this old life to your hands. Facing the terror of death made everyone make a decision very quickly. In a certain death situation, everyone could only choose to believe Yi Yuan. Li Yu's expression flickered incessantly. Finally, he gritted his teeth and also said, "Brat, if you dare to scam this Empyrean won't let you off even if I become a ghost too." Yi Yuan nodded slightly and suddenly fished out a large bunch of golden needles. When everyone saw the situation, their faces could not help changing. What did this kid want to do? "I'm going to poke you guys a bit. Don't resist. Otherwise, I can't answer for the consequences," Yi Yuan said coolly. Li Yu's two eyes narrowed and he said in a solemn voice, "Brat, you wouldn't be wanting to stab the acupoints with a golden needle, right?" Yi Yuan nodded slowly and said, "That's right." Li Yu's face fell and he said, "Nonsense. So many of us, by the time you finish applying the needles, the flowers would have turned yellow. Are you freaking screwing with us?" Hearing Li Yu's words, quite a few people revealed unhappy looks. Clearly, they all felt that they were being made fun of. The Abyss Monster leader also laughed loudly as it said, "Ha ha ha. Kid, just based on a few needles and you want to deal with noble Abyss Monsters?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Who said that I'm going to apply the needles one by one?" I said, "Don't resist. Otherwise, bear the consequences yourself. It's coming." Everyone's hearts turned cold. Only to see Yi Yuan need seals. Several hundred streams of golden light turned into flowing light, dancing wildly in the darkness. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In one breath, several hundred streams of golden light flashed and disappeared. The group of Empyreans only felt like their bodies were being bitten by several ants. Then, a boundless power emerged from every pore on their bodies. What powerful strength! I feel like I'm already invincible under the heavens. This is Golden Needle's piercing acupoints method? Truly too amazing. Ha ha, you bunch of trash, come over and fight with Grandpa. Each Empyrean's body erupted with a fearsome aura. Just like their strength instantly increased by one realm. Li Yu felt that power coming from all over his body and felt like he could contend with 7th Firmament Empyreans. At this moment, his gaze when looking at Yi Yuan became incomparably surprised. In an instant, controlling several hundred golden needles and accurately stabbing into the acupoints of every Empyrean's body without error, what kind of terrifying control was this? Although he was not an alchemist, he also knew that this kind of terrifying control was not what ordinary alchemists could achieve. Golden needle piercing the acupoints method, the strength, divine essence, soul force, as well as precision, so on and so forth. The things that needed to be paid attention to were far too many. Furthermore, among the Empyreans present, each person's strength was different. Each person's realm was different. The situation was incomparably complex. It could be said that how to apply the needles for each person had to be tailor-made. Golden needles piercing the acupoints method was an extremely dangerous method. The difference in millimeters was something that could be fatal. But Yi Yuan drafted up a set of acupuncture outline for everyone in such a short time. Even if an 8-star alchemy god came here, it was also impossible to stimulate each person's potential so precisely. What kind of monster was this fellow? Those opposite were monsters. But this monster in front of them was even more terrifying than those monsters opposite. The Abyss Monster leader finally discovered a hint of something amiss. The auras of these Empyreans suddenly became very powerful. However, he did not feel that Abyss Monsters would lose to weak humans. "Minions, kill for me. Tear these foolish humans to shreds," the Abyss Monster leader bellowed. Under the word of command, several dozen Abyss Monsters roared and charged over toward the human Empyreans. "Ha-ha! Perfect! Watch this Empyrean tear you trash into pieces." These human Empyreans all had their strength skyrocket, brimming with vigor and energy. They were just worried about having nowhere to vent it. Seeing the Abyss Monsters rush up, they did not retreat, but advanced instead, directly rushing over. For some time, the human Empyreans and Abyss Monsters fought and killed until the sky was rent asunder and the earth split open with the void trembling. Li Yu Abyss Monster and actually directly charged toward the Abyss Monster leader. This leader was 6th Firmament Empyrean. Even if he could not deal with a 7th Firmament Empyrean human martial artist, exterminating 6th Firmament Empyreans was still very easy. But when Li Yu clashed together with him, he actually did not fall into a disadvantage. The human Empyrean powerhouses all seemed to have been injected with stimulants and actually fought and killed until the Abyss monsters steadily lost ground. This kind of horrifying strength fought until the Abyss monsters cried out strangely. By the side, when Lin Chongqing saw this scene, he was transfixed. His strength was too weak, stabbing or not stabbing him was irrelevant to the overall situation. Yi Yuan did not apply golden needles piercing acupoints on him either. This guy's means were truly inconceivable. At this time, he actually somewhat regretted following after. The more he came into contact with Yi Yuan and the more he witnessed Yi Yuan's methods getting more and more, the more that he felt ashamed of his unworthiness. He currently even had a feeling that only someone like Yi Yuan was worthy of Yu Mengli. Him pursuing Yu Mengli was simply sullying her. Lin Chaqin shook his head hard, attempting to shake this kind of thinking out of his head. But it would not go away at all. In front of Yi Yuan, he grew less and less confident. These human Empyreans were the elites of the various Bodhidharmas to begin with, their strength far surpassing their peers. Now that their potential was stimulated, each and every one of their strength skyrocketed, and they could actually pummel same-rank Abyss monsters. The originally certain death situation actually became a one-sided situation now. Especially the high-level combat powers, Zhang Yufeng and the rest, their strength was about the same as Li Yu's. Currently, they even rampaged in all directions, killing those Fifth Firmament Empyrean Abyss monsters until they were in a sorry plight. After they managed to find time, they joined Li Yu's battle group. 1 versus 1 became 2 versus 1 became 3 versus 1. The Abyss monster leader nearly vomited blood at this time. But, even if he wanted to run now, he could not run away either. Under the pincer attacks of the few mighty experts, the Abyss monster leader was getting defeated not long after. The devil monster leader's aura became weaker and weaker. In the blink, it was riddled with injuries, its strength being less than 10%. "Leave it alive," Yi Yuan called out. Li Yu said with a cold snort. "This kind of monster? Spare for what? Just kill it." As he said, he suddenly made a move and was about to slay the devil monster leader. "Immobilize!" A thunderclap-like voice seemingly shouted out from great antiquity. The few mighty experts were caught off guard and were actually immobilized at the same time. A figure suddenly appeared in front of the devil monster leader. "Poo work!" Yi Yuan directly plunged a hand into the devil monster leader's head. He grabbed the devil monster leader's tarnished black devil crystal. "Seal!" Yi Yuan gave a cold cry and sent out a force, directly sealing the devil monster leader's tarnished black devil crystal. Quicker than words could tell. The series of actions did not even reach a breath of time. Finishing with all these, time freeze suddenly shattered. Everything returned to normal. The few great Empyreans used eyes like having seen a ghost to stare fixedly at Yi Yuan. This guy actually froze all of them just now. Although it was just a short instant, they were really unable to do anything during that moment. This guy can actually control space-time? What was that just now? Heavenly Tao, true word. Li Yu looked at Yi Yuan, his eyes full of shock. Although Yi Yuan's golden needles piercing the acupoints turned the battle situation around, the unhappiness in Li Yu's heart was not dispelled. He knew what Yi Yuan wanted to do, but the unhappiness from before turned into a wicked mentality during that moment. He wanted to kill this devil monster leader and sever Yi Yuan's hope. But Yi Yuan used this sort of bizarre way to save the devil monster leader. How could this not surprise him? How many methods did this brat have? Done with all this, Yi Yuan turned around, seething with killing intent. Li Yu's way of doing things already touched his bottom line. Don't you forget, after the golden needles pierced your acupoints, there will be a period of extreme weakness. At that time, your life and death will be dictated by me. Yi Yuan's words were bone-piercingly cold. Li Yu's expression changed drastically. He only cared about venting his anger earlier. Why would he think so much? Currently, upon Yi Yuan's reminder, only then did Li Yu suddenly startled awake. Those golden needles indeed let him obtain powerful strength. But what about after tiding over the immediate crisis? Suddenly Li Yu's two eyes narrowed and he said with a hideous grin, "So what? This Empyrean hasn't passed the powerful period yet currently." Zhang Yufeng's gaze turned cold and he said in a solemn voice, "Li Yu, do you still want face?" If not for Yi Yuan, we'd probably have long been killed by these abyss monsters now. You actually want to repay kindness with ingratitude now. Liu smiled coldly and said, so what? This punk is so unbelievably cocky. This Empyrean has long been displeased at the sight of him. Now, the crisis has already been resolved. We also roughly understand the situation here already and can go back and report on the completion of the mission. This brat doesn't have much use anymore as well. Zhang Yufeng's gaze turned cold and he said in a cold voice, have you asked me about wanting to kill Yi Yuan? Or is it that you think that everybody will look on with folded arms? Liu chuckled and suddenly made a move. A large number of umbrellas flew towards the sky, instantly enveloping the few powerhouses in the vicinity fully. Zhang Yufeng's face changed and he cried out in shock. 10-directional forbidden spirit umbrella. You actually even brought this out. 10-directional forbidden spirit umbrella was a peak Empyrean spirit treasure of the Clearwater Bodhidharma that Liu was from. Or should it be said that it was a quasi-heavenly emperor spirit treasure? This spirit treasure had a resounding reputation within the 7 major factions' sphere of influence. It was because this Empyrean spirit treasure could absorb the divine essence of the martial artists within a certain radius, and then supplement it onto themselves. This was equivalent to reducing the opponent's strength when fighting and increasing one's own strength. If it was under the situation where their strengths were on par, this Empyrean spirit treasure would be a trump card. And this Empyrean spirit treasure was most formidable during group battles. Like now. At this time, everyone only felt that a portion of the divine essence in their bodies was instantly drained, while Liu's aura was in the midst of soaring madly. Finally, he actually stepped into 7th Firmament Empyrean. Although this was just temporary, he truly possessed the strength of 7th Firmament Empyrean right now. Ha ha ha. Now, is there still anyone that wants to come out and protect this brat? Liu looked like a cat that ate the canary, letting out a wild laugh. How could the others still be Liu's match after having a significant amount of divine essence drained? Even Zhang Yufeng also shut his mouth sensibly. Speaking at this time was equivalent to seeking death. He could not help looking toward Yi Yuan, having a worried look on his face. Just earlier, a stream of strange power circled one round inside Yi Yuan's body, attempting to draw out his divine essence. But this force actually could not extract Yi Yuan's chaos divine essence. In the end, it returned without accomplishing anything. Yi Yuan looked at Liu expressionlessly and said coolly, this Empyrean spirit treasure is pretty good. I'll be accepting it. Liu narrowed his eyes, a cold light shining as he said in a cold voice, reckless and blind thing. Is your reliance that heavenly Tao true word? With my present strength, you can at most only freeze time for that instance. Even if I stand there and let you hit, what can you do to me? But how many times can you use this martial technique? 7th Firmament Empyrean versus 2nd Firmament Empyrean. The disparity in between was a massive chasm. Even if Yi Yuan's combat strength was astonishing, it was also very hard to kill Liu in an instant. Hence, he had nothing to fear. Yi Yuan's eyelids raised slightly, and he said coolly, if you keep spurting nonsense, the golden needle's piercing acupoints method will time out. Liu could not help choking when he heard that and said in a solemn voice, courting death. Under his rage, Liu exerted all of his strength. The tremendous power of 7th Firmament Empyrean made the faces of everyone present change drastically. 6th Firmament Empyrean to 7th Firmament Empyrean. This was a massive gulf. Now, Liu crossed this gulf. How many times did his strength increase? More importantly, Liu was still under the effect of the golden needles right now. His strength terrifying to the extreme. Crimson Moon Azure Light Sword. One sword emerging, countless streaks of azure lights were akin to dense rain, stabbing at the place where Yi Yuan was at. Unavoidable. Bang, bang, bang. After a bout of indiscriminate bombardment, a large pit was blasted out at the place where Yi Yuan was standing at. Even the void had several cracks blasted out, while Yi Yuan vanished without a trace. Liu chuckled and said, so what even if you have a lot of measures? So what if you know the golden needle piercing acupoints method? Didn't you still die at this Empyrean's hands? This move is lacking in power. Just a reminder, the duration of the effect doesn't have long remaining. A leisurely void sounded out behind everyone. Everyone turned around, but saw that Yi Yuan was currently standing on top of a tree. Very cozy. while his body did not have any injury at all. Li Yu's pupils constricted, and he looked at Yi Yuan in disbelief as he gritted his teeth and said, "Impossible! My Crimson Moon Azure Light Sword even locked space down. How did you escape?" Yi Yuan was still expressionless as he said, Forgot to tell you. My spatial law is already comprehended to the peak 6th firmament. I'm afraid that it's a little hard for your degree of attack to want to harm me." Li Yu's entire body trembled, his eyeballs almost popping out. Spatial law comprehended to peak 6th firmament, what kind of concept was this? Beneath Heavenly Emperor, it was far too difficult to want to kill Yi Yuan, unless one planned things beforehand, like Long Shao locking down all space. Otherwise, there was basically no hope. But now, where would Li Yu go and make arrangements? A despairing mood instantly spread throughout Li Yu's entire body. Could not kill Yi Yuan. Then there was only waiting for Yi Yuan to come and kill him. Thud. Li Yu actually knelt down toward Yi Yuan involuntarily. "Be brother Yi, I, Li Yu, had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Spare me." When he said this, Li Yu was practically sobbing. His greatest reliance was the 10-directional forbidden spirit umbrella. Under such a circumstance, it could let his strength soar. But who knew that Yi Yuan's greatest trump card was not whatever golden needles piercing acupoints? Nor was it some heavenly Tao true word. It was actually spatial law. While Yi Yuan could not win against him, Yi Yuan did not need to fight with him at all. As long as Yi Yuan ran the timer out, he could only stretch his neck out for the executor's blade. This was impressive. 6th firmament spatial law. Brother Ye's strength is truly inconceivable. At a young age, how can he be so monstrous? Could it be that this guy started cultivating in his mother's womb? Hey, Li Yu, this fellow calculated everything, but he failed to calculate this. He finally kicked a metal plate today. Yi Yuan looked at Li Yu and said coolly, "Sparing you? It's not that I can't." When everyone saw the situation, they secretly nodded one after another. This was also within reason. Li Yu's status in Clearwater Bodhidharma was rather high. Otherwise, he would not have been bestowed the 10-directional forbidden spirit umbrella. Yi Yuan was apprehensive of the faction behind him, so sparing his life was also ought to be. Otherwise, after going out, Yi Yuan would have endless trouble. Li Yu's eyes glinted and he said in pleasant surprise, "As long as Brother Yi lifts your hand high up in mercy, Li Yu is willing to pay any price." Yi Yuan's finger pointed at the void, pointing at the 10-directional forbidden spirit umbrella as he said, "I want it." Li Yu's face changed, his expression ugly as he said, "This, the 10-directional forbidden spirit umbrella is my Clearwater Bodhidharma's precious treasure. Can't be easily given to people. If handed to Brother Yi, I'll definitely be heavily punished after going back." Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, "If you don't hand it to me, you'll suffer a heavy punishment right now." Li Yu was silent for a moment. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Fine, I'll give it to Brother Yi." His hatred toward Yi Yuan in his heart was already heinous. But the circumstances were stronger than people. He had no choice but to lower his head right now. Li Yu secretly swore in his heart. After going out, he would definitely request his elders to take action and exterminate this hateful punk. At once, Li Yu did not hesitate either, calling in the 10-directional forbidden spirit umbrella and wiped away his divine soul imprint, and gave this quasi-emperor level Empyrean spirit treasure to Yi Yuan just like this. Done with all these, the time limit for golden needles piercing acupoints finally arrived as well. The Empyreans present wailed out, all collapsing from exhaustion. But being able to preserve their lives was already very good. This bit of agony was naturally no big deal. Furthermore, everyone discovered that Yi Yuan's golden needles piercing acupoint technique was extremely profound. It only made them collapse from exhaustion and did not cause any damage to their bodies or cultivation. This way, everyone was naturally endlessly grateful toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan put away the 10-directional forbidden spirit umbrella, arrived before Li Yu, and said coolly, "The time is up. I can send you on your way." Li Yu's expression changed wildly and he said in alarm and anger, You played me." Yi Yuan admitted it very shamelessly. "That's right, played you. Wanting the 10-directional forbidden spirit umbrella was merely to drag it out. Do you think that without you, I won't be able to wipe away your divine sense imprint. Ever since absorbing the large amount of sea of law that time, the soul-suppressing pearl already completely advanced. It became a heavenly emperor spirit treasure. With the soul-suppressing pearl's current strength, wouldn't wiping away Li Yu's divine sense imprint still be easily accomplished? The reason why he played the hypocrite with every semblance of sincerity was merely to prevent a cornered dog from biting. That was all. Li Yu was incomparably ashamed and resentful and roared furiously. If you dare kill me, Clearwater Bodhidharma won't let you off. Yi Yuan said coolly, so what? You taunted and jeered along the way. I couldn't be bothered to haggle over it. But when you attempted to kill the Abyss Monster leader, your time of death arrived. Yi Yuan was not someone who sought revenge for the smallest grievance. But if Li Yu killed the Devil Monster leader, it would be equivalent to severing hopes of finding Li'er. He could not tolerate this. Li's life or death was unknown. Yi Yuan was in a heavy mood to begin with. Li Yu provoked him time and again. He originally could not be bothered to haggle over it. But in the end, he actually repaid kindness with ingratitude and wanted to kill the Devil Monster leader. One had to know, Yi Yuan was their group's life savior. Li Yu was simultaneously alarmed and enraged, but at this time he was already a fish on the chopping board. So how could he still have the strength to resist Yi Yuan? Currently, Li Yu's divine essence had been exhausted. He did not have any spare strength to protect his body at all. Cold light flashed. Li Yu perished, his Tao dissipating. Everyone looked at this scene in great shock, being shocked by Yi Yuan's ruthlessness and decisiveness. A sixth firmament Empyrean, Clearwater Bodhidharma's future heavenly emperor powerhouse, was blotted out by Yi Yuan just like that. Those Clearwater Bodhidharma Empyreans were all silent like cicadas in winter, afraid of Yi Yuan transferring his anger onto them. Who knew that Yi Yuan turned around and walked toward the Abyss Monster leader. The monster leader looked at Yi Yuan, his eyes full of terror. This human brat was too bizarre. Yi Yuan was clearly different from other humans, aware of where the weakness of Abyss monsters lay. Detaining his tarnished black devil crystal, even if he had monstrous strength, he was also a piece of junk now. Human brat, give up. This Empyrean won't tell you what you want to know. It's impossible for the noble Abyss monsters to submit to humans. The monster leader looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "Is that so?" Yi Yuan suddenly grabbed, holding the tarnished black devil crystal in his hand. Chaos Heavenspan cannon quietly revolved and started absorbing the tarnished black devil crystal's power. The monster leader's entire body trembled, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief. This human was actually absorbing the tarnished black devil crystal's power. He could actually absorb the tarnished black devil crystal's power. He only felt that the strength in his body was being extracted bit by bit. Yi Yuan's speed of extracting the tarnished black devil crystal was not fast. But this way, the monster leader's fear would gradually magnify. You rest assured, I won't devour all of your strength. When your strength drops to the true God realm, I'll release your seal and let you go back. I think that your companions should be very happy to see you then, Yi Yuan said coolly. The monster leader's body shuddered again, its gaze full of terror. The monster leader cried out, You're a demon. Yi Yuan had lived for more than 10 years in the Dragon Eye Cave and had killed before no idea how many Abyss monsters. How could he not know their habits and characteristics? The Abyss monster world was 100 times, 1,000 times crueler than the human world. The rise of a sixth firmament Empyrean devil leader followed the wake of countless slaughter and suppression. When those companions of his see his strength fall to true God realm, his outcome would be unbelievably wretched. Yi Yuan ignored the devil leader. He just quietly absorbed the power in the tarnished black devil crystal. True suffering was not dying all at once, but the process of quietly waiting for death. Terror spread in the devil leader's body little by little. The other Empyreans all quietly watched Yi Yuan, their eyes full of astonishment. They could feel that the devil leader's aura was diminishing bit by bit while Yi Yuan's aura was growing stronger little by little. Yi Yuan was actually absorbing the devil monster leader's strength to increase his own strength. Just what kind of freak was this guy? Finally, the devil monster leader could not endure this kind of despairing feeling and broke down. I'll talk. I beg you, stop absorbing. Listening entirely to the news from the devil monster leader, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed even tighter. Leah did not die, but Lier was captured. These abyss monsters were actually going to send Lier into the abyss space. With the devil monster's level, he did not know the reasons involved. The human powerhouses who fell into the Black Flame Cave previously were already all devoured by the abyss monsters. Only left Lier alone. There were clearly more unknown secrets involved. Although it was Yi Yuan's first time hearing abyss space this place, there was no need to guess that he also knew that the place was the abyss monster's main camp. If Lier went there, even if he had exceedingly formidable abilities, it would also be hard to rescue her. Yi Yuan knew that this abyss space definitely had immensely powerful existences. Otherwise, why would those Dragon Clan major powers suppress in the depths of the Dragon Eye Cave? For some time, Yi Yuan's heart burned with anxiety. At this time, Zhang Yufeng went up and consoled him. Zhang Yufeng said, "Brother Yi, junior apprentice Sister Mengli will be blessed by the heavens and definitely turn calamities into blessings." Yi Yuan forcefully pressed down the anxiety in his heart and nodded slightly as he said, "Senior apprentice Brother Zhang, thank you for your auspicious blessings. Arriving here, I believe that everyone also knows the situation in the Black Flame Cave. Continuing to advance further, I'm afraid that everyone won't be able to return anymore. It ends here then." The few leaders nodded one after another, all agreeing with Yi Yuan's view. This damn place, they did not wish to stay for a moment longer. If not for Yi Yuan, they would already currently be dead until dregs did not remain. Zhang Yufeng let out a sigh and said, "There's only like this." Suddenly, Lin Chaqing rushed in front of Yi Yuan and pointed at Yi Yuan as he roared angrily, "Yi Yuan, you coward. Do you plan on leaving junior apprentice Sister Mengli here alone?" Everyone cast strange gazes toward Lin Chaqing. Yi Yuan's choice was naturally the wise choice. Continuing forward at this time, what could he do apart from sending himself to death? Lin Chongqing's action was a little too impulsive and without due consideration. Yi Yuan ignored Lin Chongqing and said to the few leaders with clasped hands, "Gentlemen, we'll part here." Everyone was stunned. What did this mean? Zhang Yufeng asked probingly, "Brother Yi, you aren't leaving together with us?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Lier is in danger. How can this Yi look on with folded arms? Even if I lose this life, this Yi will also have to rescue her." At this time, tenderness revealed in Yi Yuan's eyes made the group of Empyreans cast sidelong glances too. Only then did everyone know that Yi Yuan's meaning was that they should leave while he would stay. What a lovesick man. Zhang Yufeng was taken aback and urged, "Brother Yi, it is not that this Zhang isn't concerned about junior apprentice Sister Mengli. Didn't you also see it? Continuing forward is certain death. Is such a thing that brings destruction on yourself worth it?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "There's not worth it or not, only willing or not. Gentlemen, let's part here." Done talking, Yi Yuan brought the devil monster leader and turned around and left. Lin Chongqing was frozen on the spot. Abruptly startling awake, he took quick steps and caught up to Yi Yuan. "I'll go too," Lin Chongqing said with a firm gaze. Yi Yuan looked at Lin Chaqing and said calmly, "If I go myself, there's a fraction of assurance. Bringing you. This fraction will be gone. If you insist on following and sending yourself to doom, I have no objections either. But don't follow me." Talking to the back, Yi Yuan's tone gradually turned cold. The meaning of his words was already very clear. You could only get in the way if you follow. Lin Chongqing's complexion turned deathly pale with a whoosh, feeling all the strength in his body being drained. If it were before, if anyone dared to say such things in front of him, he would definitely have sent a slap over. But now, after witnessing Yi Yuan's series of inconceivable means, his confidence was long demoralized until it was battered black and blue. Finally, it turned into a bitter smile as he said, "All right, I got it." Finished talking, Lin Chongqing turned around, his back view being indescribably lonely. Yi Yuan looked at Lin Chongqing's back view and shook his head slightly. He understood Lin Chongqing's thoughts. It was just too bad that no one could understand his knot with Lier. Lin Chaqing could only be a passerby. Zhang Yufeng also sighed slightly. Toward this scene, he had nothing to say as well. To talk about Lin Chongqing, he was absolutely exceptionally gifted. being the most unequivocally talented among them apprentice brothers. It was just a shame that his opponent was Yi Yuan. In front of such a monster, so what even if one's talent was any greater? Yi Yuan brought the devil monster leader and gradually vanished from everyone's line of sight. Zhang Yufeng and the rest did not dare to stay too long either, withdrawing one after another. After an hour, Yi Yuan suddenly stopped and asked the devil monster leader, "Do you have a name?" The devil monster leader trembled and said, "This lowly one is called Mosius." Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, "From today onward, you're my slave. Now, let's sign the devil-devouring contract." Mosius's expression changed wildly, looking at Yi Yuan with a look of terror. He did not think that Yi Yuan actually even knew about the devil-devouring contract. How could he know that Yi Yuan had killed countless abyss monsters in the Dragon Eye Cave and had long thoroughly grasped some information about the abyss monsters? This devil-devouring contract was similar to the slave contact of humans. Once the contract was formed, the abyss monster would unconditionally obey the other party and become the other party's slave. If there was the thought of resisting, they would immediately get a backlash from the contract and die, with their outcome being extremely miserable. Under normal circumstances, even if abyss monsters were to die, they would not sign a devil-devouring contract too. But at the thought of Yi Yuan's methods, Mosius could not refrain from shuddering. Even if we signed a devil-devouring contract, you also can't possibly rescue that human girl. Further in are all late-stage Empyrean lords. There are even heavenly Emperor-level lords holding down the fort. If you go, there's no hope at all. Mosius gnashed his teeth in hatred and said. Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "That's not something that you should be worried about. You can choose to die or sign a devil-devouring contract with me. Dignity, this thing, once lost, then it would be lost again and again." Under Yi Yuan's despotic power, Mosius finally still signed the devil-devouring contract with Yi Yuan. "Master." Mosius lay prone in front of Yi Yuan, his attitude being incomparably humble and polite. Yi Yuan nodded slightly. Suddenly, his aura changed. Thick, devilish energy poured out of Yi Yuan's body and wrapped his entire person up. Thick black fur also grew on Yi Yuan's body. He looked exactly like an abyss monster. Abyss monsters had no common form. Humanoid shapes were also not in the minority. "And master, this is too inconceivable." Mosius was shocked until he could not use words to describe it any longer. A human actually became an abyss monster with a sway of his body. Even he, the sixth firmament Empyrean super powerhouse, could not differentiate the truth in the slightest. What kind of existence was this master of his? Yi Yuan said coolly, "Can your heavenly emperor powerhouses differentiate my appearance?" Mosius shook his head hard and said, "Absolutely impossible to tell. All of the characteristics on Master's body are identical with abyss monsters. They absolutely can't differentiate Master from abyss monsters." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "That's good then. You take these tarnished black devil crystals and recover your cultivation as fast as possible." Along the way, the devilish energy gradually grew thicker. In the surroundings, some powerful auras appeared at times, and then disappeared. These auras were much stronger than even Mosius's. Yi Yuan followed him. It was smooth along the way. There were countless checkpoints they had to pass through. The two people finally arrived at a small-scale city. When a guard saw Mosius, he asked, "Mosius, not garrisoning your own territory, what are you doing here?" Yi Yuan noticed that the guards here were all Empyrean-level powerhouses. Mosius hurriedly answered, "I'm here to meet Lord Manya. There's an important matter to report." The guard's gaze landed on Yi Yuan, and he said in a solemn voice, "Who is he?" Mosius explained, "He's my subordinate. This important information was discovered by him." The guard said coolly, "Lord Manya is currently trying to cheer the divine daughter up. I'm afraid that he doesn't have time to meet you. You go to the courier station to rest first and await summons." Mosius was taken aback and said, "Divine daughter? What divine daughter?" The guard smiled and said, "You still don't know? It's that human female who was captured. Great Sage Nine Origin said that she's the divine race's divine daughter and is to be sent to the abyss world. Otherwise, how can she possibly live until now?" Yi Yuan's heart shook wildly when he heard that. How did Lier become a divine daughter? Also, what the hell was this divine race? For some time, Yi Yuan's heart was in an upheaval. It was as if this matter concerned some earth-shattering secrets. Your Excellency, this lowly one has a way to coax that human divine daughter to cheer up, Yi Yuan said to the guard. The guard was taken aback and said, You really have a way? The divine daughter kicks up a row daily about wanting to return to the human race. It's no use no matter how Lord Munya persuades her. His head is almost exploding. If you really have a way, that will be a major achievement. Yi Yuan said, Your Excellency, rest assured, this lowly one will definitely accomplish it. The guard said, All right then, you guys go to the courier station first. I'll go and report to Lord Munya. Moses brought him to the courier station. Monstrous waves surged in Yi Yuan's heart. The abyss monsters here were no longer disorganized like he had seen before. On the contrary, the abyss monsters in the city were like an army. A city, courier station, guards, these were not things that a race like the abyss monsters would have. Although the intelligence of abyss monsters was rather high, their world leaned more toward fierce beasts. The weak were prey and the strong feasts. And the strong survived. Also, hearing about the divine race and the divine daughter, what kind of place was this abyss space? Asking Moses, he was not clear either. With his status, he could not come into contact with these at all. Moses was just a weakling who was banished outside. He took orders from Munya, and Munya brought him here. That was all. Also, there was this region of space. No matter how Yi Yuan looked, why did it seem like a sundered boundary connecting the abyss space and the heavenspan world? Since the dragon clan was suppressing the abyss space, it showed that that place was the only passageway. Then what was the deal with this place? For some time, countless doubts and suspicions lingered in Yi Yuan's heart. Not long after, that guard came to the courier status and found Yi Yuan. When Minya heard that Yi Yuan could cheer the divine daughter up, he was overjoyed and made Yi Yuan go over at once. When Minya saw Yi Yuan, he asked with uncertainty, You can make the divine daughter feel at ease and stay? Yi Yuan nodded and said, Lord Munya, rest assured, not completing the mission, this lowly one will carry my head to see you. Munya's eyes lit up and he said with a big laugh, Good. If you can make the divine daughter set her mind at rest and stay, this emperor will give you great rewards. Finished talking, Munya brought Yi Yuan and arrived at a stone house. The stone house was very spacious, but the moment Yi Yuan got close, he discovered that a lot of restrictions were laid down in the perimeter. These restrictions, Yi Yuan actually had never seen them before. They were very profound. Clearly, this was in order to prevent Lier from running. Upon entering the door, 2 items flew over with a whoosh. Inside the house, a woman's angry yell came over. Scram! I asked you all to get lost. Are you all deaf? But these words sounded like the most moving honeyed words in Yi Yuan's ears. How many years had he not heard this voice already? This separation was already close to 2,000 years. Time did not wear away his feelings but made longing converge into a sea instead. When that beautiful figure landed in his eyes, Yi Yuan's heart that was firm as stone also melted. Sniff, sniff, big brother Yuan. Lier can't see you ever again. Sorry, really sorry. There. Lier didn't do it on purpose. After the tantrum, Lier lay on the table, crying her heart out. Yi Yuan's heart quivered, practically about to shed tears. In his impression, Lier was good-natured and lovely, graceful and dignified. She would never be so irascible. But now, she knew that this departure would be eternal separation. That kind of hopeless feeling poured out from the depths of her heart. That was why she would become like this. Menya had a depressed look. These few days, he was suffering Yu Mengli's fury. Menya gave Yi Yuan a look. Yi Yuan got the meaning and moved a few steps forward, bowing as he said, Lord Divine Daughter, this lowly one has good news to tell you. Yu Mengli suddenly exploded and roared angrily, I don't want to hear any good news. You get lost for me. You ugly fellow, scram for me. Suddenly, Yu Mengli's entire body trembled, staring fixedly at Yu Yuan's eyes. The boundless rage suddenly became tranquility. Yi Yuan bowed his body, but a pair of eyes met with Yu Mengli's. One look was sufficient between him and Lier, although this abyss monster in front of her, from external form, looking at the aura, she completely did not recognize, but no idea why, this look immediately made her quieten down. Why did this look so familiar? Why did this look so alike Big Brother Yuan's? He was clearly an abyss monster, so why? Lier's entire person turned stiff there. Munya's gaze flickered. There was a chance. Yu Mengli's reaction was also quick, her pretty face turning cold as she said, "What good news say?" Yi Yuan grinned and said, "The human race that side sent people to come and find divine daughter." Yu Mengli's heart quivered and she said, "What happened to them?" Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "What else can there be? They were naturally sent packing by Lord Mosius." Yu Mengli's brows furrowed, and she reproached, "You this fellow, deliberately showing off in front of me, is it?" The moment Munya heard that things were going wrong, he hurriedly scolded, "You damn thing, intentionally using this news to anger divine daughter?" But who knew that Yu Mengli waved her hand and said to Munya, "Forget it, you withdraw first. Since there's that side's news, I want to hear him say." Munya hurriedly answered and withdrew. As long as this ancestor stopped kicking up a row, all would be fine and right with the world. Leaving Yi Yuan behind to chat with her also seemed to be a pretty good choice. He was not scared of Yi Yuan bringing Yu Mengli and running away either. After all, the restrictions here were laid down from Lord Nine origin. Even a heavenly emperor powerhouse could forget about escape from here too. The moment Munya left, Yu Mengli's gaze looked at Yi Yuan somewhat blurry as she said, "The look in your eyes is very similar to an old friend of mine." Yi Yuan smiled slightly, chaos world power quietly releasing, wrapping him and Lier up inside. The black fur subsided. His divine essence quietly changed. Inside the chaos world, Yi Yuan recovered his original looks. When Lier saw this magical scene, her beautiful body shuddered, with her eyes full of disbelief. Ever since being captured, Yu Mengli had been living in despair and fear every day. Fear toward the future, fear toward the unknown. She knew that she could not see Yi Yuan anymore. But, in the midst of this despair, Yi Yuan actually broke through the layers of blockades and shackles, and then he arrived in front of her. Her shock could be imagined. Surprise, worry, longing. Countless emotions interweaved in Yu Mengli's heart. "Big Brother Yuan, I'm not dreaming, right?" Yu Mengli's eyes were blurred by tears as if she was in a dream. Yi Yuan walked forward and lightly hugged Lier as he said, "Of course it isn't a dream. Big Brother Yuan came to fetch you home. I even thought that I won't ever see you anymore." Sniff, sniff. 10 years of despair, being snatched from the jaws of death, the agitation in Yu Mengli's heart currently simply could not be controlled. Her state of mind was like grabbing onto a piece of driftwood before drowning. That sort of agitation was simply hard to put into words. How could Yi Yuan not know Yu Mengli's feelings? He did not speak either, just lightly hugging her like this as he said, "Cry. It will feel a little better after crying out." No idea how long passed either, the crying gradually stopped. Only then did Yu Mengli slowly lift her head. She looked at Yi Yuan as she said, "Big Brother Yuan." Yi Yuan helped her to wipe away the tears and said with a light smile, "Silly girl. Is there still a need to say this sort of words between you and me? There's no need to say anything. I understand. These 2,000 years of scrambling, who did Yu Mengli do it for? Of course it was for him, Yu Yuan." As for this kind of outcome, it was naturally not what Lier hoped for either. How could Yi Yuan blame it on her? One sentence, 2,000 years of grievances all melted away. After feeling sad, Yu Mengli felt even more shocked. With her current second firmament Empyrean strength, she actually could not see through Yi Yuan's cultivation. "Big Brother Yuan is this your world? It seems to be different." Only at this time did Yu Mengli notice it. She saw the surrounding scenery and discovered that it was greatly different from ordinary small worlds. She was rather surprised. Just what kind of boundary had Yi Yuan reached at the moment? Yi Yuan nodded and said, "That's right. My world is called Chaos World. It's indeed different from ordinary small worlds. I'll tell you about this again in the future. We have to think of a way to get out of here first." Yu Mengli shook her head and said, "Big Brother Yuan, I know that you're very impressive, but it's no use. This room's restrictions were laid down by the divine race's 9 origin. His strength is unfathomable." Yi Yuan asked curiously, "Just what kind of race is this divine race?" Why would you become their divine daughter? Yu Mengli said, they said that the divine race is a race that's blessed by heaven. Hence, they call themselves as the divine race. The divine race has a sparse population, but each one is unbelievably powerful. As for me, I don't know either, but it might be related to my spirit and body fusing into one. When Yi Yuan heard that, his brows could not help knitting tightly together. A race blessed by heaven. Such high-sounding sentiments. Regardless of whether it was the human race or the demon race, they both did not dare to utter such big talk. Then why would this divine race get mixed up with the abyss monsters? Yi Yuan said. Abyss monsters take pride in serving the divine race, and they obey the divine race absolutely. As for the relationship between them, I don't know. Yu Mengli clearly did not know much either. But Yi Yuan was incomparably shocked in his heart. Abyss monsters were extremely strong, far surpassing same-rank humans. But such a proud race actually bowed their heads in submission toward the divine race. Could be seen that this divine race was definitely very powerful. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, the restrictions here are extremely powerful. Even space is sealed. But as long as we leave this house, I have confidence in bringing you out. Leah revealed a difficult look as she said, but they won't let me go out of this house at all. Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, relax, leave it to me. Exiting the stone house and switching on the restrictions, Manya let out a long sigh in relief. Hoo-hoo, Moses, this brat that you brought is pretty good. If he can coax divine daughter, you will be considered to have rendered a major accomplishment. At that time, this emperor will transfer you to the divine capital. Manya looked at Moses with a look of praise. These few days, Yu Mengli's performance gave him a terrible headache. Today, he could finally heave a sigh in relief. He was naturally very satisfied with this kid who performed pretty well. Moses said sincerely, sharing Lord Manya's burdens is Moses' honor. Manya nodded slightly and said coolly, these few days, Lord Nine Origin has been handling the matter of the Two Worlds passageway. I reckon that it's almost time. Once the Two Worlds passageway is secured, we'll be able to send Divine Daughter into the abyss space. Oh, right, what were you looking for me for? Moses said. Subordinate came to report to Lord Menya that these few days, there was another batch of human powerhouses who entered the passageway again. This batch of human powerhouses was very strong, but they were still beaten off by us. But this time, this subordinate only had a Pyrrhic victory, the casualties being extremely heavy. Menya's two eyes narrowed and he said with a smile, you this fellow, turns out that you're complaining to this emperor about being hard up. Relax. Later, I'll transfer some manpower from the other outer region commanders there to you. Moses was overjoyed and said, many thanks, Lord Manya. Manya chuckled and said, wanna thank this kid that you brought. If he placates the divine daughter, what does this minor matter count for? The abyss monster race was quite unruly. Making them deal with women, it was simply even more torturous than going down to the 18th level of hell to Menya. Yi Yuan's appearance today completely liberated him. So how could he not be happy? This way, he also did not have his former airs when talking to Moses, and he was very cordial. No idea how long had passed either, movements came from inside. Lord Menya, Divine Daughter has already agreed to stay. She says that she has something to tell Lord Menya. Lord Menya, please come in. Inside the stone house, there was a restriction that transmitted one's voice outside. Yi Yuan's voice came from inside. The moment Menya heard, he could not help being overjoyed, hurriedly opening up the restrictions. The moment the stone door opened, Manya was about to enter the stone house. But right at this time, he suddenly discovered something amiss. There was no abyss monster in the house, but an additional human. Menya immediately felt that it was not good and was about to erupt. However, it was already too late. Immobilize! Yi Yuan bellowed, the vital energy in his body surging crazily. With this time freeze, he virtually used all of his strength. Instantaneously, the power of heavenly Tao restrained Menya. However, Menya was a heavenly emperor powerhouse. He was far from what the current Yi Yuan could immobilize. Tao marks swam on his body. He was about to burst through the fetters of time freeze in a moment. However, Yi Yuan only needed this brief moment. When he opened his mouth, spatial law was already set in motion, bringing Lier and teleporting outside of the stone house. Spatial Node Technique. Yi Yuan brought Lier and Mosius, executing the spatial node technique, returning to Mosius territory in an instant. This series of actions was natural and smooth, being unbelievably fast. From executing the immobilizing art to teleporting out to executing the spatial node technique, it was just the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint. Yi Yuan had long calculated everything. When Menya broke through the constraints, he would have already slipped away long ago. Menya was merely a first firmament heavenly emperor. Although he was extremely strong, the constraints of time freeze on him were still a little useful. What Yi Yuan needed was just that instant. Returning to Mosius's territory, he displayed the greater teleportation art again. It was impossible for a heavenly emperor to catch up to him within a short time too. As long as they escaped outside of the Black Flame Cave, those abyss monsters would not be able to do anything to him anymore. Go! Upon landing, Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest, directly bringing the two people and executing greater teleportation. Although this Black Flame Cave was large, with Yi Yuan's current spatial law, teleporting out was merely the matter of a few breaths of time. Three people traversed through space and could see the Black Flame Cave's entrance in several breaths of time. Seeing the blue sky outside of the Black Flame Cave, Leah's face revealed a look of wild elation. She did not think that she could actually return to the Heavenspan world. However, Yi Yuan did not dare to be the slightest bit careless, urging spatial law to the limit. He was not worried about Menya. Who he was worried about was that divine race powerhouse. He had never seen before divine race powerhouses and did not know how strong divine race powerhouses were. If there were any variables to his plan, it would likely lie on this divine race powerhouse. The entrance got closer bit by bit, but Yi Yuan's breathing became more and more ragged. 100,000 feet, 50,000 feet, 10,000 feet, 5,000 feet, 1,000 feet. The entrance was right before their eyes. Yi Yuan three people could already see the angry Nether River outside. But right then an abnormality suddenly occurred. A terrifying fist force tore through the void and arrived in an instant. Bang! The void trembled. Yi Yuan's greater teleportation art was actually directly broken. The three people fell. Yi Yuan suddenly raised his head. A figure was standing above the entrance area. Because of the lighting, it could not be seen distinctly. This figure stood with his hands behind his back. The gaze that looked down from a great height showed disdain upon the three people. Yi Yuan focused his eyes and looked over only to see that the other party's figure was no different from ordinary humans. But the aura exuding off his body was actually quite similar to heavenly Tao. And on his body, one fine line after another entwined around. Tao mark. Yi Yuan looked at the other party, his expression incomparably solemn. Powerful. A might that made people suffocate. This kind of might actually gave Yi Yuan a feeling of not being able to overcome with force. Seeing this person, Lier's eyes revealed a look of despair. 9 Origin. This person was the divine race powerhouse, 9 Origin. Divine daughter, follow 9 Origin back. The divine race is your home. 9 Origin said expressionlessly. Yumengli bit her lips lightly and shook her head and said, I'll never go back. 9 Origin sighed lightly but turned to Yi Yuan and said, You're the Yi Yuan that the divine daughter spoke of? Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he said in a cold voice, That's right. It's me. 9 Origin nodded slightly and said, Entered the divine capital alone and brought divine daughter out under layers of experts. I've got to say, you're very outstanding. If I wasn't around, you'd likely really succeed. It's just too bad that you have to die. A hint of decisiveness flashed across in Yumengli's gaze and she said, If Big Brother Yuan dies, I won't drag out an ignorable existence either. 9 Origins smiled lightly and said, Not killing him also works. You go back to the abyss with me. Yumengli said without the slightest hesitation, Fine, I'll go with you guys. As she said, one powerful aura after another gathered over from all directions surrounding Yi Yuan three people tightly. Menya rushed over first. Kneeling down in front of 9 Origin with a thud, he said in fear and trepidation, Great Sage 9 Origin, Menya deserves death. 9 Origin said coolly, Give me a reason not to kill you. Menya's entire body trembled, recounting the events previously in detail. When 9 Origin heard, his brows could not help furrowing. He was previously consolidating the spatial channel and felt the fluctuations in space. That was why he would take action. If not, Yi Yuan would have long already brought Lier and escaped at this time. Hence, he was also very enraged at the Manya who was guarding Yu Mengli. It was just that he did not expect that Yi Yuan actually had such miraculous means to actually be able to bring Divine Daughter away with such a bizarre method. Even with Nine Origin's hallowedness, he also could not help secretly feeling lucky at this time. Just a little bit and Yi Yuan would have succeeded. Uncle Nine Origin, what's going on? At this time a young man stepped on air and came over, arriving beside Nine Origin. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted. This young man's aura was the same as Nine Origin's, also of the divine race. Nine Origin nodded slightly and said, "It's Xian? Xian, someone wants to bring away the Divine Daughter." Luckily, this was stopped by me. Xian's eyes turned to Yi Yuan, and he said with a frown, "It's this lowly human?" Nine Origin nodded and said, "That's right." Xian had a look of disdain as he said, "Lowly humans all deserve to die. Blaspheming the Divine Daughter is even committing a crime upon crimes. Menya, why haven't you taken action?" Menya had a ferocious look on his face. He was incredibly furious with Yi Yuan. An exalted heavenly emperor was actually played by a human. Furthermore, it was even a human who was much lower realm than him. "Yes, Lord Divine Son." Menya kowtowed in reply and was about to make a move. Nine Origin shook his head and said, "Divine Daughter agreed to go with us, so let him leave. Divine Daughter, can you leave with us now?" Yu Mengli looked at Yi Yuan, a look of reluctance to part. But she had no choice but to leave. If she did not go, with Yi Yuan's strength, there was no hope of walking out of this place at all. It was missing just this one final step. Yu Mengli smiled bitterly and painfully in her heart. "Big brother Yuan, take care." Tears fell down the corners of Yu Mengli's eyes. However, at that moment she turned around. A hand grabbed her. "Big brother Yuan?" Yu Mengli was taken aback. Yi Yuan smiled very radiantly, but it carried a hint of heroism and sorrow. He and Lier had their hearts linked up, so how could she not know what Yi Yuan was thinking? Yeah, with Yi Yuan's personality, how could he possibly watch her leave and not do anything? Yi Yuan looked at Nine Origin and said with a cold smile, "So what if divine race? Today, I'm going to battle this divine race. Want to bring Leo away, can? Step over my dead body. How can I, Yi Yuan, stand behind my woman and wag my tail pitifully?" Nine Origin's gaze flickered slightly and did not speak. Xian's mouth curled and he said contemptuously, "You've got some backbone, but what right does a weakling like you have to say this? You are only fit to stand behind women and wag your tail pitifully. This divine son wants to see how tough your bones are." Done talking, Xian gave a look. Minya understood this signal. It was only to see him reach his hand out. He beckoned, and then several hundred Empyrean-level abyss monsters directly surrounded Yi Yuan, three people tightly. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said in a solemn voice, "Lier, you go out first." Yu Mengli knew that this was probably Yi Yuan's fight with the least chance of victory to this day. Even when facing Kanua back then, Yi Yuan also had a glimmer of hope. But the person Yi Yuan was facing today was Nine Origin, a supreme powerhouse. "Big brother Yuan, you be careful." Forcefully enduring tears, Yu Mengli withdrew out of the battlefield. Yi Yuan released his aura and yelled coldly, "Come and fight. Come and fight." The three words being spat out of Yi Yuan's mouth were akin to evening drum and morning bell in a monastery, reverberating in the entire sundered boundary. The domineering aura made Yi Yuan look akin to a god of war. He was not to be profaned. Not a single person actually dared to step forward. Several hundred Empyrean powerhouses were absolutely an extremely terrifying force in the outside world. Such a lineup could practically take down the vast majority of great imperial capitals in the Heavenspan world already. But now they were intimidated by Yi Yuan alone. Yi Yuan drew the bone sword and stood proudly among them, with the heroism and sorrow of a warrior who would never return again. He understood that this was just that first wave, but he did not care. Why should he, Yi Yuan, fear a battle? Xian's brows furrowed tightly, clearly very dissatisfied with these abyss monsters' performance. What are you all still waiting for? Want this divine son to personally take action? Xian yelled coldly. Only then did those abyss monsters seem to go crazy, charging over toward Yi Yuan. Several hundred Empyrean-level abyss monsters, there were even quite a number of 4th and 5th firmament Empyrean abyss monsters among them. What kind of terrifying force was this? Yi Yuan's bone sword drew a line, sword hollow etch suddenly attacking. With one exchange, 3 first and 2nd firmament Empyrean-level abyss monsters died under the sword. But it was also this instant that Yi Yuan fell into the sea of monsters. All around him was surrounded fully by powerful attacks. It was just that these attacks were nothing to Yi Yuan. Under spatial law, he could easily avoid this degree of attack. Those he had to truly be careful about were 5th firmament Empyrean abyss monsters, because these existences could hurt him. Under such a chaotic battle, it was impossible for Yi Yuan's spatial law to completely avoid injuries. After all, the strength of 5th firmament Empyrean abyss monsters was too strong. Yi Yuan's sword swam like a wandering dragon, wandering among the horde, coming and leaving as it pleased. Places that it arrived at, it would reap the lives of those low-level abyss monsters mercilessly. True, a sword crossing the void. True sword hollow etch. Divine dragon trampling heaven. Yi Yuan executed one move after another, and he actually killed many of them until the monster horde was in a great fluster. Xian frowned, clearly being very dissatisfied with the performance of the abyss monsters. Humph. Truly a bunch of useless things. So many Empyreans actually can't do anything to a 2nd firmament Empyrean, Xian said with a cold snort. But 9 Origin was not like him. Instead, he said rather interestedly, Xian, this punk isn't weak. Furthermore, this punk is odd. Xian said with disdain, so what? In front of the divine race, the human race is merely an ant that will crumble at the first blow. 9 Origin shook his head and said, this boy is greatly different. Did you notice it? He's completing battles after battles, absorbing the power of the tarnished black devil crystals. How sharp were 9 Origin's eyes? Although Yi Yuan did it covertly, he saw it clearly. With each abyss monster he killed, he would snatch the tarnished black devil crystal over and secretly absorb its power. But at this time, Yi Yuan's speed of absorption was 10 times than normal. The current Yi Yuan could not care about whatever realm stability anymore. He had to rapidly increase his strength right now. He had to nurture his strength through constant battles, and he would then break through to the peak initial stage Chaos Realm in the midst of the process. Initial stage Chaos Realm did not have a bottleneck. As long as he kept on absorbing, he could increase his strength rapidly. At present, his realm was currently swiftly rising toward the peak Chaos Realm. Hence, even though the battle was fierce, Yi Yuan's Chaos Divine Essence did not reduce, but it increased instead, his strength skyrocketing. Xian's expression changed, and he cried out in surprise. How can it be possible? Humans will explode and die from absorbing devilish energy. 9 Origin smiled lightly and said, Heh! What's strange about this? Even though I don't know what cultivation method this boy is using, he can actually simulate the aura of abyss monsters and hoodwink everyone. It's sufficient to indicate his formidable aspect. Xian's entire body trembled, and he said in disbelief, How can it be possible? This sort of thing, even our divine race can't accomplish it. 9 Origin smiled and said, The man that can make divine daughter take a fancy to is bound to be extraordinary. Of course, he's naturally much worse compared to divine son. Only after hearing this did Xian's expression become much better. That's of course. Our divine race is this world's strongest race to begin with, while each of our branches divine sons and daughters, they are all distinguished talents among peers. Absolutely powerful existences. How many cruel battles has this divine son experienced before I have today's position? Just based on him, a mere human, what qualifications does he have to be mentioned in the same breath with this divine son? 9 Origin smiled slightly, clearly very much in approval of this. He knew that for Xian to be able to have today's achievements, that was relying on absolute strength, crushing his peers and standing proudly above all heroes. He had the qualifications to be arrogant. At this time, 9 Origin suddenly turned to Yu Mengli. Taking a step, he arrived in front of her. Stop! Yu Mingli shouted coldly. Nine Origin smiled and said, Divine daughter, Nine Origin has already promised to let him go. It was him who isn't willing. Can you go with me now? Yu Mingli smiled coldly and said, Don't you think about it. My divine essence has already spread throughout my entire body. As long as you move, I'll explode and die. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try. Nine Origin's brows furrowed. He did not think that Divine Daughter was actually so decisive. Letting out a sigh, he said, Forget it, carry on watching then. At this time, the battle already entered a white-hot stage. Yi Yuan's sword emerged like the wind, killing with each move, and already killed several dozen abyss monsters. His realm already closed in on peak initial stage Chaos Realm. But by the side, Menya was in a thunderous rage and let loose a torrent of abuse towards the subordinates below. Are you all a bunch of pigs? So many Empyreans actually can't deal with a puny little human. He did not expect that Yi Yuan's strength was actually so strong. Those fifth firmament Empyrean powerhouse existences could not touch Yi Yuan at all and were brought around in circles by Yi Yuan. While Yi Yuan was like a sharp blade, places that he passed through he would wantonly reap lives. Seeing that the situation was not good, Menya roared loudly, All of you go down for this emperor. Kill this boy. He was speaking to the dozen over 6th Firmament Empyrean commanders. And right at this time, Yi Yuan's aura skyrocketed. Finally, he reached peak initial stage Chaos Realm. Kill! 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 Yi Yuan roared thrice, stepped onto the void, the spirit of the true dragon emerging. Heretic dragon dominating space. The spirit of the true dragon trampling down. The sky was rent asunder and the earth split open, the void trembling. Below 5th Firmament Empyrean, they were actually all smashed to death by this foot. One foot crushed more than 100 Empyrean abyss monsters to death. 6th Firmament Empyreans had yet to take the stage, and those 5th Firmament Empyrean powerhouses were already frightened until they retreated to one side. There was only Yi Yuan alone on the battlefield, being the last one standing. The entire place was dead silent. Everyone used incomparably shocked eyes to look at Yi Yuan. Even those 6th Firmament Empyrean abyss monsters who were just planning on going down, they were actually all cowed into not moving forward. The current Yi Yuan was akin to a fiend god, giving people a feeling of not being able to overcome with force. The arrogant and unyielding abyss monsters were also suppressed by Yi Yuan in aura, consecutively slaying several hundred Empyrean-level abyss monsters. Not only his imposing momentum did not diminish, it rose to another high instead. Swoosh! Yi Yuan's word pointed at the firmament and he glared furiously as he roared. A bunch of ants! To dare claim to be exalted, come again! This was a battle without hope. But Yi Yuan's arrogance made heaven and earth terrified. Even for a powerhouse like Nine Origin, the look of disdain on his face gradually faded away too. What replaced it was a hint of respect. Yi Yuan was not a god. Under the attacks of several hundred Empyreans that spanned the sky, even if he was proficient in spatial law, he already sustained considerable injuries too. But this did not affect his astonishing imposing momentum in the least bit. Kill for me, you fools. Do you want to anger this emperor to death? He's just one person. Only one person. Menya was enraged until he stomped his feet and roared at his subordinates. Those 5th and 6th Firmament Empyrean Devil Monster commanders also seemed to feel ashamed, all roaring and charging toward Yi Yuan. At this time, the Abyss Monster's numbers plummeted sharply, but it scaled new heights in terms of quality. Without a bunch of initial stage Empyreans dragging down, but gained a batch of even stronger 6th Firmament Empyreans. How daunting was this kind of strength? Several dozen black figures dashed over from all directions, virtually without dead angles. The powerful aura practically sealed off all of the space. An attack without dead angles. A hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Xianxia's mouth. Dead. No matter how impressive his spatial law is, he'd definitely die without a doubt under this strike too, Xian said with a cold smile. He pondered about it. If he were Yi Yuan under this kind of attack without the slightest blind spots, there would be no hope for survival. Immobilize. One word emerging, time froze. Everything around came to a standstill. The several dozen incomparably berserk abyss monsters were instantly immobilized in midair. No matter how formidable his strength was, no matter how many the numbers under Heavenly Tao True Word, it was to no avail too. Xian's pupils constricted, looking at this scene in incredible shock. It was as if he had seen a ghost. Even 90 Origin's pupils also shrunk, his eyes revealing a hint of astonishment. Although he knew that it was impossible for Munya to deceive him, he still did not quite dare to believe it. Heavenly Tao True Word. Time freeze. This kind of thing, even he could not do it too. The noble divine race could not do it too. This mere third firmament Empyrean human actually accomplished it. But at this moment, he finally understood why Yi Yuan could bring you Mengli and escape. Heretic dragon dominating space. Yi Yuan shouted angrily, the divine dragon appearing once more. Upon trampling down, the fifth firmament Empyreans were immediately pulverized into a scattered mess of flesh and blood. Not a single one survived. Sixth firmament Empyrean abyss monsters also scattered, flying everywhere, all heavily injured. The combination of these two mighty dragon race innate divine abilities may be rated as invincible. If not for Yi Yuan's realm being too low, killing these abyss monsters would be no different from killing chickens too. But even so, this foot going down, sixth firmament Empyreans sustained serious injuries. At this moment, everyone deeply felt Yi Yuan's might. Even though there were many powerhouses here, there were quite a number of late-stage Empyrean realm abyss monsters and also the Heavenly Emperor-level Minya. There was even a supreme powerhouse like 9 Origin. But Yi Yuan, this third firmament Empyrean, still brought to them an indelible shock. Was it that abyss monsters were too weak? Of course not. It was just that Yi Yuan was too strong. However, Yi Yuan did not stop. Several dozen streaks of sword light instantly emerged, flying straight for those sixth firmament Empyrean abyss monsters. Pooh! 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 Those abyss monsters fell to the ground with a loud bang, without the strength to battle anymore. The entire scene fell into dead silence once more. One exchange, several dozen fifth firmament Empyreans died, and sixth firmament Empyreans were seriously injured on the brink of death. Yi Yuan reached his hand out and grabbed toward them. The tarnished black devil crystals were all sucked over by him. With his cultivation method revolving, streams of black energy poured into Yi Yuan's body like smoke. How is this possible? How can a puny human be so powerful? Just what kind of existence in this human? Between this human and divine son, who do you guys think is stronger or weaker? These abyss monsters could not refrain from thinking like this. Seemingly wanting to affirm what they were thinking, the tip of Yi Yuan's sword raised up, pointing at Xian as he called in a clear voice, "Divine race's divine son, is it? Don't you guys praise yourselves to be the race chosen by gods? Do you dare to battle or not?" Yi Yuan was covered in blood from head to toe. Carrying the momentum of his initial victory, he was unrivaled and domineering, giving Xian an extremely strong sense of oppression. Xian's face fell, his gaze icy. A lowly human actually dared to provoke the mighty divine race. Truly reckless and blind. Humph. Ant-like thing, you still don't have the qualifications to challenge me. Xian said disdainfully. Yi Yuan smiled coldly and was full of scorn as he said, "Is it no qualification? Or is it that you don't dare? Or is it that your might relies on these subordinates with profound cultivation realms?" His words were full of contempt and disdain. Xian's expression changed, his eyes spewing fire. 90 Origin's gaze flickered, and he opened his mouth and said, "Xian, this boy is worthy of you taking action." Xian frowned and said, "Uncle 9 Origin, Xian, growing until today, have experienced thousands of major and minor battles. I've never made a move against an opponent weaker than me before. This brat is only a third firmament Empyrean. What qualification does he have to have me take action?" 9 Origin said, "You've already witnessed his strength. You ask yourself, when at his realm, could you have done better than him?" Xian choked when he heard that. Clearly, 9 Origin's words pricked his sore spot. Then he heard 9 Origin slowly saying, "Furthermore, I feel that this boy hasn't gone all out." Xian's face changed, his eyes revealing a look of disbelief. Even after using Heavenly Tao True Word, he still had not used his full strength? Xian's gaze flickered and he said, "Fine. This divine son wants to see how much capability this brat has." Done talking, Xian's figure swayed and already arrived opposite of Yi Yuan. He looked at Yi Yuan using a gaze like looking at a dead person and said with a cold smile, "Brat, this is you seeking death yourself. Don't blame me. Bring forth your full strength. Otherwise, you won't have the chance anymore." Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, "Whether you can make me bring out all of my strength or not will have to depend on your ability." Xian laughed coldly. The aura on his entire body fluctuated, the shirt on his upper body directly blowing off. On the defined muscles, 8 blue patterns swam indeterminately on his body, giving people a mysterious and profound feeling. Yi Yuan's gaze shrunk, slightly revealing a look of surprise. "Lowly human, I'll let you understand how you die. What you humans cultivate is divine Tao, while what our divine race cultivates is heavenly Tao. We don't need to comprehend Heavenly Emperor. As long as we inscribe Heavenly Tao on our bodies, we'll be able to mobilize Heavenly Tao. This divine sun is currently at the middle stage 7 mark Heavenly Tao realm, which is also your middle stage Empyrean realm. With your strength, this divine sun simply finds it beneath my dignity to take action." Xian had a proud look as he continued, "Do you think that your Heavenly Tao true word is very formidable? Hehe, I'm not afraid to tell you this. Each punch that we throw out, that's a punch of Heavenly Tao." "What does Heavenly Tao true word count for?" Yi Yuan looked at Xian and said with a cold smile, "Really so much crap? Talking so much, is it to show off your sense of superiority? Sense of superiority is beaten out using fists, not through words from your mouth." Xian's face fell and he said with a cold yell, courting death. Swoosh! In a blink, Xian's figure disappeared. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, all the hairs on his body standing on end. Having no time to think, he directly slammed a punch out. Bang! A terrifying air billow rippled out. Yi Yuan's figure flew out backward. Lord Divine Sun is mighty. And like human, in front of Lord Divine Sun, you'll crumble at the first blow. Lord Divine Sun is well deserving of being the envoy of God, not to be blasphemed. The Abyss monsters were all incomparably excited, cheering joyfully. The powerful strength that Yi Yuan exhibited previously made each and every one of them somewhat doubt life. The divine race that they followed was the strongest race in this world. How could a mere ant-like human possibly be so strong? But now Lord Divine Sun used unparalleled formidable strength to prove the divine race's might. Of course, they subconsciously neglected that Yi Yuan had just experienced a great battle. He faced several hundred Empyrean-level Abyss monsters by himself. Saw that? This is the might of the divine race. We are the race blessed by heaven. Xian looked down upon Yi Yuan from a great height, his gaze full of disdain. This formidable punch sent Yi Yuan's innards into an upheaval. Crawling to his feet with difficulty, Yi Yuan spat a mouthful of blood foam and he grinned. A little interesting. This is the divine race. Since that's the case, then you have a taste of my fist too. Your fist? Ho-ho. Xian smiled disdainfully. Swoosh! Yi Yuan's figure swayed, arriving in front of Xian in an instant. A punch came out. Xian's reaction was also extremely fast. A punch similarly slammed out. Bang! Horrifying air billows spread out. Xian's body flew out akin to a cannonball, all the way until it bumped into the mountain nearby before he stabilized his figure. All of the cheerings abruptly stopped. 90 Origin's pupils constricted, with a hint of solemnness flashing across his eyes. From the start until now, his face finally revealed a solemn expression for the first time. It was only to see his gaze flicker. No idea what he was thinking about either. One punch returning a punch. Xian's pupils constricted, looking at Yi Yuan with incredible shock. This punch did not cause much harm to him, but Yi Yuan's fist was odd. That punch just now seemed to be identical with his, similarly containing the lingering charm of heavenly Tao. But how was this possible? A human's ordinary punch actually contained heavenly Tao concept? In fact, this kind of heavenly Tao concept was even above his. It was as if Yi Yuan was the true heavenly Tao, while he was merely making use of heavenly Tao. That was all. When the fake met the real, the level was immediately established. How can you possibly mobilize the power of heavenly Tao? This isn't possible. Xian shouted angrily. This is my heavenly Tao, not your heavenly Tao. Yi Yuan grinned, saying something that was ambiguous. This was not the power of Heavenspan World's heavenly Tao. This was the punch where Yi Yuan fused essence, energy, and spirit. Essence, energy, and spirit fusing into one was also the energy source of his chaos world. In other words, this was his heavenly Tao. Xian's gaze turned dark and he said in a cold voice, your heavenly Tao? Shameless boasting. I don't care about your whatever heavenly Tao. In front of power, everything is in vain. Done talking, Xian suddenly erupted. A punch of heavenly Tao flew over toward Yi Yuan's figure like a wild tempest. His movement technique traversed through the void, swift to the extreme. He was actually almost on par with Yi Yuan's spatial law. The two people came and went, traversing through the void, their speed swift to the extreme. Even those 7th and 8th Firmament Empyrean Abyss monsters actually could not see the two people's fight clearly. Yi Yuan also had no choice but to acknowledge the strength of the divine race's talent. Xian clearly did not understand spatial law, but he could borrow the power of heavenly Tao and complete space traversing. But even though Yi Yuan's heavenly Tao was weak, it was a complete heavenly Tao. The power of his essence, energy, and spirit fusing into one made up for the difference in realm. The two people were evenly matched. In a few breaths, the two people had clashed no idea how many punches. The two people, each punch had the might of heavenly Tao fighting until the entire sundered boundary started trembling. The expression on 90 Origin's face became more and more solemn. Toward the end, killing intent even appeared. He did not think that this human who suddenly arrived actually had such formidable strength. Divine race matching up against the human race, they had never been defeated before in the same realm. They were the race blessed by heaven, naturally powerful. Their combat power was unparalleled under the heavens. The reason why humans were powerful was that their propagation ability was too strong, giving birth to countless experts, and not that they were individually powerful. But now, this human before his eyes actually fought to a draw with Divine Sun with an unstable cultivation realm of 3rd Firmament Empyrean. Furthermore, it was even under the circumstances of being heavily injured. If this human grew up, he might become the greatest unforeseen accident to the divine race's grand plan. This boy must be eliminated. Just as he was thinking, a streak of golden light suddenly flashed above the void. Rumble. It was only to hear a loud bang. A figure fell down like a cannonball, being slammed underneath the ground. Yi Yuan was covered in blood all over, akin to a fiend god, standing proudly in the sky. All the way until just now, Yi Yuan was still holding back. He mobilized the power of divine steel-injecting spirit and finally overpowered Xian a notch in terms of strength. Those abyss monsters, including a heavenly emperor powerhouse like Menya, all looked at Yi Yuan with incredible shock. In the same rank, abyss monsters crushed humans. In the same rank, the divine beast crushed abyss monsters. Abyss monsters followed the divine beast not only because they represented heavenly fiend god, but because they were strong. But now, the existence that they viewed as undefeatable in their eyes was actually defeated? Freaking hell. Is this emperor's eyesight failing? Lord Divine Sun was actually defeated. Menya had an expression like he had seen a ghost as he exclaimed. How is this possible? How can the divine race possibly lose? A human actually surpassed the divine race? How can this sort of ridiculous thing possibly happen? Yi Yuan's combat strength completely subverted their understanding. The heaven-defying divine race actually lost to the lowly human race. This sort of thing, they found it hard to accept in terms of feelings. Bang! Right at this time, a figure rushed up to the sky from underground. Xian had a savage look, fire burning in his eyes, practically going to melt Yi Yuan. In his eyes, Yi Yuan was just a lowly ant. This ant did not even have the qualifications to make him take action. But now, this lowly ant actually tramped the incomparably proud Divine Sun underfoot. Someone that you looked down on, that you viewed as an ant, a person that you viewed as dust, defeated you. What kind of sense of humiliation could be stronger than this? Damn human, to be able to force this Divine Sun to this step, you can be sufficiently proud. Now you can go to hell. Xian's two eyes were blood red, the aura on his body surging to the sky. The blue Tao marks on his body turned into strands of fine thread, wrapping around him. An aura of heavenly Tao suddenly descended. It was as if Xian was heavenly Tao. Heaven and earth changed colors, the firmament trembled. This move is the strongest move that this divine son comprehended after experiencing 3,000 over major and minor battles. To be able to die under this move, you can be sufficiently proud. Xian looked at Yi Yuan, as if looking at a dead person. Yi Yuan looked at Xian, his eyes calm. He slowly took out the bone sword, essence, energy, and spirit, 3 kinds of power turned into 3 auras wandering around him. I, Yi Yuan, don't need to borrow the power of heavenly Tao. I, Yi Yuan, am heavenly Tao. Yi Yuan held the bone sword in his hand. Amidst the fierce winds, he walked over slowly under the pressure of heavenly Tao. No matter how the wind and rain howled, it could not shake him in the slightest. However, Yi Yuan's commotion was far from as powerful as Xian's. It looked like it could be extinguished at any time. Ignorant fool! How can heavenly Tao be what you can imagine? Firmament with one thought. Xian threw a punch out. It was as if heaven and earth fell down, crushing the world. The power of this punch was powerful to the extreme. Under this punch, those abyss monsters actually trembled and knelt down. This is the true power of the divine race. Under this punch, everything will turn into nothingness. How can a mere human possibly understand it? Munya said agitatedly. Xian's punch made them find the confidence that they lost anew. They firmly believed that Yi Yuan would definitely turn to ashes under this punch. Facing this earth-shattering punch, Yi Yuan's face was without any ripple like an ancient well. At this time, his essence, energy, and spirit rose to the peak and fused into one. All of the power was poured entirely onto the bone sword. Chaos Essence One Breath Sword. Carrying the method to contract his strength, Yi Yuan's sword attacked fiercely. This was his pinnacle sword. The Sword of Great Tao. In front of this sword, what did the trace of heavenly Tao power that Xian borrowed count for? Bang! Bang! The void trembled. The terrifying power disappeared without a trace instantly. But Yi Yuan and Xian, 2 people, were completely unscathed. Because at this time a figure stood between the two. That person was precisely Nine Origin. Just as the 2 people's astonishing strikes were about to collide, Nine Origin interjected domineeringly. With his formidable strength, he forcefully obliterated the 2 people's all-out attack completely. What's going on here? Lord Divine Sun was clearly about to kill that human right away, so why did Lord Nine Origin make a move? Yeah, why would Lord Nine Origin make a move to save a human? If not for Lord Nine Origin taking action, that human would have been dead for sure. The group of abyss monsters were full of puzzlement, not understanding why Nine Origin would cut in rudely at such a critical moment. Xian's pupils also shrunk, and he said with a frown, "Uncle Nine Origin, what have you done?" Nine Origin did not answer Xian, but he looked at Yi Yuan and said coolly, "I admit defeat on Divine Sun's behalf." Xian's entire body trembled, and he said, "Uncle Nine Origin, what did you say?" "I lost." Nine Origin's one sentence directly caused an uproar. Those abyss monsters were all incomparably shocked. All of them were thinking that Nine Origin was making a joke. Nine Origin nodded and said, "Just now, if I didn't make a move, you'll probably not be able to return to the abyss anymore." He fused essence, energy, and spirit 3 paths into one. It isn't 1 + 1 + 1 = 3 so simple. Although your firmament with one thought is strong, compared to this move of his, the disparity isn't small. Actually, Nine Origin already said it very tactfully in consideration of Xian's face. Not that the disparity was not small, but that it was too far apart. If he did not make a move, Xian would have died beyond a doubt. This kind of strength was not what disparity could describe anymore. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Even the Yu Mengli, who was watching the battle at one side, also turned pale. For so many years, she desperately chased after Yi Yuan's footsteps. But in the end, Yi Yuan's was already powerful to such an extent. How could she not know the might of Divine Sun? That kind of heavenly Tao might, even if a 6th firmament Empyrean human came, they might not be able to block it too. That was a truly astonishing strike. But someone as strong as Divine Sun was still not Yi Yuan's match. Impossible. I am the exalted divine race's divine son. How can I lose to a lowly human? Uncle Nine Origin, you move aside. I'm going to fight him to the death. Xian roared at Nine Origin. As the divine race's divine son, how proud was Xian. Not even fighting, how could he possibly believe that he lost to Yi Yuan? Although he knew that it was impossible for Nine Origin to bluff him, he was still not willing to believe. Even though Nine Origin making a move saved his life, it ruined his overflowing pride. This felt even worse than death to him. Nine Origin frowned and said, Divine Son, the things shouldered on your body are too heavy. How can you act without due consideration? Our divine race has endured for hundreds of millions of years. Only for the sake of recovering our former glory, have you forgotten? Xian's entire body trembled, his 5 fingers clenching tightly, making his fist creak from clenching. I understand. Xian's words carried strong unwillingness. Nine Origin looked at Yi Yuan and said in a solemn voice, I didn't expect that there's actually a genius like you in the human race. Looks like I underestimated the human race too much. Your lowly race can propagate without limit. They can naturally also give birth to some peculiar existences. You're likely the most talented human in this epoch. Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, So, are you going to kill me and extinguish the hope of the human race? Nine Origin shook his head and said, There's naturally no need to kill you. We need the power of the Divine Daughter. But I can suppress you forever. After we suppress the heavenspan world, you can still reunite with Divine Daughter. Yi Yuan's gaze was slightly cold. Sword pointing at Nine Origin, he said with a sneer, Is that so? I said it before. Want to bring Lier away? Step over my dead body. Nine Origin laughed in spite of himself and said, Forget that you're currently already an arrow at the end of its flight. Even at your peak, are you my match? You might not know my identity yet. I'm one of the divine race's 9 profound lineages elders. Calculating according to Cultivation realm, I should be equivalent to your 8th firmament heavenly emperor. However, your 8th firmament heavenly emperors. Hoo-hoo. 9th firmament chuckled. Clearly, he was very disdainful of the strength of 8th firmament heavenly emperors. Yu Mengli's expression changed, her face revealing a look of despair. She originally did not know the division of Nine Origin's realm. But hearing him say so, she knew that Yi Yuan had no hope at all. Toward Nine Origin's pride, Yi Yuan did not doubt it. Thinking of Xian's strength, his realm was about equivalent to a 4th firmament empyrean. But Xian's strength was sufficient to instantly kill 4th firmament empyreans. The divine race was this strong. Yi Yuan's bone sword swung, walking over toward Nine Origin step by step. He said with a cold smile, Really have a lot of crap. So what if you're an 8th firmament heavenly emperor? So what if you're one of the profound lineage's 9 elders? Even if you're that Tao ancestor in the heavens, why should I, Yi Yuan, fear a fight? The moment these words came out, everyone was silent like cicadas in winter. This fellow's pride was really greater than even heaven. Nine Origin's 2 eyes narrowed, the imposing aura on his body gradually releasing. The horrifying power made everyone present feel suffocated. Even when separated from extremely far away, those abyss monsters were being pressured until they lay in a prostrating posture on the ground, unable to even move a muscle. Let alone the Yi Yuan in front of Nine Origin? Yi Yuan walked toward Nine Origin step by step. Each step that he took was extremely difficult. Just like a spring that was compressed to the extreme, he was unable to take a step further anymore. Nine Origin looked at Yi Yuan and said with a light smile, Under my pressure, you can still keep standing. You're already very good. It's just a shame that... Men? Nine Origin's expression changed, his voice abruptly cutting off. Because he discovered that Yi Yuan was advancing again, Yi Yuan's eyes became colder and colder. Countless blue lines poured out of Yi Yuan's body. Those were Tao marks. Yi Yuan's eyes already completely became a grayish-white color. His entire person seemed to have turned into an ice sculpture exuding an icy-cold aura from head to toe. Not that he cultivated an ice-attribute cultivation method, but because his entire person became emotionless. while the distance between him and Nine Origin also became closer and closer. Nine Origin discovered to his surprise that his pressure was actually unable to stop Yi Yuan in the slightest anymore. Truly surprises me. A human Empyrean realm martial artist can actually mobilize Dao marks. Young man, you really made me view the human race in a different light. Nine Origin was not frightened and let out a praise instead. While surprise was surprise, he did not feel much danger from Yi Yuan. With Yi Yuan's realm, no matter how heaven-defying he was, it was also impossible to cause any harm to him. About this point, he could be certain of it. An eighth firmament heavenly emperor being placed in the entire heavenspan world, it was also an absolute powerhouse, a paramount existence. They could look down on everything. Yi Yuan walked over step by step, all the way until he walked to 100 feet in front of Nine Origin before his figure halted. Nine Origin smiled lightly and said, "Young man, very good. To have the courage to stand before me. You're already stronger than the vast majority of the people in this world." What kind of powerful existence was Nine Origin? Being his opponent required courage. This was not making a joke, but that after the difference in strength reached a certain degree, an enormous pressure formed naturally. Forget about Yi Yuan, who was only a third firmament Empyrean, making a human third firmament Empyrean stand 100 feet in front of a ninth firmament Empyrean. He would probably be scared until he wet his pants too. Yi Yuan's feet stopped moving forward and he opened his mouth and said coldly, "What will make you view in a different light is still at the back." A hint of strange smile showed at the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth. Following that, the two figures disappeared into thin air just like that. Xianxia's pupils constricted. Immediately, the corners of his mouth revealed a hint of a mocking smile. To actually take Uncle Nine Origin into the small world. Truly a blind and reckless fool, Xianxia said with a cold smile. Those abyss monsters all burst into an uproar. This boy wouldn't have been scared silly, right? If Lord Nine Origin flicks a finger, his small world would probably shatter, right? A small world is the most fragile. Others are afraid of the opponent finding the small world. This guy actually still took the initiative to take Lord Nine Origin inside. If it was somebody else, then forget it. But that's Lord Nine Origin. Even Yu Mengli was very puzzled too, worry written all over her face. Small worlds were where the foundation of human martial artists lied. It was the source of their strength. At the same time, small worlds were also the most fragile place. Each human martial artist would guard the entrance to the small world tightly, fearful of the opponent barging in. If they were weak, it was still all right. Powerful existences could destroy the small world in an instant. Even if they were not strong, battling in a small world, the damage to the small world was also permanent. Killing 1,000 of the enemy, losing 800 of your own. Just like back then, a bunch of Empyreans barged into Immortal Grove world. Even if they only slightly engaged in a battle, it caused indelible harm to the Immortal Grove world. If not for Yi Yuan overcoming the raging tides in the end, the Immortal Grove world would have long turned to ashes. Yi Yuan took an 8th Firmament Heavenly Emperor Divine Race member in with 3rd Firmament Empyrean boundary. Wasn't this looking for abuse? Nine Origin sized Yi Yuan up rather interestedly and said with a light smile, "This is your final trump card? Your small world can't withstand my one strike at all. This trump card of yours makes me very disappointed." Nine Origin's thoughts were the same as the rest. Not only did this final trump card of Yi Yuan did not have the slightest effect, it appeared extremely foolish instead. Perhaps Yi Yuan was very confident in his small world. But what kind of person dared to let an 8th Firmament Heavenly Emperor in? Let alone that he, Nine Origin, was not an ordinary 8th Firmament Heavenly Emperor. For him to be able to become one of the 9 elders, the might of his strength was far stronger than even same-rank divine race members. What did an ordinary 8th Firmament Heavenly Emperor count for? Oh? Is that so? Yi Yuan, who had gray eyes, said those words coldly, his figure suddenly disappearing. A faint smile was still hanging on Nine Origin's face, indifferent toward Yi Yuan's action. But in the next moment, the smile on his face suddenly vanished. What replaced it was incomparably seriousness. A feeling of incredible danger welled up in his heart. That was the power of great Tao. Tao Mark. No time to think too much. Nine Origin urged all of the great Tao power in his power and met with Yi Yuan's punch. Bang! The entire chaos world started trembling. Nine Origin was smashed, flying out backward, his divine sea experiencing an upheaval. Then he used an extremely shocked gaze to stare fixedly at Yi Yuan. What about now? Yi Yuan said coldly. Nine Origin's two eyes narrowed. Only then started sizing the chaos world up seriously. It was fine if he did not size it up. But when he did, his heart shook wildly. The chaos world was totally different from the worlds in his understanding. Incomparably thick aura of great Tao, incomparably thick chaos divine essence, plus Tao marks that filled the sky. Everything added up made him think that he was situated in the prehistoric heavenspan world. For ordinary human Empyreans, small worlds had long already formed and could accommodate living things, absorb the power of faith and nurture treasures. But Yi Yuan's small world seemed to have only just formed. Everything was still in the midst of inoculation. Although this world was still in the budding stage, the power of heavenly Tao contained inside was actually almost on par with him, this divine race ninth elder. Yi Yuan could completely maneuver the power of heavenly Tao inside this world to face the enemy. Nine Origin stared hard at Yi Yuan and said in shock, "This place is your small world? How can a small world be like this? What kind of cultivation method are you cultivating?" The gray-eyed Yi Yuan said coldly, "That doesn't need you to worry about. Prepare to die." Nine Origin's pupils constricted when he heard that, and he said with a cold snort, "You're also looking down on my divine race too much. Your small world indeed exceeded my expectations. But it is still too weak. After this battle, your small world will collapse, and you will become a cripple." The gray-eyed Yi Yuan said coldly, "So what?" While talking, he threw another punch out. Nine Origin met the attack. Each of the two people's punches carried an incomparably thick aura of great Tao. This battle was truly apocalyptic. Each time the two people's fists clashed, it would shake the chaos world until it was in an upheaval. Space shattered, divine seas rolled. Actually, each of Nine Origin's attacks would cause irreversible harm to Yi Yuan. But he did not care at all. Bang! 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 Time slowly trickled by. No idea how long had passed either. Nine Origin still did not come out. At this time, those abyss monsters finally realized that something was wrong. What's going on? Could it be that Lord Nine Origin is actually in a fierce battle with that boy? How can this be possible? A mere Empyrean realm's small world should not be able to withstand 1/10,000th of Lord Nine Origin's power at all. But what on earth are these two people doing in the small world? They wouldn't be chatting, right? Everyone's heart itched like a cat wanting to scratch its body. They really wanted to see the situation inside the chaos world. But only Yi Yuan could open up the entrance of the chaos world. If he did not open it, others could not go in at all. Bang! With the horrifying clash, the two people were each sent flying out. Space shattered, chaos roiled. Nine Origin had a head of disheveled hair. His body already stained full of bloodstains, and no longer had his elegance and naturalness at the beginning. He looked at Yi Yuan and said in a solemn voice, "You're mad. Keep on fighting like this. Your small world will be completely ruined." While that might be the case, Nine Origin was unbelievably shocked in his heart. Inside this small world, his strength was being suppressed endlessly, while Yi Yuan's strength was being magnified limitlessly. In the chaos world, he could not mobilize any heaven and earth spiritual energy at all. What he could rely on was only his strength. He felt like he got on a lone island. There was not the slightest bit of help at all. While what Yi Yuan possessed was the entire world. The small worlds of humans were all heavenspan worlds, heavenly Tao. Normally, Nine Origin would not have a feeling of having his hands and feet bound up when inside them. But Yi Yuan's chaos world was completely different from ordinary worlds. At this time, the chaos world was already riddled full of holes, virtually on the verge of collapsing already. Yi Yuan's clothes were in rags from top to bottom, bloodstains all over, looking alarming at the sight. But his face was still cold as if he could not feel the least bit of pain. In the chaos world, he could indeed control everything, even control time and space. However, Nine Origin was too powerful. The Tao marks on his body were basically a sharp weapon that could shatter everything. From this point of view, the divine race was indeed a race that was favored by heaven. Even if he could only rely on himself, the disparity between Yi Yuan and him was still enormous. So what? Under heavenly Tao, all are ants. Being unbridled in front of me, you deserve to die. The gray-eyed Yi Yuan did not have the slightest emotion when speaking. In front of him, the powerful Nine Origin actually became an ant-like figure. Nine Origin's gaze turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, "Young man, you're too condescending. Today, I'll let you take a look at the might of the divine race." All of a sudden, Nine Origin's aura erupted. The terrifying power made the entire chaos world start to tremble. His whole body was swathed in Tao marks. An apocalyptic aura spread out. The aura of Divine Son Xian was not worth mentioning at all compared to Nine Origin. This is true power, unrivaled might. Even under the powerful suppression of the chaos world, this powerful force still shows signs of bursting through the firmament. Divine race? In front of me, Yi Yuan, you all are merely a bunch of ants. Yi Yuan flicked his sleeves grandly, both hands drawing a circle. A Tai Chi diagram condensed in front of him. Nine Origin's pupils shrunk. A pressure akin to beholding a great mountain hit from head-on. His heart shook wildly, secretly sighing in relief at how lucky he was. Yi Yuan's realm was too low. If Yi Yuan's cultivation realm could reach the Heavenly Emperor realm, killing Nine Origin would be akin to killing a dog in this world. At this time, Nine Origin actually had some regretting that he was overly careless. If not for him underestimating the enemy too much, being brought into the chaos world by Yi Yuan, he would also not be in such a difficult position. It was just that, who could have thought that a mere Empyrean realm actually had such a powerful small world? At this very moment, Nine Origin's despise toward Yi Yuan had long already been swept clean. What replaced it was incomparably solemnness. He did not know how strong Yi Yuan's move was, and also did not know whether he could block it or not. This strike would determine life and death. It was not up to him to think too much either. Nine Origin practically used all of his strength. All the strength that he could muster in his body was completely poured into executing this move. Of course, he could also feel that Yi Yuan used all his strength to mobilize the entire world's power too. This was the clash between heavenly Tao and heavenly Tao. Cleansing the world. Great Tao is unparalleled. Bang! Two apocalyptic attacks instantly collided together. The horrifying energy undulation formed a terrifying black energy vortex, akin to a black hole. Exploding sounds were everywhere in the entire chaos world. It was as if it was the end of the world. The two people were directly drawn into the black hole, life and death being unknown. No idea how long had passed either. Everything returned to tranquility. The entire chaos world fell into dead silence. Already been 3 days and nights. Why hasn't Lord Nine Origin come out? Lord Nine Origin wouldn't really have become interested and is chatting with that kid, right? Got to say, that boy is still quite capable. Perhaps he can win Lord Nine Origin's recognition. In the sundered boundary, the abyss monsters were discussing animatedly. But Yu Mumli's fingers gripped tighter and tighter. Her fingernails were already sinking into her flesh, but she was still oblivious to this. 3 days and nights already passed in a twinkle. The two people still did not have movements inside Yu Yuan's small world. No one knew what was happening inside either. But the longer it got, the more worried Yu Mengli was of Yi Yuan's safety. His opponent was one of the most fearsome existences in this world. Xian's brows also furrowed tighter and tighter. Uncle Nine Origin would not really have gone in to chat with Yi Yuan, right? Saying such things, ghosts would not believe it too. But could the mere Empyrean realm Yi Yuan really battle with Uncle Nine Origin for 3 days and night? Xian felt that it was extremely preposterous. Forget about Yi Yuan, even if an 8th firmament heavenly emperor was here, it was also impossible to last past half a day from under Uncle Nine Origin's hands. Could it be that Yi Yuan's small world really had some exceptional aspects? Yes, it must be like that. That punk used a trick and trapped Uncle Nine Origin in the small world. Rumble. Right at this time, the void trembled. A figure burst out. Everyone looked toward the arrival with sidelong glances. This person did not have an intact spot from head to toe, his entire person like he was hauled out of a pool of blood, looking incomparably sinister and terrifying. Blood dripped from his body like water droplets. His aura was also extremely chaotic. He only had the strength of Empyrean realm. "You Uncle 9 Origin?" Xian shouted with uncertainty. "It's me." The bloodman used an extremely parched voice to answer. But his gaze was locked above the void firmly, without even blinking. It was as if there was a primitive fierce beast there. This blood-covered man was precisely 9 Origin. The current 9 Origin was actually forcefully beaten down a major realm. Xian opened his mouth wide and simply did not dare to believe his own eyes. Was this bloodman before his eyes that was virtually about to die really his Uncle 9 Origin? Uncle 9 Origin was one of the profound lineage's 9 elders. What kind of astonishing powerhouse was that? That was a powerhouse who made myriad worlds tremble. That was a powerhouse who made myriad races bow in worship. Now, he actually became like this? While his opponent was merely just a third firmament Empyrean, Xian even somewhat doubted life. Murmur. Below, all of the abyss monsters directly broke out into a commotion. They used extremely shocked eyes to look at 9 Origin, their gazes full of incredulity. This? How is this possible? What in the world happened inside that small world? That's Lord 9 Origin. Lord 9 Origin who is ever victorious. Who can tell me what on earth happened? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Lord 9 Origin is the god in my heart. How can he possibly be beaten until like this? The group of abyss monsters was doubting this. No one could have thought that a one-sided battle actually developed to this conclusion in the end. However, the fact was like that. The Lord 9 Origin, who was formidable like a god, sustained serious injuries, his realm falling greatly. "You Uncle 9 Origin, what in the world happened? Why did you become like this?" When Xian was talking, he felt somewhat parched. The shock that this scene brought to him was too strong. Ha ha ha. Uncle 9 Origin suddenly let out a burst of wild laughter and said, "Worth it. Crippling this boy, no matter how heavy the injuries I sustain, it's also worth it. Xian, running into this boy here is our divine race's fortune. If we allow him to grow up, our divine race will likely suffer a disastrous calamity." Xian's pupils constricted, his eyes full of shock. Who 9 Origin was talking about was not an individual, but the entire divine race. For the divine race to dare come into being, they have naturally already readied themselves perfectly. But all these would change because of one person. Wasn't 9 Origin's appraisal of this boy too high? Suddenly, his expression changed. The corners of his mouth revealed a trace of a bitter smile. 9 Origin already became like this, could this still not explain the issue? 9 Origin was one of the 9 profound lineage's elders. All who could sit in this position were people who had experienced many battles and crushed their peers. But such a powerful 9th elder was actually hurt so badly. How in the world did this Yi Yuan do it? No matter how unwilling he was to admit it, Xian also understood that Yi Yuan's talent was indeed a notch above his. But he never could have thought that Yi Yuan was actually monstrous to such a degree. 9 Origin, what did you do to Big Brother Yuan? Where is he? Yu Mengli glared at 9 Origin and said with a worried look. 9 Origin did not look at her, staring hard at a certain area in the void as he said in a cold voice, "Apologies, divine daughter. Your Tao spirit physique is indeed the strongest divine physique in this world. But today, this boy must die." Yu Mengli's pretty face turned pale, all the blood fading away instantly. 9 Origin's meaning was very clear. Yi Yuan was currently not dead yet. But he had to die. Right at this moment, a figure fell out of the void. It was precisely Yi Yuan. The current Yi Yuan was no better than 9 Origin too. There was not an unscathed spot from top to bottom. Furthermore, he was already unconscious, his entire person falling powerlessly, the speed getting faster and faster. Swoosh! Virtually without thinking, Yu Mengli rushed over akin to an arrow that left the string. "Stop her!" 9 Origin yelled. Menya did not have the slightest hesitation, leaping up and directly stopping Yu Mengli. How powerful was Manya? Yu Mengli was directly restrained by him. At the same time, Nine Origin gathered all the strength in his body without the slightest hesitation. He then smacked a palm toward Yi Yuan. Big brother Yuan! Yu Mengli's scream reverberated throughout the sundered boundary. But Nine Origin did not hesitate in the slightest at all. This palm was a certain kill. At this very moment, there was already no one that could save Yi Yuan. Ha ha ha! Die! Just as this palm was about to land on Yi Yuan's body, golden light suddenly radiated from Yi Yuan's body. Roar! A giant golden dragon leaped into the sky from Yi Yuan's body, letting out an astonishing furious roar. This roar made the entire sundered boundary tremble. Space shuddered, one fine crack after another fissuring. These fissured fine cracks did not show signs of healing but fissured larger and larger instead. An enormous dragon claw trampled down on Nine Origin's head. Nine Origin's expression changed wildly, but currently his move was already ending and he did not have his power at this peak. It was already too late to want to run. Lord Nine Origin. At the critical moment, Menya roared madly, instantly diving beneath the dragon claw and knocking Nine Origin flying. Bang! The giant dragon trampled down, debris flying everywhere, space collapsing. The powerful Menya turned to ashes under this foot and did not even emit a miserable scream. Nine Origin rolled several hundred times on the ground before stabilizing his figure. This change was too intense. Everyone did not react to it. Nine Origin's blood-stained face was full of terror at this time. Just now, if not for Menya sacrificing himself and knocking him away, the one who died would be him. He never dreamed that in the end, Yi Yuan actually still had the spirit of a true dragon protecting him. Let alone did he imagine that he, one of the exalted profound lineage's 9 elders, actually nearly died here. Nine Origin's back was already drenched in cold sweat. But toward Menya's death, his eyes did not reveal any sorrowful expression. In his eyes, abyss monsters were a bunch of slaves. Dying for him, that was Menya's honor. Suddenly, he trembled all over, his entire person turning stiff there, not daring to even move. The giant golden dragon's pair of dragon eyes were currently looking down at him from a great height. For a moment, Nine Origin's hair stood on end, not daring to even breathe. He was afraid that once he breathed, the giant golden dragon would give him another stomp. After one breath, the dragon tail circled around, protecting Yi Yuan in the middle, and flew out of the black flame cave with a whoosh. Nine Origin's bottom plopped onto the ground, panting heavily for air, feeling the joy of having survived a disaster. Nine Origin secretly sighed in relief that luckily, this spirit of a true dragon only had the power of one strike. Otherwise, he would be doomed today. Rumble! The powerful spirit of the true dragon passed through the Black Flame Cave's entrance, making the originally already unstable cave entrance completely collapse. The Black Flame Cave's entrance disappeared just like that. Space was shattering, caving in, fissures getting larger and larger. This sudden turn of events happened too suddenly. Everyone did not react in time. Yu Mengli wanted to escape, but it was already too late. However, being able to see Yi Yuan escape, she was already very comforted in her heart. Big brother Yuan, I'll live on well and wait for you to fetch me home, Yu Mengli said smilingly with tears flowing. At this time, Nine Origin appeared beside Yu Mengli and said with a bad timing. His inner world already completely crumbled, fleshy body being heavily injured. His cultivation has already been wiped out in a day. Even if he doesn't die, he'll also be a cripple in the future. Divine daughter, you're my divine race's member from birth, this world's paramount existence. In the future, when we return to the heavenspan world anew and beat down the human, demon, and fiend races and descend upon the world like a sovereign, that will be your home to return to. Yu Mengli gave him a glance and smiled disdainfully. To others, their small world collapsing and cultivating being lost might mean that their life was over. But Yu Mengli firmly believed that Yi Yuan still had a day where he would rise up. No matter how arduous this path was, Yi Yuan would not give up too. If talking about who understood Yi Yuan best in this world, that was her, Yu Mengli. Of course, she was completely disdainful to explain to Nine Origin. Come on. At this time, Yu Mengli was no longer melodramatic. Instead, she walked toward the abyss calmly. Nine Origin was taken back. But since Yu Mengli was sensible, he naturally would not say anything either, slowly following after. Before leaving, he gave Xian a look. Xian understood and nodded. Bang! Suddenly, a terrifying force was sent out. Mosius was directly blasted into residue by Xian. Yu Mengli's pretty face turned cold and she said in alarm and anger, "You." Xian said coolly, "Living off people while secretly helping others, he deserves to die." Done talking, Xian left with his hands behind his back. The remaining Abyss monster army also headed over toward the Abyss one after another. The sundered boundary crumbled apart continuously, fragmenting non-stop, finally turning into a horrifying spatial tempest. The spatial passageway that the divine race racked their brains to form was smashed to pieces just like that. Everything returned to tranquility. The wind howled and the water turned cold. The brave warriors will never return. The news about Yi Yuan rushing into Black Flame alone in order to rescue his beloved spread like wildfire. A monster like Yi Yuan naturally aroused the attention of the various major forces that entered the Black Flame cave. Hence, they inquired about Yi Yuan's origins one after another. There were no walls without a crack in this world. Yi Yuan had long already stated his identity when he entered fallen Maple Bodhidharma. It naturally could not be hidden. Only at this time did everyone suddenly startle awake. It turned out that this was the second sage who gave rise to much discussion a few years ago. Beyond the shock, everyone was also endlessly sympathetic. Such an exceptional talent actually fell in the Black Flame cave just like that. It was truly lamentable. The Black Flame cave completely collapsed. The cave entrance vanished. Space recovered to how it was initially. The angry Nether River flowed without ceasing once more. Everyone knew that Yi Yuan most likely died inside. The only thing that was mysterious was that right as the passageway collapsed, a streak of golden light flashed by and disappeared. In the beginning, there were also people who guessed whether or not this golden light would be related to Yi Yuan. But along with the passage of time, no one saw Yi Yuan anymore. Everyone's doubts also gradually evaporated into thin air. Because the second sage's maidservant was still in fallen Maple Bodhidharma. From then on, Yi Yuan never came to see Luer before. On Sunset Peak, Luer quietly cried as she said, "Young master, they all said that you died, but I don't believe it. Even if I walk to the ends of the world, I must find you too." In a blink, it was already 3 years. Over 100,000 miles away from Cloud River country, there was a place called Jingning Mountain. The sun came up from the east mountain, the setting sun bypassing the top of the mountain, illuminating a peaceful little village. Inside the village, there was smoke curling up from each of the kitchen chimneys there, indicating people getting up at sunrise. Those living in the village were a bunch of mortals. A robust young man said with displeasure, "Dumbo, go and chop all these firewood. Our Chun village doesn't raise idle people." Standing opposite him was a young man wearing coarse cloth, his face without any complexion. Dumbo did not say anything, turned around and came beside the firewood pile and started chopping firewood. Chop, chop, chop. One section after another of white oak lay beside Yi Yuan neatly, gradually stacking higher. The robust young man had an astonished look. Following that was gloominess all over his face. White oak burned easily and the temperature was high. It was an excellent fuel to burn. But it was extremely tough. The strongest hunter in the village also needed 3 to 4 swings before they could split it. Chopping firewood was actually strenuous work. Iong making him chop firewood was actually intentionally making things difficult for him. But this fellow actually split them with 1 swing. Furthermore, the cuts were extremely smooth. It was as if they had been sanded out before. Strange. It was weird. This kid obviously looked like he was half dead. So how did he have so much strength? A girl ran over angrily and pulled Dumbo behind her, and shouted at the robust young man, "Iong, you're bullying Aining again." When the robust young man saw the situation, he immediately burned with jealousy. Axia was the prettiest girl in Qin Village, while he was the Qin Village's most promising hunter. He and Axiu were childhood friends, both being young and innocent. They were an innocent and pure pair in everyone's eyes. As they gradually grew up, Iong secretly fell in love with Axiu and viewed her as his exclusive slice of meat. At the same time, he was also very hardworking, striving to become the most outstanding hunter in the villages around. It all seemed like success would come when the conditions were ripe. Until this Dumbo appeared, everything was turned upside down. Axiu and Grandpa picked Dumbo up by the brookside. When he was just brought back, Dumbo was covered in blood all over and was already no different from a dead man. Everyone thought that he was dead for sure, but who knew that he actually forcefully hung in there with one breath and did not die. Axiu was kind-hearted, taking the utmost care of Dumbo every day. Just 2 days ago, Dumbo could finally get down the bed and walk. But these 3 days, Axiu clearly drifted apart a lot from Ayong. It was naturally because of Dumbo. Jealousy burned. So Ayong liked to find trouble these few days. I didn't bully him. There are no men in the village loafing around. Since Dumbo is well, he naturally has to work, Ayong said. Axiu said, his body isn't fully recovered yet and is still very weak. He's not suited to work. Also, he only lost his memories and isn't a Dumbo. You're not allowed to call him Dumbo. The person aiming out of Axiu's mouth and the Dumbo out of Ayong's mouth was naturally Yi Yuan, who sustained serious injuries in the Black Flame battle. The current Yi Yuan did not remember anything. So Axiu's grandfather named Yi Yuan as Chinning. Hence, Axiu normally called Yi Yuan as Aining. But the current Yi Yuan's aura was feeble. His divine essence collapsed and dissipated, and he even lost his memories and was no different from Immortal. The battle with 9 Origin, the two people's battle produced an extremely terrifying energy vortex. 9 Origin's realm fell greatly, while Yi Yuan naturally sustained even heavier injuries. In that battle, Yi Yuan's essence, energy, and spirit virtually collapsed all round. There was still a thread away from death. Axia turned around and pulled Aining as she said, Aining, let's go. But Yi Yuan did not leave and said with a smile, what Ayong said is right. Since I'm a part of the village, I should do a little something for the village. These 3 years, Axiu and Grandpa, as well as everybody, took good care of me. That's how I could survive. I feel bad sitting around doing nothing, waiting to die like that. As he said, Yi Yuan walked back beside the firewood pile and continued chopping firewood. One swing. Another swing. The incomparably heavy axe was akin to weightless in Yi Yuan's hand. Axiu also opened her mouth wide, looking at Yi Yuan with an astonished look. This fellow clearly only got down from the bed for a few days. So how did he have so much strength? In merely less than an hour, that hill-sized firewood all were chopped completely and they were piled neatly together. Yi Yuan finished chopping the firewood, turned his head, and discovered the two people with their mouths wide open, looking at him. He could not help being perplexed as he said, "What's wrong with you guys? Why are you using this sort of eyes to look at me?" Ayang's face fell, and he said, this fellow wouldn't have pretended for 3 years, right? Right. You must have intentionally feigned death to get close to Axiu. Axiu shot him a fierce glare. When she and Grandpa saw Yi Yuan did not even have a breath, not an intact spot from head to toe. Could this sort of thing be faked? But she looked at Yi Yuan again and said, "This is white oak. Even if Uncle Lai was here, chopping these firewood entirely will also take an entire day's time. You finished chopping in an hour. Do you think we should be surprised or not?" Yi Yuan scratched his nose and said doubtfully, "Is that so? But I feel that it's very easy to chop. Just a light swing. I don't need to use much strength either, and it will split apart." The two people were speechless, using eyes like looking at a monster to look at him. How could they know that Yi Yuan's physical body was the perfect 7th transformation golden body? If at his prime, flick a finger and the entire Jingning Mountain would be leveled to the ground. Even if he was seriously deficient in vital energy currently, chopping firewood was still a piece of cake. At this time, there was suddenly noise and excitement at the entrance of the village. Ang's brows raised up and he said with pleasant surprise, "Dad, they all came back. Dad must have hunted many fine beasts going out this time. Axiu, let's hurry over and take a look." Axiu pulled Yi Yuan and said with a smile, "Aining, let's go over and take a look too." Yi Yuan nodded his head and was dragged to the village entrance. "Dad, Uncle Jian, you guys are back?" Ayong welcomed the hunting party with a proud look. His father, Chun Lai, the Chun village's patriarch, was a powerful hunter who was renowned far and wide. At this time, several powerful hunters returned. They were all carrying quite a number of games on them. It was naturally a fully loaded return again. Haha, Yonger, the luck this time was pretty good. I hunted a snow jade roebuck, Chunlai said with a big laugh. At this time, the villagers all gathered over, each and every one of them exclaiming with admiration. Patriarch is really impressive. This snow jade roebuck's strength virtually reached the peak of mortal beasts. It's also just a step away from becoming a divine beast, yet it was actually killed by you. With this, our Chun village can have enough to eat and wear for half a year. Following Patriarch Lai is truly our fortune. Everyone had praises for him. Toward Chun Lai, they expressed admiration from the bottom of their hearts. In the Heavenspan world, mortals living outside of counties might suffer the attack of fierce beasts at any time. An entire village being destroyed was also a common occurrence. But Chun village showed signs of moving toward prosperity under Patriarch Chun Lai's leadership. At least, they did not need to live days where they hid themselves from place to place. Powerful strength was the foundation to live on. Xianxia squeezed in front of the people. Her eyes lit up as she said with surprise, Uncle Lai, you're really too impressive to actually even defeat a snow jade roebuck. In my view, you might be able to break through to achieve divine Dao someday. Don't you think so, Aining? Yi Yuan had a vacant look and nodded along. Chunlai patted Xiao's head and laughed as he said, silly lass, how can the divine Dao be so easy to achieve? I know my strength. Being able to reach the peak mortal realm is already the limit. However, I have high hopes of Yonger. By the side, Chun Jian also smiled and said, yes, Yonger's strength will be able to catch up to the few of us old fellows in a few years. He is our Chun village's future. Hearing the praises of the elders, Chun Yong's bashful flush carried a trace of smugness, giving Yi Yuan a glance that was somewhat demonstrating his strength. Yi Yuan had another blank look and was at a loss on what to do. Chun Lai directly threw the snow jade roebuck to his son and said heartily, cut off a bit more and deliver it to your Grandpa Yen. Aining, this snow jade roebuck is a great tonic. It's greatly beneficial to your injuries. Chen Yong's face turned black, immediately feeling annoyed. While Yi Yuan smiled humbly and said, thank you, Uncle Lai. Everyone was very concerned about Yi Yuan in this village. Although he lost his memories, he was very grateful to everyone. Oh, right, Uncle Yen. I found this when I entered the mountain this time. As he said, Chun Lai carefully took out a package from his bag. His actions were very careful, fearful of breaking the thing inside the bundle. Opening up the bundle, a surge of boundless spiritual energy spread out. Chen Yan's expression changed and he cried out in surprise, spirit medicine. Divine rank spirit medicine, jade heart grass. Although it isn't fully matured yet, the spiritual energy inside has a 10% chance of letting you to break through to the deity realm. Chen Yan was an old man who enjoyed high prestige and commanded universal respect in the clan. His status was even above Chen Lai's, because he was a mortal realm alchemist. Hence, the moment he saw the spirit medicine, he recognized it. The moment Chen Lai heard this, he was wild ecstatic and said with joy, it's indeed the case. That snow jade roebuck was guarding this thing and refused to leave no matter what. It was indeed for the sake of breaking through to achieve divine Dao. Chen Yan nodded and said, that's right. If this snow jade roebuck swallowed the mature jade heartgrass, breaking through to deity realm would virtually be almost guaranteed. It's just too bad that this old man is incapable and can't refine the jade heart pill. Otherwise, you breaking through to the deity realm would virtually be something that's guaranteed. A shame. A shame. Chen Yan lamented and sighed, repeatedly saying that it was a shame. Clearly, he found it a great pity. Jade heart pill was a divine pill. To him, it was something that could be looked at but could not be touched. Not forming a pill and directly eating was only wasting this stock of divine medicine. But Chen Lai was indifferent and said with a smile, Uncle Yen, you don't need to be like this. I plan on saving this jade heartgrass for Yonger. His talent is greater than mine. He'll definitely be able to break through to the deity realm when the time comes. But Chun Yen shook his head and said, it's no use. By the time Yonger cultivates to peak mortal realm, the jade heart grass spiritual energy will have more than half lost. At that time, it will also be no different from ordinary mortal grade spirit medicines. Don't get any ideas about planting it either. The nurturing of divine rank spirit medicines is extremely nitty-gritty and profound. This old man doesn't have much assurance in being able to preserve its spiritual energy. Furthermore, Luo Shang is going to come and collect taxes tomorrow. Do you think that he'll let this divine rank spirit medicine off? With this, Chen Lai's expression became ugly. By the side, Chun Yong's expression also became very ugly. A deity realm powerhouse held a great significance to a village. As long as a deity realm powerhouse appeared in a village, their survival rate would greatly increase, and they also would not need to be afraid of the invasion of fierce beasts anymore. And this village would also become a powerful village in one stroke, dominating the lives and deaths of other villages. Luo Shang that Chun Yen spoke of was a deity realm powerhouse. Therefore, the Luo village was also the strongest village in the radius of 10,000 miles. The other villages had to bow their heads in submission. There's only 10% chance? It's too wasteful, Chen Lai said gloomily. The others all fell silent while Chen Yong had a look of self-reproach, secretly hating that his strength was not strong enough. Right at this time, a discordant voice suddenly sounded out, "Why don't I give it a try?" Everyone looked towards Yi Yuan in surprise. The one who spoke was precisely him. Chen Yong just happened to be in a bad mood. Hearing Yi Yuan speak, he completely erupted. "What has it got to do with you here? What do you, a good-for-nothing who doesn't even have essence energy, want to try? This is a quasi-divine rank spirit medicine. It's not for you to play around with." Chen Yong hollered at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan wiped the spittle on his face and still had a blank face. Even he himself also did not know why he would say such a thing. The moment Axiu heard, she was immediately indignant and put her hands on her hips and said, "What are you being fierce for? Aining had good intentions too. Moreover, Grandpa said before, Aining must have been an important person in the past. How do you know that he can't do it?" Chun Lai appeared slightly embarrassed as he said, "Aining. Not that Uncle Lai doesn't trust you, but you don't even have essence energy." Yi Yuan thought about it and said, "Makes sense." But by the side, Chen Yen was absorbed in thought and suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Aining, do you have the confidence of success?" The others all used incomparably shocked gazes to look at Chen Yen, not understanding what he meant. What methods could a cripple who did not even have essence energy have? Yi Yuan was taken aback and shook his head and said, I don't know either." Chan Yen asked curiously, "Then why did you say so just now?" Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "I don't know either. It didn't go through my brain earlier and I suddenly said it out loud." Chan Yan's face revealed a pondering look. Finally, his gaze turned intent and he handed the jade heart grass to Yi Yuan and said, "Come to my pill refining room. Whatever you need, take it yourself." Chun Lai had not said anything yet when Chun Yong directly lugged the snow jade roebuck and jumped up, saying in shock and anger, "Grandpa Yen, this is a quasi-divine rank spirit medicine. Uncle Yen, isn't this too rash?" Chun Lai also could not resist speaking up. As for the people in the village, each and every one of them revealed reluctant looks too. Their gazes when looking at Yu Yuan were full of suspicion. After all, what right did a brat, who did not even have essence energy, have to test a divine rank spirit medicine? One had to know, to get divine rank spirit medicines on Jingning Mountain, one could come by with luck but not by searching for it. Letting a person who lost his memories and did not have essence energy fiddle with it, wasn't it messing around? Casually playing around, and the 10% chance would even be lost. Even Yi Yuan himself also said hesitantly, "Grandpa Yen, I'm afraid that this isn't appropriate, right?" But Chun Yen waved his hand and said, "You go ahead and try. If it's really gone, this old man, I will shoulder it." "Chun Lai, you have no objections, right?" "Rubbish. Of course I have objections." But Uncle Yan's status in the village was exceedingly high. Not only was he his elder, he even saved many people in the village. Without him, the Chun village would have long failed to maintain itself. For him, Chun Lai, to have everything today, Uncle Yen also contributed great efforts. Chun Lai opened his mouth and said with a bitter smile, "Since Uncle Lai has decided, I naturally have no objections." Chen Yen said that it was a pill refining room, but actually it was just a thatched house. What a stalk of quasi-divine rank spirit medicines influenced was the hearts of the people in the entire village. If 10% hope placed on Chun Lai won the bet, that would be the village's future. But right now, letting a guy who did not even have essence energy play with it, how could they not worry? Upon entering the refining room, a familiar feeling hit him face on. Yi Yuan's entire spirit seemed to have become much better all of a sudden. Chen Yan had been observing Yi Yuan all along. Seeing this scene, he himself also felt inspired. He had the greatest seniority in this village and knew the most. For Yi Yuan to be able to be injured until like that and still not die, he was absolutely not a mortal realm martial artist like them. Yi Yuan being able to recover, his medicine actually did not have much effect. More of it was Yi Yuan's own recovery ability. Just now, Yi Yuan blurted out very naturally, like it was instinctive. So he guessed that perhaps Yi Yuan was a powerful alchemy god in the past. Since Yi Yuan instinctively said that he could do it, then he might really have some way. Chun Yen knew that the methods of alchemy god powerhouses were inconceivable. It was completely not what a mortal realm alchemist like him could imagine. Everyone was standing outside the door. Yi Yuan went into the refining room alone, walked around, and stopped, gently stroking some spirit medicines as well as some utensils. Touching these things, Yi Yuan had an extremely familiar feeling. That sort of familiarity was just like his body's instinct. Yi Yuan felt that his blood was burning little by little. What a familiar feeling, Yi Yuan muttered. Everyone's gazes followed Yi Yuan's movements, not knowing what he wanted to do. It was just that he walked around and did not have the intention of taking action. Chun Yong snorted coldly and said unhappily, "He's just walking around like that. The sky is already dark. I also don't know what he wants to do. What can he do like this? Yeah. Why do I feel like this kid isn't reliable at all, like he's pretending to be mysterious? Uncle Yen, don't be fooled by this boy. That's a quasi-divine rank spirit medicine." Quite a number of villagers were very unhappy, grumbling toward Chen Yan. Chen Yan's brows furrowed and he said with a low roar, "All shut up for this old man. Anybody else that dares to speak, get out for me." When everyone saw Chen Yan fly off the handle, each and every one of them was silent like cicadas in winter. Chen Lai originally wanted to chime in a few words too, but seeing Chen Yan flared up, he could only shut his mouth sensibly. Yi Yuan's idling took more than an hour. Suddenly, his footsteps stopped and he took out a piece of low-grade divine essence stone from an exquisite box. Everyone's faces changed. This kid really knew what to take. In a place like the Chun village, a piece of low-grade divine essence stone was extremely precious. All of Chen Yan's hidden goods were also merely just 3 pieces. This was still him having saved for many years and expended no idea how many materials before exchanging for it. This kid was not courteous. Yi Yuan picked up the divine essence stone and pushed away the things on the table, revealing a large empty area. Then his pen moved like flying, using the divine essence stone and started drawing on the table. Everyone had stunned faces, only Chen Yan's eyes became brighter and brighter. Yi Yuan was depicting an array formation. He could not understand this array formation at all. Incomparably profound. This is absolutely not the standard that a 1-star alchemy god can have. Chen Yan screamed in his heart. In merely a few breaths, Yi Yuan casually drew a design. Then, he walked over to the medicine rack there swiftly and casually grabbed a few spirit medicines. He threw them into the array formation together with the jadeheart grass. This guy's eyes are actually shut. He's also too casual, right? Is there refining medicine like this? This is wasting spirit medicines, right? You see, there's indeed no reaction. The villages all revealed indignant looks because they discovered that Yi Yuan actually had his eyes shut throughout the whole process. Although they could not understand the array formation, Yi Yuan's attitude was also too casual. And the array formation that Yi Yuan drew indeed did not have any activities. What the hell do you all understand? Aining has already turned all of his abilities into instinct. He doesn't need to look at all, and he doesn't need to measure. All shut up for me and watch closely. Chen Yan suddenly shouted coldly. Everyone did not dare to say again. 1 breath. 2 breaths. 3 breaths. Murmur. The array formation suddenly lit up. A thick surge of spiritual energy poured into the refining room crazily. This array formation also had the effect of gathering spirit. Even Yi Yuan himself was also dumbfounded by this miraculous scene. He looked at his hands, a look of incredulity. This was done by him? After several breaths, the light faded. 4 medicinal pills lay on the table quietly. Everyone's eyes became wide saucers, mouths opening widely, their faces full of shock. Especially Chen Yong, he was previously making quite a bit of disparaging remarks. At this time, Yi Yuan actually refined the medicinal pills, with a method that he had never heard of before. Used divine essence stone and casually drew a bit, and one could refine medicinal pills? This kind of method he had never thought of before, even in his dreams. Chen Yan's eyes shone with brilliant light. That look in his eyes wished to swallow Yi Yuan whole. He trembled as he walked in front of the table. Carefully holding up a medicinal pill, he said agitatedly, "That's right. That's right. It's the Jade Heart pill. Exactly the same as in the records. That spirit-gathering array formation just now forcefully raised the quasi-divine rank spirit medicine to a divine rank spirit medicine and refined the Jade Heart pill." No, wait, this isn't an ordinary Jade Heart pill. See, could this be a divine-grade Jade Heart pill? What? Divine-grade Jade Heart pill? How is this possible? My God. Divine-grade Jade Heart pill? I didn't hear wrongly, right? Could it be that Aining is really a legendary alchemy god? Nobody in the entire village had seen before an alchemy god, let alone talk about a divine-ranked divine pill. Even Xin Yan only noticed something off too and speculated. Yi Yuan had a blank look as he said, "Divine-grade Jade Heart pill? What's that?" Chen Yan could not help choking when he heard that and almost dropped the medicinal pill onto the ground. The villages also almost collectively fell to the ground. This guy did not even know what was a divine-grade divine pill, and yet he refined 4 divine-grade divine pills in one go. A divine-grade Jade Heart pill is simply a godlike medicinal pill. As long as there's this one pill, your Uncle Lai will be able to 100% step into the deity realm that one even dreamed about. For divine-grade Jade Heart pills is equivalent to 4 divine-rank powerhouses. Chen Yan had an agitated look, even reaching the point of fanaticism already. He was now incomparably certain that the Chun village picked up a treasure. Before something happened to Aining, he was absolutely a 2-star alchemy god. No, it was 3-star. Definitely a 3-star alchemy god. As for the even stronger 4-star alchemy god, that already surpassed the scope of Chun Yan's understanding. He did not even have the courage to think about it. Even if he racked his brains, he would also not be able to imagine what kind of powerful alchemy supreme lord was that. Yi Yuan scratched his head and said, "Looks like I'm not a good-for-nothing trash." Chun Yan laughed loudly and said, "Trash? This old man has never regarded you as trash. From that moment I saved you. I knew that you absolutely didn't belong in a shallow pond." By the side, Axiu looked at Yi Yuan, blinking her eyes and saying with a look of idolization, "Hee, I said it before. Aining is definitely not an ordinary person." The villages were still in the midst of shock. They were stunned silly by Chen Yan's, for divine rank powerhouses. My God, for divine rank powerhouses. I didn't hear wrongly, right? Then wouldn't our Chen village become the strongest village in the radius of 10,000 miles? This Aining truly can't be judged by his appearance. I didn't expect that he's actually an alchemy god in hiding. At this time, how could the villagers still remember the mocking from before? The few words 4 divine rank powerhouses seemed to have magical power, making everyone change their tones immediately. A divine realm powerhouse was the realm that every hunter in the village yearned for. But to this day, a divine rank powerhouse had never appeared in the village before. To mortals, taking this step was far too difficult. Could not be realized throughout their entire lives too. But Yi Yuan casually drew with his hands and magicked out 4 divine rank powerhouses. How formidable was this? Chen Yong was incredibly embarrassed at one side. Seeing Axiu's besotted appearance, the vat of vinegar in his heart was instantly knocked over again. Humph! What's impressive about it? I can also cultivate to the deity realm by cultivating myself. He thought so in his heart, but his eyes still flitted towards the Jade Heart pills without putting up a fight. As for Chun Lai and Chen Jian, their eyes had never left the Jade Heart pills before. Their bodies even agitated until it was quivering. That was deity realm. Qin Yan was experienced with age in the end and was the first to recover from the shock. He coughed dryly twice and called everyone's souls back and slowly said, Chen Lai, Chen Jian, the two of you each get a divine-grade Jade Heart pill and immediately enter closed seclusion. You must break through to the deity realm before tomorrow. Yes, Uncle Yan. The two people were wildly ecstatic and carefully received the medicinal pill from Chen Yan's hands, and they left with large strides. Chen Yan carefully put away the two remaining Jade Heart pills and said to Chen Yong and Axiu, Ayong Axiu, these two medicinal pills are saved for you. From today onwards, you have to cultivate diligently and reach the peak mortal realm as soon as possible. Ayong finally let out a sigh and said with cupped fists, Yes, Grandpa Yin. When he said this, he could not resist secretly sneaking a peek at Yi Yuan and discovered that the other party was absorbed in thought, and he could not help secretly heaving a sigh in relief. Fortunately, this guy did not haggle over things. Otherwise, if he taunted a few words, his face would have nowhere to go. Especially that it was in front of Axiu. Grandpa, this isn't far. The medicinal pills were refined by Aining. Why isn't one left for him? Axia said unhappily. Chan Yen smiled bitterly and said, It is not that Grandpa is taking advantage of Aining, but even if this medicinal pill was consumed by him, it also won't have the least bit of use. Axia was puzzled and asked, This is a divine pill. How can that be possible? Chan Yen said, Aining suffered heavy injuries. Spiritual energy can't be stored in his body at all. Even if he eats the spirit medicine, it will also be all in vain in the end. Axiu still wanted to say something, but he heard Yi Yuan smile and said, Axiu, it was you and Grandpa Yen who saved me. You taking this medicinal pill is ought to be too. Perhaps I can refine even more incredible medicinal pills in the future. The moment these words came out, Chen Yan's two eyes shone. Goodness! Why didn't I think of this? After Chen Lai and Chen Jian broke through to the deity realm, getting divine rank spirit medicines would become much easier. At that time, thinking up to here, Chen Yan was virtually losing control of the feverishness in his heart. Maybe he had hopes of breaking through to the deity realm too. Uncle Yan, things are bad. Luo Shang brought the Luo village's people and came to collect taxes in advance. Everyone was currently immersed in their fantasy when someone suddenly came to report, shattering all the fantasies to pieces at once. No one thought that Luo Shang actually came so quickly. Chun Lai and Chen Jian, two people, were definitely already in close seclusion right now and could not be interrupted. If Luo Shing discovered that Jade Heart pills, the Chun village would likely face a catastrophic disaster. In this county area, there was no justice to talk about. Whoever's fist was larger, whoever was the law. Luo Shang was the sole deity realm powerhouse in the radius of 10,000 miles. His words were the imperial edict. Furthermore, it was absolutely impossible for Luo Sheng to passively watch the Chun village grow. Chen Yan's face fell and he said, Everybody, follow me. The matter of the Jade Heart pills absolutely can't be divulged. Each and every one of you put away your expressions and pretend like there's nothing. Once the slightest hint is divulged, everyone will have to die. Understand? Everyone's faces turned austere, nodding their heads one after another. Chen Yan chased the villagers out, found a hidden area, and put away the two Jade Heart pills before following out. Chen Yan led everyone out of the village. They saw a middle-aged man in brocade opposite of them had unparalleled martial prowess. A large contingent of troops was brought along behind him, the soldiers being strong and the horses sturdy. Just the grand completion mortal realm powerhouses were more than 10 people. Qin Yan did not say a word and directly knelt down toward Luo Sheng, who was riding on a horse. Chun Village's Chen Yan leads the villagers to offer greetings to divine being, Lord Luo. With him kneeling, the rest knelt down one after another and called out, offering greetings to divine being Lord Luo. In the eyes of these mortal realms, deity realm was an invincible existence, being addressed respectfully as divine being. And in Luo Shang's eyes, these villagers were all ants. Seeing him, they had to kneel down. Otherwise, it was death. Suddenly, Luo Xing's brows furrowed and he said with a cold snort, "Boy, who are you? Why didn't you kneel seeing this god?" Qian Yan turned around and discovered that Yi Yuan was currently standing there blankly with his brows furrowed, deep in thought, and could not help being scared out of his wits. How could this boy be dumb at the critical juncture? When Yi Yuan saw everyone kneel, his brows knitted together instinctively. No idea why he did not want to kneel toward this person. At the thought of wanting to kneel, every pore on Yi Yuan's body was resisting. This was the pride that stemmed from his bones. Even if he lost his memories, he could not be wiped away too. A mere grotto profound only just entered divine Tao. What qualifications did he have to make the exalted second sage kneel? The exalted second sage, that was the figure standing at the very summit of this heaven-span world. Could he, Luo Sheng, accept a kneel from the second sage? Yi Yuan was absorbed in thought as he looked at Luo Sheng. Suddenly, he said with a serious face, I feel that you'll be overwhelmed by it." The moment these words came out, everyone's faces changed drastically. Qin Yan's head went buzzing and almost exploded. Why did this boy not know the proper way to act at this sort of time? As long as he endured until Chun Lai they all broke through, with two mighty deity realms here, would they still need to be afraid of Luo Sheng? Aining quickly kneel down. The prestige of divine being can't be affronted, Chen Yan said with a low cry. But Yi Yuan shook his head very seriously and said, "Grandpa Yan, I've considered it very seriously. He really can't take it. Ha ha ha." Luo Sheng let out a loud laugh and pointed at Yi Yuan and said, "A trash who doesn't even have essence energy actually says that this deity can't handle a kneel from you? If I insist on you making obeisance today." Yi Yuan thought about it and said again with a serious look, "I won't do obeisance even if I die." Luo Sheng nodded slightly and said to the subordinate beside him, "Go, make him kneel down. If he doesn't kneel, beat until he kneels." Chan Yan's expression changed greatly and he wanted to get up. But then he heard Luo Sheng say in a solemn voice, "Nobody is allowed to move. Anyone who moves, dies." Everyone was silent like cicadas in winter. How could they still dare to move? They did not understand why Yi Yuan would be so stubborn. Just making an obeisance, one would not die. That subordinate had a pleased look as he swaggered in front of Yi Yuan. At this time, Axiu suddenly stood up, blocking in front of Yi Yuan. She said with a stubborn look, "You're not allowed to touch him." Pa! Everyone did not react to it and Axiu was already struck flying by the subordinate with one slap. Divine being said that whoever moves dies. Are you deaf? As he said, the subordinate pulled out the saber at his waist and chopped over toward Axiu without the slightest hesitation. Axiu! Xin Yan's face changed wildly, but it was already too late to want to stop it. Yi Yuan's expression changed greatly too and pounced toward Axiu without thinking, using his body to protect her below him. Clank! This saber landed on Yi Yuan's body without the slightest hesitation and emitted the sound of metal clashing. The faces of the villagers changed again and again. They first gave a cry of surprise, all thinking that Yi Yuan was dead for sure. But Yi Yuan did not die. The saber shattered. Yes, completely and utterly shattered. Ouch! My hand! The subordinate gave a painful cry. The saber that only had the hilt remaining fell to the ground, the webbing between his thumb and index finger being shocked until fresh blood spurted wildly. Everyone had stunned faces. The one who was hacked was fine, while the person hacking was badly mutilated. What happened? Could it be that Aining's body is as tough and strong as steel? This guy is really strange. Casually refining divine-grade divine pills, and being impervious to swords and spears from head to toe. It turned out that even after losing one's memories, the person could still be so formidable. Only Chun Yong's gaze flickered, connecting it to Yi Yuan's ease when chopping firewood in his mind. Could it be that this guy was a body refinement martial artist in the past? Now, he somewhat believed Grandpa Yan's words. Yi Yuan's origins were likely really not simple. Luo Sheng's two eyes narrowed and he said in a solemn voice, "No wonder you're so cocky. It turns out that you're a body refinement martial artist. However, in front of the power of deity realm, everything is drifting clouds." It was only to see him leap up, A force that could topple mountains and overturn the seas billowed to the sky. The faces of the villagers all turned ashen pale, being stunned by this power. This was the power of deity realm. This kind of power crushed everything. Die! Luo Shang arrived in front of Yi Yuan with a leap and planned on killing Yi Yuan with a palm. Facing this power, Yi Yuan's complexion also turned deathly pale. He wanted to avoid this palm, but once he dodged, Axiu would die without a doubt. Helpless, he could only forcefully withstand this palm. Bang! Thud, thud, thud. Luo Shang fell back several dozen steps in a row before barely managing to stabilize his figure. He looked at Yi Yuan with a look of astonishment. This palm landing, Yi Yuan was completely unscathed, while his own palm already could not lift up anymore. How could this guy's body be so tough? The villagers had blank faces, looking at Yi Yuan with incredible shock. Wasn't a deity realm an invincible existence? Why was it that when facing such a frail Aining, he could not even harm a hair? Luo Shang's face fell, and he turned angry from embarrassment and said, "Brat, consider yourself ruthless. However, I want to see how many people you can protect. Kill for me. Spare none." Luo Shang's party was very strong, far from what the Chun village could compete with, let alone that there was even Luo Shang, this deity realm powerhouse, around. A hint of viciousness flashed across Luo Shang's eyes, and he said to Chen Yen in a cold voice, "Old thing, to dare defy this deity's orders, seeking death. Stop." However, right at this moment, two powerful auras surged to the sky, arriving in front of everyone in an instant. Patriarch, Aegean. When the villagers saw these two people, each and every one of them was inexplicably roused. While Chen Yen had a look of astonishment on his face as he said in shock, "How did you guys break through so fast?" Chunlai smiled bitterly and said, "I don't know what's going on either. Upon swallowing the medicinal pill, my realm reached grand completion. Then I broke through to the grotto profound realm without the slightest obstacle, not needing the slightest effort at all." Chun Jian also had a look of wonder as he said, "Me too. Furthermore, this is still only the beginning. My realm is soaring crazily all the way, breaking through all the way to the late-stage grotto profound realm before stabilizing." Chun Lai nodded his head and said, "Me too. What's even scarier is that even though I broke through to the late-stage grotto profound realm, my realm is incomparably sturdy, without the slightest signs of instability." Chun Lai and Chun Jian's current realm was not the initial stage grotto profound realm, but it was the late-stage grotto profound realm. When Luo Shang saw these two people, his face immediately turned ashen, shock on his face. He was angered out of his mind by Yi Yuan just now and did not detect that these two people were not around for some time. Who would have thought that in a blink of an eye, Chen Lai and Chen Jian, these two people actually directly broke through to the late-stage grotto profound realm. Meanwhile, he was merely just at the initial stage grotto profound realm. Chen Lai, two people could trample him to death with one foot, but at this time, there was already no one who would go and pay attention to him. Everyone cast shocked gazes toward Yi Yuan once more. Just what kind of medicinal pills did this guy refine? Even Qin Yen was also in a mess this time. He had never heard before that a divine-grade divine pill could let a mortal directly break through to late-stage grotto profound realm. This sort of thing was simply fantastical. Divine-grade medicinal pills were already the limits of what he understood. As for whatever purple spirit, void spirit, with his status, he was unable to come into contact with them at all. Of course, if he came into contact with them, he would only be more shocked. How could he know that the Jade Heart pills which Yi Yuan casually refined already reached the peak of vast spirit divine grade? Although Yi Yuan was still in a state of amnesia currently, his pill refining skills practically flooded every cell in his body. Refining a mere rank 1 divine pill was simply using a cannon to kill mosquitoes, wasting his talents on a petty job. All right, talk about Aining's matters afterward. We need to deal with the matter on hand first. Chun Yen adjusted his dry throat and said. Chun Lai nodded slightly and looked towards Luo Shen, his face full of killing intent. Thud. Luo Shang directly knelt down without another word and wept. T2 lords, this lowly one had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I beg you to spare my life. From today onward, the Luo village will follow the Chun village's lead. Oh right, this lowly one collected quite a few good stuff these few years. I'm willing to offer them up. Chun Lai's gaze turned intent and he said, Are there divine rank spirit medicines? Luo Xing repeatedly nodded and said, Have. There are some. Chun Lai and Chun Jian exchanged a glance and smiled. Under the attentive gazes of the villagers, Chun Yong and Axiu walked out of close seclusion. The auras on their bodies were already totally different. Deity realm. After these two people consumed the Jade Heart pills that Yi Yuan refined, they broke through to deity realm without the slightest surprise. Furthermore, these two people actually both reached middle stage grotto profound realm. The power of the medicinal efficacy dumbfounded everyone. With this kind of miraculous medicinal pill, how was there still a need to cultivate? Prior to this, Chun Yong and Axiu still had a long way to go from the grand completion mortal realm. But in a twinkle, they were already deity realm powerhouses. The realm that was once far beyond reach, the Chun village actually suddenly had 4 of them in one day. The villagers felt like they were dreaming. TSK, Aining is really our village's treasure. Uncle Yen, you really picked up a big treasure for our Chun village. Aining, my family's Chun'er has just nicely reached a marriageable age. Why don't you consider it? A group of villagers crowded around Yi Yuan, pulling and yanking on him, making Yi Yuan very uncomfortable. All right. Aining isn't someone who belongs in a shallow pond. Our village can't hold him. Xinyan chased everyone away and said crossly. He did not lose his head by everything in front of him. Being able to refine such magical medicinal pills, Yi Yuan was absolutely not an ordinary person. How could a measly little Chun village hold this great Buddha? Xinyan sneaked a glance at his granddaughter. Seeing the look in his granddaughter's eyes, he could not help sighing slightly in his heart. Originally, everyone thought that Axiu and Iong were a pair. But Yi Yuan's appearance completely unlocked Axiu's maiden feelings. It was just that. The dropping flowers pine for love, while the heartless brook will probably babble on. Even if Axia broke through to the deity realm now, she likely could not match up to Yi Yuan at all too. Even though he did not know what kind of grade the Jade Heart pills reached, without a doubt, it already exceeded his imagination. Yi Yuan could even refine such heaven-defying medicinal pills under a state of amnesia, and his divine essence being completely lost. Could be seen how formidable he was before. Iong Axiu. Why haven't you come over and thank Aining? Chun Yen said in a solemn voice. Qin Yong's expression was complicated. Finally, he still came before Yi Yuan and gave a bow saying, Many thanks, Aining. While Axia said in surprise, Aining, this medicinal pill is too magical. After I swallowed it, it's simply like I can automatically cultivate, breaking through to the deity realm in a blink of an eye. Yi Yuan scratched his head and said with a vacant look, Is it very impressive? I don't know either. Axia nodded her head repeatedly and said, Very impressive. Very impressive. Didn't you see that Luo Shang's expression? He even wanted to cry previously. Yi Yuan smiled bashfully. Thinking about it, he seemed to really be quite impressive. After several days, Qin Jian brought Luo Sheng back. Everyone was very curious, not knowing what things Qin Jian brought back. In front of everyone, Qin Jian chuckled and said, Got to say, this guy really hid quite a number of good stuff these few years. Their Luo village even got a miniature medicine garden and planted quite a few divine rank spirit medicines inside. This time, I raided all of them in one go. When Qin Yan and the rest listened until here, each and every one of their eyes shone. What they hoped to hear the most right now were divine rank spirit medicines. What did divine rank spirit medicines signify? A stalk of quasi-divine rank J heartgrass created 4 grotto profound realm powerhouses. If there was a batch of divine rank spirit medicines placed here, what would happen later already did not need to think too much. The villagers were all wildly ecstatic. If the spirit medicines were sufficient, could they also break through to the deity realm? Russell. Chun Jian let out the bunch of things inside the storage ring. Chen Yan's gaze turned intent, his face revealing a look of wild elation. Sundered space weed, silver frost ginseng, seamless flower. Also, this is a divine rank jade heart grass. I didn't expect that the Luo village actually collected so many good things, Xin Yan said agitatedly. By the side, Luo Shang had long become a bitter-gourd face. The divine rank spirit medicines that he gathered these few years were planned on using for himself to break through. Who knew that it was wiped out all at once today? Aining this? Chen Yan looked toward Yi Yuan pleadingly, somewhat fidgety in his heart. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, I'll give it a shot then. Chen Yan was overjoyed when he heard that and brought a bunch of spirit medicines into the refining room. Following that, various sorts of light would come out of the refining room from time to time. Outside the house, the expression of Luo Xing, who was watching Yi Yuan refine pills for the first time, was fascinating to the extreme. This is simply a miracle. I've never heard before that someone can refine pills like this. No wonder your Chun village has 4 deity realm powerhouses that appear all of a sudden. Who in the world is this young man? Luo Shang said in shock. Qinlai smiled until his mouth could not close, and he said with a proud look, 3 years ago, Aining sustained serious injuries. It was Uncle Yen and Axia who saved him. As for who he is, we don't know as well. Although he did not know, the smugness on Chun Lai's face could not be concealed no matter what. Because he knew that the Chen village would become completely different from today onward. Seeing Chun Lai's expression, Luo Shang's heart felt as awful as having eaten a fly. But he could not hold back his feelings of envy. Freaking hell! Why didn't I encounter this sort of good thing? Luo Shang secretly cursed in his heart. The efficiency of Yi Yuan's array formation pill refinement was very high. In less than half a day, these spirit medicines that Chen Jian brought were refined into all sorts of medicinal pills by him. Furthermore, each medicinal pill emitted an extraordinary aura. Clearly, the grade was extremely high. Chen Yan, Qin Lai, and the rest had wide beams on their faces. With these medicinal pills, the Chun village would completely soar to the sky with one bound. Cloud River County City Lord Manor. City Lord Huang Wei was currently discussing matters with the few major family heads in the city when City Guard Commander Li Jia suddenly barged inside. Huang Wei's brows furrowed and he said, "What are you acting rashly for? Don't know the rules?" But Li Jia right away said, "Your Excellency, something big happened. This subordinate doesn't dare to dawdle." Huang Wei said coolly, "My Cloud River City has always been peaceful. What major thing can happen?" Li Jia said, "Your Excellency, a deity realm village appeared outside of Cloud River City. Overnight, this Chun village's population of 121 people all broke through to deity realm." "What did you say?" When Huang Wei heard this, he suddenly shot to his feet, not quite daring to believe his ears. "Overnight? Gotta be a joke. The people in this village wouldn't have been struck by lightning, right? Commander Li, food can just be eaten, but words can't simply be said. Even if a capital city's 3-star alchemy god came, it's also impossible to create 100 over deity realms overnight, right?" When the few family heads heard this, they all had disbelieving looks. They could not resist scoffing at Li Jia. But Li Jia said, "Your Excellency, this subordinate has a squire who went to the Luo village in the vicinity of this Chun village. He returned to his hometown to pay a visit to his elders this time and brought back this news." At first, this subordinate didn't believe it either. But this subordinate personally went to investigate and verify it. This matter is absolutely true. Everyone's expression turned stiff with shocked faces. Li Jia personally took a trip. Looks like it would not be wrong. But this sort of thing was too fantastical. To this day, Chun Yen still felt that he was having a dream. The Chen village actually became a deity realm village. Even those brats who were still wet behind their ears after consuming Yi Yuan's medicinal pills, they also broke through to deity realm overnight. Yi Yuan's pair of hands was seemingly able to transform the rotten into something magical. The deity realm that was as high as the clouds in their eyes, Yi Yuan could casually create them. And now, even Cloud River City's city lord was waiting outside of the village respectfully, not daring to have the least bit of arrogance. That was Cloud River City's city lord, an Origin Deity Realm mighty expert. Origin Deity Realm was once an unreachable existence to the Chun village, a figure in the heavens. But now he was actually standing outside the village obediently. Drawing a deep breath, Chun Yen pushed the door and went in. Yi Yuan was currently holding his superficial alchemy Dao records and classics, and reading with great gusto. Aining, Qin Yan called smilingly. Yi Yuan put down the book, got up, and said with a smile, Grandpa Yen. Qian Yan smiled and waved his hand, indicating for Yi Yuan to sit down, and saw, oh, Aining, this old man's books probably can't enter your sights at all, right? Yi Yuan shook his head and said seriously, although Grandpa Yan's books are shallow, I still learned many things from them. I've already finished reading these books and made some remarks on them. Reading these Alchemy Dao records, Yi Yuan understood with one glance and did not have the slightest feeling of sluggishness. Yi Yuan seemed to be able to find his own past from them. Qin Yan received them to take a look and could not help trembling all over. It was only to see that many things were recorded densely on the records. Yi Yuan's casual annotations immediately enlightened many areas that he did not understand in the past. Briefly reading a few lines, he actually had a feeling of being enlightened. Yi Yuan's casual annotations were already no idea how many times more brilliant than the contents in these books. Qin Yan was sure that Yi Yuan's level was definitely 1,000 times, even 10,000 times more brilliant than the people who wrote the books. Incisive. Truly penetrating. Aining, you must have been an incredible high-level alchemy god in the past. Qin Yan sighed with admiration as he said. Yi Yuan smiled and said with a nod, I also feel that way, regardless of whether it is refining pills or reading books. I have a very familiar feeling. It's as if I was born for the sake of refining pills. Oh, right. Is Grandpa Yen finding me for something? Only then did Chun Yen wake up from the shock and said rather embarrassedly, Almost forgot the official matters. Cloud River City's city lord has come to realize the truth. Lord Huang Wei brought the family heads of the 5 major families in the city, and they personally came to our Chun village to request an audience with you. They don't dare to come in and disturb and are currently waiting outside the village. Yi Yuan was taken aback and said, To see me? Chen Yan smiled bitterly and said, Our Chun village, the old and young, have all become deity realm powerhouses now. It already shocked all the neighboring households. It's also not strange that City Lord knows. The status of alchemy gods is venerated. He's definitely coming to find you to request for pills. Yi Yuan thought about it and said, I'll meet him then. When Huang Wei and the few major family heads saw Yi Yuan, they were utterly stunned. The one who created a deity realm village overnight was an ordinary person who did not even have divine essence? He looked towards Chen Yan rather strangely, wondering if this guy was playing them. Chen Yan hurriedly explained, City Lord, Aining has always maneuvered heaven and earth's spiritual energy to refine pills with array formations and doesn't need medicinal cauldrons or divine essence. Huang Wei's whole body trembled and he cried out in surprise, hiss. Array formation refining pills. The few people exchanged glances and bowed respectfully toward Yi Yuan and said, Cloud River City's city lord, Huang Wei, offers greetings to Master Ning. Yi Yuan returned the bow and said, Your Excellency doesn't have to be courteous. Huang Wei said, This city lord's intention of coming, I believe that Master Ning already knows. However, I still want to witness Master's medicinal pills. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, Grandpa Yen. Chun Yen understood and took out a jade bottle and passed it to Huang Wei. Huang Wei received the medicinal bottle and only took one look and cried out in surprise. This is Profound Origin Pill. What a high-quality Profound Origin Pill. Master Xu Ping, you come and take a look. As he said, he passed the medicinal pill to an old man beside him. Very clearly, this old man was also an alchemy god, a 2-star alchemy god. Xu Ping's breaking was already somewhat losing control starting from when he saw the medicinal pill. He received the Profound Origin Pill somewhat tremblingly and started looking closely at it. When everyone saw Xu Ping's expression, each and every one of them felt lost. They knew that this medicinal pill's quality was very high, but as for the specifics of how high, they did not know. Xu Ping looked at it and tears actually strewn down his old face as he wept and said, Didn't expect it. Truly didn't expect it. Having seen this pill, this old man can die without regrets. His expression whetted everyone's appetites. Yet, this old guy was performing there alone and refused to talk about the subject of the matter. Huang Wei could not resist asking, Master Xu Ping, just what is so extraordinary about this medicinal pill? Only then did Xu Ping woke up and said with lingering palpitations in his heart, "Vast Spirit Divine Pill. This is a Vast Spirit Divine Pill." Being able to see a Vast Spirit Divine Pill in this lifetime, this old man can die without regrets. The other few people trembled all over, looking at Yi Yuan with a look of horror. Vast Spirit Divine Pill, that was a medicinal pill of the legends. Even if a 5-star alchemy god came, it was also completely impossible to refine a Vast Spirit Divine Pill. Now, it actually appeared in a county's small village. This young man absolutely had an extraordinary background. While Chen Yan had a baffled look, he completely did not know what a Vast Spirit Divine Pill was. But seeing that the expression of a 2-star alchemy god was at a loss whether to cry or laugh, he also knew that it was unusual. It seemed like he still underestimated Aining. Huang Wei suddenly got up and gave a respectful bow towards Yi Yuan and said, "Master Ning's great talent is too unworthy of the small village. Is it possible for you to move to the City Lord Manor? As long as Master Ning goes to the City Lord Manor, this Huang will definitely treat you cordially to the highest standards." Chun Yan's expression changed. This fellow was snatching people. "No way," he said without the slightest hesitation. Huang Wei's face fell. Normally, someone with a status like Chen Yan would have long been smacked to death by him with one slap. But this way he would be offending Master Ning. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "There's no need to go to the City Lord Manor. There's no problem with you guys coming to find me to refine pills, but I have a condition." Hearing the first half of the sentence, Huang Wei had a look of disappointment. At the latter half, he had an enthusiastic look again as he said, "What condition is there? Master Ning, feel free to speak up." Yi Yuan said, "Help me collect alchemy Dao records. No matter what kind they are, however many there are, the more the merrier." Huang Wei had a curious look as he said, "Master Ning, with your alchemy strength, is there still a need to look at these alchemy Dao records?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "There's no end to learning. There's no harm in reading more books." Huang Wei and the rest revealed looks of admiration and said with a nod, "Master Ning, rest assured. Leave this small matter to this Huang." At this time, Xu Ping suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Master Ning, this Xu knows quite a few people in the same pursuit. Getting some alchemy Dao records shouldn't be anything difficult. This Xu doesn't request for medicinal pills. I only request to be able to stay by Master Ning's side and observe you refining pills from the sidelines. I wonder if that's allowed." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "No problem." The noonday sun shone high above. Bright Moon Restaurant was bustling with activity, having all sorts of voices mingling together. It was very noisy. But as the top restaurant in Dragonstone Imperial City, this place was the place where information was well connected. At this time, 5 martial artists were currently chatting merrily at a large table. A man who had a scar on his face said mysteriously, "Have you guys heard? These few years, a big shot appeared in the east region of Kindness Imperial City." With him saying this, it indeed aroused the attention of the other few people. A younger brother said with interest, "Elder brother Scar, you're the most well-informed. Tell us what incredible big shot appeared." Elder brother Scar chuckled and said, "This remarkable figure isn't in Kindness Imperial City, but in a village that's in the wilderness of a county subordinate to Kindness Imperial City. This person is called Master Ning, his alchemy skills being exceptional." A companion said disdainfully, "Ha ha, Elder brother Scar, you're talking nonsense here. What remarkable great figure can appear in a wild countryside's village?" The moment Elder brother Scar heard, he was immediately annoyed and said with a cold smile, "What the hell do you know? This person is called Master Ning. Over 60 years ago, this Master Ning rose into prominence, completely turning a village that was full of mortals all into grotto profound realms overnight. At present, more than 60 years have passed. Those mortals that followed him back then are all Divine Lord Realm now. That tiny little village is full of Divine Lord Realm powerhouses now." The moment these words came out, the few people at the table sucked in a cold breath. A village with all the people being at the Divine Lord Realm. How terrifying was this? In just 60 years, making a village of mortals all reaching the Divine Lord Realm, was this something that a human could accomplish? A companion said with a look of disbelief, "Elder brother Scar, you're also being too ridiculous, right? This sort of thing, even a 6-star alchemy god likely can't do it too, right? Elder brother Scar sipped a mouthful of wine and said with a chuckle, therefore, that's why I said that he's a remarkable great figure. Right now, the heavyweights of the several dozen imperial cities around that village, even the heavyweights of imperial capitals, are virtually all his esteemed guests. Our Dragonstone Imperial City is a little far away from Kindness Imperial City, so the news is much slower. At first, I didn't believe it either. But a friend of mine heard this news when he was traveling outside and really dropped by to request for pills. In the end, he broke through. His companions' faces were full of shock. Elder brother Scar was a third firmament divine lord. Being able to be his friend, it was naturally a person at the divine lord realm too. Being able to let a divine lord realm break through so casually, it was definitely not what an ordinary person could do. Elder brother Scar, such an astonishing great figure. Would the medicinal pills be so easy to request? A companion asked curiously. Elder brother Scar smiled coldly and said, didn't you not believe it just now? The companion gave an awkward laugh and said, not that I don't believe, but it's truly that it's somewhat fantastical. Elder brother Scar had the intention of showing off as he said smugly, saying that master's medicinal pills are easy to request for, they are easy. Saying that they aren't easy to request for, it's also not easy. It just depends on whether you have that affinity or not. The companion's appetite was also successfully whetted up, and he asked with a curious look, oh? What does that mean? Elder brother Scar smiled and said, this master wants for nothing and only asks for Alchemy Dao records. Furthermore, as long as it's an Alchemy Dao record, he would accept it without exception and refine medicinal pills for you. But a few years ago, it was naturally a little easier to ask for it. But along with the passage of time, the records in that master's hands got more and more. The duplicates naturally also got more and more. This way, medicinal pills became harder to ask for. That friend of mine obtained before an Alchemy Dao record in his early years. It just so happened that master didn't have it. That's how he succeeded by a fluke. Everyone had a look of realization and said, so that's how it is. The more elder brother Scar said, the more proud of himself he got as he continued. Furthermore, I heard that this Master Ning doesn't have any divine essence in his body, relying completely on array formations when refining pills. Even so, the quality of the medicinal pills that he refines is extremely high. The pills absolutely won't be below divine grade. Medicinal pills that have been refined by him have already been hiked to a sky-high price outside. Furthermore, there was demand, but no market. When the companions heard, each and every one of them clicked their tongues in wonder. Not far away, a man and a woman sat by the window. The woman had a fine gauze covering her face, her body trembling slightly. The man opposite sighed and said, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment too. What they are talking about is Master Ning. The girl suddenly calmed down again and said softly, even if I search until the seas wither and rocks decay, I also have to find young master. The man let out another sigh and said, really envy him. To be able to have lovers like you all. Done talking. The man put down a few pieces of divine essence stones on the table and got up and said, come on. I hope that this piece of news isn't simply a waste of effort this time. The girl with the fine gauze nodded slightly, got up and left Bright Moon Restaurant with the man. Over 60 years passed quickly. The originally quiet little village became the most bustling place in a radius of 10 million miles. Chun Village had many powerhouses coming and going every day. In these 60 years, Master Ning's reputation grew more and more resounding. Powerhouses of various places came due to his fame. It alarmed the surrounding capital cities, imperial cities, and even imperial capitals. In just 60 years, apart from refining pills, Yi Yuan only did one thing. That was reading books. The Alchemy Dao records that he collected were enough to fill a house to the rafters. He immersed himself in the Alchemy Dao records every day. He could not remember the things in the past, but amidst the pill refinements and Alchemy Dao records, he seemed to be able to find a trace of his past shadow. Being very wide-read, Yi Yuan gleaned much nourishment from it. Gathering knowledge from around the world, Yi Yuan's Alchemy Dao strength also advanced by leaps and bounds unknowingly. With the pill refining strength that Yi Yuan exhibited, there were naturally people who had devious ideas before too. But ever since a celestial deity realm powerhouse entered the Qin village and never came out again, no one dared to have designs on the Qin village anymore. Along with the passing of time, Yi Yuan's injuries got better bit by bit. Although he still did not have divine essence, over 60 years passed, his fleshy body already recovered 30 to 40%. Ordinary celestial deity realms were unable to get close to him at all. Someone came to request for pills again. They said that they brought many precious books this time that the village doesn't have. Axiu entered Yi Yuan's room and said joyfully. Yi Yuan put down the jade slip in his hand and said with slight surprise, "Is that so? To talk about the Alchemy Dao records in my possession, there are really not many anymore. 60 years have passed. The Alchemy Dao records that don't repeat also became fewer and fewer. Quickly bring me to go meet them." Axiu nodded her head and brought Yi Yuan out. The arrivals were a man and a woman. When Yi Yuan saw the two, he clasped his hands and said, "I wonder what medicinal pills the two of you want to ask for?" The man and woman both did not speak, but stared fixedly at Yi Yuan, their whole body trembling. The woman gently took off her face gauze, revealing a face that could topple kingdoms. When Xianxia saw this girl, she also could not help feeling ashamed of her unworthiness. She was somewhat marveling with admiration in her heart. How could there be such a beautiful girl in the world? However, the girl's state did not seem to be quite right. She was too agitated. Taking off the face gauze, her clothes were already drenched by tears. She looked at Yi Yuan and said agitatedly, "Young master, Lure knew that you'd definitely be fine. Definitely be fine." "Young master? Miss, did you get the wrong person?" Yi Yuan could not help being stunned and said. Lua's expression changed wildly. Her beautiful body trembled fiercely as she said in puzzlement, "Young master, I'm Lure. You don't recognize me anymore?" Over 60 years on tenterhooks, Lua's footprints practically covered everywhere in the Middle Realms. Finally, she saw Yi Yuan today. Who could have thought that they would fail to recognize each other despite meeting? What kind of huge blow was this? Lua's head spun, practically about to faint away. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, trying hard to remember something. He really could not remember anything, but he kept feeling that he seemed to have been acquainted with Lure. "Miss, you know me?" "Sorry, I've already lost my memories for many years and really can't remember anything anymore," Yi Yuan said helplessly. But Axiu's brows furrowed, having an appearance akin to facing a great enemy. Could it be that this lady was Aining's lover? If this was the case, then wouldn't she not have any hope at all? In front of Lua's looks that could topple kingdoms, she really did not have any confidence at all. Right? If an accident didn't happen, how could young master possibly not come back and find me? Lua looked at Yi Yuan and said with a painful smile, "Yi Yuan, you scoundrel. I entrusted junior apprentice sister Mengli to you. Forget that you didn't bring her out, but now you actually even forgot your own name and don't remember anyone anymore? To think that you still repeatedly called for Lure in the past, you've completely forgotten about her now, right?" The man beside Lure suddenly flew into a rage. This man was none other than precisely Lin Chaqing. To talk about this Lin Chaqing, he was truly infatuated with Mengli. Along with the passing of time, there was already no one who thought that Yi Yuan was still alive. But Lin Chaqing did not give up even when there was no news about Yu Mengli. Hence, he followed along with Lure and drifted for over 60 years, searching for Yi Yuan. The only clue was that the glimpse of golden light back then flew in the east direction. Hence, the two people followed along the angry Nether River and went east, searching city by city. During this, they also obtained many clues before. But in the end, they always returned disappointed. Hope became increasingly more bleak. Lin Chaqing also did not harbor much hope in his heart anymore. It was Lure's persistence that made them keep on walking until now. As the saying, "Heaven rewards the faithful," going through all kinds of hardships and difficulties, they finally saw Yi Yuan. But who knew that it was such a situation? When Lin Chaqing saw Yi Yuan's appearance, these few years of grievance finally erupted thoroughly. When Yi Yuan heard Mengli 2 words, his heart ached for no reason. "Hey, who are you? To dare shout at Aining in Chun village? Do you know where this place is?" Axiu immediately blocked in front of Yi Yuan and berated them. These few years, the people who came to Chun village were all reverent and respectful. No one dared to shout and wrangle in front of Yi Yuan. Hence, Chun village's people, including Axiu, developed the habit of considering themselves superior. Seeing Lin Changqing flew off the handle, Axia naturally yelled, "Get lost! It has nothing to do with you here." Lin Changqing's palm pushed lightly. Axiu's entire person immediately flew out. But he had a sense of propriety when he made his move. Although Axiu was injured, it was not serious. Axiu, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, glaring at Lin Changqing after that. Lin Changqing also looked at Yi Yuan coldly and said with a cold snort, "Since you don't remember anything, then I'll beat you until you remember." Bang! A terrifying aura released. The entire house was blasted to ashes. Everyone in Qin village was startled and gathered around one after another. What a strong aura. What boundary powerhouse is this young man? Could it be true God realm? Shit. Aining's strength can still deal with celestial deities, but I'm afraid that it's inadequate to deal with true God realm powerhouses. Qin village's villagers were long already not ignorant people. They already had a great understanding of this heaven-span world's division in cultivation realms. These few years they had also seen before many powerhouses, even celestial deity realm powerhouses. But no one had ever given them such a powerful pressure before. Within 100,000 feet, they were practically all unable to stand. Bang! Lin Changqing did not say a word. Raising his hand, he punched toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was caught off guard and directly blasted out by that single punch. Ha ha ha! Why didn't you retaliate? Back then, weren't you very cocky in Fallen Maple Bodhidharma? Didn't you say that I'm not from the same world as you? What about now? You look at yourself, just like a dog. If it wasn't for me showing mercy, you'd already be dead just now. Lin Changqing let out a wild laugh as he said. Actually, toward Yi Yuan, he was long already wholeheartedly convinced. Having witnessed Yi Yuan's methods, he was clear in his heart that it was simply impossible for him and Yi Yuan to be in the same world. Persisting until today, he just could not feel at ease about Yu Mengli and wanted to seek confirmation about her safety from Yi Yuan's mouth. That was all. It was just that he did not expect that Yi Yuan actually became like this. Yi Yuan slowly got up, his gaze becoming icy cold. "Everybody fall back," Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice. The villagers all had solemn expressions, retreating one after another. Lin Changqing sneered when he saw the situation and said, "Oh? Angry? You're just a cripple now. You don't even have divine essence, while your fleshly body only just recovered 30 to 40% strength. This bit of strength, still want to deal with this Empyrean?" Luer frowned and said, "Lin Changqing." Lin Changqing waved his hand and said nonchalantly, "Relax. I won't kill this guy. This guy needs a stimulus." Lu opened her mouth but did not stop it in the end. Perhaps this could be regarded as a method. By the side, the villagers were all stricken dumb with amazement. This Empyrean, heavenly Empyrean, only an Empyrean powerhouse would call themselves this Empyrean. This young man was actually an Empyrean powerhouse. Too terrifying. Even if they were already no longer what they used to be, Empyrean powerhouses were still existences that they were unable to imagine. Could it be that this Empyrean was actually old acquaintances with Aining? Lin Changqing laughed and said, "Today, this Empyrean is going to trample you underfoot." Swoosh. Lin Changqing did not say another word. Raising his hand, it was another punch. Bang! The void trembled wildly. This time, Yi Yuan was blasted flying. On the contrary, it was Lin Changqing who was shocked until he fell back several steps in a row. His pupils constricted and he cried out in surprise, "Instant array formation. How is it possible? This guy doesn't even have a trace of divine essence and yet he can actually perform instant array formation?" In that instant just now, Yi Yuan laid down an array formation, blocking Lin Changqing's attack. Of course, Lin Changqing did not bring out his true strength. Yi Yuan looked at Lin Changqing coldly and said, "Even if you know me, you also can't bully Axiu. This score, I'm going to settle it for her." Lin Changqing smiled coldly and said, "So what if bully her?" "Heh, you're indeed not an ordinary guy. I didn't expect that in such a predicament already, You still have such strength. Today, this Empyrean wants to see to what extent your instant array formation can achieve. Bang! Lin Chongqing's divine essence erupted, his strength immediately soaring significantly. Haha, be careful. This Empyrean is coming. Lin Chongqing's aura skyrocketed, directly rushing over toward Yi Yuan. Such power already reached the true god realm. How had the villagers seen before such shocking power? Each and every one of them was shocked until they stared dumbfounded with their mouths agape. They could not help worrying for Yi Yuan. Bang, bang, bang. The earth-shaking loud bangs spreaded throughout the wilderness. The more Lin Chongqing fought, the more alarmed he got. His strength already rose to the limits of true god realm. But Yi Yuan relied on array formations and blocked off all of his attacks. Why was this fellow still so strong after being wrecked until like this? I don't believe that I can't crack your tortoise shell. Lin Chongqing's temper also flared up. His aura suddenly soared wildly, directly breaking through to the Empyrean realm. The moment his Empyrean realm's aura appeared, heaven and earth changed colors because of it. In this wilderness, he was an unrivaled celestial. On Jingning Mountain, when those fierce beasts felt this horrifying pressure, each and every one of them fled at full speed, all helter-skelter. Yi Yuan's gaze turned sharp. The movements of his hands became increasingly profound. In this cycle of 60 years, Yi Yuan read extensively on formation Tao and refining pills. Even he himself also did not know what kind of realm he reached. But without a doubt, he was very formidable. Through a cycle of 60 years' worth of operations, Yi Yuan hoarded many divine essence stones in his hands. It was sufficient to use to lay down formations. Bang, bang, bang. Another series of wanton bombardments. But the power of Yi Yuan's array formations actually rose another level out of the blue, blocking Lin Chongqing's attacks in its entirety. The villagers were long already struck dumb from watching. Only at this time did they know what kind of terrifying realm Aining's strength reached. It turns out that this is Aining's true strength. My god. Our Chun village actually picked up a 7-star alchemy god. Chun Yan's gaze flickered and he said, I'm afraid that Aining isn't an ordinary 7-star alchemy god. Sigh. This day finally still had to arrive. Talking until here, Chun Yan's expression dimmed. He felt that the day of Yi Yuan's departure was probably arriving. Over these 60 years' time, Yi Yuan brought to the Chun village an earth-shaking transformation, bringing them to another world. Presently, their Chun village's strength could virtually sweep across any capital city. In just 60 years, to ordinary martial artists, it was not even enough to cultivate from initial stage grotto profound to middle stage grotto profound. But Yi Yuan forcefully created a divine lord village. What kind of terrifying strength was this? The more Lin Chongqing fought, the more alarmed he became, and the more force his hands exerted too. Right now, he already fused 2 kinds of law powers but was still unable to breach Yi Yuan's array formations. Damn it! Failed to stimulate this guy, while I'm forced to use all my strength instead. A trash who doesn't even have divine essence actually forced out my full strength. Is this guy still human? Lin Chongqing secretly cursed in his heart. Yi Yuan refreshed Lin Chongqing's view on life once more. The current Yi Yuan was simply a cripple. But even if Yi Yuan became a cripple, he still could not find any sense of superiority. Don't care anymore. Serves you right if I beat you to death. Lin Chongqing's heart burned with fire, with the strength of second firmament Empyrean directly bursting forth. 3 kinds of fused law power made the void start to tremble. Bang, bang, bang. Another series of wanton bombardments. This time, Yi Yuan finally could not quite hold on anymore. Those array formations collapsed faster and faster under the bombardment of 3 kinds of fused law powers. Ha ha ha. See how you be cocky still. This time I must beat you until you submit. Lin Chongqing was delighted in his heart as he said with a big laugh. But right at this time, Yi Yuan actually already shut his eyes. Amen? Something's wrong. Lin Chongqing instinctively felt that something was not right. Yi Yuan's array formations seemed to show signs of achieving mastery through a comprehensive study of the subject under his heavy pressure. The recoil force became stronger and stronger. With Lin Chongqing's eyesight, he could naturally tell. Although the power of Yi Yuan's array formations previously was extremely strong, They were all some scattered array formations that were not assembled. Each and every array formation was disjointed. But now, these messy array formations actually had signs of integrating into one. This guy is actually borrowing me to temper array formations. Freak. Truly a freak. Fine, since that's the case, as you wish. Lin Chongqing gave a cold cry and finally drew his long sword. Blue Cloud True Feather Sword. Lin Chongqing's strongest attack. 3 fused power of laws virtually sundered the void. Everyone's expressions changed wildly, crying out in shock. Luer even gave a tender cry, roaring angrily, "Lin Chongqing, what are you doing?" She completely did not have time to think too much, running like mad toward Yi Yuan. At this time, she only had one thought, that was to save Yi Yuan. But right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly snapped open both eyes, his hands instantly firing out several thousand pieces of high-grade divine essence stones. At the same time, an incomparably profound aura of law suddenly descended, landing on Yi Yuan's body. 100 schools of thoughts, 9 profound heaven-subduing grand array, seal. A cold cry came out of Yi Yuan's mouth. The grand array suddenly formed. In an instant, the entire space was frozen. Bang! Lin Chongqing's blue cloud true feather sword landed on the grand array. But the grand array did not budge an inch. Done with these, Yi Yuan no longer took any action and sat down cross-legged, allowing the aura of laws to descend freely. Inside the array formation, Lin Chongqing cried out in surprise and said, "This also works?" This guy comprehended just like that. He suddenly realized that he was still inside the cage and shouted madly, "Let me out, you damn fellow!" This 100 schools of thoughts, 9 profound heaven-subduing grand array was incomparably solid, sealing shut all of the space. His blue cloud true feather sword was unable to leave behind a mark. Wanting to escape was simply a fool's talk. During these 60 years, Yi Yuan had browsed through no idea how many alchemy Dao records and created God knows how many major and minor array formations. It could be said to have gathered the forte of different schools. These abilities seemed to be imprinted in his body. Even if he did not remember anything, he could still rely on his instincts and comprehend them thoroughly. It was just that, in the wake of his formation Dao and alchemy Dao strength becoming stronger and stronger, he naturally encountered a bottleneck. During these 60 years, all that he learned was overly multifarious, being unable to fuse them into one. But today, under Lin Chongqing's pressure, bit by bit, Yi Yuan finally broke through his limits and achieved mastery of everything through comprehensive study, successfully comprehending this heaven-defying grand array. While on the other hand, Yi Yuan's alchemy Dao realm also achieved success without extra effort and was about to break through to the middle stage ancestor realm. This power of law was the reward for him. Law descending, the aura of Yi Yuan's divine soul grew stronger and stronger. Lin Chongqing cried out in surprise as he said, "This guy's alchemy Dao broke through. Divine soul recovery. Wonder whether or not his memories can recover." Luer had a look of pleasant surprise as she said, "Definitely can. Definitely can." The villagers looked at this scene. Feeling the holy aura coming off Yi Yuan's body, they could not resist prostrating in worship. Chan Yen smiled bitterly and said, "Turns out that this is Aining's original strength. He's not somebody in the same world with us at all." By the side, Axiu bit her lips lightly, tears falling from her eyes. When Chan Yen saw this scene, he could not help secretly sighing in his heart. No idea how long had passed either. Yi Yuan finally slowly opened both eyes. Yi Yuan, finally returned. That moment she saw Yi Yuan's eyes, Luer knew that her young master had returned again. Yi Yuan looked at Luer and said with a sigh, "Luer, it's been hard on you these few years." Luer burrowed into Yi Yuan's embrace. Shaking her head, she sobbed as she said it wasn't hard on Luer. It was young master who had it tough. How could she not understand? Yi Yuan becoming like this, he must have experienced a great battle without equal inside that black flame cave. Young master was just one person. What he shouldered back then, who could understand? Yi Yuan sighed again and said, "It's just a pity that I didn't bring Lier back." At this time, Yi Yuan stepped into the middle stage ancestor realm, his divine soul recovering, and became even stronger than before. The events inside the black flame cave, he already remembered all of them. He and Nine Origin experienced a life-and-death great battle, triggering an enormous space-time black hole. Nine Origin was seriously injured. He was also similarly heavily wounded on the verge of death. Yi Yuan could feel that the power of divine steel-injecting spirit in his body disappeared completely. Looks like it should be the golden dragon in his body that saved him at the critical juncture. It was just that Lier probably could not return anymore. Yi Yuan was mournful in his heart. He did not know what kind of world was the abyss, but wanting to bring Lier back from there was harder than ascending to the heavens. There was no need to talk about the might of abyss monsters. The divine race's strength was even above the abyss monsters. Yi Yuan's power alone was too meager. Young master, elder sister Lier will definitely be fine. Lier suddenly stopped crying and said firmly. Yi Yuan helped her to wipe away her tears, his gaze unprecedentedly steadfast as he said, "Amen, will be fine. Even if I trample the sky to pieces, I'll also bring her back. I think that she's also waiting for me." This was his solemn promise to Lier through the air. Inside the array formation, Lin Cha-Ching yelled loudly, "Hey, are you guys done chatting? If you're done, let me out." These two chattered for half a day, directly treating him as heir. Yet, this array formation was like an iron cage. He was unable to budge it in the slightest. Only then did Yi Yuan remember Lin Chongqing. Hence, he casually waved his hand and dispelled the array formation. Lin Chongqing came before Yi Yuan, an expression like he had seen a ghost as he said unhappily, "You this fellow are really disgusting. Already became a cripple and you're actually still so formidable." Lin Cha-Ching was really incomparably shocked in his heart. Yi Yuan was actually still able to force him into a hopeless situation under such a state. This kind of thing was simply fantastical. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Lin Cha-Ching, still got to thank you a lot this time. Without you, don't know I'll have to wait until when to recover my memories." It was really all thanks to Lin Chongqing this time. Otherwise, for him to want to reconcile what he learned these few years, he would probably still have to wait until God knows how long. Lin Chongqing rolled his eyes and said, "Don't give me that. I didn't do it for you. But speaking of which, what on earth did you experience inside that black flame cave? Why did you become like this? Also, where's junior apprentice sister Mingli?" Although he knew that the likelihood of Yu Mengli returning was very low, he still could not resist asking Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and briefly recounted the events back then. Of course, he skipped over the matter of pulling Nine Origin into the Chaos World and having a great battle. This sort of thing was too earth-shaking. He did not want to let people know. A third Firmament Empyrean had a life-and-death great battle with an eighth Firmament Heavenly Emperor in his small world, and he even forcefully knocked the other party down a major cultivation realm. If this matter spread out, no idea what kind of storm it would stir. But even so, it was also sufficient to set the world on fire already. Yi Yuan faced the divine race and abyss monster army by himself, and he wiped out the other party's abyss monsters below late-stage Empyrean realm. This battle achievement could be rated as freakish. Lin Cha-Ching had entered the Black Flame Cave before and knew how strong these abyss monsters were. Even if he fused the power of 3 laws, he could at most fight to a draw with same-rank abyss monsters. But Yi Yuan actually slaughtered so many abyss monsters whose realms were even higher than his with his power alone. Furthermore, he even escaped outside, closing his eyes, and he also knew how miserable the battle situation back then was. If it were others, even if they had 1,000 lives, they would also have died inside. Bang! Lin Chongqing suddenly smashed a fist hard on Yi Yuan's chest and said furiously, "Punk! I'll forgive you this time, but when your strength becomes powerful, you have to fetch junior apprentice sister Mengli back. Otherwise, I definitely won't let you off." Yi Yuan rolled his eyes at him and said coolly, "Doesn't seem like it's your turn to come and say these words." Lin Chongqing was greatly enraged, but recalling Yi Yuan's mysterious array formation, he could only pull back hatefully. Actually, Yi Yuan knew what kind of feelings Lin Chongqing said this sentence with, and felt very warm in his heart. No matter what, this fellow's concern toward Lier was not fake. Otherwise, he also would not have accompanied Lier to look for him for so many years. "Do you have rank 7 spirit medicines on you?" Yi Yuan suddenly opened his mouth and said. Lin Cha-Ching was taken aback and said, "I do, why?" Yi Yuan said, Take them all out, let me see. Lin Chongqing had a strange expression and took all of the rank 7 spirit medicines on him out and asked curiously, "What are you trying to do?" Yi Yuan swept a glance over the rank 7 spirit medicines on Lin Chongqing and said with a nod, "Worthy of coming out from a heavenly emperor Bodamanda, your finances are still quite abundant. This time, being able to reconcile my knowledge and recover my memories, it's a huge favor from you. I'll help you refine a few medicinal pills. Take it as returning your favor." Lin Chongqing's eyes became wide saucers and he said with a look of disbelief, You want to use array formation to refine rank 7 divine pills." Yi Yuan said coolly, "You just watch." Yi Yuan's feet moved swiftly, one divine essence stone after another shooting out, and started setting up the array formation. Lin Chongqing's heart shook wildly. He naturally knew formation Dao pill refinement, but he had never heard before that someone could refine rank 7 divine pills with formation Dao. The higher the rank of the medicinal pill was, the more difficult it would be. The degree of complexity was what normal people could not imagine at all. Let alone that the things involved in formation Dao pill refinement were 100 times, 1,000 times more complicated than directly refining the pill. Many 7-star alchemy gods did not even figure out ordinary pill refinement. How could they have the ability to refine rank 7 divine pills with formation Dao? What on earth did this guy experience these few years? One array formation after another connected together, becoming more and more complicated, and increasingly colossal. Finally, an array formation actually occupied more than half of the village. Such a colossal and complicated array formation, just looking at it gave people a headache, let alone talk about setting it up. Yi Yuan played the rank 7 spirit medicines in the center of the array formation, casually throwing out a piece of divine essence stone. He gave a low cry, saying, "Formation, arise." The divine essence stone thrown out hit a piece of divine essence stone inside the array formation. Then, it seemed to have turned on the domino effect. The entire array formation was lit up very quickly. Bang! Terrifying heaven and earth spiritual energy instantly swarmed around from all directions, forming a massive spiritual energy tempest. Following that, this grand array sent out a magical scene. Inside the array formation, there were the sun, the moon, and the stars revolving without rest, as if it formed a world. Lin Chongqing seemingly became solemn. It was still his first time seeing such a magical alchemy technique. His mouth openly widely, unable to close for a long time. No idea how long had passed. Finally, the array formation stopped. A medicinal pill suspended in the air quietly, emitting a thick medicinal fragrance. Lin Chongqing's entire body trembled as he said in disbelief, This is an N-Spirit divine pill. An N-Spirit Emergent Spirit Ascension pill. Emergent Spirit Ascension pill, rank 7 divine pill. After an Empyrean consumed it, it could improve cultivation, breaking through bottlenecks. It was just a normal medicinal pill. However, a medicinal pill that had reached N-Spirit, it was no longer ordinary. Lin Chongqing was currently a 2nd Firmament Empyrean. With this Emergent Spirit Ascension pill, Lin Chongqing would not have any more obstacles all the way until he broke through to become a 4th Firmament Empyrean. Furthermore, this process would be greatly shortened. With Lin Chongqing's talent, breaking through to become a 4th Firmament Empyrean within a few thousand years was nothing difficult. But with this medicinal pill, the process would be cut down by at least 10 times. This was also to say that Lin Chongqing would break through to the 4th Firmament Empyrean realm within 1 to 2 centuries. This kind of cultivation speed, when placed among those in the Empyrean realm, it was simply fantastical. Lin Chongqing looked at Yi Yuan and was shocked until his jaw was almost hitting the ground. You freak! How can there be a person like you in this world? Lin Chongqing said speechlessly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, With the abyss monsters and the divine race coming into being, I'm afraid that the world is about to be thrown into chaos. After you go back, you still have to warn Heavenly Emperor Fallen Maple and let him build up strength. This is to prepare for unforeseen events. I've once heard before that a long time ago, an apocalyptic battle had once occurred before. I'm afraid that the crisis this time won't be inferior to the Doomsday battle. Lin Chongqing was startled in his heart, his expression turning somber. Regarding Doomsday Battle this term, it was clear that it was tragic to the extreme. Probably when the time came, no one in the Heavenspan world could escape by sheer luck. He nodded his head solemnly and said, "You rest assured. I'll send the news back and let Master make preparations early. Rather, the problem is you. You're a cripple now. What will you do?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Relax, I have my own way. Being quiet here for these several decades, I have made some accomplishments." Lin Chongqing's gaze flickered slightly, startled in his heart. Yi Yuan did not have the slightest signs of divine essence flowing in his body. It was clearly the symptom of a small world collapsing. The small world was the lifeblood of a martial artist. Even if there was a trace of damage, the price paid would be tremendous too. Considering Yi Yuan's situation, it was likely that his small world had already nearly collapsed and was simply unable to accommodate divine essence anymore. This kind of situation, this fellow had a way to restore it too? Lin Chongqing's eyes revealed a half-dubious look. "All right, looking at your pathetic appearance, this Emperor will give you a lift." Lin Chongqing's mouth curled as he said. Yi Yuan was not pretentious either, saying with a nod, "I'll have to trouble you." His divine essence was completely lost currently, fleshy body yet to recover. A long journey would take great effort. With Lin Chongqing this Emperor around, it was much more convenient. Aining. At this time, Axiu suddenly rushed out. Looking at Yi Yuan, her eyes were blurred with tears. Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, "Axiu, I've already recovered my memories. These few years, thank you so much for your and Grandpa Yan's care. I'm called Yi Yuan, and I'm from the southern border's Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. If we're fated, we'll meet again." He and Axia were ultimately not people of the same world. Rather than clinging on obstinately, it was better to cut the Gordian knot. Hence, even if there was 1,000 unwillingness, Yi Yuan did not express it either. Axia could not hold back anymore, tears bursting out. In the end, she could only nod her head. She said, chokingly, "Take care." Yi Yuan said goodbye to Chen Yan and the rest, and then he left together with Lin Chaqing and Luer. He had a score in his heart. The current Heavenly Eagle was likely long already in a complete mess. The reality was not too far from what Yi Yuan expected. With how vast the southern border was, there would always be some people who were well informed. The demon race's sacrificial temple established the second sage. This matter caused a great sensation. Hence, the southern border naturally knew as well. But later, they discovered that the second sage was actually the Yi Yuan who brought the entire southern border to its knees with his power alone back then. This shock was by no means insignificant. But several decades ago, another news came over that Yi Yuan's died in the Middle Realms, and the Heavenly Eagle Imperial City was a host of dragons without a leader. With this, everyone's thoughts started stirring. In the southern border's alchemy world, this was a huge piece of cake. But at present, the largest share of this huge piece of cake was grasped in the hands of the Myriad Treasure Tower and the 7 great ancient families. These were 2 leviathans, the others did not dare to provoke. However, the tiny Heavenly Eagle Imperial City became a fat piece of meat in everyone's eyes currently. Because among the 3 forces that grasped the pill formulas, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City was the weakest. The Southern Border Alliance began to cast covetous eyes toward Heavenly Eagle Imperial City with Empyrean Pilljade as the leader. Fortunately, with Empyrean Flutterfeather's protection, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City ultimately made it through many years. But along with the passage of time, the news of Yi Yuan's demise was confirmed. Many discordant voices also appeared within the Myriad Treasure Tower. Empyrean Flutterfeather's pressure grew greater and greater. After all, no matter how strong Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure was, he was also just one of the southern border's many Heavenly Emperors. With the other Heavenly Emperors joining hands to apply pressure, he also had no choice but to be wary. Hence, these few years, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City began to fall into a precarious situation. At this time, inside Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, everyone was jittery. Above the top of city walls, Bai Tong brought everyone in Heavenly Eagle, his expression being solemn. In the distance, countless black dots were currently closing in here rapidly. Bai Tong secretly sighed and said, "Looks like that kid can't make it in time. I just don't know if he's still alive or not." That kid he was talking about was naturally Yi Yuan. His Excellency definitely won't die, Ning Tianping said with a firm look. Bai Tong smiled bitterly and said, whether or not he's dead, I don't know how to pass this hurdle today. Empyrean Pilljade brought the entire southern border's alchemy world, and they came in a threatening manner. With this, Heavenly Eagle will likely face a catastrophic calamity. The other people's faces turned deathly pale, all having looks of despair on their faces. After being in a stalemate for several decades, Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure finally still maintained silence under the pressure of the various parties. Hence, today, the Southern Border Alliance with Empyrean Pilljade as the leader came bearing down upon the border in a large force. How fast was the speed of the group of Empyreans? They arrived in an instant. Empyrean Pilljade was high up above. Looking down at everyone below, he said with a cold smile, back then, that kid wreaked havoc at the Cloud Pill Summit. He was so arrogant and domineering. He probably never dreamed that Heavenly Eagle Imperial City would experience this today, right? By the side, the Empyrean Proud Cloud, who was once forced into a hopeless situation by Yi Yuan, laughed loudly and said, that punk was arrogant and domineering, looking down on everything and everyone. He didn't place us, these seniors, in his sights at all. This kind of person dying outside is something sooner or later. Today we'll eradicate Heavenly Eagle Imperial City and take the pill formulas. This southern border will be our Southern Border Alliance's world again. Empyrean Pilljade nodded slightly. These few years he had also spent it heavily oppressed. But today he was going to gain back all the ground. He, Empyrean Pilljade, was still the southern border's #1 Empyrean. Empyrean Pilljade looked down and said in a clear voice, Ear, come here. The ear that he was talking about was naturally the Yun Yi who took Yi Yuan as his master. For so many years, he let Yun Yi do as he wished. It was actually in order to obtain Yi Yuan's trust. These few years, Yun Yi's status in Heavenly Eagle was extremely high and already took charge of the Pill Tower. He was one of the leaders of Heavenly Eagle. Pilljade was clear in his heart that Yun Yi must have already grasped the secret of the pill formulas. Everything was within his scheme. At this time, everyone's gazes focused on Yun Yi. Heh. Yi Yuan, that brat, is a fool. Empyrean Pilljade's great-grandson, he actually put him in an important position. Isn't that so? If it were me, I'd have long chased him away. I heard that Yun Yi improved at an incredible speed these few years and already reached the middle stage Dao realm. Furthermore, he must have grasped some pill formula secrets. Quite a number of people were whispering with each other at Pilljade's side. Under everyone's eyes, Yun Yi slowly stepped forward. Empyrean Pilljade had a slight smile on his face as he said with a nod, This Empyrean knows that it's been tough on you these few years. In the entire Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital, only you are the most suitable to inherit my mantle. In the future, you'll be Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital's master. He was very satisfied with this great-grandson. Putting aside that he was exceedingly talented, he could even win Yi Yuan's trust. Especially back then, he could remain patient and insist on not leaving. It made Empyrean Pilljade sit up and take notice of him even more. Had the right character, had talent, he was naturally the most suitable candidate to inherit his position. Yun Yi's expression was complicated. He looked at Empyrean Pilljade and had nothing to say for a while. When Empyrean Pilljade saw that Yun Yi did not react, his brows could not help furrowing and he said, Why haven't you come over? Yun Yi drew a deep breath and directly knelt down and said in a clear voice, Lord Great-Grandfather, can you let Heavenly Eagle Imperial City off on the account of Ia's face? The moment these words came out, everyone's faces changed. Was this guy mad? That was his own great-grandfather. Empyrean Pilljade's brows knitted tightly as he said in a solemn voice, do you know what you're saying? Yun Yi nodded and said, Master's kindness toward me is as weighty as a mountain. He really taught me pill refinement techniques and pointed the way to a bright future for me. These few hundred years, can be described as thoroughly remolded myself. In front of such great kindness, is unable to betray Master and watch Heavenly Eagle without lending a helping hand. Yun Yi's words came from the bottom of his heart. Only all the way until he entered the Pill Tower did he know what was called true alchemy Tao. In these several hundred years, he could be described as casting off his old self and being reborn. The present Yun-Yi was long already not the Yun-Yi back then. Furthermore, Yi Yuan did not hoard anything from him and viewed him as a true successor, teaching him pill refinement. A master is like one's father. In Yun-Yi's heart, he had long already taken Yi Yuan as his elder and treated him as his alchemy Tao guide, as well as treating him as a godlike senior. Making him betray Yi Yuan, he could not do it. Unfilial child. Don't you forget your identity, Emperor Pilljade said furiously. Yun-Yi's way of doing things seriously made him lose face. It was simply blatant face-slapping. His own descendant was actually standing on the enemy's side. Yun-Yi had a resolute look as he said, Lord Great-Grandfather, Yun-Yi doesn't dare to forget my identity for a second, just like back then, when Master asked Ear to betray Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital. Now, making Ear betray Heavenly Eagle, I can't do it either. Great-Grandfather, please raise your hand high up in mercy and leave. Emperor Pilljade said with a cold snort, if I say no? Yun-Yi seemed to have long expected it and said in a solemn voice, then Ear can only die together with Heavenly Eagle. As he said, he turned around and returned to the top of the city walls, and stood side by side with Bai Tong. Good. 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 To think that I, Pilljade, was wise for a lifetime, but I actually raised such an unfilial descendant like you. Forget it. This Empyrean will take it as I didn't have you, this offspring. Emperor Pilljade repeatedly said good 3 times. Could be seen how furious he was currently. His gaze turned dark as he said in a clear voice, people in the city listen up. This Empyrean came here today to avenge my enmity with Yi Yuan punk. Those who were Yi Yuan's sworn followers all have to be rounded up in one fell swoop today. But this Empyrean cares about the welfare of every living thing and doesn't wish to implicate the innocent. Right now, anyone who steps forward and surrenders, this Empyrean can spare their lives and let bygones be bygones. In fact, Cloudpill Great Imperial Capital will even have a place for you. Taking revenge was one thing, but what Emperor Pilljade valued more was the pill formulas. Pill formulas were the future of the Southern Border Alliance. Right now, the Southern Border Alliance was just the myriad treasure towers distributor, their profits being pitifully meager. But with pill formulas, everything would be different. There was also one thing. The medicinal pills that Heavenly Eagle produced, the quality was higher than those at other places. What did this indicate? This showed that Heavenly Eagle's alchemists had high standards. Heavenly Eagle's Pill Tower's alchemists were all pillars of society. Their strength far surpassed those in the same rank. With so many talented people, killing them would be too wasteful. What Emperor Pilljade pursued was benefits and not slaughter. Hence, before he took care of Heavenly Eagle, he naturally had to solicit some alchemists. Under the Southern Border Alliance's army, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City was long already as precarious as a stack of eggs piled on top of one another. Pilljade had faith that as long as these alchemists were not fools, they would size up the situation. But 1 breath passed. 3 breaths passed. 10 breaths passed. No one step forward. Not a single one. Pilljade's expression became increasingly uglier and he said in a solemn voice, You all rest assured, with this Empyrean around, no one from Heavenly Eagle will dare to make a move against you all. Southern Border Alliance this side had as many experts as clouds. He himself was even a 9th Firmament Empyrean Peerless expert. This battle did not have any suspense at all. But there was still no one who came out. Empyrean Pilljade, give up on this. No one will go with you. We'll live and die together with Heavenly Eagle. Stop trying to win popular support here. Who doesn't know that you're coveting the pill formulas? Still putting on an appearance here? Don't you find it disgraceful? Stop dreaming. Even if we die, we'll also bring the pill formulas into the coffin. If you have the ability, go find Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure and the 7 great ancient families to ask for pill formulas. All of a sudden, a series of noisy voices came from the city. The martial artists and alchemists in the city all let loose a torrent of abuse towards Emperor Pilljade. Emperor Pilljade was angered until his expression was livid with rage. and was incredibly shocked in his heart. Could it be that Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's civilians were all a bunch of desperate people who did not fear death? Was there such a place in the entire Heavenspan world? Why did these guys rather die than be willing to surrender? Hearing the cursing voices that came from here, the Southern Border Alliance side was incomparably shocked. Are these guys all lunatics? Could it be that they all aren't scared of death? What the hell kind of place is Heavenly Eagle? Why are all of them like madmen? There's actually no one who surrendered. How is this possible? How could they know that for Heavenly Eagle Imperial City to have its present cohesion? It was earned by Yi Yuan with his life. Only sincerity could be exchanged with sincerity. Relationships that were bound together using benefits ultimately could not go far. Bai Tong looked at Emperor Pilljade and laughed in spite of himself as he said, "Stop making futile efforts. Yi Yuan, that brat's abilities aren't what you can imagine. Even if Heavenly Eagle Imperial City fights until the last soldier, there also won't be anyone who surrenders. It's impossible for you to bring away the pill formulas too. Using this scheme on Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, apart from asking for a scolding, there are no benefits at all." Emperor Pilljade was angered until the muscles on his face were twitching. He did not expect this situation from start to end. He thought that once the army arrived, wouldn't a puny little Heavenly Eagle Imperial City tremble with fear and fall apart to pieces? But who knew that these guys were a bunch of lunatics who did not fear death? No one escaped. No one surrendered too. Just what kind of magical power did Yi Yuan this guy have? He was clearly already dead. So what were these guys persevering for in the end? In the end, he gritted his teeth and said in a cold voice, "Very well. Since that's the case, then all of you can go and die." This Empyrean wants to see if it's really all tough bones inside this imperial city. Finished talking, he flicked his sleeves grandly. Hundreds of Empyreans and countless true gods charged over, their momentum astonishing. Fucking hell. I haven't felt my blood boil with excitement like this for so long. Kill. 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 Brothers. Kill for me. On top of the city walls, Long Zhao's scarred face appeared especially savage, bringing a group of brothers and charging over. "Everyone follow Big Brother soon. Kill this bunch of foolish humans." Long Sun yelled. "What are you fighting me for? Follow Big Brother Tian and finish off all of these bastards." Long Zhao Tian was still competing with Long Sun. Before coming, Yi Yuan gave them a batch of medicinal pills. At present, this group of people already all broke through to the Empyrean realm. Coupled with the dragon race's powerful bloodline, their combat power could not be underestimated. The two camps were akin to two giant curtains in the sky. They were about to gather together very soon. As for Emperor Pilljade, these grandmasters, each and every one of them stood with their hands behind their backs, sitting it out and reaping the spoils later. All of a sudden, a figure interjected between the two main camps. Emperor Pilljade's gaze turned intent and he stopped everyone with a hand gesture and said with a frown, "Flutterfeather, what's the meaning of this? Could it be that your myriad treasure tower is really going to wage war with the Southern Border Alliance?" On the surface, this was a war between Empyreans. But in reality, it was a group of heavenly emperors controlling behind the scenes. The reason why it was delayed for several decades was because of Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure and the 7 great reclusive ancient families. The Heavenly Emperor faction behind the Southern Border Alliance was competing with these two forces. In the past, due to Yi Yuan, this important figure being around, these two forces naturally brimmed with confidence toward Heavenly Eagle. But along with the passage of time, the hopes of Yi Yuan returning alive became bleaker and bleaker. Only then did Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure and the 7 great reclusive ancient families gradually reach a compromise. Otherwise, how could Emperor Pilljade dare to launch such a large-scale war? Behind the war that seemed simple, it involved tremendous profits. Flutterfeather looked towards Emperor Pilljade and said coolly, "This Emperor coming today is only representing myself. It has nothing to do with the Myriad Treasure Tower." Emperor Pilljade's brows furrowed slightly, showing a look of displeasure. "Isn't this guy causing trouble? You said that it has nothing to do with the Myriad Treasure Tower, and so there is nothing then?" You, Empyrean Flutterfeather, is a high-ranking officer under Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure, an existence that is extremely likely to become an 8-star alchemy god in the future. If you died here, wouldn't Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure risk it all to fight with me? At this time, another figure appeared beside Flutterfeather. It was Empyrean Chaoyuan. Add in this old man. Younger brother Flutterfeather. I can't let you fight alone by yourself. Empyrean Chaoyuan looked at Flutterfeather and said with a light smile. Empyrean Piljade's expression changed. Empyrean Chaoyuan was a peak Empyrean mighty expert, his strength being not worse than his. The influence of this fellow's appearance on the battle situation was big. Flutterfeather laughed loudly and said, Elder brother Chaoyuan, good fellow. Empyrean Chaoyuan laughed and said, this old man is all alone and doesn't have any fetters. Rather, it's you who could put aside Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure, that old thing, and come help out. You're the one who's really loyal enough. The two exchanged a glance and both bursted out a series of laughter. Seeing these two people had appeared, Bai Tong and the rest were greatly roused. Empyrean Piljade was angered until his expression turned livid. He did not expect that this battle without any suspense would actually repeatedly have a sudden turn of events occur. Up until now, there did not seem to be a single thing that went his way. Empyrean Piljade's gaze turned intent and he said in a solemn voice, very good. This Empyrean has always admired Brother Chaoyuan's strength very much. Today, I'll spar with Brother Chaoyuan. As for Empyrean Flutterfeather, their side had a lot of powerhouses. There was naturally someone to handle him. Empyrean Chaoyuan's gaze turned sharp and he said with a big laugh, you hypocrite, only choose to hear the nice things. This is a life-and-death fight. Who's sparring with you? Bring it on. After he was done talking, Empyrean Chaoyuan's aura was released fully. The horrifying pressure made the hearts of all the martial artists jump. If one's strength did not reach the Empyrean realm, they were unable to even stand firmly in the air. This was a peak 9th Firmament Empyrean top powerhouse. The moment 9th Firmament Empyreans moved out, this battle became bewildering and confusing. Empyrean Piljade also felt nervous. Empyrean Chaoyuan's aura was extremely strong and actually faintly had signs of breaking through to the Heavenly Emperor realm. Looks like this old punk obtained great benefits from the Cloud Pill Summit last time. Empyrean Piljade secretly cursed hatefully. The moment Empyrean Chaoyuan released his aura, he became somewhat apprehensive. Once he lost, this fight would really be hard to say. Empyrean Chaoyuan smiled coldly when he saw the situation and said, why? Don't dare to come anymore, Piljade brat. Piljade's face fell and he said in a cold voice, who's scared of whom? Done talking, the power of 9th Firmament Empyrean was released fully. He actually barely managed to stand up to Empyrean Chaoyuan as equals. The great battle was at an explosive point. Yo, so lively. Just as both sides ended up in a deadlock, a voice suddenly sounded out from the void. This voice seemed to be a little familiar. Empyrean Chaoyuan and Empyrean Flutterfeather exchanged a glance, both of their minds quivering. On Heavenly Eagle's side, Bai Tong and the rest similarly felt their minds tremble. It's His Excellency. His Excellency didn't die. His Excellency came back, Ning Tianping said with wild elation. At this time, the void vibrated. 3 figures emerged. There was a youth in white clothing in the middle. Who could it be if not Yu Yuan? Haha, it's His Excellency. It's really His Excellency. He didn't die. He came back. What did I say? His Excellency can't be killed. His Excellency is mighty. His Excellency is mighty. With Yu Yuan appearing, Heavenly Eagle's side seemed to have been ignited all at once. Their backbone, their spiritual leader, their king finally returned. Everyone seemed to have gone mad, shouting, cheering for the Lord in their hearts. At the opposite side, the Southern Border Alliance's powerhouses were all extremely shocked. They were seriously unable to imagine that the entire Imperial City was cheering for Yi Yuan's return. What kind of magical power did this guy have? Yi Yuan's feet stepped on an array formation. Looking at Empyrean Piljade, he smiled lightly and said, Piljade, not seeing you for a few years, you're still such a good-for-nothing. Yi Yuan's sudden appearance gave Empyrean Piljade a fright. However, he discovered very quickly that something seemed to be off about Yi Yuan. He actually did not have a trace of divine essence undulation from head to toe. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's vital energy was extremely weak. Clearly, it was a body that was heavily wounded. It seemed like the rumors about his demise were not a groundless rumor. It was just that this kid had a tenacious life and actually did not die. Since he was a cripple, then what did he still take to heart for? Pilljade laughed coldly and said, "Kid, look at those subjects of yours. How much they looked forward to your return. It's just a pity that what awaits them is a cripple. I really don't know what face a cripple like you still have to come back and be their city lord." The moment these words came out, only then did everyone startle awake. They were all immersed in jubilation earlier and did not notice Yi Yuan's abnormality. Now, only upon hearing Emperor Pilljade's words did they discover that Yi Yuan's condition was extremely poor. There was not even a trace of divine essence undulation. How could this be? The heavenly eagle side that was still cheering joyfully earlier immediately fell into silence. No divine essence undulation signified that the small world had completely crumbled. Then wouldn't His Excellency really have become a cripple? The morale that had just been roused on Heavenly Eagle's side was immediately squelched. But Yi Yuan did not mind and said with a faint smile, "So what? With me around, Heavenly Eagle is safe and sound." Yi Yuan's words made the minds of Heavenly Eagle's people tremble. His Excellency was still so domineering when speaking. No idea why those words coming out of Yi Yuan's mouth were so convincing. Even if he was currently just a cripple. "With you around, Heavenly Eagle is safe and sound?" Ha ha. Really making this Emperor die of laughter. A cripple who doesn't even have divine essence actually dares to say this sort of boast. Emperor Pilljade laughed loudly and said. The big shots on the Southern Border Alliance's side also all shook their heads one after another and could not help laughing. A trash who did not even have divine essence. Why would they take notice of him? But Yi Yuan completely ignored Emperor Pilljade. With a flick of his fingertips, a pale yellow line appeared between the two main camps. It was as if a line was drawn in the sky. Those who cross the line will be killed without mercy. Yi Yuan's nonchalant words came out, appearing somewhat careless. With this, the Southern Border Alliance's side ridiculed even harder. Ha ha ha. A cripple actually dares to utter this kind of shameless boasting. Everyone attack for me. I want to see how a cripple can kill us without mercy. Emperor Proud Loud jumped around the happiest, bringing a bunch of subordinates and rushing over. Wanting to block the entire Southern Border Alliance by drawing a line, you, this cripple, are also overestimating your own ability too much. Everybody attack together. See how this cripple kills without mercy. Quite a number of Empyreans completely turned their noses up at Yi Yuan's threat and brought a large group of people, directly charging over. When Pilljade saw the scene, he could not help sneering coldly. Although he was being restrained by Emperor Chaoyuan, both sides' combat strengths were not on the same level at all. Yi Yuan's actions were purely messing around. The expressions on Heavenly Eagle's side changed, Bai Tong and the rest were about to rush over. But Yi Yuan turned around and said coolly, "All back down." Everyone's faces changed, stopping one after another. Soon, the Southern Border Alliance army broke through that line Yi Yuan drew. Proudcloud took the lead and said with a cold smile, "Brat, this Empyrean broke through this line now, what can you do to me? Today, this Empyrean is going to..." Right at this time, Yi Yuan's fingers snapped lightly, and he said indifferently, "100 schools of thoughts, 9 profound heavens subduing grand array. Kill." Above the void, streaks of golden light lit up, slicing space into pieces like countless blades. Emperor Proudcloud's words were said halfway when suddenly, his whole body was torn apart. He could not talk anymore. The third firmament Emperor Proudcloud, died. Ah! 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 Heavenly Eagle Imperial City sky. Miserable cries suddenly sounded out. The dead bodies of countless powerhouses fell down in succession. Powerhouses that crossed that yellow line all died. In virtually an instant, the Southern Border Alliance's sides suffered heavy casualties. Those powerhouses who had not crossed the line yet turned pale with fright and stopped one after another. How could they still dare to advance? Everyone looked at Yi Yuan with horrified faces, as if they had seen a malefic star. In a short dozen over breaths, there were thousands of Empyreans and true gods that fell. However, they did not even know how they died. Emperor Piljade's pupils constricted, a pair of eyes glued on Yi Yuan, full of shock. Array formation. In an instant, Yi Yuan laid down an enormous array formation above the void. Those who entered this array formation were all garrote. The problem was, even he, this ninth firmament Empyrean mighty expert, actually could not tell how Yi Yuan laid down the formation too. When did this boy's array formation attainments become so powerful too? Forget about true god realms. Empyrean Proudloud was a third firmament Empyrean mighty expert. He was actually dismembered like chopping vegetables just like that. How great was the power of this array formation? It was deathly silent above the void. No one dared to underestimate Yi Yuan this cripple anymore. While the Southern Border Alliance army also all stopped before the yellow line. No one dared to take half a step over the line anymore. Empyrean Chaoyuan looked toward Empyrean Piljade with a strange look and said with a cold smile, "Cripple? Hoo-hoo. Piljade, your eyesight is as poor as before. Lord Yi Yuan is mighty. Lord Yi Yuan is mighty." When Heavenly Eagle's subjects saw this scene, each and every one of them started shouting madly with excitement. Even without divine essence, His Excellency's invincible might still could not be violated. Empyrean Piljade burned with fury. Clenching his jaws tightly, he shouted angrily, "Yi Yuan punk! This Empyrean wants to see how many tricks you have. Southern Border Alliance, heed my command. All Empyrean powerhouses attack together. Annihilate Heavenly Eagle." No matter how strong Yi Yuan's array formation was, it was also impossible to block late-stage Empyrean powerhouses. Those grandmasters were all late-stage Empyrean mighty experts. It was simply nothing more than wishful thinking for a mere array formation to want to block them. Empyrean Windrider and those grandmaster powerhouses were aware that they could no longer look on with folded arms. None of them thought that this act today would actually be forced into such a plight. But the arrow was notched and already had no choice but to release. Not taking down Heavenly Eagle today, there would no longer be the Southern Border Alliance in the future. Therefore, Yi Yuan had to die. More than 10 late-stage Empyrean superpowerhouses moving out. How shocking was the commotion. Let alone that there were even several dozen Empyreans behind them. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Gentlemen, listen to this ye's word of advice. Withdraw now and everything can still be discussed. Crossing this line, that's becoming this year's mortal enemy. From this day forth, irreconcilable till death." Empyrean Piljade burst out laughing when he heard that and said, "From this day forth? How are you going to have any day after today? Boy, this Empyrean knows that you're some bullshit second sage, but that's the demon race's title. Are you planning on bringing it to the human race to threaten us? Let me tell you, today, no matter who comes, you can't be saved either." "Oh? Is that so?" Empyrean Piljade's voice had yet to fade when a figure slowly walked out of the void. The moment this person appeared, the faces of Empyrean Piljade and the rest of the powerhouses changed one after another. What a terrifying aura! This person gave them an unfathomable feeling. Heavenly Emperor Powerhouse. Empyrean Piljade's pupils constricted and he said in a solemn voice, "No matter who your esteemed self is, Heavenly Emperor powerhouses are not to interfere in worldly affairs, let alone that you're even a demon Heavenly Emperor. Could it be that you're planning on making a move against us at the risk of universal condemnation?" The demonic aura on the other party's body billowed to the sky. How could Empyrean Piljade not recognize? He already roughly guessed the other person's identity. It was just that he paid no attention to it. Forget about the demon race's Heavenly Emperor. Even if Sacred Ancestor High Priest came in person, he also would not dare to behave atrociously in the human race's territory. Heavenly Emperors were not to intervene in worldly affairs. This was the unspoken rule that all Heavenly Emperors abided by. Moreover, a demon race's major power running to the human race territory to kill people. Once this sort of thing happens, things would blow up. The Heavenly Emperor Powerhouse stood with his hands behind his back as he said coolly, "This Emperor is Star Drive under Sacred Ancestor High Priest's command. I only came over to run an errand. You all don't have to make a big fuss." The moment these words came out, everyone sucked in a cold breath. High Priest Star Drive. Those present were mostly involved in alchemy. So how could they not know High Priest Stardrive's reputation? This was one of the 11 disciples under Sacred Ancestor High Priest's command. Hang on, what did he say just now? Run an errand? What kind of figure was High Priest Stardrive? Who had this qualification to be able to make him run an errand? Suddenly everyone's gazes shifted to Yi Yuan, being incredibly shocked. Run an errand? Do my ears have a problem? High Priest Stardrive is a true pinnacle major power, making him come and run an errand. Everyone says that Yi Yuan is the Priest Temple's second sage. I even thought that it was merely nominal. I didn't expect that. His status is actually so high. The Southern Border Alliance's 7-star alchemy gods all opened their mouths wide, looking at Yi Yuan in extreme shock. This sort of thing seriously subverted their understanding too much. High Priest Stardrive was a late-stage 8-star super-existence. He had a status that tipped the scales in the entire alchemy world. Such a major power they did not have the good fortune to meet in their lifetimes too. But such a major power was actually just here to run an errand? However, the following scene affirmed their thoughts even more. High Priest Stardrive gave a respectful bow towards Yi Yuan and said, "GMO offers greetings to Second Sage." Yi Yuan nodded slightly, but his gazes glimmered. Seeing GMO this time, he was even more unfathomable than the previous time. "I've troubled you to make a trip," Yi Yuan said. GMO smiled and said, "No trouble. It is only ought to be." Yi Yuan also smiled and said, "Congratulations to brother GMO for making great improvements in strength." GMO also grinned and gave another bow and said, "Coming over this time, it's precisely to thank Second Sage." Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "Thank what? Being able to comprehend things, that's your lucky chance." These two people's conversations made everyone stunned again. Concerning High Priest Stardrive's strength advancing greatly, why did he have to thank Yi Yuan? Could it be that Yi Yuan was already strong to the degree that he could casually give pointers to High Priest Stardrive? How is this possible? However, some Empyreans were well-informed people. Their gazes flickered, seemingly recalling something. A Grandmaster said, "I heard that Yi Yuan solved the eternal chess game Ask Not in the West Spirit region back then. It was High Priest Stardrive who brought it over." With Yi Yuan solving the game, High Priest Stardrive was watching by the side. He likely gleaned considerable gains. There's actually really such a thing? That eternal chess game Ask Not. I've also heard of it before. That's the showdown between the Medicine Ancestor and Sacred Ancestor High Priest. Someone like Yi Yuan can break the deadlock too. That Grandmaster sighed and said, "Originally, this Empyrean naturally didn't believe it too, but High Priest Stardrive came personally. So this matter naturally won't be fake. The demon clan was too far from the human race in the end. There were naturally missing pieces of information when the news came over. Hence, toward these news, these Empyreans were naturally half dubious. Especially that they viewed Yi Yuan's strength as being meager. How could he possibly crack the chess game where Medicine Ancestor and Sacred Ancestor High Priest faced off? It was just that looking at it today, this matter really could not be any more real. "Brother GMO, have you brought the things that I want?" Yi Yuan said. GMO nodded slightly and said, "Receiving Second Sage's news," GMO did not dare to stop for a second and gathered the spirit medicines and rushed over. As he said, GMO took a storage ring out and said, "What Second Sage needs, I will do it on your behalf." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "I'll have to trouble you." Yi Yuan's body did not have divine essence and could not even open the storage ring at all. Hence, that was why he needed GMO to do it on his behalf. Finished talking, Yi Yuan turned around and said to Empyrean Pilljade, "Just now, you said that I'm trash?" Empyrean Pilljade's expression flickered incessantly. What kind of eyesight did he have? He naturally saw through Yi Yuan's actual situation with one glance. The current Yi Yuan, his small world had already collapsed. He was unable to accommodate divine essence at all. This kind of person, what was he if not trash? No matter how strong the formation Tao, what was the use if one could not cultivate? He smiled coldly and said, "Could it be that what this Empyrean said is wrong?" Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, "Pilljade, today, I'll let you see who's the trash. From today onward, I, Yi Yuan, have the final say in the Southern Border's alchemy world." Pilljade was startled inwardly. Could it be that this boy really had some method and could recover? But with his small world crumbling, even if medicine ancestor came, it would be difficult to repair too, right? Not waiting for him to react yet, Yi Yuan's fingertips flicked out like phantoms. One array formation after another constructed in the void. Seeing his appearance, who still did not know that Yi Yuan wanted to refine pills. They all knew that he was using Formation Dao pill refinement. But what kind of medicinal pill was Yi Yuan going to refine to be able to let himself recover? However, the brilliance of Yi Yuan's technique and complexity of the array formations made everyone secretly alarmed. The array formations that Yi Yuan set up, they had not seen a single one before. 10 absolute heavenly hu. Suddenly Yi Yuan called out loudly. GMO flicked his fingers, a spirit medicine flew towards the array formation. Swish! The spirit medicine entered the formation and immediately turned into a pile of powder. But the movements of Yi Yuan's hands did not stop and was still laying formations frenziedly. Unreasonable azure spirit fruit. Ancient orchid earths and gold. Yi Yuan's mouth uttered the name of one rank 7 spirit medicine after another from time to time. These rank 7 spirit medicines were all incomparably precious. It was very difficult for Yi Yuan to want to gather them. Therefore, that was why he informed the priest temple to have GMO deliver them. GMO sent the spirit medicines into the array formation very cooperatively. They were refined in the formation, but no one knew what he was doing. Even the strange hue in GMO's gaze also gradually thickened. With his vision, he actually could not understand what Yi Yuan was doing. When pills entered rank 7, it was extremely rare for people to go and refine pills with Formation Dao anymore. Concerning the complexity involved, ordinary people could not imagine it at all. Furthermore, there was no one that had used Yi Yuan's method to refine pills with Formation Dao. Formation Dao pill refinement was done by setting up all the array formations, and then placing the spirit medicines inside, and letting the array formation complete the refinement process by itself. But Yi Yuan was refining the spirit medicines stalk by stalk. This kind of method they had never seen before at all. But every spirit medicine, as well as the portion that Yi Yuan sent into the array formation, those 7-star alchemy gods all learned it deeply by heart. What if this was an incredible medicinal pill? It was just that they did not think about it. Yi Yuan dared to refine the pill in front of so many of them. How could he be afraid of them secretly learning? Empyrean Pill Jade sneered coldly and said with disdain, "The medicinal theory is utter rubbish. His array formations are too many and disorderly. What kind of bullshit medicinal pill can such an array formation refine?" By the side, Empyrean Windrider also nodded and said, "With his small world crumbling apart, it's simply beyond redemption. In my view, this boy is merely talking big to impress people." The array formation grew more and more massive and increasingly complex. A high building rose from the ground. It was as if Yi Yuan was using building blocks to construct a skyscraper. This building took 10 days and nights. At this time, half the sky was filled with stars, as if Yi Yuan embedded the stars into the sky, exquisitely beautiful. Yi Yuan flicked his fingers, shooting toward a corner of the array formation. Formation rise, pill condense. Clank. With a crisp sound, the entire array formation seemed to have come to life all of a sudden. Rumble. The void trembled. Endless light radiated out. The entire array formation suddenly seemed to have come to life. Incomparably shocking aura burst forth. Gmo's expression changed wildly, and he cried out in shock. This is the aura of a complete world. Second Sage used array formations and constructed a complete world. Chaos Samsara Pill. Condense. Rumble. All of a sudden, light converged swiftly. A medicinal pill that radiated golden light suspended above the void quietly. To the aura of Tao. GMO looked at the golden medicinal pill that was suspending quietly. His eyes were full of shock and he felt that his throat was somewhat dry. The golden medicinal pill was extremely dazzling, glaring until all the Empyreans could not open their eyes. The undulations coming off of the medicinal pill made everyone's faces change drastically. They had never seen before such an aura from a medicinal pill. This kind of aura was incomparably deep, incomparably vast, as if facing the entire heavenly Tao. It was as if that was not a medicinal pill, but a world. Empyrean Pilljade's expression changed wildly, and he said in shock, This This is the aura of the great Tao. Why would there be the aura of the great Tao in a medicinal pill? What kind of medicinal pill is this? Why would there be such a miraculous undulation? Too bizarre. What in the world did this guy do? The Empyreans present were all shocked, being speechless. This medicinal pill that Yi Yuan refined already completely surpassed their understanding. There was a trace of Tao accumulations hidden in the medicinal pill. This was common knowledge. But Tao accumulations and the aura of great Tao, that was two totally different things. The great Tao aura, which was the source of Tao, was the most fundamental rule of this world. Why were Tao ancestors powerful? Because they obtained the recognition of the source of Tao, controlling the rules in a region. And Tao accumulations were just like a firefly in front of the great Tao source. Won't be wrong, although the aura of the Tao is still very weak. This medicinal pill already touched the borders of Tao pill. This, worthy of being the person that Master chose, truly terrifying. GMO looked at Yi Yuan and drew a cold breath, forcefully calming his heart down. The Empyreans present all did not know what this medicinal pill signified. But he knew. This medicinal pill represented that Yi Yuan would enter the ranks of the top alchemists in this world. He would advance shoulder to shoulder with Medicine Ancestor and Sacred Ancestor High Priest. And this also represented the superlative of the Heavenspan world's alchemy Tao. This kind of medicinal pill was called Tao Pill by Sacred Ancestor High Priest. Tao Pill surmounted above Divine Pill, standing on par with Heavenly Tao. There were so many 8-star alchemy gods in the Heavenspan world, but why did Medicine Ancestor and Sacred Ancestor High Priest tower above all life? He, High Priest Stardrive, was also a late-stage 8-star Peerless expert, but he was also unable to be mentioned in the same breath with them. The reason was because of Tao Pill. That was another level of alchemy skills and already dissociated from the level of Divine Pills. However, regardless of whether it was the Medicine Ancestor or Sacred Ancestor High Priest, they were both unable to refine a true Tao Pill. Otherwise, the Medicine Ancestor would not be the Medicine Ancestor but simply a Tao Ancestor. But on this step, clearly these two major powers could walk in the front. That was a mysterious and hard-to-fathom realm, a boundary that made people captivated. Only the Sacred Ancestor students knew the profound secrets involved in this. GMO knew that at present, the alchemists that could refine the embryonic form of a Tao Pill in this Heavenspan world, the number definitely did not surpass the number of fingers. Each one of them was a heaven-shocking important figure. But now, they would probably have to include Yi Yuan. Although the aura of Tao contained inside this medicinal pill was still very weak, this kind of feeling would not be wrong. Everyone did not know the tumultuous waves in GMO's heart. But this golden-colored chaos samsara pill was already enough to make them shocked. Yi Yuan reached his hand out and beckoned. The chaos samsara pill came into his hand. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan directly swallowed it. The body that was originally a pool of stagnant water immediately raged like a storm. Rumble. The berserk spiritual energy undulations billowed to the sky with Yi Yuan as the center. Limitless spiritual energy gathered over crazily. Yi Yuan was like a bottomless chasm, devouring spiritual energy crazily. While within his body, the chaos world that was originally in fragmented pieces actually displayed great vitality, once more like a withered tree that came back to life. Chaos samsara pill was like a delicate tinker, starting to restore Yi Yuan's chaos world little by little. No one understood what Yi Yuan experienced in these several decades. To the peerless powerhouses that frequently fought until the sky was rent asunder and the earth split open and the mountain and rivers flowed in reverse concerning the squabbles between mortals, they considered it completely beneath their notice. No one thought much about those most basic things. They felt that those were all trash and should be eliminated. But Yi Yuan did not think so. One will never achieve their goals without doing things a step at a time. No matter how grand the move, no matter how great the strength, it was put together and formed from bit by bit of foundation. He grew up like this and also demanded others to grow like this. During these several dozens of years, Yi Yuan instinctively ran through those alchemy Tao records that those experts cast aside like a pair of worn-out shoes systematically. He lost his memories and could not remember alchemy things at all. Whatever sacred ancestor high priest's legacy, whatever heavenly Empyrean immortal grove's inheritance, he forgot all of them cleanly. All of his reliance was his own instincts. His alchemy talent, his alchemy instincts, the alchemy strength that he tempered thoroughly. Bit by bit, little by little, it accumulated to an extremely terrifying level. All the way until Lin Chaqing appeared, pushing Yi Yuan to his limits, he achieved mastery through a comprehensive study of the subject and finally stepped into the middle stage Dao realm with one step. At present, what kind of realm did his alchemy Dao reach? Even he himself did not know either. But he knew that he was very strong, indescribably strong. So what if the world crumbled? So what if divine essence was completely lost? I'll refine pills and restore all of them. This Chaos Samsara pill was the grand achievement work that his alchemy Dao gathered. The horrifying energy undulation continued for a full 3 days and nights. Yi Yuan was like a heaven-devouring behemoth, swallowing heaven and earth spiritual energy greedily. 3 days later, Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes, brilliant light radiating. Not only did this quasi-Dao pill restore his chaos world fully, it even let his strength scale new heights. At present, he already stepped into the middle stage Chao realm. During this period, Empyrean Pilljade and the rest were akin to sitting on pins and needles. They really wanted to make a move to interrupt Yi Yuan's refinement. They wanted to stop Yi Yuan from recovering his strength. But with High Priest Star Drive, this major power watching at one side, they did not dare to do anything at all. Of course, what shocked them even more was that Yi Yuan really recovered. A martial artist whose world shattered actually recovered his strength miraculously. Would this sort of thing really happen? But it happened right before their eyes. What kind of medicinal pill is this, to actually be able to let a shattered world come back to life? Impossible. Why haven't I heard of such a medicinal pill before? Too terrifying. This guy's alchemy strength is absolutely the #1 person among 7 stars. This boy is simply a freak. The Southern Border Alliance Empyreans were all shocked speechless. Actually, all the way until just now, they were not willing to believe that Yi Yuan was really able to recover. But the reality was often quite cruel. Seeing Yi Yuan's strength recover fully, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City cheered with jubilation. This was their lord, their omnipotent lord. Yi Yuan looked at Empyrean Pilljade and said with a cold smile, "Pilljade, I wonder who's the trash now?" Empyrean Pilljade's expression was extremely ugly. With Yi Yuan appearing in such a way, everyone all thought that he was already a cripple. But who knew that he actually refined a miraculous medicinal pill and completely restored his small world? Now, not only did Yi Yuan's cultivation recover fully, but his strength also become a notch higher. This made things awkward. His gaze turned intent, and he said with a cold smile, "Even if you recovered your strength, what can you change? This show today doesn't only have this Empyrean dictating here. Do you, a puny little Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, dare to become enemies with the entire southern border's Heavenly Emperors?" After he was done talking, he turned to GMO again and said in a solemn voice, "Lord Star Drive, although you're a demon race major power, this place is the human race boundary. Right now, our Southern Border Alliance is going to launch a general offensive towards Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Are you really going to take action?" These words had some meaning of forcing him out of the way. But he believed that High Priest Star Drive definitely would not dare to risk universal condemnation. The human race's strength was far stronger than a mere priest temple. But GMO did not care at all. Instead, he waved his hand dismissively and smiled as he said, "I said that I'm just here to run an errand. Whatever you all want to do, that's your business." Empyrean Pilljade's face became blacker and blacker. The more GMO said this, the more uncertain he was. "You, a major power, are here now, but you said to me that you would not care about anything. If you did not care, I would have long thrown a slap over. Would you allow it?" Right. The spirit medicines that Second Sage wants isn't just these. After he finishes refining the medicinal pill, this emperor can also return and report completion on the mission. At that time, you all can fight however you like. Your human race's internal affairs, this emperor won't intervene in them. GMO's face still had a faint smile as he said coolly. Empyrean Pilljade's face turned black again. Yi Yuan found it funny in his heart, This fellow is rather interesting. It turned out that not every major power was so old-fashioned and posturing. Jimo's posturing was postured refreshingly and free from convention. At this time, Yi Yuan suddenly turned around and said to Bai Tong, "Senior Bai Tong, back then, when I brought you away from Bamboo Grove Void Realm, I'd once promised you good fortune. Today, I'll gift this good fortune to you." Bai Tong's entire body trembled. Then he saw that Yi Yuan had already started setting up a formation. Recovering his strength, with the traction of divine essence, Yi Yuan's speed of setting up formations was God knows how many times faster than before. Merely half a day's time, an enormous array formation surfaced in front of everyone. Although this array formation was inferior to the array formation that refined the Chaos Samsara pill previously, it was also extremely complicated. Even if those Empyrean powerhouses opened their eyes wide and exerted their divine sense to the limits, they were still unable to understand the mysteries involved. By the side, GMO sneered coldly in his heart. Even he could not understand this array formation, so how could these fools understand? Clearly, Yi Yuan's formation Dao pill refinement already reached the boundary of following his own will. To him, whether it was using medicinal cauldron to refine pills or using array formation to refine pills, there was already not much difference. Yi Yuan integrated his alchemy skills into alchemy Dao, grouping them randomly. Targeting different medicinal pills, he could create different formation Dao pill refinement. Although the methods used may vary, the principle was the same. That principle was his Dao. Dream returning heart replenishing pill. Condense. Yi Yuan gave a cold cry. A resplendent light radiated once more. Pill formed. Hiss. And spirit divine pill again. The group of Empyreans could not refrain from drawing a cold breath once more. Although this medicinal pill isn't as good as that one previously, it also already firmly reached the level of end spirit. Truly terrifying. To be able to steadily refine rank 7 divine pills to the level of end spirit, this boy's realm has likely already reached middle stage ancestor realm. Don't you guys forget. The medicinal pill that he refined earlier was an extremely obscure medicinal pill. Obscure medicinal pills were totally different concepts from ordinary medicinal pills. Back then, when Yi Yuan refined the cleansing rain dream reverting pill, he practically exhausted his divine soul. The difficulty could be seen. Now, refining the dream returning heart replenishing pill, the difficulty rose God knows how many levels up. However, Yi Yuan still accomplished it with high proficiency. The alchemy strength that Yi Yuan exhibited made the Southern Border Alliance's Empyreans despair. From today onward, Yi Yuan have the final say in the Southern Border's alchemy world. This sentence echoed in their ears from time to time. Previously, they all still felt that Yi Yuan did not know what he was talking about. But now, they already could not find the words to describe their current emotions. Bai Tong received the medicinal pill and said with surprise, "Dream returning heart replenishing pill?" Dream returning heart replenishing pill was not the medicinal pill to let him completely recover his strength. Hence, when Bai Tong heard this name, he was very surprised too. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Senior returned to boyhood from old age. It's caused by the defect in your cultivation method. Your cultivation method will harm a portion of the divine soul in exchange for great improvements in power. With your divine soul getting damaged, heavenly Dao is defective. Even if senior's cultivation is exceedingly high, it's also hard to step into the realm of Heavenly Emperor. This dream returning heart replenishing pill can complete your divine soul and let your divine soul reach the peak. At that time, breaking through again would be much easier." Bai Tong's entire body trembled. The defect in his divine soul was unable to recover fully even with the medicinal pills left behind by his ancestors. Yi Yuan altered his pill formula and it was actually capable of restoring his divine soul. Just what kind of realm did this fellow's current alchemy Dao reach? This kind of level 9 difficulty peak rank 7 divine pills, wanting to make the slightest changes was as difficult as ascending to heaven. But Yi Yuan modified it like he had it at his fingertips. This world was too crazy. Bai Tong nodded slightly and said with a smile, "Fine lad, thanks a lot." He put away the medicinal pill and did not have the intention of refining it. But then he heard Yi Yuan say with a wide grin on his face, "Just nice. There's brother GMO standing guard here. Elder brother Bai should just directly refine the medicinal pill. There's still something better after this. Be better. Bai Tong was taken aback, his brain not quite following Yi Yuan's words. This dream-returning heart-replenishing pill was already the best medicinal pill that he could imagine. What kind of medicinal pill could be better than this? Could it be? Suddenly, a thought crept up in his mind and his heart shook wildly. Could he really do it? Among 7-star alchemy gods, it has never been heard of that anyone could refine that medicinal pill. Yes, he was not an ordinary 7-star alchemy god. A hint of a smile flashed across the corners of Bai Tong's mouth, and he nodded his head slightly at Yi Yuan, directly consuming the dream-returning heart-replenishing pill, while the others were shocked speechless. Could it be that this guy still wants to refine the 9 Profounds Heavenly Emperor pill? Crazy. Really nuts. Wasn't it said that this boy died? What the hell did he experience these few years? Why would he be monstrous until like this? Who the hell knows what he experienced? But even that heaven-defying chaos samsara pill was refined. So the 9 Profounds Heavenly Emperor pill shouldn't be anything difficult, right? The expressions of the Southern Border Alliance's Empyreans became more and more fascinating. Everyone already guessed what medicinal pill Yi Yuan was going to refine, but they still did not dare to believe it. This was because this medicinal pill was a heaven-defying existence to 7-star alchemy gods, even to 8-star alchemy gods. If one had to add a difficulty above level 9, then this medicinal pill was the existence that surpassed level 9 difficulty. The 9 Profounds Heavenly Emperor pill, the medicinal pill that could create a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. A Heavenly Emperor was this world's true hegemon. The goal that every martial artist strove toward their whole lives was to become a Heavenly Emperor. This step stumped no idea how many outstanding figures. Just take Empyrean Pilljade for example. Was his talent not high? Once he was the sole ancestor realm powerhouse of the southern border, how dazzling was this halo? But even so, he was still blocked in front of the gates of Heavenly Emperor mercilessly. Then about Empyrean Chaoyuan, who cultivated to the peak Empyrean realm with the identity of an itinerant cultivator, how astonishing was his talent. Moreover, he was even an extremely powerful 7-star alchemy god. But likewise, he was unable to take the step. It had already been several million years. Also one thing that was that Heavenly Emperors were not able to be created using medicinal pills. Actually, it was not that there wasn't such a medicinal pill, but it was that this medicinal pill was too hard to refine. Even for those peak 8-star alchemy gods, there were also very few that could successfully refine the 9 Profounds Heavenly Emperor pill. But now Yi Yuan was doing it. GMO looked at Yi Yuan setting up the formation, and the flesh on his face hurt without him being aware. Even though it was just rank 7 spirit medicines, the 9 Profounds Heavenly Emperor Pill's spirit medicines, each kind was incomparably precious and rare. Each spirit medicine was worth a city. In this heavenspan world, there were really not many that could gather the spirit medicines of the 9 Profounds Heavenly Emperor Pill. It was also only because Second Sage opened his mouth to request for them. Otherwise, even if others wanted to refine it, they would also be unable to make something out of nothing. This time, the array formations that Yi Yuan laid down were even more profound and complicated. The refinement of the 9 Profounds Heavenly Emperor Pill was seriously too difficult and profound. However, Yi Yuan still constructed the colossal array formation methodically. The array formation became more and more complicated, increasingly difficult to understand. The aura coming from within the void also became more and more profound. But the Southern Border Alliance's Empyreans became more and more anxious. It seemed like the momentum of Heavenly Eagle's rise was already unstoppable. Could it be that this Empyrean is really going to witness a miracle? A 7-star alchemy god refining the 9 Profounds Heavenly Emperor Pill? I never even heard of it before. Comparing people is really odious. This boy is too monstrous. If this 9 Profounds Heavenly Emperor Pill can be given to this Empyrean, how great would that be? The 9 Profounds Heavenly Emperor Pill, a medicinal pill that could create heavenly emperors, how could they not covet it? At this time, how were they still in the mood to go and attack Heavenly Eagle? These Empyreans, especially those at the peak, Their only thought was envying Bai Tong. At this time, they wished for time to flow backward and they would go and suck up to Yi Yuan desperately. As long as they obtained Yi Yuan's recognition, perhaps they would also be able to obtain the 9 Profounds Heavenly Emperor pill. They would then step into that fleeting and ephemeral Heavenly Emperor realm. Inside Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, Yun-Yi raised his head and looked at the sky, his expression seemingly incomparably excited. This was the alchemy Tao that he yearned for. Compared to his master's alchemy Tao, what did mere 7-star alchemy gods count for? In front of his master, cultivation realms did not have any meaning at all. His understanding of alchemy Tao already glimpsed the source of the Tao. Maybe come one day in the future, he would also be able to refine such a heaven-defying medicinal pill. Staying in Heavenly Eagle was not the choice that he made, but a steadfast belief in his heart. His identity was extremely sensitive. If it were others, it was absolutely impossible to take him in as an apprentice, let alone the opportunity to be imparted with various skills. But after so many years in Heavenly Eagle, Yun-Yi could clearly feel his alchemy strength advance by leaps and bounds. This could not be faked. Making him betray Heavenly Eagle at this time, he really could not do it. Right at this time, on the other side, Bai Tong's aura billowed to the sky. His aura rose steadily up, heading straight to becoming a peak Empyrean. When everything calmed down, Bai Tong's entire person was like a sharp sword that came out of the sheath, sharp edge revealing in its entirety. Coincidentally at this moment, Yi Yuan pointed at the void and yelled out, "Formation rise, 9 Profounds Heavenly Emperor pill, condense." Rumble. Another heaven-shocking array formations operation. 9 Profounds Heavenly Emperor pill formed. End Spirit 9 Profounds Heavenly Emperor pill. Southern Border Alliance that side. The Empyrean's eyes were almost popping out. Towards Yi Yuan's strength, they were long already wholeheartedly convinced. Right now, their only thought was envy. Yi Yuan put away the medicinal pill and said to Bai Tong, "Brother Bai Tong, how do you feel?" Bai Tong smiled and said, "Great. Indescribably great." The dream-returning heart-replenishing pill already treated all of his hidden injuries. The current Bai Tong already reached his peak state in all aspects. Breaking through currently was the most suitable. Yi Yuan also smiled and said, "That's good. Now, directly refine this then." As he said, he handed the 9 Profounds Heavenly Emperor pill to Bai Tong. Bai Tong refined it on the spot without another word. Half a day later, a horrifying aura rose up. The originally cloudless sky suddenly rolled and seethed. The earth was quaking. A strong wind was howling. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City structures could not withstand this pressure at all and were virtually about to collapse. The martial artists in the city were even tottering on their feet. A glint flashed in Jimo's gaze and he casually fired out a spell. In an instant, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City stabilized. The pressure of a Heavenly Emperor's breakthrough was too great for normal martial artists. Even these Empyreans in front of him, all of them had solemn expressions too, mustering up all the divine essence in their bodies, resisting this pressure. However, no one left. A Heavenly Emperor breaking through, great Tao would descend. This kind of lucky chance could not be encountered by everyone. Perhaps the observation this time could let them have some harvests? Crack, crack, crack. Bai Tong's aura became grander and grander. He became increasingly stronger. The Heavenly Emperor's barrier was unable to stop his breakthrough at all. Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, Bai Tong broke through the fetters of Empyrean realm in one go, busting through that shackle. A Heavenly Emperor powerhouse was born domineeringly just like that. Everyone was staring dumbfounded with their mouths agape, shocked expressions on their faces. Empyrean Pilljade gave a bitter laugh and said, "This is the power of an End Spirit 9 Profounds Heavenly Emperor pill. Truly, if he were to become Emperor, who would dare disobey?" Empyrean Windrider also sighed faintly and said, "Breaking through the shackles with Alchemy Tao, Heavenly Tao has to make some concessions too. This boy is already not what the likes of us can provoke." Empyrean Pilljade sighed dejectedly, knowing that what Empyrean Windrider said was not false. Although these alchemy major powers had not seen a Heavenly Emperor breaking through before, they still knew what the breakthrough would be like. When others broke through, They needed to shake off the fetters of heavenly Tao countless times, struggling to free themselves from the shackles of Empyrean realm. Breaking through was fighting with heaven, fighting with earth, fighting with oneself. But Bai Tong's breakthrough was extremely domineering. Have obstructions, directly burst through. Have fetter, directly chop off. The momentum of becoming a heavenly emperor. Even heaven and earth was unable to stop it. This kind of breakthrough, the impact was too strong. Bai Tong stood in the air. Looking at this world again, it was as if everything changed colors. Turns out that the world is like this. Bai Tong could not resist letting out an emotional sigh. Suddenly, the aura on his body released. A horrifying pressure spread out, spreading across the entire sky. Heavenly Emperor pressure. Bai Tong's gaze turned sharp. Sweeping across the sky, he said coldly, from this day forth, this Heavenly Emperor will garrison Heavenly Eagle, forming the Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma. All of the southern border's alchemy matters will be controlled by the Heavenly Eagle's pill tower. Whoever isn't convinced, feel free to come and find this Heavenly Emperor. A Heavenly Emperor was like a heavyweight bombshell or a nuclear bomb, being a deterrent. The destructive force of a Heavenly Emperor was too strong. Secular cities were not much different from toys to a Heavenly Emperor. Furthermore, the survivability of a Heavenly Emperor was extremely strong. They were exceedingly difficult to kill. Once a Heavenly Emperor was determined to seek vengeance, even if he was only a first firmament Heavenly Emperor, his destructive power would also be extremely astonishing. Hence, there was this unspoken agreement between Heavenly Emperors to not intervene in worldly affairs. Once the Heavenspan world becomes depraved, then the Heavenspan world would wail in sorrow. Now, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City produced a Heavenly Emperor. They had sufficient capital to play with other Heavenly Emperors. They could take a share of the loot from the southern border, this large cake. The southern border alliance army slipped away with their tails between their legs. Empyrean Pilljade did not dare to even let out a fart. From this day onward, Southern Border Alchemy World's arrangement would have massive changes. A new peak Alchemy Dao Holy Land suddenly emerged. Previously, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City could be said to exist by depending on the Myriad Treasure Tower. It was only because their strength was not strong enough. But now Heavenly Eagle had a Heavenly Emperor holding down the fort. This caused the Heavenly Eagle Imperial City to join into the ranks of the Southern Border's top factions. No one dared to not give Heavenly Eagle Imperial City face anymore. Let alone that after this battle, Yi Yuan's fame surpassed even the new Heavenly Emperor, making the entire southern border hear about it like the sound of thunder. A 7-star alchemy god was capable of refining the 9 profounds Heavenly Emperor pill. From this day forth, Yi Yuan became the well-deserved #1 person among 7-star alchemy gods. The impact of this title was too great. The medicinal pills that you could not refine, I could refine. Powerhouses that you could not create, I could create. Injuries that you could not treat, I could treat. With how vast the southern border was, who dared to say that they would not need to ask Yi Yuan for help? What if someday, an Empyrean was heavily injured on the verge of death and needed medicinal pills to save their life? If one day, a Bodhidharma's direct lineage disciple needed an extremely hard to refine medicinal pill to break through? Nobody dared to say for certain. In the past, Yi Yuan was just a 7-star alchemy god and was unable to refine rank 7 divine pills. His value was naturally not great. But now Yi Yuan's status was already totally different. He already truly became a figure of authority in a region. No one dared to not give him face. Not long after, the Southern Border organized a 4-party talk. Southern Border Alliance, Myriad Treasure Bodhidharma, 7 great ancient families, as well as Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma. I want 60%. The moment Yi Yuan sat down, he nonchalantly tossed out a heavyweight bombshell. Empyrean Pilljade shot to his feet and berated angrily. Brat, your appetite is also a little too big. Careful you don't burst. The representative of the 7 great ancient families, Bait Angli, also frowned and said, Little brother Yi, show mercy whenever possible. The incident this time, even if we were in the wrong, we also restrained ourselves for a long time for Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's sake. Isn't that so? Empyrean Flutterfeather remained silent. Yi Yuan smiled slightly, got up and said, Is that so? Then, there's nothing to discuss. Gentlemen, Let's showcase our true abilities then. Done talking, he was actually going to leave the meeting. The few great Empyreans almost spewed out a mouthful of old blood. Who negotiated like this? What the hell? Did not even talk yet and you were going to dust your bottom and leave? You directly threw 60% the moment you came. We only said a sentence and you wanted to showcase our abilities. This? Still discuss for what? Shouldn't negotiations be push and pull? All parties playing a seesaw game? Why did it totally change here? This brat was also too tyrannical. Hold on. Let's work things out, can't we? Empyrean Pilljade did not have a temper anymore and could only speak up. Beitangli also hurriedly got up and pulled Yi Yuan and said, "Dear me, little brother Yi. Everything can be discussed. Let's sit down first and talk properly. How about it?" Yi Yuan did not sit down and just said coolly, "Nothing to discuss. Right now, our heavenly eagle is the victor. You guys are the defeated ones. 60%. I've already made a huge sacrifice. If can, you guys carry on discussing. If can't, you guys can carry on discussing too." Domineering. Tyrannical. Not giving the other three parties any leeway to turn around at all. Yi Yuan this time was simply like a different person from back then. In the negotiations back then, Yi Yuan did not show face at all. A large portion of the profits was even given to the Myriad Treasure Tower. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City merely just became an appendage to the Myriad Treasure Tower. But today Yi Yuan was too domineering. He was simply unparalleled and tyrannical. "I set the price. You guys can discuss the rest. It has nothing to do with me." Then Yi Yuan turned around and left just like that. The other few people exchanged glances. Baffled looks could be seen on their faces. Bustling around for such a long time, in the end Yi Yuan came over and dropped a single sentence and he was done? Empyrean Pilljade looked at Empyrean Flutterfeather. He said with a sneer, "Flutterfeather, the good brother that you made. You did not stint to fall out with Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure and also had to help Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. In the end, he's treating you like this." Flutterfeather looked at him and said with a faint smile, "This Empyrean is this Empyrean. The Myriad Treasure Tower is the Myriad Treasure Tower. He isn't targeting this Empyrean. He is targeting the Myriad Treasure Tower. It's the Myriad Treasure Tower that abandoned Heavenly Eagle first. Younger brother Ye's heart is like a clear mirror and naturally has his considerations. Rather, it's you who ought to consider the things afterward properly. Otherwise, toward Heavenly Emperor Wuxia there, it will be hard to give him an account." Empyrean Pilljade's gaze turned intent, his expression instantly becoming incomparably ugly. This four-party talk was facilitated by the Southern Border Alliance in the first place. But currently, this sort of situation could not carry on negotiating at all. Could it be that they were going to start a war again? But if they started a war, the Southern Border Alliance would not have any chips on hand at all. The Southern Border Alliance that had the greatest influence and strongest strength in the past. Currently, it was the party with the fewest chips presently. They were the party with the weakest power and influence. The Myriad Treasure Tower had pill formulas. The 7 great reclusive ancient families also had pill formulas. Heavenly Eagle was even the master of the pill formulas. Only the Southern Border Alliance had nothing. Of course, it was also not that they had nothing. They had territory. Very soon someone came to visit. But the one who came this time was a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. Empyrean Flutterfeather led the Myriad Treasure Tower's Heavenly Emperor Riverback and approached Yi Yuan. "Hoo-hoo, elder brother Flutterfeather. I was just about to find you. But I didn't expect that you came personally." When Yi Yuan saw Flutterfeather, he had an enthusiastic look. As for the Heavenly Emperor Riverback who was in the leading position, it was like Yi Yuan did not see him at all, treating him like air. It was so awkward. To dare treat a Heavenly Emperor as heir, Yi Yuan was probably the first person in the southern border. Flutterfeather could only toughen his scalp and answered, "Younger brother. This is my Myriad Treasure Tower's 3rd manager, Heavenly Emperor Riverback." The Myriad Treasure Tower's power and influence were tremendous. There was naturally more than one Heavenly Emperor. In the southern border, Myriad Treasure Bodhidharma's power and influence were extremely powerful. Otherwise, How could their business span across the southern border? Heavenly Emperor Riverback put aside his embarrassment and said fawningly, "Little friend, Ye's battle shocked the southern border and became the southern border 7-star alchemy god's #1 person. It really broadened people's horizons." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "About this, speaking of which, I still have to thank Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure very much for giving me this opportunity." Heavenly Emperor Riverback almost choked to death. He could only cough dryly twice to resolve the awkwardness. "Little friendy, this matter was indeed my Myriad Treasure Tower's fault. But then again, for Little friendy to be able to have today's accomplishments, my Myriad Treasure Tower also made great contributions. Are our two families really going to make distinctions between each other?" Heavenly Emperor Riverback asked. Yi Yuan's footsteps stopped, and then the smile on his face gradually disappeared. By the side, Empyrean Flutterfeather sighed slightly, knowing that this matter could not be settled anymore today. Before coming, he exhorted over and over again for Heavenly Emperor Riverback to not mention the past and just to acknowledge their faults sincerely. That way, maybe there was still a trace of salvaging. But Heavenly Emperor Riverback capitalized on his status and talked about the past. With Yi Yuan's temper, how could he let the matter drop? Sure enough, Yi Yuan laughed coldly and said, "Fellow Taoist Riverback, isn't your face red from saying this? You all touch your hearts first. The Myriad Treasure Towers, these several thousand years of glory, who did it rely on? Was it me, Yi Yuan, who received favors from your Myriad Treasure Tower's light? Or was it your Myriad Treasure Tower who received favors from my, Yi Yuan's light?" Over these 1,000 years, the Myriad Treasure Tower could be said to be unprecedentedly powerful. The profits that they earned were as much as the past several tens of thousands of years added up, even several hundreds of thousands of years. With such a huge profit as support, the Myriad Treasure Tower naturally groomed countless powerhouses too. And this profit was all created from Yi Yuan's pill formulas. Ever since Yi Yuan entered the Heavenspan world, the special pill formulas were given to the Myriad Treasure Tower. Its value could virtually buy a Heavenly Emperor Badamanda. Especially after the last Cloud Pill Summit, the Myriad Treasure Tower's reputation developed to the peak. What Yi Yuan returned to the Myriad Treasure Tower was much greater than what he took. Yi Yuan had always repaid with precious jade after receiving a peach fruit when making friends. Yi Yuan being able to leave with his mind set at ease was equivalent to entrusting Heavenly Eagle Imperial City to the Myriad Treasure Tower. Although he treated the Myriad Treasure Tower as a friend, in the end, the Myriad Treasure Tower only treated him as a partner of interest. When Heavenly Eagle needed help the most, the Myriad Treasure Tower pulled the firewood out from under the boiler. They stopped caring. What difference was this kind of action from kicking you down the cliff with one foot? Even though the Myriad Treasure Tower did not take part in the besieging this time, they were one of the accomplices too. Yi Yuan was clear in his heart that with the Myriad Treasure Tower's present strength, they could definitely withstand the heavy pressure of the Southern Border Alliance. At the very least, preserving Heavenly Eagle was still achievable. But they shrunk back. They felt that, with Heavenly Eagle losing him, it lost its utility value. Hence, they directly sold Heavenly Eagle out. Only then did Yi Yuan come to realize the truth. It turned out that Myriad Treasure Tower was merely a group of merchants who were trying to outwit the other in the end. Merchants only ever pursued profits. But Empyrean Flutterfeather was a different type. Heavenly Emperor Riverback's old face turned red. He knew that what Yi Yuan said was not false. In reality, he was also an indirect beneficiary. But the pride of a Heavenly Emperor made him unable to lower his head. Saying some self-degrading words was already his limit. And Yi Yuan's attitude also thoroughly infuriated him. Heavenly Emperor Riverback's gaze turned dark, and he said, "Yi Yuan." This Heavenly Emperor humbled himself and pleaded with well-meaning advice. "But you're pushing people too far. Don't you forget, the pill formulas are still grasped in the hands of the Myriad Treasure Tower. If we publicize the pill formulas, you should know the consequences." Yi Yuan looked at Heavenly Emperor Riverback like looking at a fool and grinned as he said, "As long as you're happy." After he was done talking, he turned to Flutterfeather and said, "Elder brother Flutterfeather, since GMO that fellow came, I conveniently extorted some rank 7 spirit medicines. These 2 days I just happened to refine several emergent spirit ascension pills. It should be sufficient for you to cultivate for a period of time. As for elder brother Chao Yuan there, I'm having a bit of a headache. Yi Yuan patted his head, an appearance of his head hurting. He was indeed feeling some headache. The matter this time, the two people that Yi Yuan owed the biggest favor to were Emperor Flutterfeather and Emperor Chao Yuan. Emperor Flutterfeather's situation was still fine. He still had room to go up. But Emperor Chao Yuan, his situation was to reach the Heavenly Emperor realm. Where would he go and pool together another set of 9 profounds Heavenly Emperor pills spirit medicines? By the side, Heavenly Emperor Riverback's gaze turned intent. Those were N spirit divine pills. At present, when a medicinal pill that Yi Yuan personally refined was placed outside, it was a priceless treasure. One N spirit emergent spirit ascension pill, even if exchanging for a rank 8 divine pill, there would also absolutely be someone who would swap. But he actually gave it to Emperor Flutterfeather like giving a cabbage. The moment he gave Emperor Flutterfeather, it was several pills. These medicinal pills were sufficient for Emperor Flutterfeather to cultivate to the peak Empyrean realm. Brat, you're too condescending. You'll pay the price for your arrogance. Heavenly Emperor Riverback had a feeling of being disregarded and said furiously. But it was like Yi Yuan did not hear him. He then said to Flutterfeather, "Oh right, elder brother, here are my alchemy Dao experiences these few years. You can take it and have a look. Let's improve together." Flutterfeather's gaze turned slightly intent and his breathing became ragged. Compared to medicinal pills, this jade slip was more valuable. Yi Yuan, are you really going to force yourself into a dead end? People who dare to become enemies with my myriad treasure tower all didn't have a good ending. Heavenly Emperor Riverback said furiously. Yi Yuan said, "Brother Flutterfeather, call elder brother Chao Yuan tomorrow too. Let's get good and drunk." Heavenly Emperor Riverback was speechless. He seriously could not stay on in this place anymore. After Heavenly Emperor Riverback left, Flutterfeather sighed slightly and said, "Why is there a need for this, younger brother? Could it be that you're really not scared that the Myriad Treasure Tower publicized the pill formulas?" Yi Yuan smiled mysteriously and said, "Pill formulas? Heh, using my pill formulas to threaten me. I really don't know if that guy's brain is made out of tofu or not. If Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure is smart, he should restrain himself a little. They should prop you up. With you around, some things can still be discussed. If they offend you, heh. Myriad Treasure Tower's business in the southern border will come to an end too." Emperor Flutterfeather's expression turned slightly somber. Only then did he know that Yi Yuan's trump card was no longer some pill formulas long ago. Perhaps from the very beginning, he never placed these pill formulas in his sights. Yeah, using Yi Yuan's own pill formulas to threaten him, wasn't this a joke? "Master, this snotty brat is too condescending, completely making light of our myriad treasure Bodhidharma. In my view, we should publicize the pill formulas now and ally with the other two parties to deal with this punk together. Isn't his heavenly eagle Bodhidharma just a measly little first firmament heavenly emperor? Can they still become enemies with the entire southern border?" Returning to Myriad Treasure Bodhidharma, Heavenly Emperor Riverback had a look of rage. He was Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure's eldest disciple and followed Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure the longest. His status in Myriad Treasure Bodhidharma was also extremely high. It was just that he said it with a look of exultation, but he did not notice that Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure's expression already become extremely ugly. After he finished saying, Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure laughed coldly and said, "Riverback, are you a pig? This Heavenly Emperor made you represent the Myriad Treasure Tower to go to apologize to him. But then you ran over to show off your power and prestige to Yi Yuan? Did your brain short-circuit? Is the Heavenly Emperor very impressive? Don't you know that Yi Yuan used a medicinal pill and forcefully created a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse? If not for the 9 profounds Heavenly Emperor pills spirit medicines being too rare, Emperor Chao Yuan would be Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharma's second one. In the future, there will still be a third, a fourth." Heavenly Emperor Riverback was scolded until he was struck senseless. His master had never flared up with such a temper before. What was going on this time? Do you think that those few lousy pill formulas are very impressive? Using the pill formulas that Yi Yuan handed to us to threaten him, was your head kicked by a donkey? The more Heavenly Emperor Myriad treasure scolded, the more enraged he became, showing a disappointed appearance of expecting better from him.